Section 4. On the myth of the fallen angels, in its various aspects. A. The evil spirit, who, and what. Our present quarrel is exclusively with theology. The Church enforces belief in a personal God and a personal devil, while occultism shows the fallacy of such a belief. For the pantheists and occultists, as much as for the pessimists, nature is no better than a comely mother, but stone cold. But this is true only so far as regards external physical nature. They both agree that, to the superficial observer, she is no better than an immense slaughterhouse wherein butchers become victims, and victims executioners in their turn. It is quite natural that the pessimistically inclined profane, once convinced of nature's numerous shortcomings and failures, and especially of her autophagous propensities, should imagine this to be the best evidence that there is no deity in abscondito within nature, nor anything divine in her. Nor is it less natural that the materialist and the physicist should imagine that everything is due to blind force and chance, and to the survival of the strongest, even more often than of the fittest. But the occultists, who regard physical nature as a bundle of most varied illusions on the plane of deceptive perceptions, who recognize in every pain and suffering but the necessary pangs of incessant procreation, a series of stages toward an ever-growing perfectibility, which is visible in the silent influence of never-erring karma, or abstract nature, the occultists, we say, view the Great Mother otherwise. Woe to those who live without suffering. Stagnation and death is the future of all that vegetates without change. And how can there be any change for the better without proportionate suffering during the preceding stage? Is it not those only who have learnt the deceptive value of earthly hopes and the elusive allurements of external nature who are destined to solve the great problems of life, pain, and death? If our modern philosophers, preceded by the medieval scholars, have helped themselves to more than one fundamental idea of antiquity, theologians have built their God and his archangels, their Satan and his angels, along with the Logos and his staff, entirely out of the dramatis personae of the old heathen pantheons. They would have been welcome to these, had they not cunningly distorted the original characters, perverted the philosophical meaning, and, taking advantage of the ignorance of Christendom, the result of long ages of mental sleep, during which humanity was permitted to think only by proxy, tossed every symbol into the most inextricable confusion. One of their most sinful achievements in this direction, was the transformation of the divine alter ego into the grotesque Satan of their theology. As the whole philosophy of the problem of evil hangs upon the correct comprehension of the constitution of the inner being of nature and man, of the divine within the animal, and hence also the correctness of the whole system as given in these pages, with regard to the crown piece of evolution, man, we cannot take sufficient precautions against theological subterfuges. When the good Saint Augustine and the fiery Tertullian call the devil the monkey of God, we can attribute it to the ignorance of the age they lived in. It is more difficult to excuse our modern writers on the same ground. The translation of Mazdean literature has afforded Roman Catholic writers the pretext for proving their point in the same direction once more. They have taken advantage of the dual nature of Ahura Mazda and of his Amshaspans and the Zendavesta and the Vendidad, to emphasize still further their wild theories. Satan is the plagiarist and the copyist by anticipation of the religion which came ages later. This was one of the master strokes of the Latin Church, its best trump card after the appearance of spiritualism in Europe. Though only a success d'estime, in general, even among those who are not interested in either theosophy or spiritualism, yet the weapon is often used by the Christian, Roman Catholic, Kabbalists against the Eastern occultists. Now even the materialists are quite harmless, and may be regarded as the friends of theosophy, when compared to some fanatical, Christian, as they call themselves, sectarian, as we call them, Kabbalists, on the continent. These read the Zohar, not to find in it ancient wisdom, but, by mangling the texts and meaning, to discover in its verses Christian dogmas, where none could ever have been meant. And, having fished them out with the collective help of Jesuitical casuistry and learning, the supposed Kabbalists proceed to write books and to mislead less far-sighted students of the Kabbalah. 1088. May we not then be permitted to drag the deep rivers of the past, and thus bring to the surface the root idea that led to the transformation of the wisdom God, who had first been regarded as the creator of everything that exists. Into an angel of evil, a ridiculous horned biped, half goat and half monkey, with hoofs and a tail. We need not go out of the way to compare the pagan demons of either Egypt, India, or Chaldea with the devil of Christianity, for no such comparison is possible. But we may stop to glance at the biography of the Christian devil, a piratical reprint from the Chaldeo-Judean mythology. The primitive origin of this personification rests upon the Akkadian conception of the cosmic powers, the heavens and the earth, in eternal feud and struggle with chaos. Their Silik Miladag. Murudug, the god amongst all the gods, the merciful guardian of men on earth, was the son of He, or Ea, the great god of wisdom, called by the Babylonians Nebo. With both peoples, as also in the case of the Hindu gods, their deities were both beneficent and maleficent. As evil and punishment are the agents of karma, in an absolutely just retributive sense, so evil was the servant of the good. 1089 The reading of the Chaldeo-Assyrian tiles has now demonstrated this beyond a shadow of doubt. We find the same idea in the Zohar. Satan was a son and an angel of God. With all the Semitic nations, the spirit of the earth was as much the creator in his own realm as the spirit of the heavens. They were twin brothers and interchangeable in their functions, when not two in one. Nothing of that which we find in Genesis is absent from the Chaldeo-Assyrian religious beliefs, even in the little that has hitherto been deciphered. The great face of the deep of Genesis is traced in the Tohu Bohu, deep or primeval space, or chaos, of the Babylonians. Wisdom, the great unseen God, called in Genesis the Spirit of God, lived, for the older Babylonians as for the Akkadians, in the sea of space. Toward the days described by Berosus, this sea became the visible waters on the face of the earth, the crystalline abode of the Great Mother, the mother of Ea and all the gods, which became, still later, the great dragon Tiamat, the sea serpent. Its last stage of development was the great struggle of Bel with the dragon, the devil. Whence the Christian idea that God cursed the devil. The God of the Jews, whosoever he was, forbids cursing Satan. Philo Judaeus and Josephus both state that the law, the Pentateuch and the Talmud, undeviatingly forbid one to curse the adversary, and also the gods of the Gentiles. Thou shalt not revile the gods, quote the God of Moses, 1090 for it is God who hath divided them, unto all nations, 1091 and those who speak evil of dignities, gods, are called filthy dreamers, by Jude. For even Michael the archangel durst not bring against him, the devil, a railing accusation, but said, the Lord rebuke thee. 1092. Finally the same is repeated in the Talmud, 1093. Satan appeared one day to a man who used to curse him daily, and said to him, Why dost thou this? Consider that God himself would not curse me, but merely said, The Lord rebuke thee, Satan. 1094. This piece of Talmudic information shows plainly, a. that is t. Michael is called God in the Talmud, and somebody else the Lord, and b. that Satan is a god, of whom even the Lord is in fear. All we read in the Zohar and other Kabbalistic works on Satan shows plainly that this personage is simply the personification of the abstract evil, which is the weapon of karmic law and karma. It is our human nature and man himself, as it is said that Satan is always near and inextricably interwoven with man. It is only a question of that power being latent or active in us. It is a well-known fact, to learned symbologists at all events, that in every great religion of antiquity, it is the Logos Demiurge, the second Logos, or the first emanation from the mind, Mahat, who is made to strike, so to say, the keynote of that which may be called the correlation of individuality and personality in the subsequent scheme of evolution. It is the Logos who is shown, in the mystic symbolism of cosmogony, theogony, and anthropogony, playing two parts in the drama of creation and being, that of the purely human personality and the divine impersonality of the so-called avatars, or divine incarnations, and of the universal spirit, called Christos by the Gnostics, and the Fravarshi, or Farur, of Ahura Mazda in the Mazdian philosophy. On the lower rungs of theogony the celestial beings of lower hierarchies had each a Fravarshi, or a celestial, double. It is the same, only still more mystic, reassertion of the Kabbalistic axiom, Deus est demon inversus. The word demon, however, as in the case of Socrates, and in the spirit of the meaning given to it by the whole of antiquity, standing for the guardian spirit, an angel, not a devil of satanic descent as theology would have it. The Roman Catholic Church shows its usual logic and consistency by accepting Saint Michael as the Furor of Christ. This Furor was his angel guardian, as proved by St. Thomas 1095 who, however, calls the prototypes and synonyms of Michael, such as Mercury for example, devils. The Church positively accepts the tenet that Christ has his Furor as any other god or mortal has. Writes de Mireville. Here we have the two heroes of the Old Testament, the verbum, ? Or second Jehovah, and his face, presence, as the Protestants translate, both making but one, and yet being two, a mystery which seemed to us unsolvable before we had studied the doctrine of the Mazdean Furors. And learnt that the Furor was the spiritual potency, at once image, face, and guardian of the soul which finally assimilates the Furor. 1096. This is almost correct. Among other absurdities, the Kabbalists maintain that the word Metatron, being divided into Metathronon, mu epsilon tau, theta rho nu omicron nu, means, near the throne. 1097 It means quite the reverse, as meta means, beyond, and not, near. This is of great importance in our argument. Saint Michael, then, the cos ut Deus, is the translator, so to speak, of the invisible world into the visible and the objective. They maintain, furthermore, along with the Roman Catholic Church, that in the biblical and Christian theology there does not exist a higher celestial personality, after the Trinity, than that of the Archangel, or the Seraphim, Michael. According to them, the conqueror of the dragon is the archisatrap of the sacred militia, the guardian of the planets, the king of the stars, the slayer of Satan and the powerful rector. In the mystic astronomy of these gentlemen, he is the conqueror of Ahriman, who having upset the sidereal throne of the usurper, bathes in his stead in the solar fires. And, defender of the Christ Son, he approaches so near his master, that he seems to become one with him. 1098 Owing to this fusion with the word, verbum, the Protestants, and among them Calvin, ended by losing sight entirely of the duality, and saw no Michael, but only his master, writes the Abbé Caron. The Roman Catholics, and especially their Kabbalists, know better. And it is they who explain to the world this duality, which affords them the means of glorifying the chosen ones of the Church, and of rejecting and anathematizing all those gods who may be in the way of their dogmas. Thus the same titles and the same names are given in turn to God and the Archangel. Both are called Metatron, both have the name of Jehovah applied to them when they speak one in the other, for, according to the Zohar, the term signifies equally the master and the ambassador. Both are the angel of the face, because, as we are informed, if on the one hand the word is called the face, or the presence, and the image of the substance of God, on the other, when speaking of the Savior to the Israelites, Isaiah, tells them that the angel of his presence saved them in their affliction, so he was their Savior. 1099 Elsewhere Michael is called very plainly the Prince of the Faces of the Lord, the Glory of the Lord. Both Jehovah and Michael are the Guides of Israel 1100. Chiefs of the armies of the Lord, supreme judges of the souls and even seraphs. 1101. The whole of the above is given on the authority of various works by Roman Catholics, and must, therefore, be orthodox. Some expressions are translated to show what subtle theologians and casuists mean by the term furor. 1102 A word borrowed by some French writers from the Zend Avesta, as said, and utilized in Roman Catholicism for a purpose Zoroaster was very far from anticipating. In Fargud 19, verse 14, of the Vendidad it is said, Invoke, O Zarathustra, my Fravarshi, who am Ahura Mazda, the greatest, the best, the fairest of all beings, the most solid, the most intelligent. And whose soul is the holy word, Mathra Spenta, .1103. The French Orientalists translate Favarshi by furor. Now what is a furor, or Favarshi? In some Mazdian works it is plainly implied that Favarshi is the inner, immortal man, or the ego which reincarnates, that it existed before the physical body and survives all such bodies it happens to be clothed in. Not only man was endowed with a Favarshi, but gods too, and the sky, fire, waters, and plants. 1104. This shows as plainly as can be shown that the furor is the spiritual counterpart of either god, animal, plant, or even element, i.e. the refined and the purer part of the grosser creation, the soul of the body, whatever the body may happen to be. Therefore does Ahura Mazda recommend Zarathustra to invoke his Favarshi and not himself, Ahura Mazda. That is to say, the impersonal and true essence of deity, one with Zoroaster's own Atma, or Christos, not the false and personal appearance. This is quite clear. Now it is on this divine and ethereal prototype that the Roman Catholics have seized so as to build up the supposed difference between their God and angels and the deity and its aspects, or the gods of the old religions. Thus, while calling Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, whether as gods or planets, devils, they at the same time make of the same Mercury the furor of their Christ. This fact is undeniable. Vossius 1105 proves that Michael is the Mercury of the pagans, and Maury and other French writers corroborate him, and add that according to great theologians Mercury and the Sun are one. And no wonder, they think, since Mercury being so near the wisdom and the verbum, the Sun, must be absorbed by and confounded with him. 1106. This pagan view was accepted from the 1st century of our era, as shown in the original Acts of the Apostles, the English translation being worthless. So much is Michael the Mercury of the Greeks and other nations, that when the inhabitants of Lystra mistook Paul and Barnabas for Mercury in Jupiter, saying, "The gods have come down to us in the likeness of men," the text adds, "and they called Barnabas Zeus, and Paul, Hermes, because he was the leader of the word, logos, and not, the chief speaker, as erroneously translated in the Authorized. And repeated even in the Revised, English Bible. Michael is the angel of the vision in Daniel, the Son of God, who was like unto a son of man. It is the Hermes Christos of the Gnostics, the Anubis Sirius of the Egyptians, the counselor of Osiris in Amenti, the Leontoid Michaelophiomorphos, Phi Iota Omicron Neuro Phi Omicron, of the Ophites, who wears on certain Gnostic jewels a lion's head. Like his father Ildabaoth. 1107. Now to all this the Roman Catholic Church tacitly consents, many of her writers even avowing it publicly. Unable to deny the flagrant borrowing of their church, who spoiled her seniors of their symbols, as the Jews had spoiled the Egyptians of their jewels of silver and gold, they explain the fact quite coolly and seriously. Thus the writers who have hitherto been timid enough to see, in this repetition by Christian dogmas of old pagan ideas, a legendary plagiarism perpetrated by man, are gravely assured that, far from such a simple solution of the almost perfect resemblance, it has to be attributed to quite another cause, to a prehistorical plagiarism, of a superhuman origin. If the reader would know how, he must again kindly turn to the same volume of de Merville's work. 1108. Please note that this author was the official and recognized defender of the Roman Church, and was helped by the learning of all the Jesuits. There we read, "We have pointed out several demigods, and also very historical heroes of the pagans, who were predestined from the moment of their birth, to ape, while at the same time they dishonored, the nativity of the hero, who was quite God, before whom the whole earth had to bow. We have traced them being born as he was, from an immaculate mother. We have seen them strangling serpents in their cradles, fighting against demons, performing miracles, dying as martyrs, descending to the nether world and rising again from the dead. And we have bitterly deplored that timid and shy Christians should feel compelled to explain all such identities on the ground of coincidence of myth and symbol. They forget apparently these words of the Savior, 'All that came before me are thieves and robbers,' a word which explains all without any absurd negation and which I have commented on in these words. The Evangel is a sublime drama, parodied and played before its appointed time by ruffians. The ruffians, less drolls, are of course demons whose manager is Satan. Now this is the easiest and the most sublime and simple way of getting out of the difficulty. The Reverend Dr. Lundy, a Protestant de Mireville, followed the happy suggestion in his monumental Christianity, and so did Dr. Sepp of Munich in his works written to prove the divinity of Jesus and the satanic origin of all other saviors. So much greater the pity that a systematic and collective plagiarism which went on for several centuries on the most gigantic scale, should be explained by another plagiarism, this time in the fourth Gospel. For the sentence quoted from it, all that ever came before me, etc., is a verbatim repetition of words written in the Book of Enoch. In the introduction to Archbishop Lawrence's translation from an Ethiopic MS. In the Bodleian Library, the editor, author of The Evolution of Christianity, remarks: in revising the proof sheets of the Book of Enoch, we have been still further impressed by relationship with New Testament scripture. Thus, the parable of the sheep, rescued by the Good Shepherd from hireling guardians and ferocious wolves, is obviously borrowed by the fourth evangelist from Enoch 89. In which the author depicts the shepherds as killing and destroying the sheep before the advent of their Lord. And thus discloses the true meaning of that hitherto mysterious passage in the Johannine parable, all that ever came before me are thieves and robbers, language in which we now detect an obvious reference to the allegorical shepherds of Enoch. 1109. It is too late in the day to claim that it is Enoch who borrowed from the New Testament, instead of vice versa. Jude 14:15, quotes verbatim from Enoch a long passage about the coming of the Lord with his 10,000 saints, and naming the prophet specifically acknowledges the source. In perfecting the parallelism between prophet and apostle, we have placed beyond controversy that, in the eyes of the author of an epistle accepted as divine revelation, the Book of Enoch was the inspired production of an antediluvian patriarch. The cumulative coincidence of language and ideas in Enoch and the authors of New Testament scripture clearly indicates that the work of the Semitic Milton was the inexhaustible source from which evangelists and apostles, or the men who wrote in their names, borrowed their conceptions of the resurrection, judgment, immortality, perdition, and of the universal reign of righteousness under the eternal dominion of the Son of Man. This evangelical plagiarism culminates in the Revelation of John, which adapts the visions of Enoch to Christianity, with modifications in which we miss the sublime simplicity of the great master of apocalyptic prediction, who prophesied in the name of the antediluvian patriarch. 1110. Antediluvian, truly. But if the phraseology of the text dates hardly a few centuries or even millenniums before the historical era, then it is no longer the original prediction of the events to come, but is, in its turn, a copy of some scripture of a prehistoric religion. In the Krita age, Vishnu, in the form of Kapila and other, inspired teachers, imparts true wisdom, as Enoch did. In the Treta age he restrains the wicked, in the form of a universal monarch, Chakravartin, the everlasting king of Enoch 11:11, and protects the three worlds, or races. In the Dvapara age, in the person of Vedavyasa, he divides the one Veda into four, and distributes it into hundreds, shata, of branches. 11:12. Truly so. The Veda of the earliest Aryans, before it was written, went forth into every nation of the Atlanto-Lemurians, and sowed the first seeds of all the now existing old religions. The offshoots of the never-dying tree of wisdom have scattered their dead leaves even on Judeo-Christianity. And at the end of the Kali, our present age, Vishnu, or the everlasting king, will appear as Kalki, and re-establish righteousness upon earth. The minds of those who live at that time shall be awakened, and become as pellucid as crystal. The men who are thus changed by virtue of that peculiar time, the sixth race, shall be as the seeds of other human beings, and shall give birth to a race who shall follow the laws of the Krita age of purity. I.e., it shall be the seventh race, the race of Buddhas, the sons of God, born of immaculate parents. B. The gods of light proceed from the gods of darkness. Thus it is pretty well established that Christ, the Logos, or the God in space and the Savior on earth, is but one of the echoes of this same antediluvian and sorely misunderstood wisdom. Its history begins by the descent on earth of the gods who incarnate in mankind, and this is the fall. Whether Brahma hurled down on earth by Bhagwan in the allegory, or Jupiter by Cronus, all are the symbols of the human races. Once having touched this planet of dense matter, the snow-white wings of even the highest angel can no longer remain immaculate, or the avatara, or incarnation, be perfect, as every such avatara is the fall of a god into generation. Nowhere is the metaphysical truth more clear, when explained esoterically, or more hidden from the average comprehension of those who instead of appreciating the sublimity of the idea can only degrade it, than in the Upanishads. The esoteric glossaries of the Vedas. The Rig Veda, as Gignault characterized it, is the most sublime conception of the great highways of humanity. The Vedas are, and will remain forever, in the esotericism of the Vedanta and the Upanishads, the mirror of the eternal wisdom. For upwards of 16 centuries the new masks, forced over the faces of the old gods, have screened them from public curiosity, but they have finally proved a misfit. Yet the metaphorical fall, and the as metaphorical atonement and crucifixion, have led Western humanity through roads knee-deep in blood. Worse than all, they have led it to believe in the dogma of the evil spirit distinct from the spirit of all good, whereas the former lives in all matter and preeminently in man. Finally it has created the God-slandering dogma of hell and eternal perdition. It has spread a thick film between the higher intuitions of man and divine verities. And, most pernicious result of all, it has made people remain ignorant of the fact that there were no fiends, no dark demons in the universe before man's own appearance on this, and probably on other earths. Hence the people have been led to accept, as the problematical consolation for this world's sorrows, the thought of original sin. The philosophy of that law in nature, which implants in man as well as in every beast a passionate, inherent, and instinctive desire for freedom and self-guidance, pertains to psychology and cannot be touched on now. For to demonstrate this feeling in higher intelligences, to analyze and give a natural reason for it, would necessitate an endless philosophical explanation for which there here is no room. Perhaps the best synthesis of this feeling is found in 3 lines of Milton's Paradise Lost. Says the fallen one. Here we may reign secure, and in my choice. To reign is worth ambition, though in hell. Better to reign in hell than serve in heaven. Better be man, the crown of terrestrial production and king over its opus operatum, than be lost among the will-less spiritual hosts in heaven. We have said elsewhere that the dogma of the first fall rested on a few verses in Revelation, which are now shown to be a plagiarism from Enoch by some scholars. These have given rise to endless theories and speculations, which have gradually acquired the importance of dogma and inspired tradition. Every one sought to explain the verse about the 7-headed dragon with his 10 horns and 7 crowns, whose tail drew the 3rd part of the stars of heaven, and did cast them to the earth, and whose place, with that of his angels, was found no more in heaven. What the 7 heads of the dragon, or cycle, mean, and its 5 wicked kings also, may be learned in the Addenda which close part 3 of this volume. From Newton to Bossuet speculations were incessantly evolved in Christian brains with regard to these obscure verses. Says Bossuet. The star that falls is the heresiarch Theodosius. The clouds of smoke are the heresies of the Montanists. The 3rd part of the stars are the martyrs, and especially the doctors of divinity. Bossuet ought to have known, however, that the events described in Revelation were not original, and may, as shown, be found in other and pagan traditions. There were no scholastics nor Montanists during Vedic times, nor yet far earlier in China. But Christian theology had to be protected and saved. This is only natural. But why should truth be sacrificed in order to protect from destruction the lucubrations of Christian theologians? The Princeps Aries Hujus, the Prince of the Air, of St. Paul, is not the devil, but the effects of the astral light, as Eliphas Levi correctly explains. The devil is not the God of this period, as he says, for it is the deity of every age and period since man appeared on earth. And matter in its countless forms and states had to fight for its evanescent existence against other disintegrating forces. The dragon is simply the symbol of the cycle and of the sons of manvantaric eternity, who had descended on earth during a certain epoch of its formative period. The clouds of smoke are geological phenomena. The third part of the stars of heaven, cast down to the earth, refers to the divine monads, the spirits of the stars in astrology, that circumambulate our globe, i.e., the human egos destined to perform the whole cycle of incarnations. The sentence, "ca circumambulat terram," however, is again referred to the devil in theology, the mythical father of evil being said to fall like lightning. Unfortunately for this interpretation, the Son of Man, or Christ, is expected, on the personal testimony of Jesus, to descend on earth likewise, as the lightning cometh out of the east. 11:13 just in the same shape and under the same symbol as Satan, who is seen to fall as lightning. From heaven, 11:14 all these metaphors and figures of speech, preeminently oriental in their character, must have their origin searched for in the east. In all the ancient cosmogonies light comes from darkness. In Egypt, as elsewhere, darkness was the principle of all things. Hence Pomander, the thought divine, issues as light from darkness. Behemoth 11:15 is the principle of darkness, or Satan, in Roman Catholic theology, and yet Job says of him that Behemoth is the chief principle of the ways of God, Principium Viarum Domini Behemoth. 1116. Consistency does not seem to be a favorite virtue in any portion of divine revelation, so-called, not as interpreted by theologians, at any rate. The Egyptians and the Chaldeans referred the birth of their divine dynasties to that period when creative Earth was in her last final throes in giving birth to her prehistoric mountain ranges, which have since disappeared. Her seas and her continents. Her face was covered with deep darkness, and in that secondary chaos was the principle of all things that developed on the globe later on. Our geologists have now ascertained that there was such a terrestrial conflagration in the early geological periods, several hundred millions of years ago. 1117 As to the tradition itself, every country and nation had it, each under its respective national form. It is not alone Egypt, Greece, Scandinavia or Mexico, that had its Typhon, Python, Loki, and its falling demon, but China also. The Celestials have a whole literature upon the subject. It is said that in consequence of the rebellion against Ti of a proud spirit, who said he was Ti himself, 7 choirs of celestial spirits were exiled upon earth, which brought a change in all nature. Heaven itself bending down and uniting with earth. In the Viking, one reads, "The flying dragon, superb and rebellious, suffers now, and his pride is punished. He thought he would reign in heaven, he reigns only on the earth." Again, the Chunseo says allegorically, "One night the stars ceased shining in darkness, and deserted it, falling down like rain upon the earth, where they are now hidden." These stars are the monads. Chinese cosmogonies have their Lord of the Flame and their Celestial Virgin, with little spirits to help and minister to her, and big spirits to fight those who are the enemies of other gods. But all this does not prove that the said allegories are presentments or prophetic writings which all refer to Christian theology. The best proof one can offer to Christian theologians that the esoteric statements in the Bible, in both Testaments, are the assertion of the same idea as in our archaic teachings, to wit, that the fall of the angels referred simply to the incarnation of angels, who had broken through the 7 circles, is found in the Zohar. Now the Kabbalah of Simeon ben Iochai is the soul and essence of the allegorical narrative, as the later Christian Kabbalah is the dark-cloaked, Mosaic Pentateuch. And it says, in the Agrippa Mizas, "The wisdom of the Kabbalah rests in the science of the equilibrium and harmony. Forces that manifest without having been first equilibrized perish in space, equilibrized meaning differentiated. Thus perished the first kings, the divine dynasties, of the ancient world, the self-produced princes of giants. They fell like rootless trees, and were seen no more, for they were the shadow of the shadow, to wit, the chaya of the shadowy Pitris." 1118. But those that came after them, who shooting down like falling stars were enshrined in the shadows, prevail to this day, Jnanis, who by incarnating in those empty shadows, inaugurated the era of mankind. Every sentence in the ancient cosmogonies unfolds to him who can read between the lines the identity of the ideas, though under different garbs. The first lesson taught in esoteric philosophy is, that the incognizable cause does not put forth evolution, whether consciously or unconsciously, but only exhibits periodically different aspects of itself to the perception of finite minds. Now the collective mind, the universal, composed of various and numberless hosts of creative powers, however infinite in manifested time, is still finite when contrasted with the unborn and undecaying space in its supreme essential aspect. That which is finite cannot be perfect. Therefore there are inferior beings among those hosts, but there never have been any devils or disobedient angels, for the simple reason that they are all governed by law. The Asuras, call them by any other name you will, who incarnated, followed in this a law as implacable as any other. They had manifested prior to the Pitris, and as time, in space, proceeds in cycles, their turn had come, hence the numerous allegories. The name Asura was first given by the Brahmins indiscriminately to those who opposed their mummeries and sacrifices, as did the great Asura called Asurendra. It is to those ages, probably, that the origin of the idea of the demon, as opposer and adversary, has to be traced. The Hebrew Elohim, called God in the translations, who create light, are identical with the Aryan Asuras. They are also referred to as the sons of darkness, as a philosophical and logical contrast to light immutable and eternal. The earliest Zoroastrians did not believe in evil or darkness being co-eternal with good or light, and they give the same interpretation. Ahriman is the manifested shadow of Ahura Mazda, Ahura Mazda, himself issued from Zerawana Akern, the boundless circle of time, or the unknown cause. They say of the latter, its glory is too exalted, its light too resplendent for either human intellect or mortal eye to grasp and see. Its primal emanation is eternal light, which, from having been previously concealed in darkness, was called to manifest itself and thus was formed Ormazd, the king of life. He is the firstborn in boundless time, but, like his own antitype, pre-existing spiritual idea, has lived within darkness from all eternity. The 6 Amshaspans, 7 with himself, the chief of all, the primitive spiritual angels and men, are collectively his logos. The Zoroastrian Amshaspans create the world in 6 days or periods also, and rest on the 7th. But in the esoteric philosophy, that 7th is the first period or day, the so-called primary creation in Aryan cosmogony. It is that intermediate aeon which is the prologue to creation, and which stands on the borderland between the uncreated eternal causation and the produced finite effects. A state of nascent activity and energy as the first aspect of the eternal immutable quiescence. In Genesis, on which no metaphysical energy has been spent, but only an extraordinary acuteness and ingenuity to veil the esoteric truth, creation begins at the 3rd stage of manifestation. God, or the Elohim, are the 7 regents of Pomander. They are identical with all the other creators. But even in Genesis that period is hinted at by the abruptness of the picture, and the darkness that was on the face of the deep. The Elohim are shown to create, that is to say, to build or to produce the 2 heavens or double heaven, not heaven and earth. Which means, in so many words, that they separated the upper manifested, angelic, heaven, or plane of consciousness, from the lower or terrestrial plane, that, to us, eternal and immutable eons from those periods that are in space, time and duration. Heaven from earth, the unknown from the known, to the profane. Such is the meaning of the sentence in Pomander, which says that thought, the divine, which is light and life, Zerawana Akern, produced through its word, or first aspect, the other, operating thought, which being the god of spirit and fire, constructed 7 regions enclosing within their circle the world of senses named, fatal destiny. The latter refers to karma, the 7 circles, are the 7 planets and planes, as also the 7 invisible spirits, in the angelic spheres, whose visible symbols are the 7 planets. 1119 The 7 rishis of the Great Bear and other glyphs. As said of the Edifiers by Roth. They are neither sun, nor moon, nor stars, nor dawn, but the eternal sustainers of this luminous life which exists as it were behind all these phenomena. It is they, the 7 hosts, who, having considered in their Father, divine thought, the plan of the operator, as says Pomander, desired to operate or build the world with its creatures, likewise. For, having been born within the sphere of operation, the manifesting universe, such is the manvantaric law. And now comes the second portion of the passage, or rather of 2 passages merged into one to conceal the full meaning. Those who were born within the sphere of operation were the brothers who loved him well. The latter, the him, were the primordial angels. The Asuras, the Ahriman, the Elohim, or sons of God, of whom Satan was one, all those spiritual beings who were called the angels of darkness, because that darkness is absolute light, a fact now neglected if not entirely forgotten in theology. Nevertheless, the spirituality of those much abused sons of light, which is darkness, must be evidently as great, in comparison with that of the angels next in order, as the ethereality of the latter would be when contrasted with the density of the human body. The former are the firstborn, and therefore so near to the confines of pure quiescent spirit as to be merely the privations, in the Aristotelian sense, the Pharaohs or the ideal types of those who followed. They could not create material, corporeal things, and, therefore, were said in process of time to have refused to create, as commanded by God, otherwise, to have rebelled. Perchance, this is justified on the principle of the scientific theory which teaches us as to the effect of 2 sound waves of equal length meeting. If the 2 sounds be of the same intensity, their coincidence produces a sound 4 times the intensity of either, while their interference produces absolute silence. While explaining some of the heresies of his day, Justin Martyr shows the identity of all the world religions at their starting points. The first beginning opens invariably with the unknown and passive deity, from which emanates a certain active power or virtue, the mystery that is sometimes called wisdom, sometimes the Son, very often God, angel, Lord, and Logos. 1120 The latter is sometimes applied to the very first emanation, but in several systems it proceeds from the first androgyne or double ray produced at the beginning by the unseen. Philo depicts this wisdom as male and female. But though its first manifestation had a beginning, for it proceeded from Ulam 1121, Ion, time, the highest of the eons when emitted from the Father, it had remained with the Father before all creations, for it is part of him. 1122 Therefore Philo Judaeus calls Adam Kadmon by the name mind, the Enoia of Bythos in the Gnostic system. The mind, let it be named Adam 1123. As the old Magian books explain it, the whole event becomes clear. A thing can only exist through its opposite, Hegel teaches us, and only a little philosophy and spirituality are needed to comprehend the origin of the later dogma, which is so truly satanic and infernal in its cold and cruel wickedness. The Magians accounted for the origin of evil in their exoteric teachings in this way. Light can produce nothing but light, and can never be the origin of evil. How then was evil produced, since there was nothing co-equal or like the light in its production? Light, say they, produced several beings, all of them spiritual, luminous, and powerful. But a great one, the great Ahura, Ahriman, Lucifer, etc., had an evil thought, contrary to the light. He doubted, and by that doubt he became dark. This is a little nearer to the truth, but still wide of the mark. There was no evil thought that originated the opposing power, but simply thought per se. Something which, being cogitative, and containing design and purpose, is therefore finite, and must thus find itself naturally in opposition to pure quiescence, the as natural state of absolute spirituality and perfection. It was simply the law of evolution that asserted itself, the progress of mental unfolding, differentiated from spirit, involved and entangled already with matter, into which it is irresistibly drawn. Ideas, in their very nature and essence, as conceptions bearing relation to objects, whether true or imaginary, are opposed to absolute thought, that unknowable all of whose mysterious operations Mr. Spencer predicates that nothing can be said, but that it has no kinship of nature with evolution, 1124, which it certainly has not. 1125. The Zohar gives it very suggestively. When the Holy One, the Logos, desired to create man, he called the highest host of angels and spake unto them what he wanted. But they doubted the wisdom of this desire and answered, Man will not continue one night in his glory, for which they were burnt, annihilated by the Holy Lord. Then he called another, lower host, and said the same. And they contradicted the Holy One, What is the good of man? They argued. Still Elohim created man, and when man sinned there came the hosts of Uzzah and Azael, and twigged God, Here is the Son of Man that thou hast made, they said. Behold, he sinned. Then the Holy One replied, If you had been among them, men, you would have been worse than they. And he threw them from their exalted position in heaven even down on to the earth. And they were changed into men, and sinned after the women of the earth. 1126. This is quite plain. No mention is made in Genesis 6 of these sons of God receiving punishment. The only reference to it in the Bible is in Jude. And the angels which kept not their first estate but left their own habitation, he hath reserved in everlasting chains under darkness unto the judgment of the great day. 1127. And this means simply that the angels, doomed to incarnation, are in the chains of flesh and matter, under the darkness of ignorance, till the great day, which will come as always after the seventh round, after the expiration of the week. On the seventh Sabbath, or in the post-manvantaric nirvana. How truly esoteric and consonant with the secret doctrine is Pomander, the thought divine, of Hermes, may be inferred from its original and primitive translations in Latin and Greek only. On the other hand, how disfigured it has been later on by Christians in Europe, is seen from the remarks and unconscious confessions made by de Saint Mark, in his preface and letter to the Bishop of Aire, in 1578. Therein, the whole cycle of transformations from a pantheistic and Egyptian into a mystic Roman Catholic treatise is given, and we see how Pomander has become what it is now. Still, even in St. Mark's translation, traces are found of the real Pomander, the universal thought, or mind. This is the translation from the Old French translation, the original being given in the footnote 1128 in its quaint Old French. 7 men, principles, were generated in man. The nature of the harmony of the 7 of the Father and of the Spirit. Nature, produced 7 men in accordance with the natures of the 7 spirits, having in them, potentially, the 2 sexes. Metaphysically, the Father and the Son are the universal mind and the periodical universe, the angel and the man. It is the Son and the Father at one and the same time, in Pomander, the active idea and the passive thought that generates it. The radical keynote in nature which gives birth to the 7 notes, the septenary scale of the creative forces, and to the 7 prismatic aspects of color, all born from the one white ray, or light, itself generated in darkness. C. The many meanings of the war in heaven. The secret doctrine points out, as a self-evident fact, that mankind, collectively and individually, is with all manifested nature the vehicle, A, of the breath of one universal principle, in its primal differentiation. And, B, of the countless breaths proceeding from that one breath in its secondary and further differentiations, as nature with its many mankind's proceeds downwards toward the planes that are ever increasing in materiality. The primary breath informs the higher hierarchies, the secondary, the lower, on the constantly descending planes. Now there are many passages in the Bible which prove on their face, exoterically, that this belief was at one time universal. And the 2 most convincing are Ezekiel 28 and Isaiah 14. Christian theologians are welcome to interpret both as referring to the Great War before creation, the epos of Satan's rebellion, etc. If they so choose, but the absurdity of the idea is too apparent. Ezekiel addresses his lamentations and reproofs to the king of Tyre. Isaiah, to King Ahaz, who indulged in the worship of idols, as did the rest of the nation with the exception of a few initiates, the prophets, so-called, who tried to arrest it on its way to exotericism, or idolatry, which is the same thing. Let the student judge. In Ezekiel, it is said, Son of man, say unto the prince of Tyrus, Thus saith the Lord God, as we understand it, that God, Karma, because thine heart is lifted up, and thou hast said I am a god, yet thou art a man. Behold, therefore, I will bring strangers upon thee, and they shall draw their swords against the beauty of thy wisdom, and they shall bring thee down to the pit, or earth life. 1129. The origin of the Prince of Tyrus is to be traced to the divine dynasties of the iniquitous Atlanteans, the great sorcerers. There is no metaphor in the words of Ezekiel, but actual history this time. For the voice in the prophet, the voice of the Lord, his own Spirit, which spake unto him, says, Because, thou hast said, I am a god, I sit in the seat of gods, divine dynasties, in the midst of the seas, yet thou art a man. Behold, thou art wiser than Daniel, there is no secret that they can hide from thee, with thy wisdom, thou hast increased thy riches, and thine heart is lifted up because of thy riches. Behold, therefore, strangers shall draw their swords against the beauty of thy wisdom. They shall bring thee down, and thou shalt die the deaths of them that are slain in the midst of the seas. 1130. All such imprecations are not prophecy, but simply reminders of the fate of the Atlanteans, the giants on earth. What can be the meaning of this last sentence if it is not a narrative of the fate of the Atlanteans? Again, thine heart was lifted up because of thy beauty. 1131 may refer to the heavenly man in Pomander, or to the fallen angels, who are accused of having fallen through pride on account of the great beauty and wisdom which became their lot. There is no metaphor here, except in the preconceived ideas of our theologians, perhaps. These verses relate to the past and belong more to the knowledge acquired at the mysteries of initiation than to retrospective clairvoyance. Says the voice, again. Thou hast been in Eden, the garden of God, in the Satya Yuga, every precious stone was thy covering, the workmanship of thy tabrets and thy pipes was prepared in thee in the day thou wast created. Thou art the anointed cherub, thou hast walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire. Thou wast perfect in thy ways from the day that thou wast created, till iniquity was found in thee. Therefore I will cast thee out of the mountain of God, and destroy thee. 1132. The mountain of God means the mountain of the gods, or Meru, whose representative in the fourth race was Mount Atlas, the last form of one of the divine titans. So high in those days that the ancients believed that the heavens rested on its top. Did not Atlas assist the giants in their war against the gods, Hyginus? Another version shows the fable as arising from the fondness of Atlas, son of Iapetus and Clymene, for astronomy, and from his dwelling for that reason on the highest mountain peaks. The truth is that Atlas, the mountain of the gods, and also the hero of that name, are the esoteric symbols of the fourth race, and his 7 daughters, the Atlantides, are the symbols of its 7 subraces. Mount Atlas, according to all the legends, was 3 times as high as it is now, for it has sunk at 2 different times. It is of a volcanic origin, and therefore the voice within Ezekiel says, Therefore will I bring forth a fire from the midst of thee, it shall devour thee. 1133. Surely it does not mean, as seems to be the case from the translated texts, that this fire was to be brought from the midst of the prince of Tyrus, or his people, but from Mount Atlas, symbolizing the proud race. Learned in magic and high in arts and civilization, whose last remnant was destroyed almost at the foot of the range of those once gigantic mountains. Truly, thou shalt be a terror, and never shalt thou be any more. 1134 As the very name of the race and its fate is now annihilated from man's memory. Bear in mind that almost every ancient king and priest was an initiate. That from toward the close of the fourth race there had been a feud between the initiates of the right and those of the left path. Finally, that the Garden of Eden is referred to by other personages than the Jews of the Adamic race, since even Pharaoh is compared to the fairest tree of Eden by this same Ezekiel, who shows all the trees of Eden, the choice and best of Lebanon, comforted in the nether parts of the earth. For, they also went down into hell with him, Pharaoh, 11:35. Unto the nether parts, which are in fact the bottom of the ocean, whose floor gaped wide to devour the lands of the Atlanteans and themselves. If one bears all this in mind and compares the various accounts, then one will find out that chapters 28 and 31 of Ezekiel do not relate to Babylon, Assyria, nor yet to Egypt, since none of these have been so destroyed, having simply fallen into ruins on the surface, not beneath the earth, but indeed to Atlantis and most of its nations. And he will see that the Garden of Eden of the initiates was no myth, but a locality now submerged. Light will dawn upon him, and he will appreciate such sentences as these at their true esoteric value: Thou hast been in Eden. Thou wast upon the holy mountain of God, 11:36, for every nation had and many still have holy mountains, some Himalayan peaks, others Parnassus and Sinai. They were all places of initiation and the abodes of the chiefs of the communities of ancient and even modern adepts. And again, behold, the Assyrian, why not Atlantean, initiate, was a cedar in Lebanon. His height was exalted above all the trees. The cedars in the garden of God could not hide him, so that all the trees of Eden envied him. 1137. Throughout all Asia Minor, the initiates were called the trees of righteousness, and the cedars of Lebanon, as also were some kings of Israel. So were the great adepts in India, but only the adepts of the left hand. When Vishnu Purana narrates that the world was overrun with trees, while the Prakritesas, who passed 10,000 years of austerity in the vast ocean, were absorbed in their devotions. The allegory relates to the Atlanteans and the adepts of the early fifth race, the Aryans. Other trees, adept sorcerers, spread, and overshadowed the unprotected earth, and the people perished, unable to labor for 10,000 years. Then the sages, the rishis of the Aryan race, called Prakritesas, are shown, coming forth from the deep, 1138, and destroying by the wind and flame issuing from their mouths the iniquitous trees, and the whole vegetable kingdom. Until Soma, the moon, the sovereign of the vegetable world, pacifies them by making alliance with the adepts of the right path, to whom he offers as bride Marisha, the offspring of the trees. 1139. This hints at the great struggle between the sons of God, and the sons of the dark wisdom, our forefathers, or the Atlantean and the Aryan adepts. The whole history of that period is allegorized in the Ramayana, which is the mystic narrative in epic form of the struggle between Rama, the first king of the divine dynasty of the early Aryans, and Ravana, the symbolical personation of the Atlantean, Lanka, race. The former were the incarnations of the solar gods, the latter, of the lunar devas. This was the great battle between good and evil, between white and black magic, for the supremacy of the divine forces over the lower terrestrial, or cosmic powers. If the student would understand better the last statement, let him turn to the Anujata episode of the Mahabharata, where the Brahmana tells his wife, I have perceived by means of the self the seat abiding in the self, the seat, where dwells the Brahman free from the pairs of opposites, and the moon, together with the fire, or the sun, upholding all beings, as the mover of the intellectual principle. 1140. The moon is the deity of the mind, Manas, but only on the lower plane. Says a commentary. Manas is dual, lunar in the lower, solar in its upper portion. That is to say, it is attracted in its higher aspect towards Buddhi, and in its lower descends into, and listens to the voice of, its animal soul full of selfish and sensual desires. And herein is contained the mystery of an adept's and of a profane man's life, as also that of the post-mortem separation of the divine from the animal man. The Mahabharata, every line of which has to be read esoterically, discloses in magnificent symbolism and allegory the tribulations of both man and soul. Says the Brahmana in the Anujata. In the interior, within the body, in the midst of all these, life wins. Principles, which move about in the body and swallow up one another. 1141 blazes the Vaishvanara fire. 1142 sevenfold. 1143. But the chief soul is manas or mind, hence, Soma, the moon, is shown as making an alliance with the solar portion in it, personified as the Prakritisas. But of the 7 keys that open the 7 aspects of the Ramayana, as of every other scripture, this is only one, the metaphysical. The symbol of the tree standing for various initiates was almost universal. Jesus is called the tree of life, as are also all the adepts of the good law, while those of the left path are referred to as the withering trees. John the Baptist speaks of the axe which is laid to the root of the trees. 1144 and the king of Assyria's armies are called trees. 1145. The true meaning of the Garden of Eden has been sufficiently given in Isis Unveiled. Now the writer has more than once heard surprise expressed that Isis Unveiled should contain so few of the doctrines now taught. This is quite erroneous. For the allusions to such teachings are plentiful, even if the teachings themselves were withheld. The time had not arrived then, as the hour has not struck even now, to say all. No Atlanteans, or the 4th race which preceded our 5th race, are mentioned in Isis Unveiled, wrote a critic on esoteric Buddhism one day. I, who wrote Isis Unveiled, maintain that the Atlanteans are mentioned as our predecessors. For what can be plainer than the following statement, when speaking of the Book of Job? In the original text, instead of dead things, it is written dead rephaim, giants, or mighty primitive men, from whom evolution may one day trace our present race. 1146. It is invited to do so now that this hint is explained quite openly, but evolutionists are as sure to decline nowadays as they did 10 years ago. Science and theology are against us, therefore we question both, and have to do so in self-defense. On the strength of hazy metaphors scattered throughout the prophets, and in St. John's Revelation, a grand but re-edited version of the Book of Enoch, on these insecure grounds Christian theology has built its dogmatic epos of the war in heaven. It has done more, it has used the symbolical visions, intelligible only to the initiates, as pillars upon which to support the whole bulky edifice of its religion. And now the pillars have been found very weak reeds, and the cunning structure is foundering. The entire Christian scheme rests upon this Jachin and Boaz, the 2 contrary forces of good and evil, Christ and Satan, alpha gamma alpha theta alpha kappa alpha alpha kappa alpha delta upsilon nu mu epsilon iota. Take away from Christianity its main prop of the fallen angels, and the Eden bower vanishes, with its Adam and Eve, into thin air. And Christ, in the exclusive character of the one God and Savior, and the victim of atonement for the sin of animal man, becomes forthwith a useless, meaningless myth. In an old number of the Revue Archéologique, a French writer, M. Maury, remarks: this universal strife between good and bad spirits seems to be only the reproduction of another more ancient and more terrible strife, which, according to an ancient myth, took place before the creation of the universe. Between the faithful and the rebellious legions. 1147. Once more, it is a simple question of priority. Had John's revelation been written during the Vedic period? And were not one sure now of its being simply another version of the Book of Enoch and the dragon legends of pagan antiquity, the grandeur and the beauty of the imagery might have biased the critic's opinion in favor of the Christian interpretation of that first war, whose battlefield was starry heaven, and the first slaughterers, the angels. As the matter now stands, however, one has to trace revelation, event by event, to other and far older visions. For the better comprehension of the apocalyptic allegories and of the esoteric epos we ask the reader to turn to Revelation, and to read chapter 12, from verse 1 to verse 7. This has several meanings, and much has been found out with regard to the astronomical and numerical keys of this universal myth. That which may be now given, is a fragment, a few hints as to its secret meaning, as embodying the record of a real war, the struggle between the initiates of the 2 schools. Many and various are the still existing allegories built on this same foundation stone. The true narrative, that which gives the full esoteric meaning, is in the secret books, but the writer has had no access to these. In the exoteric works, however, the episode of the Tarka War, and some esoteric commentaries, may offer a clue perhaps. In every Purana the event is described with more or less variations which show its allegorical character. In the mythology of the earliest Vedic Aryans as in the later Puranic narratives, mention is made of Buddha, the wise, one learned in the secret wisdom, who is the planet Mercury in his euhemerization. The Hindu classical dictionary credits Buddha with being the author of a hymn in the Rig Veda. Therefore, he can by no means be a later fiction of the Brahmins, but is a very old personation indeed. It is by inquiring into his genealogy, or theogony rather, that the following facts are disclosed. As a myth, he is the son of Tara, the wife of Brihaspati, the gold-colored, and of Soma, the male moon who, Paris-like, carries this new Helen of the Hindu sidereal kingdom away from her husband. This causes a great strife and war in Svarga, heaven. The episode brings on a battle between the gods and the Asuras. King Soma finds allies in Ashanas, Venus, the leader of the Danavas. And the gods are led by Indra and Rudra, who side with Brihaspati. The latter is helped by Shankara, Shiva, who, having had for his guru Brihaspati's father, Angiras, befriends his son. Indra is here the Indian prototype of Michael, the archistrategus and the slayer of the dragons, angels, since one of his names is Jishnu, leader of the celestial host. Both fight, as some titans did against other titans in defense of revengeful gods, the one party in defense of Jupiter Tonans. In India, Brihaspati is the planet Jupiter, which is a curious coincidence. The other in support of the ever-thundering Rudra. During this war, Indra is deserted by his bodyguard, the storm gods, Maruts. The story is very suggestive in some of its details. Let us examine some of them, and seek to discover their meaning. The presiding genius, or regent, of the planet Jupiter is Brihaspati, the wronged husband. He is the instructor or spiritual guru of the gods, who are the representatives of the procreative powers. In the Rig Veda, he is called Brahmanaspati, the name of a deity in whom the action of the worshipped upon the gods is personified. Hence Brahmanaspati represents the materialization of the divine grace, so to say, by means of ritual and ceremonies, or the exoteric worship. Tara 1148 his wife, is, on the other hand, the personification of the powers of one initiated into Gupta Vidya, secret knowledge, as will be shown. Soma is the moon astronomically. But in mystical phraseology it is also the name of the sacred beverage drunk by the Brahmins and the initiates during their mysteries and sacrificial rites. The Soma plant is the Asclepias acida, which yields a juice from which that mystic beverage, the Soma drink, is made. Alone the descendants of the rishis, the Agnihotris, or fire priests, of the great mysteries knew all its powers. But the real property of the true Soma was, and is, to make a new man of the initiate, after he is reborn, namely once that he begins to live in his astral body. 1149-4, his spiritual nature overcoming the physical, he would soon snap it off and part even from that etherealized form. 1150. Soma was never given in days of old to the non-initiated Brahmin, the simple Grihasta, or priest of the exoteric ritual. Thus Brihaspati, guru of the gods, though he was, still represented the dead-letter form of worship. It is Tara, his wife, the symbol of one who, though wedded to dogmatic worship, longs for true wisdom, who is shown as initiated into his mysteries by King Soma, the giver of that wisdom. Soma is thus made to carry her away in the allegory. The result of this is the birth of Buddha, esoteric wisdom, Mercury, or Hermes, in Greece and Egypt. He is represented as so beautiful, that even the husband, though well aware that Buddha is not the progeny of his dead-letter worship, claims that newborn as his son, the fruit of his ritualistic and meaningless forms. 1151 Such is, in brief, one of the meanings of the allegory. The war in heaven refers to several events of this kind on various and different planes of being. The first is a purely astronomical and cosmical fact pertaining to cosmogony. Mr. John Bentley thought that with the Hindus the war in heaven was only a figure referring to their calculations of time periods. 1152. This served as a prototype, he thinks, for the Western nations to build their War of the Titans upon. The author is not quite wrong, but neither is he quite right. If the sidereal prototype refers indeed to a pre-manvantaric period, and rests entirely on the knowledge which the Aryan initiates claim they have of the whole program and progress of cosmogony. 1153 The War of the Titans is but a legendary and deified copy of the real war that took place in the Himalayan Kailasa, heaven, instead of in the depths of cosmic interplanetary space. It is the record of the terrible strife between the sons of God and the sons of the shadow of the fourth and the fifth races. It is on these two events, blended together by legends borrowed from the exoteric account of the war waged by the Asuras against the gods, that every subsequent national tradition on the subject has been built. Esoterically, the Asuras, transformed subsequently into evil spirits and lower gods, who are eternally at war with the great deities, are the gods of the secret wisdom. In the oldest portions of the Rig Veda, they are the spiritual and the divine, the term Asura being used for the supreme spirit and being the same as the great Ahura of the Zoroastrians. 1154 There was a time when the gods Indra, Agni, and Varuna themselves belonged to the Asuras. In the Taittiriya Brahmana, the breath, Asu, of Brahma Prajapati became alive, and from that breath he created the Asuras. Later on, after the war, the Asuras are called the enemies of the gods, hence, Asuras, the initial A being a negative prefix, or no gods, the gods being referred to as Suras. This then connects the Asuras and their hosts, enumerated further on, with the fallen angels of the Christian churches. A hierarchy of spiritual beings to be found in every pantheon of ancient and even modern nations, from the Zoroastrian down to that of the Chinaman. They are the sons of the primeval creative breath at the beginning of every new Mahakalpa, or Manvantara, in the same rank as the angels who had remained faithful. These were the allies of Soma, the parent of the esoteric wisdom, as against Brihaspati, representing ritualistic or ceremonial worship. Evidently they have been degraded in space and time into opposing powers or demons by the ceremonialists, on account of their rebellion against hypocrisy, sham worship, and the dead-letter form. Now what is the real character of all those who fought along with them? They are 1. Ushanas, or the host of the planet Venus, become now in Roman Catholicism Lucifer, the genius of the day star, 1155 the Tsaba, or army of Satan. 2. The Daityas and Danavas are the Titans, the demons and giants whom we find in the Bible 1156, the progeny of the sons of God and the daughters of men. Their generic name shows their alleged character, and discloses at the same time the secret animus of the Brahmins, for they are the Kratid Vishas, the enemies of the sacrifices or exoteric shams. These are the hosts that fought against Brihaspati, the representative of exoteric popular and national religions. And Indra, the god of the visible heaven, the firmament, who, in the early Veda, is the highest god of cosmic heaven, the fit habitation for an extra-cosmic and personal god, higher than whom no exoteric worship can ever soar. 3. Then come the Nagas 1157 the Sarpa, serpents or seraphs. These, again, show their character by the hidden meaning of their glyph. In mythology they are semi-divine beings with a human face and the tail of a dragon. They are therefore, undeniably, the Jewish seraphim, compare Serapis, Sarpa, serpent, the singular being seraph, burning, fiery. Christian and Jewish angelology distinguishes between the seraphim and the cherubim or cherubs, who come second in order, esoterically, and Kabbalistically, they are identical. The cherubim being simply the name for the images or likenesses of any of the divisions of the celestial hosts. Now, as said before, the dragons and nagas were the names given to the initiate hermits, on account of their great wisdom and spirituality and their living in caves. Thus, when Ezekiel 11:58 applies the adjective cherub to the king of Tyre, and tells him that by his wisdom and his understanding there is no secret that can be hidden from him, he shows the occultist that it is a prophet. Perhaps still a follower of exoteric worship, who fulminates against an initiate of another school and not against an imaginary Lucifer, a fallen cherub from the stars, and then from the Garden of Eden. Thus the so-called war is, in one of its many meanings, also an allegorical record of the strife between the two classes of adepts, of the right and of the left path. There were three classes of rishis in India, who were the earliest adepts known. The royal, or rajarshis, kings and princes, who adopted the ascetic life, the divine, or devarshis, or the sons of Dharma or Yoga, and the brahmarshis, descendants of those rishis who were the founders of race of Brahmins, or caste races. Now, leaving the mythical and astronomical keys for one moment aside, the secret teachings show many Atlanteans who belonged to these divisions, and there were strifes and wars between them, de facto and de jure. Narada, one of the greatest rishis, was a devarshi, and he is shown in constant and everlasting feud with Brahma, Daksha, and other gods and sages. Therefore we may safely maintain that whatever the astronomical meaning of this universally accepted legend may be, its human phase is based on real and historical events, disfigured into a theological dogma only to suit ecclesiastical purposes. As above so below. Sidereal phenomena, and the behavior of the celestial bodies in the heavens, were taken as a model, and the plan was carried out below, on earth. Thus, space, in its abstract sense, was called the realm of divine knowledge, and by the Chaldees or initiates Absu, the habitat, or father, i.e. the source, of knowledge, because it is in space that dwell the intelligent powers which invisibly rule the universe. 1159. In the same manner, and on the plan of the zodiac in the upper ocean or the heavens, a certain realm on earth, an inland sea, was consecrated and called the abyss of learning. 12 centers on it, in the shape of 12 small islands, representing the zodiacal signs, 2 of which remained for ages. The mystery signs, 1160, were the abodes of 12 hierophants and masters of wisdom. This sea of knowledge or learning 1161 remained for ages there, where now stretches the Shamo or Gobi Desert. It existed until the last great glacial period, when a local cataclysm, which swept the waters south and west and so formed the present great desolate desert, left only a certain oasis, with a lake and one island in the midst of it, as a relic of the zodiacal ring on earth. For ages the watery abyss, which, with the nations that preceded the later Babylonians, was the abode of the Great Mother, the terrestrial posttype of the Great Mother Chaos, in heaven, the parent of Ea, wisdom. Himself the early prototype of Oans, the man-fish of the Babylonians, for ages, then, the abyss, or chaos was the abode of wisdom and not of evil. The struggle of Bel and then of Merodach, the sun god, with Tiamat, the sea and its dragon, war, which ended in the defeat of the latter, has a purely cosmic and geological meaning, as well as a historical one. It is a page torn out of the history of the secret and sacred sciences, their evolution, growth and death, for the profane masses. It relates, a, to the systematic and gradual drying up of immense territories by the fierce sun at a certain prehistoric period. One of the terrible droughts which ended by a gradual transformation of once fertile lands abundantly watered into the sandy deserts which they are now. And, b, to the systematic persecution of the prophets of the right path by those of the left. The latter, having inaugurated the birth and evolution of the sacerdotal castes, have finally led the world into all those exoteric religions, which have been invented to satisfy the depraved taste of the hoi polloi, and the ignorant for ritualistic pomp and the materialization of the ever-immaterial and unknowable principle. This was a certain improvement on the Atlantean sorcery, the memory of which lingers in the remembrance of all the literary and Sanskrit reading portion of India, as well as in the popular legends. Still it was a parody on, and the desecration of, the sacred mysteries and their science. The rapid progress of anthropomorphism and idolatry led the early fifth, as it had already led the fourth race, into sorcery once more, though on a smaller scale. Finally, even the 4 Adams, symbolizing, under other names, the 4 preceding races, were forgotten, and, passing from one generation into another, each loaded with some additional myths, were at last drowned in that ocean of popular symbolism called the pantheons. Yet they exist to this day in the oldest Jewish traditions, the first as the Tselem, the shadow Adam, the chayas of our doctrine, the second, the model Adam, the copy of the first, and the male and female of the exoteric Genesis. The third, the earthly Adam before the fall, an androgyne, and the fourth, the Adam after his fall, i.e., separated into sexes, or the pure Atlantean. The Adam of the Garden of Eden, or the forefather of our race, the fifth, is an ingenious compound of the above four. As stated in the Zohar, Adam, the first man, is not found now on earth, he is not found in all below. For where does the lower earth come from? From the chain of the earth, and from the heaven above, i.e., from the superior globes, those which precede and are above our earth. And there came out from it, the chain, creatures differing one from the other. Some of them in garments, solid, skins, some in shells, clippeth, some in red shells, some in black, some in white, and some from all the colors. 1162. As in the Chaldean cosmogony of Berosus and the stanzas just given, some treatises on the Kabbalah speak of creatures with two faces, some with four, and some with one face. For, the highest Adam did not come down in all the countries, or produce progeny and have many wives, but is a mystery. So is the dragon a mystery. Truly says Rabbi Simeon ben Iochai, that to understand the meaning of the dragon is not given to the companions, students or cellists, but only to the little ones, i.e., the perfect initiates. 1163. The work of the beginning the companions understand, but it is only the little ones who understand the parable on the work in the Principium by the mystery of the serpent of the great sea. 1164. And those Christians, who may happen to read this, will also understand by the light of the above sentence who their Christ was. For Jesus states repeatedly that he who shall not receive the kingdom of God as a little child, he shall not enter therein. And if some of his sayings have been meant to apply to children without any metaphor, most of the references to the little ones in the Gospels relate to the initiates, of whom Jesus was one. Paul, Saul, is referred to in the Talmud as the little one. The mystery of the serpent was this: our earth, or rather terrestrial life, is often referred to in the secret teachings as the great sea, the sea of life, having remained to this day a favorite metaphor. The Secret Doctrine speaks of primeval chaos and the evolution of the universe after a destruction, Plerôma, comparing it to an uncoiling serpent, extending hither and thither, its tail in its mouth, the head twisting on its neck. It is enraged and angry. It watches and conceals itself. Every 1,000 days it is manifested. 1165. A commentary on the Puranas says, Anantashisha is a form of Vishnu, the Holy Spirit of preservation, and a symbol of the universe, on which it is supposed to sleep during the intervals of the days of Brahma. The 7 heads of Shisha support the universe. So the Spirit of God sleeps, or is breathing, over the chaos of undifferentiated matter, before each new creation, says the Secret Doctrine. Now one day of Brahma is composed, as already explained, of 1,000 Mahayugas, and as each night, or period of rest, is equal in duration to this day, it is easy to see what this sentence in the Secret Doctrine refers to, viz. That the serpent manifests once in 1,000 days. Nor is it more difficult to see whither the initiated writer of the Sifra is leading us, when he says, its head is broken in the waters of the great sea, as it is written, thou dividest the sea by thy strength. Thou breakest the heads of the dragons in the waters. 1166. It refers to the trials of the initiates in this physical life, the sea of sorrow. If read with one key, it hints at the successive destruction of the 7 spheres of a chain of worlds in the great sea of space, when read with another key. For every sidereal globe or sphere, every world, star, or group of stars, is called in symbolism a dragon's head. But however it may read, the dragon was never regarded as evil, nor was the serpent either, in antiquity. In the metaphors, whether astronomical, cosmical, theogonical or simply physiological, or phallic, the serpent was always regarded as a divine symbol. When mention is made of the cosmic serpent which runs with 370 leaps, 1167, it means the cyclic periods of the great tropical year of 25,868 years, divided in the esoteric calculation into 370 periods or cycles. As one solar year is divided into 365 days. And if Michael was regarded by the Christians as the conqueror of Satan, the dragon, it is because in the Talmud this fighting personage is represented as the Prince of Waters, who had 7 subordinate spirits under him, a good reason why the Latin Church made him the patron saint of every promontory in Europe. In the Sifrid Seniautha the creative force makes sketches and spiral lines of his creation in the shape of a serpent. It holds its tail in its mouth, because it is the symbol of endless eternity and of cyclic periods. Its meanings, however, would require a volume, and we must end. Thus the reader may now see for himself what are the several meanings of the war in heaven, and of the great dragon. Thus the most solemn and dreaded of church dogmas, the Alpha and Omega of the Christian faith, and the pillar of its fall and atonement, dwindles down to a pagan symbol, in the many allegories of these prehistoric struggles. Section 5. Is Plerôma Satan's lair? The subject is not yet exhausted, and has to be examined from still other aspects. Whether Milton's grandiose description of the 3 days' battle of the angels of light against those of darkness justifies the suspicion that he must have heard of the corresponding Eastern tradition, it is impossible to say. Nevertheless, if not himself in connection with some mystic, then it must have been through someone who had obtained access to the secret works of the Vatican. Among these there is a tradition concerning the Beni Shamash, the children of the sun, relating to the Eastern allegory, with far more minute details in its triple version, than one can get either from the Book of Enoch, or the far more recent revelation of St. John concerning the bold dragon and his various slayers, as has been just shown. It seems inexplicable to find, to this day, authors belonging to mystical societies who yet continue in their preconceived doubts as to the alleged antiquity of the Book of Enoch. Thus, while the author of the sacred mysteries among the Mayas and Quiches is inclined to see in Enoch an initiate converted to Christianity, 1168 the English compiler of Eliphas Levi's works, The Mysteries of Magic, is also of a like opinion. He remarks that, outside the erudition of Dr. Keneally, no modern scholarship attributes any more remote antiquity to the latter work, the Book of Enoch, than the 4th century BC. 1169. Modern scholarship has been guilty of worse errors than this one. It seems but yesterday that the greatest literary critics in Europe denied the very authenticity of that work, together with the Orphic hymns, and even the Book of Hermes or Thoth. Until whole verses from the latter were discovered on Egyptian monuments and tombs of the earliest dynasties. The opinion of Archbishop Lawrence is quoted elsewhere. The old dragon and Satan, which have now become singly and collectively the symbol of, and the theological term for, the fallen angel, are not so described either in the original Kabbalah, the Chaldean Book of Numbers, or in the modern. For the most learned, if not the greatest of modern Kabbalists, namely Eliphas Levi, describes Satan in the following glowing terms. It is that angel who was proud enough to believe himself God, brave enough to buy his independence at the price of eternal suffering and torture, beautiful enough to have adored himself in full divine light, strong enough to still reign in darkness amidst agony, and to have made himself a throne out of his inextinguishable pyre. It is the Satan of the Republican and heretical Milton, the Prince of Anarchy, served by a hierarchy of pure spirits. 1170. This description, one which reconciles so cunningly theological dogma and Kabbalistic allegory, and even contrives to include a political complement in its phraseology, is, when read in the right spirit, quite correct. Yes, indeed. It is this grandest of ideals, this ever-living symbol, nay apotheosis, of self-sacrifice for the intellectual independence of humanity. This ever-active energy protesting against static inertia, the principle to which self-assertion is a crime, and thought and the light of knowledge odious. As Eliphaz says with unparalleled justice and irony, it is this pretended hero of tenebrous eternities, slanderously charged with ugliness, is decorated with horns and claws, which would fit far better his implacable tormentor. 1171. It is he who has been finally transformed into a serpent, the red dragon. But Eliphaz Levi was yet too subservient to his Roman Catholic authorities, one may add, too Jesuitical, to confess that this devil was mankind, and never had any existence on earth outside of that mankind. 1172. In this, Christian theology, although following slavishly in the steps of paganism, has only been true to its own time-honored policy. It had to isolate itself, and to assert its authority. Hence it could not do better than turn every pagan deity into a devil. Every bright sun god of antiquity, a glorious deity by day, and its own opponent and adversary by night, named the Dragon of Wisdom. Because it was supposed to contain the germs of night and day, has now been turned into the antithetical shadow of God, and has become Satan on the sole and unsupported authority of despotic human dogma. After which all these producers of light and shadow, all the sun and the moon gods, have been cursed, and thus the one God chosen out of the many and Satan have both been anthropomorphized. But theology seems to have lost sight of the human capacity for discriminating and finally analyzing all that is artificially forced upon its reverence. History shows in every race and even tribe, especially in the Semitic nations, the natural impulse to exalt its own tribal deity above all others to the hegemony of the gods, and proves that the God of the Israelites was such a tribal God. And no more, even though the Christian Church, following the lead of the chosen people, is pleased to enforce the worship of that one particular deity, and to anathematize all the others. Whether originally a conscious or an unconscious blunder, nevertheless, it was one. Jehovah has ever been in antiquity only a god, among other gods. 1173 The Lord appears to Abraham, and while saying, I am the Almighty God, yet adds, I will establish my covenant, to be a God unto thee, Abraham, and unto his seed after him 1174, but not unto Aryan Europeans. But, then, there was the grandiose and ideal figure of Jesus of Nazareth to be set off against a dark background, to gain in radiance by the contrast, and a darker one the Church could hardly invent. Lacking the Old Testament symbology, ignorant of the real connotation of the name of Jehovah, the rabbinical secret substitute for the ineffable and unpronounceable name, the Church mistook the cunningly fabricated shadow for the reality. The anthropomorphized generative symbol for the one secondless reality, the ever unknowable cause of all. As a logical sequence the Church, for purposes of duality, had to invent an anthropomorphic devil, created, as taught by her, by God himself. Satan has now turned out to be the monster fabricated by the Jehovah Frankenstein, his father's curse and a thorn in the divine side, a monster, than whom no earthly Frankenstein could have fabricated a more ridiculous bogey. The author of New Aspects of Life describes the Jewish God very correctly from the Kabbalistic standpoint as the spirit of the earth, which had revealed itself to the Jew as Jehovah. 1175. It was that spirit again who, after the death of Jesus, assumed his form and personated him as the risen Christ. The doctrine of Cerinthus and several Gnostic sects with slight variation, as one can see. But the author's explanations and deductions are remarkable. None knew better than Moses. And, so well as he, how great was the power of those gods of Egypt, with whose priests he had contended. The gods of which Jehovah is claimed to be the God, by the Jews only. Asks the author. What were these gods, these Achar of which Jehovah, the Decad, is claimed to be the God, by overcoming them? To which our occultism answers, those whom the Church now calls the fallen angels and collectively Satan, the dragon, overcome, if we have to accept her dictum, by Michael and his host, that Michael being simply Jehovah himself. One of the subordinate spirits at best. Therefore, the author is again right in saying, the Greeks believed in the existence of daimons. But, they were anticipated by the Hebrews, who held that there was a class of personating spirits which they designated demons, personators. Admitting with Jehovah, who expressly asserts it, the existence of other gods, which were personators of the one God, were these other gods simply a higher class of personating spirits, which had acquired and exercised greater powers? And is not personation the key to the mystery of the spirit state? But once granting this position, how are we to know that Jehovah was not a personating spirit? A spirit which arrogated to itself that it was, and thus became, the personator of the one unknown and unknowable God? Nay, how do we know that the spirit calling itself Jehovah, in arrogating to itself his attributes, did not thus cause its own designation to be imputed to the one who is in reality as nameless as incognizable? 1176. Then the author shows that the spirit Jehovah is a personator, on its own admission. It acknowledged to Moses that it had appeared to the patriarchs as the God Shaddai, and the God Helion. With the same breath it assumed the name of Jehovah. And it is on the faith of the assertion of this personator that the names El, Eloah, Elohim, and Shaddai, have been read and interpreted in juxtaposition with Jehovah as the Lord God Almighty. Then when the name Jehovah became ineffable, the designation Adonai, Lord, was substituted for it, and it was owing to this substitution that the Lord passed from the Jewish to the Christian word and world as a designation of God. 1177. And how are we to know, the author may add, that Jehovah was not many spirits personating even that seemingly one, Jod or Jodhi? But if the Christian Church was the first to make the existence of Satan a dogma, it was because, as shown in Isis Unveiled, the devil, the powerful enemy of God, had to become the cornerstone and pillar of the Church. For, as a theosophist, M. Jules Bisac, truly observes in his Satan ou le diable. Il faut weiter de paraître autoriser le dogme du double principe en faisant de ce Satan créateur une puissance réelle, et pour expliquer le mal original. On préfère contre manis el hypothèse d'une permission de el unique tout puissant. 1178. The choice and policy were unfortunate, anyhow. Either the personator of the lower God of Abraham and Jacob ought to have been made entirely distinct from the mystic Father of Jesus, or the fallen angels should have been left unslandered by further fictions. Every god of the Gentiles is connected with, and closely related to, Jehovah, the Elohim, for they are all one host, whose units differ only in name in the esoteric teachings. Between the obedient and the fallen angels there is no difference whatever, except in their respective functions, or rather in the inertia of some, and the activity of others, among those Dayan Chohans, or Elohim, who were commissioned to create, i.e., to fabricate the manifested world out of the eternal material. The Kabbalists say that the true name of Satan is that of Jehovah turned upside down, for Satan is not a black god but the negation of the white deity, or the light of truth. God is light and Satan is the necessary darkness or shadow to set it off, without which pure light would be invisible and incomprehensible. 1179 For the initiates, says Eliphaz Levi, the devil is not a person but a creative force, for good as for evil. The initiates represented this force, which presides at physical generation, under the mysterious form of God Pan, or nature. Whence the horns and hoofs of that mythical and symbolic figure, as also the Christian goat of the which is Sabbath. With regard to this too, Christians have imprudently forgotten that the goat was also the victim selected for the atonement of all the sins of Israel, that the scapegoat was indeed the sacrificial martyr. The symbol of the greatest mystery on earth, the fall into generation. Only, the Jews have long forgotten the real meaning of their, to the non-initiated, ridiculous hero, selected from the drama of life in the great mysteries enacted by them in the desert, and the Christians have never known it. Eliphaz Levi seeks to explain the dogma of his church by paradoxes and metaphors, but succeeds very poorly in the face of the many volumes written by pious Roman Catholic demonologists under the approbation and auspices of Rome. In this 19th century of ours, for the true Roman Catholic, the devil or Satan is a reality. The drama enacted in the sidereal light according to the seer of Patmos, who desired, perhaps, to improve upon the narrative in the Book of Enoch, is as real and as historical a fact as any other allegory and symbolical event in the Bible. But the initiates give an explanation which differs from that given by Eliphaz Levi, whose genius and crafty intellect had to submit to a certain compromise dictated to him from Rome. Thus, the true and uncompromising Kabbalists admit that, for all purposes of science and philosophy, it is enough that the profane should know that the great magic agent, called by the followers of the Marquis d'Este Martin, the Martinists, the astral light, by the medieval Kabbalists and alchemists the sidereal virgin and the mysterium magnum, and by the Eastern occultists ether, the reflection of Akasha, is that which the Church calls Lucifer. That the Latin scholastics have succeeded in transforming the universal soul and Plerôma, the vehicle of light and the receptacle of all forms, a force spread throughout the whole universe, with its direct and indirect effects, into Satan and his works, is no news to any one. But now they are prepared to give out to the above-mentioned profane even the secrets hinted at by Eliphaz Levi, without adequate explanation. For the latter's policy of veiled revelations could only lead to further superstition and misunderstanding. What, indeed, can a student of occultism, who is a beginner, gather from the following highly poetical sentences of Eliphaz Levi, which are as apocalyptic as the writings of any of the alchemists? Lucifer, the astral light, is an intermediate force existing in all creation. It serves to create and to destroy, and the fall of Adam was an erotic intoxication which has rendered his generation a slave to this fatal light. Every sexual passion that overpowers our senses is a whirlwind of that light which seeks to drag us towards the abyss of death. Madness, hallucinations, visions, ecstasies, are all forms of a very dangerous excitation due to this interior phosphorus. Thus light, finally, is of the nature of fire, the intelligent use of which warms and vivifies, and the excess of which, on the contrary, dissolves and annihilates. Thus man is called upon to assume a sovereign empire over this, astral, light and conquer thereby his immortality, and is threatened at the same time with being intoxicated, absorbed, and eternally destroyed by it. This light, therefore, inasmuch as it is devouring, revengeful, and fatal, would thus really be hellfire, the serpent of the legend. The tormented errors of which it is full, the tears and the gnashing of teeth of the abortive beings it devours, the phantom of life that escapes them, and seems to mock and insult their agony, all this would be the devil or Satan indeed. 1180. There is no false statement in all this, nothing save a superabundance of ill-applied metaphors, as, for instance, in the application of the myth of Adam to the illustration of the astral effects. Akasha 1181. The astral light can be defined in a few words: it is the universal soul, the matrix of the universe, the mysterium magnum from which all that exists is born by separation or differentiation. It is the cause of existence. It fills all the infinite space, is space itself, in one sense, or both its sixth and seventh principles. 1182. But as the finite in the infinite, as regards manifestation this light must have its shadowy side, as already remarked. And as the infinite can never be manifested, hence the finite world has to be satisfied with the shadow alone, which its actions draw upon humanity and which men attract and force into activity. Hence, while the astral light is the universal cause in its unmanifested unity and infinity, it becomes, with regard to mankind, simply the effects of the causes produced by men in their sinful lives. It is not its bright denizens, whether they are called spirits of light or darkness, that produce good or evil, but mankind itself that determines the unavoidable action and reaction in the great magic agent. It is mankind which has become the serpent of Genesis, and thus causes daily and hourly the fall and sin of the celestial Virgin, which thus becomes the mother of gods and devils at one and the same time. For she is the ever-loving, beneficent deity to all those who stir her soul and heart, instead of attracting to themselves her shadowy manifested essence, called by Eliphaz Levi, the fatal light, which kills and destroys. Humanity, in its units, can overpower and master its effects, but only by the holiness of their lives and by producing good causes. It has power only on the manifested lower principles, the shadow of the unknown and incognizable deity in space. But in antiquity and reality, Lucifer, or Luciferus, is the name of the angelic entity presiding over the light of truth as over the light of the day. In the great Valentinian Gospel Pistis Sophia it is taught that of the three powers emanating from the holy names of the three triple powers, Tau iota delta upsilon nu mu epsilon iota, that of Sophia, the Holy Ghost according to these Gnostics, the most cultured of all, resides in the planet Venus or Lucifer. Thus to the profane, the astral light may be God and devil at once, demon est deus inversus, that is to say, through every point of infinite space thrill the magnetic and electrical currents of animate nature, the life-giving and death-giving waves. For death on earth becomes life on another plane. Lucifer is divine and terrestrial light, the Holy Ghost and Satan, at one and the same time, visible space being truly filled with the differentiated breath invisibly. And the astral light, the manifested effects of the two who are one, guided and attracted by ourselves, is the karma of humanity, both a personal and impersonal entity, personal, because it is the mystic name given by St. Martin to the host of divine creators, guides and rulers of this planet, impersonal, as the cause and effect of universal life and death. The fall was the result of man's knowledge, for his eyes were opened. Indeed, he was taught wisdom and the hidden knowledge by the fallen angel, for the latter had become from that day his manas, mind and self-consciousness. In each of us that golden thread of continuous life, periodically broken into active and passive cycles of sensuous existence on earth, and supersensuous in devotion, is from the beginning of our appearance upon this earth. It is the Sutratma, the luminous thread of immortal and personal monadship, on which our earthly lives or evanescent egos are strung as so many beads, according to the beautiful expression of the Vedantic philosophy. And now it stands proven that Satan, or the red fiery dragon, the Lord of Phosphoros, brimstone was a theological improvement, and Lucifer, or light-bearer, is in us, it is our mind, our tempter and redeemer. Our intelligent liberator and savior from pure animalism. Without this principle, the emanation of the very essence of the pure divine principle Mahat, intelligence, which radiates direct from the divine mind, we would be surely no better than animals. The first man Adam was made only a living soul, nephesh, the last Adam was made a quickening spirit 1183, says Paul, his words referring to the building or creation of man. Without this quickening spirit, or human mind or soul, there would be no difference between man and beast, as there is none, in fact, between animals with respect to their actions. The tiger and the donkey, the hawk and the dove, are each one as pure and as innocent as the other, because irresponsible. Each follows its instinct, the tiger and the hawk killing with the same unconcern as the donkey eats a thistle, or the dove pecks at a grain of corn. If the fall had the significance given to it by theology. If that fall occurred as a result of an act never intended by nature, a sin, how about the animals? If we are told that they procreate their species in consequence of that same, original sin, for which God cursed the earth, hence everything living on it, we will put another question. We are told by theology, as also by science, that the animal was on earth far earlier than man. We ask the former, how did it procreate its species, before the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil had been plucked off? As said, the Christians, far less clear-sighted than the great mystic and liberator whose name they have assumed, whose doctrines they have misunderstood and travestied, and whose memory they have blackened by their deeds, took the Jewish Jehovah as he was, and of course strove vainly to reconcile the gospel of light and liberty with the deity of darkness and submission. 1184. But it is sufficiently proven now that all the soi-disant evil spirits who are credited with having made war on the gods, are identical as personalities. That, moreover, all the ancient religions taught the same tenet, save the final conclusion, which differs from the Christian. The seven primeval gods had all a dual state, one essential, the other accidental. In their essential state they were all the builders or fashioners, the preservers and the rulers of this world. And in the accidental state, clothing themselves in visible corporeality, they descended on the earth and reigned on it as kings and instructors of the lower hosts, who had incarnated once more upon it as men. Thus, esoteric philosophy shows that man is truly the manifested deity in both its aspects, good and evil, but theology cannot admit this philosophical truth. Teaching as it does the dogma of the fallen angels in its dead-letter meaning, and having made of Satan the cornerstone and pillar of the dogma of redemption, to do so would be suicidal. Having once shown the rebellious angels distinct from God and the Logos in their personalities, to admit that the downfall of the disobedient spirits means simply their fall into generation and matter, would be equivalent to saying that God and Satan were identical. For since the Logos, or God, is the aggregate of that once divine host accused of having fallen, it would naturally follow that the Logos and Satan are one. Yet such was the real philosophical view in antiquity of the now disfigured tenet. The verbum, or the Son, was shown in a dual aspect by the pagan Gnostics. In fact, he was a duality in full unity. Hence, the endless and various national versions. The Greeks had Jupiter, the son of Cronus, the father, who hurls him down into the depths of cosmos. The Aryans had Brahma, in later theology, precipitated by Shiva into the abyss of darkness, etc. But the fall of all these logoi and demiurgoi from their primitive exalted position, contained in all cases one and the same esoteric signification, the curse, in its philosophical meaning, of being incarnated on this earth. An unavoidable rung in the ladder of cosmic evolution, a highly philosophical and fitting karmic law, without which the presence of evil on earth would have to remain forever a closed mystery to the understanding of true philosophy. To say, as the author of Esprits Tombs de Païens does, that since Christianity is made to rest on two pillars, that of evil, pi omicron upsilon eta rho omicron, and of good, gamma alpha theta omicron. On two forces, in short, gamma alpha theta alpha kappa alpha kappa alpha kappa alpha delta upsilon nu mu epsilon iota. Hence, if we suppress the punishment of the evil forces, the protecting mission of the good powers will have neither value nor sense. Is to utter the most unphilosophical absurdity. If it fits in with, and explains, Christian dogma, it obscures the facts and truths of the primitive wisdom of the ages. The cautious hints of Paul have all the true esoteric meaning, and it took centuries of scholastic casuistry to give them the false coloring in their present interpretations. The verbum and Lucifer are one in their dual aspect. And the Prince of the Air, Princeps Aeris Hujus, is not the God of that period, but an everlasting principle. When the latter was said to be ever circling around the world, ca circumambulat terram, the great apostle referred simply to the never-ceasing cycles of human incarnations, in which evil will ever predominate unto the day when humanity is redeemed by the true divine enlightenment which gives the correct perception of things. It is easy to disfigure vague expressions written in dead and long-forgotten languages, and palm them off on the ignorant masses as truths and revealed facts. The identity of thought and meaning is the one thing that strikes the student in all the religions which mention the tradition of the fallen spirits. And in those great religions there is not one that fails to mention and describe it in one or another form. Thus, Hong Tai, the Great Spirit, sees his sons, who had acquired active wisdom, falling into the valley of pain. Their leader, the flying dragon, having drunk of the forbidden ambrosia, fell to the earth with his host, kings. In the Zendavesta, Engra Manu, Ahriman, surrounding himself with fire, the flames of the stanzas, seeks to conquer the heavens. 1185 When Ahura Mazda, descending from the solid heaven he inhabits. To the help of the heavens that revolve, in time and space, the manifested worlds of cycles including those of incarnation, and the Amsha spans, the seven bright Srava, accompanied by their stars, fight Ahriman. And the vanquished Devas fall to the earth along with him. 1186 In the Vendidad the Devas are called evil-doing, and are shown to rush away, into the depths of the world of hell, or matter. 1187 This is an allegory which shows the Devas compelled to incarnate, once that they have separated themselves from their parent essence, or, in other words, after the unit had become multiple, after differentiation and manifestation. Typhon the Egyptian Python, the Titans, the Suras and the Asuras, all belong to the same legend of spirits peopling the earth. They are not demons commissioned to create and organize this visible universe, but the fashioners or architects of the worlds, and the progenitors of man. They are the fallen angels, metaphorically, the true mirrors of the eternal wisdom. What is the complete truth as well as the esoteric meaning about this universal myth? The whole essence of truth cannot be transmitted from mouth to ear. Nor can any pen describe it, not even that of the recording angel, unless man finds the answer in the sanctuary of his own heart, in the innermost depths of his divine intuition. It is the great seventh mystery of creation, the first and the last. And those who read St. John's Apocalypse may find its shadow lurking under the seventh seal. It can be represented only in its apparent, objective form, like the eternal riddle of the Sphinx. If the Sphinx threw herself into the sea and perished, it is not because Oedipus had unriddled the secret of the ages, but because, by anthropomorphizing the ever-spiritual and the subjective, he had dishonored the great truth forever. Therefore, we can give it only from its philosophical and intellectual planes. Unlocked with 3 keys respectively, for the last 4 keys of the 7 that throw wide open the portals to the mysteries of nature are in the hands of the highest initiates, and cannot be divulged to the masses at large, not in this century. At any rate, the dead letter is everywhere the same. The dualism in the Mazdean religion was born from exoteric interpretation. The holy Ariamon, the bestower of will, 1188 invoked in the prayer called Ariamaitio, is the divine aspect of Ahriman, the deadly, the diva of the divas, 1189 and Ingra Mainyu is the dark material aspect of the former. Keep us from our hater, O Mazda and Armada Spenta, 1190 has, as a prayer and invocation, an identical meaning with, lead us not into temptation, and is addressed by man to the terrible spirit of duality in man himself. For Ahura Mazda is the spiritual, divine, and purified man, and Armada Spenta, the spirit of the earth or materiality, is the same as Ahriman or Ingra Mainyu in one sense. The whole of the Magian or Mazdean literature, or what remains of it, is magical, occult, hence allegorical and symbolical, even its mystery of the law. 1191 Now the Mogd and the Parsi keep their eye on the Beresma during the sacrifice, the divine twig off Ormazd's tree having been transformed into a bunch of metallic rods, and wonder why neither the Aim Shah Spentas, nor the high and beautiful golden Haumas, nor even their Vohumano, good thoughts, nor their Radha, sacrificial offering, help them much. Let them meditate on the tree of wisdom, and by study assimilate, one by one, the fruits thereof. The way to the tree of eternal life, the white Hauma, the Geokarina, is through one end of the earth to the other. And Hauma is in heaven as it is on earth. But to become once more a priest of it, and a healer, man must heal himself, for this must be done before he can heal others. This proves once more that, in order to be dealt with at least an approximate degree of justice, the so-called myths have to be closely examined from all their aspects. In truth, every one of the 7 keys has to be used in its right place, and never mixed with the others, if we would unveil the entire cycle of mysteries. In our day of dreary soul-killing materialism, the ancient priest-initiates have become, in the opinion of our learned generations, the synonyms of clever impostors, kindling the fires of superstition in order to obtain an easier sway over the minds of men. This is an unfounded calumny, generated by skepticism and uncharitable thoughts. No one believed more than they did in gods, or, we may call them, the spiritual and now invisible powers, or spirits, the noumena of the phenomena. And they believed simply because they knew. And though after being initiated into the mysteries of nature, they were forced to withhold their knowledge from the profane, who would have surely abused it. Such secrecy was undeniably less dangerous than the policy of their usurpers and successors. The former taught only that which they well knew. The latter, teaching what they do not know, have invented, as a secure haven for their ignorance, a jealous and cruel deity, who forbids man to pry into his mysteries under the penalty of damnation. As well they may, for his mysteries can at best be only hinted at in polite ears, never described. Turn to King's Gnostics and their remains, and see for yourself what was the primitive Ark of the Covenant, according to the author, who says, there is a rabbinical tradition that the cherubim placed over it were represented as male and female, in the act of copulation, in order to express the grand doctrine of the essence of form and matter, the two principles of all things. When the Chaldeans broke into the sanctuary and beheld this most astounding emblem, they naturally enough exclaimed, "Is this your God, of whom you boast, that he is such a lover of purity?" 1192. King thinks that this tradition savors too much of Alexandrian philosophy to demand any credit, to which we demur. The shape and form of the wings of the two cherubim standing on the right and left sides of the ark, these wings meeting over the Holy of Holies, are an emblem quite eloquent in itself, not to speak of the holy Jod within the ark. The mystery of Agathodemon, whose legend states, "I am Nomis, son of the universe," 700, can alone solve the mystery of Jesus, the number of whose name is 888. It is not the key of St. Peter, or the church dogma, but the narthex, the wand of the candidate for initiation, that has to be wrenched from the grasp of the long-silent sphinx of the ages. Meanwhile, the augurs, who, upon meeting each other, have to thrust their tongues into their cheeks to suppress a fit of laughter, may be more numerous in our own age than they ever were in the day of Scylla. Section 6. Prometheus, the Titan. His origin in ancient India. In our modern day there is not the slightest doubt in the minds of the best European symbologists that the name Prometheus possessed the greatest and most mysterious significance in antiquity. While giving the history of Deucalion, whom the Boeotians regarded as the ancestor of the human races, and who was the son of Prometheus, according to the significant legend, the author of the Mythologie de la Grèce antique remarks, thus Prometheus is something more than the archetype of humanity. He is its generator. In the same way that we saw Hephaestus molding the first woman, Pandora, and endowing her with life, so Prometheus needs the moist clay, of which he fashions the body of the first man whom he will endow with the soul spark. 1193 After the flood of Deucalion, Zeus, they said, had commanded Prometheus and Athena to call forth a new race of men from the mire left by the waters of the deluge 1194 and, in the day of Pausanias, the slime which the hero had used for this purpose was still shown in Phocis. 1195 On several archaic monuments we still see Prometheus modeling a human body, either alone or with Athena's help. 1196. The same author reminds us of another equally mysterious personage, though one less generally known than Prometheus, whose legend offers remarkable analogies with that of the Titan. The name of this second ancestor and generator is Phoroneus, the hero of an ancient poem, now unfortunately no longer extant, the Phoroneity. His legend was localized in Argolis, where a perpetual flame was preserved on his altar as a reminder that he was the bringer of fire upon earth. 1197 A benefactor of men, like Prometheus, he had made them participators of every bliss on earth. Plato 1198 and Clemens Alexandrinus 1199 say that Phoroneus was the first man, or the father of mortals. His genealogy, which assigns to him the river Enochios as his father, reminds us of that of Prometheus, which makes that Titan the son of the Oceanid Clymene. But the mother of Phoroneus was the nymph Melia, a significant descent which distinguishes him from Prometheus. 1200. Melia, Decharme thinks, is the personification of the ash tree, whence, according to Hesiod, issued the race of the Age of Bronze 1201 and which with the Greeks is the celestial tree common to every Aryan mythology. This ash is the Yggdrasil of Norse antiquity, which the Norns sprinkle daily with the waters from the fountain of Urd, that it may not wither. It remains verdant till the last days of the Golden Age. Then the Norns, the three sisters who gaze respectively into the past, the present, and the future, make known the decree of Orlog or fate, karma, but men are conscious only of the present. But when, Gultweeg, Goldor, comes, the bewitching enchantress, who, thrice cast into the fire, arises each time more beautiful than before and fills the souls of gods and men with unappeasable longing, then the Norns enter into being, and the blessed peace of childhood's dreams passes away, and sin comes into existence with all its evil consequences, and karma. 1202. The thrice purified gold is, manas, the conscious soul. With the Greeks, the ash tree represented the same idea. Its luxuriant boughs are the sidereal heaven, golden by day and studded with stars by night, the fruits of Melia and Yggdrasil, under whose protecting shadow humanity lived during the Golden Age without desire as without fear. That tree had a fruit, or an inflamed bough, which was lightning, de-charm guesses. And here steps in the killing materialism of the age, that peculiar twist in the modern mind, which, like a northern blast, bends all on its way, and freezes every intuition, allowing it no hand in the physical speculations of the day. After having seen in Prometheus no more than fire by friction, the learned author of the Mythologie de la Grèce antique perceives in this fruit a trifle more than an allusion to terrestrial fire and its discovery. It is no longer fire, owing to the fall of lightning setting some dry fuel in a blaze, and thus revealing all its priceless benefits to Paleolithic men, but something more mysterious this time, though still as earthly. A divine bird, nestled in the branches of the celestial ash tree, stole that bough, or the fruit, and carried it down on the earth in its bill. Now the Greek word phi-omicron rho nu epsilon upsilon is the rigid equivalent of the Sanskrit word buranu, the rapid, an epithet of Agni, considered as the carrier of the divine spark. Phoronius, son of Melia or of the celestial ash, thus corresponds to a conception far more ancient, probably, than that one which transformed the Pramantha, of the old Aryan Hindus, into the Greek Prometheus. Phoronius is the personified bird that brings the heavenly lightning to the earth. Traditions relating to the birth of the race of bronze, and those which made of Phoronius the father of the Argolians, are an evidence to us that this thunderbolt, or lightning, as in the legend of Hephaestus or Prometheus, was the origin of the human race. 1203. This still affords us no more than the external meaning of the symbols and the allegory. It is now supposed that the name of Prometheus has been unriddled. But the modern mythologists and Orientalists see in it no longer what their fathers saw on the authority of the whole of classical antiquity. They only find therein something far more appropriate to the spirit of the age, namely, a phallic element. But the name of Phoronius, as well as that of Prometheus, bears not one, nor even two, but a series of esoteric meanings. Both relate to the 7 celestial fires. To Agni Abhimanan, his 3 sons, and their 45 sons, constituting the 49 fires. Do all these numbers relate only to the terrestrial mode of fire and to the flame of sexual passion? Did the Hindu-Aryan mind never soar above such purely sensual conceptions, that mind which is declared by Professor Max Muller to be the most spiritual and mystically inclined on the whole globe? The number of those fires alone ought to have suggested an inkling of the truth. We are told that one is no longer permitted, in this age of rational thought, to explain the name of Prometheus as the old Greeks did. The latter, it seems, basing themselves on the apparent analogy of pyro-omicron mu eta theta epsilon with the verb pyro-omicron mu alpha nu theta nu epsilon iota nu, saw in him the type of the foreseeing man, to whom, for the sake of symmetry, a brother was added, Epimetheus. Or, he who takes counsel after the event. 1204. But now the Orientalists have decided otherwise. They know the real meaning of the 2 names better than those who invented them. The legend is based upon an event of universal importance. It was built to commemorate a great event which must have strongly impressed itself upon the imagination of the first witnesses, and its remembrance has never since faded out from popular memory. 1205. What was this? Laying aside every poetical fiction, all those dreams of the Golden Age, let us imagine, argue the modern scholars, in all its gross realism, the first miserable state of humanity. The striking picture of which was traced for us after Aeschylus by Lucretius, and the exact truth of which is now confirmed by science. And then we may understand better that a new life really began for man, on that day when he saw the first spark produced by the friction of 2 pieces of wood, or from the veins of a flint. How could men help feeling gratitude to that mysterious and marvelous being which they were henceforth enabled to create at their will, and which was no sooner born, than it grew and expanded, developing with singular power? This terrestrial flame, was it not analogous in nature to that which sent them from above its light and heat, or which frightened them in the thunderbolt? Was it not derived from the same source? And if its origin was in heaven, must it not have been brought down some day on earth? If so, who was the powerful being, the beneficent being, God or man, who had conquered it? Such are the questions which the curiosity of the Aryans offered in the early days of their existence, and which found their answer in the myth of Prometheus. 1206. The philosophy of occult science finds two weak points in the above reflections, and proceeds to point them out. The miserable state of humanity described by Aeschylus and Lucretius was no more wretched then, in the early days of the Aryans, than it is now. That state was limited to the savage tribes. And the now existing savages are not a whit more happy or unhappy than their forefathers were 1,000,000 years ago. It is an accepted fact in science that rude implements, exactly resembling those in use among existing savages, are found in river gravels and caves, geologically, implying an enormous antiquity. So great is that resemblance that, as the author of the modern Zoroastrian tells us, if the collection in the colonial exhibition of stone celts and arrowheads used by the Bushmen of South Africa were placed side by side with one from the British Museum of similar objects from Kent's Cavern or the caves of Dordogne, no one but an expert could distinguish between them. 1207. And if there are Bushmen existing now, in our age of the highest civilization, who are no higher intellectually than the race of men which inhabited Devonshire and southern France during the Paleolithic age, why could not the latter have lived simultaneously with, and have been the contemporary of, other races as highly civilized for their day as we are for ours? That the sum of knowledge increases daily in mankind, but that intellectual capacity does not increase with it, is shown when the intellect, if not the physical knowledge, of the Euclids, Pythagorases, Paninis, Capillas, Platos, and Socrates, is compared with that of the Newtons, Kants, and the modern Huxleys and Haeckels. On comparing the results obtained by Dr. J. Barnard Davis, the craniologist 1208 with regard to the internal capacity of the skull, its volume being taken as the standard and test for judging of the intellectual capacities, Dr. Pfaff finds that this capacity among the French, certainly in the highest rank of mankind, is 88. 4 cubic inches, being thus perceptibly smaller than that of the Polynesians generally, which, even among many Papuans and Alfuras of the lowest grade, amounts to 89 and 89.7 cubic inches. Which shows that it is the quality and not the quantity of the brain that is the cause of intellectual capacity. The average index of skulls among various races having been now recognized to be one of the most characteristic marks of difference between different races. The following comparison is suggestive. The index of breadth among the Scandinavians is at 75. Among the English at 76, among Holsteiners at 77, in Breslau at 80, Schiller's skull shows an index of breadth even of 82, the Majorese also 82. Finally, the same comparison between the oldest skulls known and the European, brings to light the startling fact that most of these old skulls, belonging to the Stone period, are above rather than below the average of the brain of the now living man in volume. Calculating the measures for the height, breadth, and length in inches from the average measurements of several skulls, the following sums are obtained. 1. Bold northern skulls of the Stone Age, 18.877 inches. 2. Average of 48 skulls of the same period from England, 18.858 inches. 3. Average of 7 skulls of the same period from Wales, 18.649 inches. 4. Average of 36 skulls of the Stone Age from France, 18.220 inches. The average of the now living Europeans is 18.579 inches, of Hottentots, 17.795 inches. These figures show plainly that The size of the brain of the oldest populations known to us is not such as to place them on a lower level than that of the now living inhabitants of the earth. 1209. Besides which, they show the missing link vanishing into thin air. Of these, however, more anon, we must return to our direct subject. As the Prometheus Vinctus of Aeschylus tells us, the race which Jupiter so ardently desired to quench, and plant a new one in its stead, v. 241, suffered mental, not physical misery. The first boon Prometheus gave to mortals, as he tells the chorus, was to hinder them from foreseeing death, v. 256, he saved the mortal race from sinking blasted down to Hades' gloom, v. 244. And then only, besides that, he gave them fire, v. 260. This shows plainly the dual character at any rate of the Promethean myth, if Orientalists will not accept the existence of the 7 keys taught in occultism. This relates to the first opening of man's spiritual perceptions, not to his first seeing or discovering fire. For fire was never discovered, but existed on earth since its beginning. It existed in the seismic activity of the early ages, volcanic eruptions being as frequent and constant in those periods as fog is in England now. And if we are told that men appeared so late on earth that all but a few volcanoes were already extinct, and that geological disturbances had made room for a more settled state of things, we answer, let a new race of men, whether evolved from angel or gorilla, appear now on any uninhabited spot of the globe, with the exception perhaps of the Sahara, and 1,000 to 1 it would not be a year or 2 old before discovering fire. Through lightning setting the grass or something else in flames. This assumption, that primitive man lived ages on earth before he was made acquainted with fire, is one of the most painfully illogical of all. But old Aeschylus was an initiate, and knew well what he was giving out. 1210. No occultist acquainted with symbology and the fact that wisdom came to us from the East, will for a moment deny that the myth of Prometheus has reached Europe from Aryavarta. Nor is he likely to deny that in one sense Prometheus represents fire by friction. Therefore, he admires the sagacity of M.F. Baudry, who shows in Les Myths du Fouillet du Breuvage Céleste, 1211 one of the aspects of Prometheus and his origin from India. He shows the reader the supposed primitive process to obtain fire, still in use today in India to light the sacrificial flame. This is what he says. This process, such as it is minutely described in the Vedic sutras, consists in rapidly turning a stick in a socket made in the center of a piece of wood. The friction develops intense heat and ends by setting on fire the particles of wood in contact. The motion of the stick is not a continuous rotation, but a series of motions in contrary senses, by means of a cord fixed to the stick in its middle. The operator holds one of the ends in each hand and pulls them alternately. The full process is designated in Sanskrit by the verb manthami, mathnani, which means, to rub, agitate, shake and obtain by rubbing, and is especially applied to rotatory friction, as is proved by its derivative mandala, which signifies a circle. The pieces of wood serving for the production of fire have each their name in Sanskrit. The stick which turns is called pramantha, the discus which receives it is called arani and arani, the 2 aranis designating the ensemble of the instrument. 1212. It remains to be seen what the Brahmins will say to this. But even supposing that Prometheus, in one of the aspects of his myth, was conceived as the producer of fire by means of the pramantha, or as an animate and divine pramantha, would this imply that the symbolism had no other than the phallic meaning attributed to it by modern symbologists? Ducharme, at any rate, seems to have a correct glimmering of the truth. For he unconsciously corroborates all that the occult sciences teach with regard to the Manasa Devas, who have endowed man with the consciousness of his immortal soul, that consciousness which hinders man from foreseeing death, and makes him know he is immortal. 1213 How did Prometheus come into possession of the divine spark, he asks. Fire having its abode in heaven, it is there he must have gone to find it before he could carry it down to men, and, to approach the gods, he must have been a god himself. 1214 The Greeks held that he was of the divine race, the son of the Titan Iapetos, 1215. The Hindus, that he was a deva. But celestial fire belonged in the beginning to the gods alone, it was a treasure they reserved for themselves, over which they jealously watched. The prudent son of Iapetus, says Hesiod, deceived Jupiter by stealing and concealing in the cavity of a narthex, the indefatigable fire of the resplendent glow. 1216. Thus the gift made by Prometheus to men was a conquest made from heaven. Now according to Greek ideas, in this identical with those of the occultists, this possession forced from Jupiter, this human trespassing upon the property of the gods, had to be followed by an expiation. Prometheus, moreover, belongs to that race of Titans who had rebelled 1217 against the gods, and whom the master of Olympus had hurled down into Tartarus. Like them, he is the genius of evil, doomed to cruel suffering. 1218. What is most revolting in the explanations that follow, is the one-sided view taken of this grandest of all myths. The most intuitional among modern writers cannot, or will not, rise in their conceptions above the level of the earth and cosmic phenomena. It is not denied that the moral idea in the myth, as presented in the Theogony of Hesiod, plays a certain part in the primitive Greek conception. The Titan is more than a thief of the celestial fire. He is the representation of humanity, active, industrious, intelligent, but at the same time ambitious, which aims at equaling divine powers. Therefore it is humanity punished in the person of Prometheus, but it is only so with the Greeks. With them, Prometheus is not a criminal, save in the eyes of the gods. In his relation with the earth, he is, on the contrary, a god himself, a friend of mankind, phi iotalamdanu theta rho omega pi omicron, which he has raised to civilization and initiated into the knowledge of all the arts. A conception which found its most poetical expounder in Aeschylus. But with all other nations Prometheus is, what? The fallen angel, Satan, as the Church would have it? Not at all. He is simply the image of the pernicious and dreaded effects of lightning. He is the evil fire, Malfu, 1219, and the symbol of the divine reproductive male organ. Reduced to its simple expression, the myth we are trying to explain is then simply a cosmic genius of fire. 1220. It is the former idea, the phallic, which was preeminently Aryan, if we believe Adalbert Kuhn 1221 and F. Baudry. 4. The fire used by man being the result of the action of Pramantha in the Irani, the Aryas must have ascribed, the same origin to celestial fire, and they must have 1222 imagined, that a god armed with the Pramantha, or a divine Pramantha, caused a violent friction in the bosom of the clouds, which gave birth to lightning and thunderbolts. 1223. This idea is supported by the fact that, according to Plutarch's testimony 1224, the Stoics thought that thunder was the result of the struggle of storm clouds, and lightning a conflagration due to friction. While Aristotle saw in the thunderbolt only the action of clouds which clashed with each other. What was this theory, if not the scientific translation of the production of fire by friction? Everything leads us to think that, from the highest antiquity, and before the dispersion of the Aryas, it was believed that the Pramantha lighted the fire in the storm cloud as well as in the Iranis. 1225. Thus, suppositions and idle hypotheses are made to stand for discovered truths. Defenders of the biblical dead letter could not help the writers of missionary tracts more effectually than do materialistic symbologists in thus taking for granted that the ancient Aryans based their religious conceptions on no higher thought than the physiological. But it is not so, and the very spirit of Vedic philosophy is against such an interpretation. For if, as Ducharme himself confesses, this idea of the creative power of fire is explained by the ancient assimilation of the human soul to a celestial spark 1226. As shown by the imagery often made use of in the Vedas when speaking of Irani, it would mean something higher than simply a gross sexual conception. A hymn to Agni in the Veda is cited as an example. Here is the Pramantha, the generator is ready. Bring the mistress of the race, the female Irani. Let us produce Agni by attrition, according to ancient custom. This means no worse than an abstract idea expressed in the tongue of mortals. The female Arani, the mistress of the race, is a deity, the mother of the gods, or Shekinah, eternal light, in the world of spirit, the great deep and chaos. Or primordial substance in its first remove from the unknown, in the manifested cosmos. If, ages later, the same epithet is applied to Devki, the mother of Krishna, or the incarnated Logos. And if the symbol, owing to the gradual and irrepressible spread of exoteric religions, may now be regarded as having a sexual significance, this in no way mars the original purity of the image. The subjective had been transformed into the objective, spirit had fallen into matter. The universal cosmic polarity of spirit substance had become, in human thought, the mystic, but still sexual, union of spirit and matter, and had thus acquired an anthropomorphic coloring which it had never had in the beginning. Between the Vedas and the Puranas there is an abyss of which they are the poles, like as are the seventh principle, the Atma, and the first or lowest principle, the physical body, in the septenary constitution of man. The primitive and purely spiritual language of the Vedas, conceived many decades of millenniums earlier than the Puranic accounts, found a purely human expression for the purpose of describing events which took place 5,000 years ago. The date of Krishna's death, from which day the Kali Yuga, or Black Age, began for mankind. As a deity is called Surarani, the matrix or mother of the Suras or gods, so Kunti, the mother of the Pandavas, is called in the Mahabharata Pandavarani 1227, and the term is now physiologized. But Devki, the antitype of the Roman Catholic Madonna, is a later anthropomorphized form of a deity. The latter is the goddess mother, or Devamatri, of 7 sons, the 6 and the 7 Adithias of early Vedic times. The mother of Krishna, Devki, has 6 embryos conveyed into her womb by Jagadatri, the nurse of the world, the 7th, Krishna, the Logos, being transferred to that of Rohini. Mary, the mother of Jesus, is the mother of 7 children, of 5 sons and 2 daughters, a later transformation of sex, in Matthew's Gospel. 1228. No one of the worshippers of the Roman Catholic Virgin would object to reciting in her honor the prayer addressed by the gods to Devki. Let the reader judge. Thou art that Prakriti, essence, infinite and subtle, which formerly bore Brahma in its womb. Thou, eternal being, comprising, in thy substance, the essence of all created things, wast identical with creation. Thou wast the parent of the triform sacrifice, becoming the germ of all things. Thou art sacrifice, whence all fruit proceeds, thou art the Arani, whose attrition engenders fire. 1229. As a deity, thou art the parent of the gods. Thou art light, Jyotsana, the morning twilight, 1230 whence day is begotten. Thou art humility, Samnati, a daughter of Deksha, the mother of wisdom, thou art Nidhi, the parent of harmony, Naya. 1231. Thou art modesty, the progenitrix of affection, Prashreya, explained by Vinaya, thou art desire, of whom love is born. Thou art, the mother of knowledge, Avabodha, thou art patience, Dhirti, the parent of fortitude, Dharya. 1232. Thus Arani is shown here to be the same as the Roman Catholic vase of election. As to its primitive meaning, it was purely metaphysical. No unclean thought traversed these conceptions in the ancient mind. Even in the Zohar, far less metaphysical in its symbology than any other symbolism, the idea is an abstraction and nothing more. Thus, when the Zohar says, all that which exists, all that which has been formed by the ancient, whose name is holy, can only exist through a male and female principle. 1233. It means no more than that the divine spirit of life is ever coalescing with matter. It is the will of the deity that acts, and the idea is purely Schopenhauerian. When Atika Kadosha, the ancient and the concealed of the concealed, desired to form all things, it formed all things like male and female. This wisdom comprises all when it goeth forth. Hence Chakma, male wisdom, and Bina, female consciousness or intellect, are said to create all between the two, the active and the passive principles. As the eye of the expert jeweler discerns under the rough and uncouth oyster shell the pure immaculate pearl, enshrined within its bosom, his hand touching the shell but to get at its contents. So the eye of the true philosopher reads between the lines of the Puranist the sublime Vedic truths, and corrects the form with the help of the Vedantic wisdom. Our Orientalists, however, never perceive the pearl under the thick coating of the shell and act accordingly. From all that has been said in this section, one sees clearly that, between the serpent of Eden and the devil of Christianity, there is an abyss. Alone the sledge-hammer of ancient philosophy can kill this dogma. Section 7. Enoïchion-Henoch. The history of the evolution of the satanic myth would not be complete if we omitted to notice the character of the mysterious and cosmopolitan Enoch, variously called Enos, Henoch, and finally Enoïchion by the Greeks. It is from his book that the first notions of the fallen angels were taken by the early Christian writers. The Book of Enoch is declared apocryphal. But what is an apocryphon? The very etymology of the term shows that it is simply a secret book, i.e., one that belonged to the catalogue of temple libraries under the guardianship of the hierophants and initiated priests, and was never meant for the profane. Apocryphon comes from the verb crypto, kaparo to hide. For ages the Enoïchion, the Book of the Seer, was preserved in the City of Letters and Secret Works, the ancient Kirjath Sefer, later on, De Beer. 1234. Some of the writers interested in the subject, especially Masons, have tried to identify Enoch with Thoth of Memphis, the Greek Hermes, and even with the Latin Mercury. As individuals, all of these are distinct one from the other. Professionally, if one may use this word, now so limited in its sense, one and all belong to the same category of sacred writers, of initiators and recorders of occult and ancient wisdom. Those who in the Quran 1235 are generically termed the Edris, or the learned, the initiated, bore in Egypt the name of Thoth, the inventor of arts, sciences, of writing or letters, of music and astronomy. Among the Jews Edris became Enoch, who, according to Bar Hebraeus, was the first inventor of writing, books, arts, and sciences, the first who reduced to a system the progress of the planets. 1236 in Greece he was called Orpheus, and thus changed his name with every nation. The number 7 being attached to, and connected with, each of those primitive initiators 1237 as well as the number 365, of the days in the year, astronomically, it identifies the mission, character, and the sacred office of all these men. But certainly not their personalities. Enoch is the 7th patriarch, Orpheus is the possessor of the pharynx, the 7-stringed lyre, which is the sevenfold mystery of initiation. Thoth, with the 7-rayed solar discus on his head, travels in the solar boat, the 365 degrees, jumping out every 4th, leap, year for 1 day. Finally, Thoth-Lunas is the septenary god of the 7 days, or the week. Esoterically and spiritually, Enoïchion means the seer of the open eye. The story about Enoch, told by Josephus, namely, that he had concealed his precious rolls or books under the pillars of Mercury or Seth, is the same as that told of Hermes, the father of wisdom, who concealed his books of wisdom under a pillar. And then, discovering the 2 pillars of stone, found the science written thereon. Yet Josephus, notwithstanding his constant efforts in the direction of Israel's unmerited glorification, and though he does attribute that science, of wisdom, to the Jewish Enoch, writes history. He shows these pillars as still existing during his own time. 1238 he tells us that they were built by Seth. And so they may have been, only neither by the patriarch of that name, the fabled son of Adam, nor by the Egyptian god of wisdom, Tath, Set, Thoth, Tat, Sat, the later Saturn, or Hermes, who are all one, but by the sons of the serpent god. Or sons of the dragon, the name under which the hierophants of Egypt and Babylon were known before the deluge, as were their forefathers, the Atlanteans. What Josephus tells us, therefore, with the exception of the application made of it, must be true allegorically. According to his version the 2 famous pillars were entirely covered with hieroglyphics, which, after their discovery, were copied and reproduced in the most secret corners of the inner temples of Egypt. and thus became the source of its wisdom and exceptional learning. These two pillars, however, are the prototypes of the two tables of stones hewn by Moses at the command of the Lord. Hence, in saying that all the great adepts and mystics of antiquity, such as Orpheus, Hesiod, Pythagoras and Plato, got the elements of their theology from those hieroglyphics, he is right in one sense, and wrong in another. The Secret Doctrine teaches us that the arts, sciences, theology, and especially the philosophy of every nation which preceded the last universally known, but not universal, deluge, had been recorded ideographically from the primitive oral records of the fourth race, and that these were the inheritance of the latter from the early third root race before the allegorical fall. Hence, also, the Egyptian pillars, the tablets, and even the white oriental porphyry stone of the Masonic legend, which Enoch, fearing that the real and precious secrets would be lost, concealed before the deluge in the bowels of the earth, were simply the more or less symbolical and allegorical copies from the primitive records. The Book of Enoch is one of such copies, and is, moreover, a Chaldean, and now very incomplete, compendium. As already said, Enoichion means in Greek the inner eye, or the seer. In Hebrew, with the help of Masoretic points, it means the initiator and instructor. Enoch is a generic title. And, moreover, his legend is that of several other prophets, Jewish and heathen, with changes of made-up details, the root form being the same. Elijah is also taken up into heaven alive. And the astrologer, at the court of Izdubar, the Chaldean Hebani, is likewise raised to heaven by the god He, who was his patron, as Jehovah was of Elijah, whose name means in Hebrew God Jah, Jehovah, 1239, and again of Elihu, which has the same meaning. This kind of easy death, or euthanasia, has an esoteric meaning. It symbolizes the death of any adept who has reached the power and degree, and also the purification, which enable him to die in the physical body, and still live and lead a conscious life in his astral body. The variations on this theme are endless, but the secret meaning is ever the same. The Pauline expression 1240, that he should not see death, ut non viderit mortem, has thus an esoteric meaning, but nothing supernatural in it. The mangled interpretation given of some biblical hints to the effect that Enoch, whose years will equal those of the world, of the solar year, 365 days, will share with Christ and the prophet Elijah the honors and bliss of the last advent and of the destruction of Antichrist 1241, signify esoterically, that some of the great adepts will return in the seventh race, when all error will be made away with, and the advent of truth will be heralded by those Shishta, the holy sons of light. The Latin Church is not always logical, nor prudent. She declares the Book of Enoch an apocryphon, and has gone so far as to claim, through Cardinal Cajetan and other luminaries of the Church, the rejection from the canon of even the Book of Jude, who, otherwise, as an inspired apostle, would quote from and thus sanctify the Book of Enoch, which is alleged to be an apocryphal work. Fortunately, some of the dogmatics perceived the peril in time. Had they accepted Cajetan's resolution, they would have been forced to reject likewise the fourth Gospel, as St. John borrows literally from Enoch, and places a whole sentence from him, in the mouth of Jesus, 1242. Ludolf, the father of Ethiopic literature, commissioned to investigate the various Enochian MSS. Presented by Pareisk, the traveler, to the Mazarine library, declared that no Book of Enoch could exist among the Abyssinians. Further researches and discoveries worsted this too dogmatic assertion, as all know. Bruce and Ruppel did find the Book of Enoch in Abyssinia, and what is more, brought it to Europe some years later, and Bishop Lawrence translated it. But Bruce despised it and scoffed at its contents, as did all the rest of the scientists. He declared it a Gnostic work, concerning the age of giants who devour men, and bearing a strong resemblance to the Apocalypse. 1243 giants. Another fairy tale. Such, however, has not been the opinion of all the best critics. Dr. Hanneberg places the Book of Enoch along with the third book of the Maccabees, at the head of the list of those whose authority stands the nearest to that of the canonical works. 1244. Verily, where doctors disagree. As usual, however, they are all right and all wrong. To accept Enoch as a biblical character, a single living person, is like accepting Adam as the first man. Enoch was a generic title, applied to, and borne by, scores of individuals, at all times and ages, and in every race and nation. This may be easily inferred from the fact that the ancient Talmudists and the teachers of Midrashim are not agreed generally in their views about Henoch, the son of Yerd. Some say Enoch was a great saint, beloved by God, and taken alive to heaven, i.e., one who reached mukti or nirvana, on earth, as Buddha did and others still do, and others maintain that he was a sorcerer, a wicked magician. This shows only that Enoch, or its equivalent, was a term, even during the days of the later Talmudists, which meant seer, adept in the secret wisdom, etc., without any specification as to the character of the title-bearer. Josephus, speaking of Elijah and Enoch 1245 remarks that it is written in the sacred books they, Elijah and Enoch, disappeared, but so that nobody knew that they died. It means simply that they had died in their personalities, as yogis die to this day in India, or even some Christian monks, to the world. They disappear from the sight of men and die, on the terrestrial plane, even for themselves. A seemingly figurative way of speaking, yet literally true. Henoch transmitted the science of astronomical calculation and of computing the seasons to Noah, says the Midrash Perka, 1246r. Eliezer referring to Enoch that which others did to Hermes Trismegistus, for the two are identical in their esoteric meaning. Henoch, in this case, and his wisdom, belong to the cycle of the fourth Atlantean race 1247 and Noah to that of the fifth 1248. In this case both represent the root races, the present one and the one that preceded it. In another sense, Enoch disappeared, he walked with God, and he was not, for God took him, the allegory referring to the disappearance of the sacred and secret knowledge from among men. For God, or Java Alium, the high hierophants, the heads of the colleges of initiated priests 1249, took him. In other words, the Enochs or the Enochians, the seers and their knowledge and wisdom, became strictly confined to the secret colleges of the prophets with the Jews, and to the temples with the Gentiles. Interpreted with the help of merely the symbolical key, Enoch is the type of the dual nature of man, spiritual and physical. Hence he occupies the center of the astronomical cross, as given by Eliphaz Levi from a secret work, which is a six-pointed star, the Adonai. In the upper angle of the upper triangle is the eagle, in the left lower angle stands the lion. In the right, the bull, while between the bull and the lion, over them and under the eagle, is the face of Enoch or man. 1250. Now the figures on the upper triangle represent the four races, omitting the first, the Chayas or shadows, and the son of man, Enos or Enoch, is in the center, where he stands between the fourth and the fifth races. For he represents the secret wisdom of both. These are the four animals of Ezekiel and of the Revelation. This double triangle which, in Isis unveiled, is faced by the Hindu Ardhanari, is by far the best. For in the latter, only the three, for us, historical races are symbolized. The third, the androgynous, by Ardhanari, the fourth, symbolized by the strong, powerful lion, and the fifth, the Aryan, by that which is its most sacred symbol to this day, the bull, and the cow. A man of great erudition, a French savant, M. de Sacy, finds several most singular statements in the Book of Enoch, worthy of the most serious examination, he says. For instance, the author, Enoch, makes the solar year consist of 364 days, and seems to know periods of 3, of 5, and of 8 years, followed by 4 supplementary days, which, in his system, appear to be those of the equinoxes and solstices. 1251. To which he adds, later on, I see but one means to palliate them, these absurdities. It is to suppose that the author expounds some fanciful system which may have existed before the order of nature had been altered at the period of the universal deluge. 1252. Precisely so. And the secret doctrine teaches that this order of nature has been thus altered, and the series of the earth's humanities too. For, as the angel Uriel tells Enoch, "Behold, I have showed thee all things, O Enoch. And all things have I revealed to thee. Thou sayest the sun, the moon, and those which conduct the stars of heaven, which cause all their operations, seasons, and arrivals to return. In the days of sinners the years shall be shortened. The moon shall change its laws." 1253. In those days also, years before the great deluge that carried away the Atlanteans and changed the face of the whole earth, because the earth, or its axis, became inclined, nature, geologically, astronomically, and cosmically in general, could not have been the same, just because the earth had inclined. To quote from Enoch, "And Noah cried with a bitter voice, Hear me, hear me, hear me, 3 times. And he said, The earth labors and is violently shaken. Surely, I shall perish with it." 1254. This, by the way, looks like one of those many inconsistencies, if the Bible is read literally. For, to say the least, this is a very strange fear in one who had found grace in the eyes of the Lord and been told to build an ark. But here we find the venerable patriarch expressing as much fear as if, instead of a friend of God, he had been one of the giants doomed by the wrathful deity. The earth had already inclined, and the deluge of waters had become simply a question of time, and yet Noah seems to know nothing of his intended salvation. A decree had come indeed. The decree of nature and the law of evolution, that the earth should change its race, and that the 4th race should be destroyed to make room for a better one. The Manvantara had reached its turning point of 3.5 rounds, and gigantic physical humanity had reached the acme of gross materiality. Hence the apocalyptic verse that speaks of a commandment gone forth that they may be destroyed, that their end may be, the end of the race. For they knew, truly, every secret of the angels, every oppressive and secret power of the Satans, and every power of those who commit sorcery, as well as of those who make molten images in the whole earth. 1255. And now a natural question. Who could have informed the apocryphal author of this powerful vision, no matter to what age he may be assigned before the day of Galileo, that the earth could occasionally incline her axis? Whence did he derive such astronomical and geological knowledge if the secret wisdom, of which the ancient rishis and Pythagoras had drunk, is but a fancy, an invention of later ages? Has Enoch read prophetically perchance in Frederick Klee's work on the deluge the lines, "The position of the terrestrial globe with reference to the sun has evidently been, in primitive times, different from what it is now. And this difference must have been caused by a displacement of the axis of rotation of the earth." This reminds one of that unscientific statement made by the Egyptian priests to Herodotus, namely, that the sun has not always risen where it rises now, and that in former times the ecliptic had cut the equator at right angles. 1256. There are many such dark sayings scattered throughout the Puranas, Bible and other mythologies, and to the occultist they divulge 2 facts. A. That the ancients knew as well as, and perhaps better than, the moderns do, astronomy, geognosy and cosmography in general, and, B. That the behavior of the globe has altered more than once since the primitive state of things. Thus, Xenophon, on the blind faith of his ignorant religion, which taught that Phaeton, in his desire to learn the hidden truth, made the sun deviate from its usual course, asserts somewhere that, the sun turned toward another country. Which is a parallel, slightly more scientific, however, if not as bold, of Joshua stopping the course of the sun altogether. Yet it may explain the teaching of the northern mythology that before the actual order of things the sun arose in the south, and its placing the frigid zone, Gerascovan, in the east, whereas now it is in the north. 1257. The Book of Enoch, in short, is a resume, a compound of the main features of the history of the 3rd, 4th and 5th races, a very few prophecies from the present age of the world. A long retrospective, introspective and prophetic summary of universal and quite historical events, geological, ethnological, astronomical, and psychic, with a touch of theogony out of the antediluvian records. The book of this mysterious personage is referred to and quoted copiously in the Pistis Sophia, and also in the Zohar and its most ancient midrashim. Origen and Clement of Alexandria held it in the highest esteem. To say, therefore, that it is a post-Christian forgery is to utter an absurdity and to become guilty of an anachronism, for Origen, among others, who lived in the 2nd century of the Christian era, mentions it as an ancient and venerable work. The secret and sacred name and its potency are well and clearly though allegorically described in the old volume. From the 18th to the 50th chapter, the visions of Enoch are all descriptive of the mysteries of initiation, one of which is the burning valley of the fallen angels. Perhaps St. Augustine was quite right in saying that the Church rejected the Book of Enoch out of her canon owing to its too great antiquity, obi nimium antiquitatem. 1258. There was no room for the events noticed in it within the limit of the 4004 years BC. Assigned to the world from its creation. Section 8. The symbolism of the mystery names Iao and Jehovah, with their relation to the cross and circle. When the Abbé Louis Constant, better known as Eliphas Levi, said in his Histoire de la Magie that the Secret Doctrine, the Zohar, and the Apocalypse of St. John, are the masterpieces of the occult sciences, he ought, if he had wished to be correct and clear, to have added, in Europe. It is quite true that these works contain more significance than words. And that their expression is poetical, while, in numbers, they are exact. Unfortunately, however, before anyone can appreciate the poetry of the expressions, or the exactness of the numbers, he will have to learn the real significance and meaning of the terms and symbols employed. But man will never learn this so long as he remains ignorant of the fundamental principle of the secret doctrine, whether in Oriental esotericism, or in the Kabbalistical symbology, the key, or value, in all their aspects, of the God names. Angel names, and patriarch names in the Bible, their mathematical or geometrical value, and their relations to manifested nature. Therefore, if, on the one hand, the Zohar astonishes the mystic, by the profundity of its views and the great simplicity of its images, or the other hand, that work misleads the student by such expressions as those used with respect to Ein Sof and Jehovah, notwithstanding the assurance that the book is careful to explain that the human form with which it clothes God is but an image of the Word, and that God should not be expressed by any thought, or any form. It is well known that Origen Clement, and the rabbis confessed that the Kabbalah and the Bible were veiled and secret books. But few know that the esotericism of the Kabbalistic books in their present re-edited form is simply another and still more cunning veil thrown upon the primitive symbolism of these secret volumes. The idea of representing the hidden deity by the circumference of a circle, and the creative power, male and female, or the androgynous word, by the diameter across it, is one of the oldest symbols. It is upon this conception that every great cosmogony has been built. With the old Aryans, the Egyptians, and the Chaldeans, the symbol was complete, as it embraced the idea of the eternal and immovable divine thought in its absoluteness, separated entirely from the incipient stage of the so-called creation, and comprised psychological and even spiritual evolution, and its mechanical work, or cosmogonical construction. With the Hebrews, however, though the former conception is to be distinctly found in the Zohar, and the Secret Doctrine, or what remains of the latter, that which has been subsequently embodied in the Pentateuch proper, and especially in Genesis, is simply this secondary stage, to wit, the mechanical law of creation, or rather of construction. While theogony is hardly, if at all, outlined. It is only in the first 6 chapters of Genesis, in the rejected Book of Enoch, and the misunderstood and mistranslated poem of Job, that true echoes of the archaic doctrine may now be found. The key to it is lost now, even among the most learned rabbis, whose predecessors in the early period of the Middle Ages, in their national exclusiveness and pride, and especially in their profound hatred of Christianity, preferred to cast it into the deep sea of oblivion, rather than to share their knowledge with their relentless and fierce persecutors. Jehovah was their own tribal property, inseparable from, and unfit to play a part in, any other but the Mosaic law. Violently torn out of his original frame, which he fitted and which fitted him, the Lord God of Abraham and Jacob could hardly be crammed without damage and breakage into the new Christian canon. Being the weaker, the Judeans could not help the desecration. They kept, however, the secret of the origin of their Adam Kadmon, or male-female Jehovah, and the new tabernacle proved a complete misfit for the old God. They were, indeed, avenged. The statement that Jehovah was the tribal God of the Jews and no higher, will be denied like many other things. Yet the theologians are not in a position to tell us, in that case, the meaning of the verses in Deuteronomy, which say quite plainly, "When the Most High, not the Lord, or Jehovah either, divided to the nations their inheritance. When he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds. According to the number of the children of Israel. The Lord's, Jehovah's, portion is his people, Jacob is the lot of his inheritance. 1259. This settles the question. So impudent have been the modern translators of Bibles and Scriptures, and so damaging are these verses, that, following in the steps traced for them by their worthy church fathers, each translator has rendered these lines in his own way. While the above-cited quotation is taken verbatim from the English Authorized Version, in the French Bible 1260 we find the Most High translated by sovereign, sovereign. The sons of Adam rendered by the children of men, and the Lord changed into the eternal. For impudent sleight of hand, the French Protestant Church seems thus to have surpassed even English ecclesiasticism. Nevertheless, one thing is patent, the Lord's, Jehovah's, portion is his chosen people and none else, for Jacob alone is the lot of his inheritance. What, then, have other nations, who call themselves Aryans, to do with this Semitic deity, the tribal God of Israel? Astronomically, the Most High is the sun, and the Lord is one of his 7 planets, whether it be Iao, the genius of the moon, or Ildabaoth Jehovah, the genius of Saturn, according to Origen and the Egyptian Gnostics. 1261 Let the angel Gabriel, the Lord of Iran, watch over his people, and Michael Jehovah, over his Hebrews. These are not the gods of other nations, nor were they ever those of Jesus. As each Persian dev is chained to his planet 1262, so each Hindu deva, Lord, has its allotted portion, a world, a planet, a nation, or a race. Plurality of worlds implies plurality of gods. We believe in the former, and may recognize, but will never worship the latter. 1263. It has been repeatedly stated in this work that every religious and philosophical symbol had 7 meanings attached to it, each pertaining to its legitimate plane of thought, i.e. either purely metaphysical or astronomical, psychic or physiological, etc. These 7 meanings and their applications are difficult enough to learn when taken by themselves. But the interpretation and the right comprehension of them become tenfold more puzzling, when, instead of being correlated, or made to flow consecutively out of, and to follow, each other, each, or any one of these meanings, is accepted as the one and sole explanation of the whole symbolical idea. An instance may be given, as it admirably illustrates the statement. Here are 2 interpretations, given by 2 learned Kabbalists and scholars, of one and the same verse in Exodus. Moses beseeches the Lord to show him his glory. Evidently it is not the crude dead-letter phraseology as found in the Bible that is to be accepted. There are 7 meanings in the Kabbalah, of which we may give 2 as interpreted by the said 2 scholars. One of them translates while explaining, "Thou canst not see my face. I will put thee in a cleft of the rock and I will cover thee with my hand while I pass by. And then I will take away mine hand, and thou shalt see my ahor, i.e., my back." 1264. And then the translator adds in a gloss, "That is, I will show you my back, i.e., my visible universe, my lower manifestations, but, as a man still in the flesh, thou canst not see my invisible nature." So proceeds the Kabbalah. 1265. This is correct, and is the cosmo-metaphysical explanation. And now speaks the other Kabbalist, giving the numerical meaning. As it involves a good many suggestive ideas, and is far more fully given, we may allow it more space. This synopsis is from an unpublished MS, and explains more fully what was given in section 3, on the Holy of Holies. 1266. The numbers of the name Moses are those of I am that I am, so that the names Moses and Jehovah are at one in numerical harmony. The word Moses is 5 plus 300 plus 40, and the sum of the values of its letters is 345. Jehovah, the genius par excellence of the lunar year, assumes the value of 543, or the reverse of 345. In the 3rd chapter of Exodus, in the 13th and 14th verses, it is said, And Moses said, Behold, I come unto the children of Israel, and shall say unto them, The God of your fathers hath sent me unto you, and they shall say unto me, What is his name? What shall I say unto them? And God said unto Moses, I am that I am. The Hebrew words for this expression are a high asher a high, and in the value of the sums of their letters stand thus. 21,501-21. This being his, God's, name, the sum of the values composing it, 21,501, 21 is 543, or simply a use of the simple digit numbers in the name of Moses, but now so ordered that the name of 345 is reversed, and reads 543. So that when Moses asks, Let me see thy face or glory, the other rightly and truly replies, Thou canst not see my face, but thou shalt see me behind, the true sense, though not the precise words. For the corner and the behind of 543 is the face of 345. This is for check and to keep a strict use of a set of numbers to develop certain grand results, for the object of which they are specifically employed. As the learned Kabbalist adds, in other uses of the numbers, they saw each other face to face. It is strange that if we add 345 to 543 we have 888, which was the Gnostic Kabbalistic value of the name Christ, who was Jehoshua or Joshua. And so also the division of the 24 hours of the day gives 3/8 as quotient. The chief end of all this system of number checks was to preserve in perpetuity the exact value of the lunar year in the natural measure of days. These are the astronomical and numerical meanings in the secret theogony of sidereal-cosmical gods invented by the Chaldeo-Hebrews, 2 meanings out of 7. The other 5 would astonish the Christians still more. The series of Oedipuses who have endeavored to interpret the riddle of the Sphinx, is long indeed. For many ages she has been devouring the brightest and the noblest intellects of Christendom, but now the Sphinx is conquered. In the great intellectual struggle which has ended in the complete victory of the Oedipuses of symbolism, it is, however, not the Sphinx, who, burning with the shame of defeat, has had to bury herself in the sea, but verily the many-sided symbol. Named Jehovah, whom Christians, the civilized nations, have accepted for their God. The Jehovah symbol has collapsed under the too close analysis, and is drowned. Symbologists have discovered with dismay that their adopted deity was only a mask for many other gods, a euhemerized extinct planet, at best, the genius of the moon and Saturn with the Jews, of the sun and Jupiter with early Christians. That the Trinity, unless they accepted the more abstract and metaphysical meanings given to it by the Gentiles, was, in truth, only an astronomical triad, composed of the Son, the Father, and the 2 planets Mercury, the Sun, and Venus, the Holy Ghost, Sophia, the Spirit of Wisdom, Love and Truth, and Lucifer, as Christ, the bright and morning star. 1267-4, if the Father is the Son, the elder brother, in the Eastern inner philosophy, the nearest planet to it is Mercury, Hermes, Buddha, Thoth, the name of whose mother on earth was Maya. Now this planet receives 7 times more light than any other, a fact which led the Gnostics to call their Christos, and the Kabbalists their Hermes, in the astronomical meaning, the sevenfold light. Finally, this god was Bel, the sun being Bel with the Gauls, Helios, with the Greeks, Baal, with the Phoenicians, El, in Chaldean, hence Elohim, Emmanuel, and El, God, in Hebrew. But even the Kabbalistic God has vanished in the rabbinical workmanship, and one has now to turn to the innermost metaphysical sense of the Zohar to find in it anything like Ein Sof, the nameless deity and the Absolute. So authoritatively and loudly claimed by the Christians. But it is certainly not to be found in the Mosaic books, at any rate by those who try to read without a key to them. Ever since this key was lost, Jews and Christians have tried their best to blend these two conceptions, but in vain. They have only succeeded in finally robbing even the universal deity of its majestic character and primitive meaning. As was said in Isis Unveiled. It would seem, therefore, but natural to make a difference between the mystery god Iota Alpha Omega, adopted from the highest antiquity by all who participated in the esoteric knowledge of the priests, and his phonetic counterparts, whom we find treated with so little reverence by the Ophites and other Gnostics. 1268. In the Ophite Gems of King 1269 we find the name of Iao repeated, and often confounded with that of Evo, while the latter simply represents one of the genii antagonistic to Abraxas. But the name Iao neither originated with, nor was it the sole property of the Jews. Even if it had pleased Moses to bestow the name upon the tutelary spirit, the alleged protector and national deity of the chosen people of Israel, there is yet no possible reason why other nationalities should receive him as the highest and one living God. But we deny the assumption altogether. Besides, there is the fact that Iaho or Iao was a mystery name from the beginning, for it never came into use before the time of King David. Anterior to his time, few or no proper names were compounded with Ea or Jah. It looks rather as though David, being a sojourner among the Tyrians and Philistines 1270 brought thence the name of Jehovah. He made Zadok high priest, from whom came the Zadokites or Sadducees. He lived and ruled first at Hebron, Haberon or Kaber town, where the rites of the four, mystery gods, were celebrated. Neither David nor Solomon recognized either Moses or the law of Moses. They aspired to build a temple to, like the structures erected by Hiram to Hercules and Venus, Adon and Astarte. Says first, the very ancient name of God, Yahweh, written in the Greek Iota Alpha Omega, appears, apart from its derivation, to have been an old mystic name of the supreme deity of the Shemites. Hence it was told to Moses when he was initiated at Horeb, the cave, under the direction of Jethro, the Kenite, or Kainite, priest of Midian. In an old religion of the Chaldeans, whose remains are to be found among the Neoplatonists, the highest divinity, enthroned above the seven heavens, representing the spiritual light principle, and also conceived of as Demiurgus 1271 was called Iota Alpha Omega, who was, like the Hebrew Yahweh, mysterious and unmentionable, and whose name was communicated to the initiated. The Phoenicians had a supreme god, whose name was triliteral and secret, and he was Iota Alpha Omega, 1272. The cross, say the Kabbalists, repeating the lesson of the occultists, is one of the most ancient, nay, perhaps, the most ancient of symbols. This has been demonstrated at the very beginning of the Proem in Volume 1. The Eastern initiates show it coeval with the circle of deific infinitude and the first differentiation of the essence, the union of spirit and matter. This interpretation has been rejected, and the astronomical allegory alone has been accepted and made to fit into cunningly imagined terrestrial events. Let us demonstrate this statement. In astronomy, as said, Mercury is the son of Coelus and Lux, of the sky and light, or the sun. In mythology he is the progeny of Jupiter and Maia. He is the messenger of his father Jupiter, the Messiah of the sun. In Greek, his name Hermes means, among other things, the interpreter, the word, the logos, or verbum. Now Mercury is born on Mount Cyllene among shepherds, and is the patron of the latter. As a psychopompic genius, he conducted the souls of the dead to Hades and brought them back again, an office attributed to Jesus after his death and resurrection. The symbols of Hermes Mercury, Dii Termini, were placed along, and at the turning points of, highways, as crosses are now placed in Italy, and they were cruciform. 1273 Every seventh day the priests anointed these termini with oil, and once a year hung them with garlands, hence they were the anointed. Mercury, when speaking through his oracles, says, I am he whom you call the son of the Father, Jupiter, and Maya. Leaving the King of Heaven, the Sun, I come to help you, mortals. Mercury heals the blind and restores sight, mental and physical. 1274 He was often represented as three-headed and called tricephalous, triplex, as one with the Sun and Venus. Finally, Mercury, as Cornutus 1275 shows, was sometimes figured under a cubic form, without arms, because the power of speech and eloquence can prevail without the assistance of arms or feet. It is this cubic form which connects the termini directly with the cross, and it is the eloquence or the power of speech of Mercury which made the crafty Eusebius say, Hermes is the emblem of the word which creates and interprets all. For it is the creative word. And he shows Porphyry teaching that the speech of Hermes, now interpreted, word of God, in Pomander, a creative speech, verbum, is the seminal principle scattered throughout the universe. 1276 In alchemy, Mercury, is the radical, moist, principle, primitive or elementary water, containing the seed of the universe, fecundated by the solar fires. To express this fecundating principle, a phallus was often added to the cross, the male and female, or the vertical and the horizontal united, by the Egyptians. The cruciform termini also represented this dual idea, which was found in Egypt in the cubic Hermes. The author of Source of Measures tells us why. 1277. As shown by him, the cube unfolded becomes in display a cross of the Tau, or the Egyptian, form, or again, the circle attached to the Tau gives the Ansated cross, of the old pharaohs. They had known this from their priests and their king initiates for ages, and also what was meant by the attachment of a man to the cross, which idea was made to coordinate with that of the origin of human life, and hence the phallic form. Only the latter came into action eons and ages after the idea of the carpenter and artificer of the gods, Vishvakarma, crucifying the sun initiate on the cruciform lathe. As the same author writes, the attachment of a man to the cross was made use of in this form of display by the Hindus. 1278. But it was made to coordinate with the idea of the new rebirth of man by spiritual, not physical regeneration. The candidate for initiation was attached to the Tau or astronomical cross with a far grander and nobler idea than that of the origin of mere terrestrial life. On the other hand, the Semites seem to have had no other or higher purpose in life than that of procreating their species. Thus, geometrically, and according to the reading of the Bible by means of the numerical method, the author of the Source of Measures is quite correct. The entire Jewish system seems to have been anciently regarded as one resting in nature, and one which was adopted by nature, or God, as the basis or law of the exertion practically of creative power, i.e. it was the creative design, of which creation was practically the application. This seems to be established by the fact that, under the system set forth, measures of planetary times serve coordinately as measures of the size of planets, and of the peculiarity of their shapes, i.e. in the extension of their equatorial and polar diameters. This system, that of creative design, seems to underlie the whole biblical structure, as a foundation for its ritualism and for its display of the works of the deity in the way of architecture. By use of the sacred unit of measure in the Garden of Eden, the Ark of Noah, the Tabernacle, and the Temple of Solomon. 1279. Thus, on the very showing of the defenders of this system, the Jewish deity is proved to be, at best, only the manifested duad, never the one absolute all. Geometrically demonstrated, he is a number, symbolically, a euhemerized priapus. And this can hardly satisfy a mankind thirsting after the demonstration of real spiritual truths, and the possession of a God with a divine, not anthropomorphic, nature. It is strange that the most learned of modern Kabbalists can see in the cross and circle nothing but a symbol of the manifested creative and androgyne deity in its relation to, and interference with, this phenomenal world. 1281 Author believes that, however man, read, the Jew and Rabbi, obtained knowledge of the practical measure. by which nature was thought to adjust the planets in size to harmonize with the notation of their movements, it seems he did obtain it, and esteemed its possession as the means of his realization of the deity, that is. He approached so nearly to a conception of a being having a mind like his own, only infinitely more powerful, as to be able to realize a law of creation established by that being, which must have existed prior to any creation, Kabbalistically called the Word. 1281. This may have satisfied the practical Semite mind, but the Eastern occultist has to decline the offer of such a god. Indeed, a deity, a being, having a mind like that of man, only infinitely more powerful, is no god that has any room beyond the cycle of creation. He has not to do with the ideal conception of the eternal universe. He is, at best, one of the subordinate creative powers, the totality of which is called the Sephiroth, the heavenly man, and Adam Kadmon, the second logos of the Platonists. This very same idea is clearly found at the bottom of the ablest definitions of the Kabbalah and its mysteries, e.g., by John A. Parker, as quoted in the same work. The key of the Kabbalah is thought to be the geometrical relation of the area of the circle inscribed in the square, or of the cube to the sphere, giving rise to the relation of diameter to circumference of a circle, with the numerical value of this relation expressed in integrals. The relation of diameter to circumference, being a supreme one connected with the God names Elohim and Jehovah, which terms are expressions numerically of these relations, respectively, the first being of circumference, the latter of diameter, embraces all other subordinations under it. Two expressions of circumference to diameter in integrals are used in the Bible, 1, the perfect, and 2, the imperfect. One of the relations between these is such that 2, subtracted from 1, will leave a unit of a diameter value in terms, or in the denomination of the circumference value of the perfect circle, or a unit straight line having a perfect circular value, or a factor of circular value. 1282. Such calculations can lead one no further than to unriddle the mysteries of the third stage of evolution, or the third creation of Brahma. The initiated Hindus know how to square the circle far better than any European. But of this more anon. The fact is that the Western mystics commence their speculation only at that stage when the universe falls into matter, as the occultists say. Throughout the whole series of Kabbalistic books we have not met with one sentence that would hint in the remotest way at the psychological and spiritual, as well as at the mechanical and physiological secrets of creation. Shall we, then, regard the evolution of the universe as simply a prototype, on a gigantic scale, of the act of procreation, as divine phallicism, and rhapsodize on it as the evilly inspired author of a late work of this name has done? The writer does not think so. And she feels justified in saying so, since the most careful reading of the Old Testament, esoterically, as well as exoterically, seems to have carried the most enthusiastic inquirers no further than a certainty on mathematical grounds that from the first to the last chapter of the Pentateuch every scene, every character, or event are shown connected, directly or indirectly, with the origin of birth in its crudest and most brutal form. Thus, however interesting and ingenious the rabbinical methods, the writer, in common with other Eastern occultists, must prefer those of the pagans. It is not, then, in the Bible that we have to search for the origin of the cross and circle, but beyond the flood. Therefore, returning to Eliphaz Levi and the Zohar, we answer for the Eastern occultists and say that, applying practice to principle, they agree entirely with Pascal, who says that God is a circle, the center of which is everywhere and the circumference nowhere. Whereas the Kabbalists say the reverse, and maintain it, solely out of their desire to veil their doctrine. By the way, the definition of deity by the circle is not Pascal's at all, as Eliphaz Levi thought. It was borrowed by the French philosopher from either Mercury Trismegistus or Cardinal Cusa's Latin work, De Docta Ignorantia, in which he makes use of it. It is, moreover, disfigured by Pascal, who replaces the words, cosmic circle, which stand symbolically in the original inscription, by the word theos. With the ancients both words were synonymous. A cross and circle. In the minds of the ancient philosophers something of the divine and the mysterious has ever been ascribed to the shape of the circle. The Old World, consistent in its symbolism and with its pantheistic intuitions, uniting the visible and the invisible infinitudes into one, represented deity and its outward veil alike, by a circle. This merging of the two into a unity, and the name theos being given indifferently to both, is explained, and becomes thereby still more scientific and philosophical. Plato's etymological definition of the word theos, theta epsilon, has been given elsewhere. In his Cratylus, he derives it from the verb thein, theta epsilon iota nu, to move, as suggested by the motion of the heavenly bodies which he connects with deity. According to the esoteric philosophy, this deity, during its nights and its days, or cycles of rest and activity, is the eternal perpetual motion, the ever-becoming, as well as the ever-universally present, and the ever-existing. The latter is the root abstraction, the former is the only possible conception in the human mind, if it disconnects this deity from any shape or form. It is a perpetual, never-ceasing evolution, circling back in its incessant progress through eons of duration into its original status, absolute unity. It was only the minor gods who were made to carry the symbolical attributes of the higher ones. Thus, the god Shu, the personification of Ra, who appears as the great cat of the basin of Persea in an 1283 was often represented in the Egyptian monuments seated and holding a cross, symbol of the four quarters, or the elements, attached to a circle. In that very learned work, The Natural Genesis, by Gerald Massey, under the heading, Typology of the Cross, there is more information to be had on the cross and circle than in any other work we know of. He who would fain have proofs of the antiquity of the cross is referred to these two volumes. The author says, the circle and cross are inseparable. The crux ansata unites the circle and cross of the four corners. From this origin the circle and the cross came to be interchangeable at times. For example, the chakra, or disk of Vishnu, is a circle. The name denotes the circling, wheeling round, periodicity, the wheel of time. This the god uses as a weapon to hurl at the enemy. In like manner, Thor throws his weapon, the philfot, a form of the four-footed cross, svastika, and a type of the four quarters. Thus the cross is equivalent to the circle of the year. The wheel emblem unites the cross and circle in one, as does the hieroglyphic cake and the Ankti. 1284. Nor was the double glyph sacred with the profane, but only with the initiates. For Raoul Rochette shows that 1285. The sign female sign occurs as the reverse of a Phoenician coin, with a ram as the obverse. The same sign, sometimes called Venus looking glass, because it typified reproduction, was employed to mark the hindquarters of valuable brood mares of Corinthian and other beautiful breeds of horses. This proves that so far back as those early days the cross had already become the symbol of human procreation, and that oblivion of the divine origin of cross and circle had begun. Another form of the cross is given from the Journal of the Royal Asiatic Society 1286. At each of the four corners is placed a quarter arc of an oviform curve, and when the four are put together they form an oval. Thus the figure combines the cross with the circle rounded in four parts, corresponding to the four corners of the cross. The four segments answer to the 4 feet of the swastika cross and the philfot of Thor. The four-leaved lotus flower of Buddha is likewise figured at the center of this cross, the lotus being an Egyptian and Hindu type of the four quarters. The four quarter arcs, if joined together, would form an ellipse, and the ellipse is also figured on each arm of the cross. This ellipse therefore denotes the path of the earth. Sir J. Y. Simpson copied the following specimen, symbol, oval, with large letter, Z, inside, with horizontal crossbar, which is here presented, as the cross of the 2 equinoxes and the 2 solstices placed within the figure of the earth's path. The same ovoid or boat-shaped figure appears at times in the Hindu drawings with 7 steps at each end as a form or a mode of Meru. This is the astronomical aspect of the double glyph. There are 6 more aspects, however, and an attempt may be made to interpret a few of these. The subject is so vast that it would require in itself alone many volumes. But the most curious of these Egyptian symbols of cross and circle, spoken of in the above-cited work, is one which receives its full explanation and final color from Aryan symbols of the same nature. Says the author. The four-armed cross is simply the cross of the four quarters, but the cross sign is not always simple. 1287. This is a type that was developed from an identifiable beginning, which was adapted to the expression of various ideas afterwards. The most sacred cross of Egypt that was carried in the hands of the gods, the pharaohs, and the mummied dead, is the Ankh, the sign of life, the living, an oath, the covenant. The top of this is the hieroglyphic Ru, symbol, horizontal oval, set upright on the Tau cross. The Ru is the door, gate, mouth, the place of outlet. This denotes the birthplace in the northern quarter of the heavens, from which the sun is reborn. Hence the Ru of the Ankh sign is the feminine type of the birthplace, representing the north. It was in the northern quarter that the goddess of the seven stars, called the mother of the revolutions, gave birth to time in the earliest cycle of the year. The first sign of this primordial circle and cycle made in heaven is the earliest shape of the Ankh cross, symbol, horizontal oval with tail to the right, a mere loop which contains both a circle and the cross in one image. This loop or noose is carried in front of the oldest genetrix, Typhon of the Great Bear, as her ark, the ideograph of a period, an ending, a time, shown to mean one revolution. This, then, represents the circle made in the northern heaven by the Great Bear which constituted the earliest year of time, from which fact we infer that the loop or Ru of the north represents that quarter. The birthplace of time when figured as the Ru of the Ankh symbol. Indeed this can be proved. The noose is an arc or rec type of reckoning. The Ru of the Ankh cross was continued in the Cypriot R, symbol, circle with horizontal line beneath, and the Coptic rho, symbol, figure like a row. 1288. The rho was carried into the Greek cross, symbol, large Greek rho with letter chi beneath it, which is formed of the rho and chi or arche. The rec, or arc, was the sign of all beginning, archi, on this account, and the arctai is the cross of the north, the hind part of heaven. 1289. Now this, again, is entirely astronomical and phallic. The Puranic version in India gives the whole matter another color. Without destroying the above interpretation, it is made to reveal a portion of its mysteries with the help of the astronomical key, and thus offers a more metaphysical rendering. The Anktai, symbol, horizontal oval with tail to the right, does not belong to Egypt alone. It exists under the name of Pasha, a cord which the four-armed Shiva holds in the hand of his right back arm. 1290. The Mahadeva is represented in the posture of an ascetic, as Mahayogi, with his third eye, symbol, vertical oval with dot in the middle, which is, the Ru, symbol, horizontal oval with dot in the middle. Set upright on the Tau cross, in another form. The Pasha is held in the hand in such a way that the first finger and hand near the thumb make the cross, or loop and crossing. Our Orientalists would have it to represent a cord to bind refractory offenders with, because, forsooth, Kali, Shiva's consort, has the same as an attribute. The Pasha has here a double significance, as also has Shiva's Trisula and every other divine attribute. This dual significance lies in Shiva, for Rudra has certainly the same meaning as the Egyptian Ansated cross in its cosmic and mystic meaning. In the hand of Shiva, the Pasha becomes Lingionic. Shiva, as said before, is a name unknown to the Vedas. It is in the White Yajur Veda that Rudra appears for the first time as the great god, Mahadeva, whose symbol is the lingam. In the Rig Veda he is called Rudra, the howler, the beneficent and the maleficent deity at the same time, the healer and the destroyer. In the Vishnu Purana, he is the god who springs from the forehead of Brahma, who separates into male and female, and he is the parent of the Rudras or Maruts, half of whom are brilliant and gentle, others, black and ferocious. In the Vedas, he is the divine ego aspiring to return to its pure, deific state, and at the same time that divine ego imprisoned in earthly form, whose fierce passions make of him the roarer, the terrible. This is well shown in the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, wherein the Rudras, the progeny of Rudra, god of fire, are called the 10 vital breaths, prana, life, with the heart, manas, as 11th, 1291, whereas as Shiva, he is the destroyer of that life. Brahma calls him Rudra, and gives him, besides, 7 other names, signifying 7 forms of manifestation, and also the 7 powers of nature which destroy but to recreate or regenerate. Hence the cruciform noose, or pasha, in the hand of Shiva, when he is represented as an ascetic, the Mahayogin, has no phallic signification, and, indeed, it requires an imagination strongly bent in this direction to find such a signification even in an astronomical symbol. As an emblem of door, gate, mouth, the place of outlet, it signifies the straight gate that leads to the kingdom of heaven, far more than the birthplace in a physiological sense. It is a cross in a circle and crux ansata, truly. But it is a cross on which all the human passions have to be crucified before the yogi passes through the straight gate, the narrow circle that widens into an infinite one, as soon as the inner man has passed the threshold. As to the mysterious 7 rishis in the constellation of the Great Bear, if Egypt made them sacred to the oldest genetrix, Typhon, India has connected these symbols ages ago with time or Yuga revolutions, and the Saptarshis are intimately connected with our present age, the dark Kali Yuga. 1292 The Great Circle of Time, on the face of which, Indian fancy has represented the porpoise, or Shishumra, has the cross placed on it by nature in its division and localization of stars, planets and constellations. In Bhagavata Purana 1293 it is said, at the extremity of the tail of that animal, whose head is directed toward the south, and whose body is in the shape of a ring, circle, Dhruva, the ex-pole star, is placed. Along its tail are Prajapati, Agni, Indra, Dharma, etc., across its loins the 7 rishis. 1294. This is then the first and earliest cross and circle, formed by the deity, symbolized by Vishnu, the eternal circle of boundless time, Kala, on whose plane lie crossways all the gods, creatures, and creations born in space and time who, as the philosophy has it, all die at the Mahapralaya. Meanwhile it is the 7 rishis who mark the time and the duration of events in our septenary life cycle. They are as mysterious as their supposed wives, the Pleiades, of whom only one she who hides has proven virtuous. The Pleiades, or Critikas, are the nurses of Kartikeya, the god of war, the Mars of the Western pagans, who is called the commander of the celestial armies, or rather of the Siddhas, Siddhasena, translated yogis in heaven. And holy sages on the earth, which would make Kartikeya identical with Michael, the leader of the celestial hosts, and, like himself, a virgin Kamara. 1295 Verily he is the Guha, the mysterious one, as much so as are the Saptarshis and the Kritikas, the 7 rishis and the Pleiades, for the interpretation of all these combined reveal to the adept the greatest mysteries of occult nature. One point is worth mention in this question of cross and circle, as it bears strongly upon the elements of fire and water, which play such an important part in the circle and cross symbolism. Like Mars, who is alleged by Ovid to have been born of his mother Juno alone, without the participation of a father, or like the avatars, Krishna, for instance, in the west as in the east, Kartikeya is born, but in a still more miraculous manner. Begotten by neither father nor mother, but out of a seed of Rudra Shiva, which was cast into the fire, Agni, and then received by the water, Ganges. Thus he is born from fire and water, a boy bright as the sun and beautiful as the moon. Hence he is called Agnabu, son of Agni, and Gangaputra, son of Ganges. Add to this the fact that the Kritika, his nurses, as the Matsya Purana shows, are presided over by Agni, or, in the authentic words, the 7 rishis are on a line with the brilliant Agni. And hence Kritika has Agneya as a synonym 1296, and the connection is easy to follow. It is, then, the rishis who mark the time and the periods of Kali Yuga, the age of sin and sorrow. As the Bhagavata Purana tells us, when the splendor of Vishnu, named Krishna, departed for heaven, then did the Kali age, during which men delight in sin, invade the world. When the 7 rishis were in Magha, the Kali age, comprising 1200, divine, years, 432,000 common years, began, and, when, from Magga, they shall reach Purvashada, then will this Kali age attain its growth, under Nanda and his successors. 1297. This is the revolution of the Rishis. When the two first stars of the seven Rishis, the Great Bear, rise in the heavens, and some lunar asterism is seen at night, at an equal distance between them. Then the seven Rishis continue stationary in that conjunction for 100 years. As a hater of Nanda makes Parashara say. According to Bentley, it was in order to show the quantity of the precession of the equinoxes that this notion originated among the astronomers. This was by assuming an imaginary line, or great circle, passing through the poles of the ecliptic and the beginning of the fixed Magga, which circle was supposed to cut some of the stars in the Great Bear. The seven stars in the Great Bear being called the Rishis, the circle so assumed was called the line of the Rishis, and, being invariably fixed to the beginning of the lunar asterism Magga, the precession would be noted by stating the degree, etc. of any movable lunar mansion cut by that line or circle, as an index. 1298. There has been, and there still exists, a seemingly endless controversy about the chronology of the Hindus. Here is, however, a point that could help to determine, approximately at least, the age when the symbolism of the seven Rishis and their connection with the Pleiades began. When Kartikeya was delivered to the Kritika by the gods to be nursed, they were only 6, whence Kartikeya is represented with 6 heads. But when the poetical fancy of the early Aryan symbologists made of them the consorts of the seven Rishis, they were 7. Their names are given, and these are Amba, Dula, Natachui, Abriyanti, Magayanti, Varshiyanti, and Chupunika. There are other sets of names which differ, however. Anyhow, the 7 Rishis were made to marry the 7 Kritika before the disappearance of the 7th Pleiad. Otherwise, how could the Hindu astronomers speak of a star which no one can see without the help of the strongest telescopes? This is why, perhaps, in every such case the majority of the events described in the Hindu allegories is fixed upon as a very recent invention, certainly within the Christian era. The oldest Sanskrit MSS. On astronomy begin their series of nakshatras, the 27 lunar asterisms, with the sign of Kritika, and this can hardly make them earlier than 2780 BC. This is according to the Vedic calendar, which is accepted even by the Orientalists, though they get out of the difficulty by saying that the said calendar does not prove that the Hindus knew anything of astronomy at that date. And assure their readers that, calendars notwithstanding, the Indian pundits may have acquired their knowledge of the lunar mansions headed by Kritika from the Phoenicians, etc. However that may be, the Pleiades are the central group of the system of sidereal symbology. They are situated in the neck of the constellation Taurus, regarded by Madler and others, in astronomy, as the central group of the system of the Milky Way, and in the Kabbalah and Eastern esotericism. As the sidereal septenate born from the first manifested side of the upper triangle, the concealed triangle. This manifested side is Taurus, the symbol of 1, the figure 1, or of the first letter of the Hebrew alphabet, Aleph, bull, or ox, whose synthesis is 10, 10, or Yod, the perfect letter and number. The Pleiades, Alcyone, especially, are thus considered, even in astronomy, as the central point around which our universe of fixed stars revolves, the focus from which and into which the divine breath, motion, works incessantly during the Manvantara. Hence, in the sidereal symbols of the occult philosophy, it is this circle with the starry cross on its face which plays the most prominent part. The Secret Doctrine teaches us that everything in the universe, as well as the universe itself, is formed, created, during its periodical manifestations, by accelerated motion set into activity by the breath of the ever-to-be unknown power, unknown to present mankind, at any rate, within the phenomenal world. The spirit of life and immortality was everywhere symbolized by a circle, hence the serpent biting its tail, represents the circle of wisdom in infinity. As does the astronomical cross, the cross within a circle, and the globe, with 2 wings added to it, which then became the sacred scarabæus of the Egyptians, its very name being suggestive of the secret idea attached to it. For the scarabaeus is called in the Egyptian papyri, koparon and kopri from the verb kopran, to become, and has thus been made a symbol and an emblem of human life and of the successive becomings of man. Through the various peregrinations and metempsychoses, or reincarnations, of the liberated soul. This mystical symbol shows plainly that the Egyptians believed in reincarnation and the successive lives and existences of the immortal entity. As this, however, was an esoteric doctrine, revealed only during the mysteries, by the priest hierophants and the king initiates to the candidates, it was kept secret. The incorporeal intelligences, the planetary spirits, or creative powers, were always represented under the form of circles. In the primitive philosophy of the hierophants, these invisible circles were the prototypic causes and builders of all the heavenly orbs, which were their visible bodies or coverings, and of which they were the souls. It was certainly a universal teaching in antiquity. 1299 as Proclus says. Before the mathematical numbers, there are the self-moving numbers. Before the figures apparent, the vital figures, and before producing the material worlds which move in a circle, the creative power produced the invisible circles. 1300. Deus animi circulus est, says Pherecydes, in his hymn to Jupiter. This was a Hermetic axiom, and Pythagoras prescribed such a circular prostration and posture during the hours of contemplation. The devotee must approach as much as possible the form of a perfect circle, prescribes the secret book. Numa tried to spread the same custom among the people, Pierius tells his readers, and Pliny says. During our worship, we roll up, so to say, our body in a ring, totum corpus circumagimer. 1301. The vision of the prophet Ezekiel reminds one forcibly of this mysticism of the circle. When he beheld a whirlwind from which came out one wheel upon the earth, whose work was as it were a wheel in the middle of a wheel, for the spirit of the living creature was in the wheels. 1302. Spirit, whirleth about continually, and, returneth again according to his circuits, says Solomon, 1303, who is made in the English translation to speak of the wind, and in the original text to refer both to the spirit and the sun. But the Zohar, the only true gloss of the Kabbalistic preacher, in explanation of this verse, which is, perhaps, rather hazy and difficult to comprehend, says. It seems to say that the sun moves in circuits. Whereas it refers to the spirit under the sun, called the Holy Spirit, that moves circularly, toward both sides, that they, it and the sun, should be united in the same essence. 1304. The Brahmanical, golden egg, from within which emerges Brahma, the creative deity, is the circle with the central point of Pythagoras, and its fitting symbol. In the Secret Doctrine the concealed unity, whether representing Parabrahman, or the great extreme of Confucius, or the deity concealed by Ta, the eternal light, or again the Jewish Ein Sof, is always found to be symbolized by a circle or the not, absolute no thing and nothing, because it is infinite and the all. While the God manifested, by its works, is referred to as the diameter of that circle. The symbolism of the underlying idea is thus made evident. The right line passing through the center of a circle has, in the geometrical sense, length, but neither breadth nor thickness. It is an imaginary and feminine symbol, crossing eternity, and made to rest on the plane of existence of the phenomenal world. It is dimensional, whereas its circle is dimensionless, or, to use an algebraical term, it is the dimension of an equation. Another way of symbolizing the idea is found in the Pythagorean sacred Decad, which synthesizes, in the dual numeral 10, the one and a circle or cipher, the absolute all manifesting itself in the word or generative power of creation. b. The fall of the cross into matter. Those who would feel inclined to argue upon this Pythagorean symbol by objecting that it is not yet ascertained, so far, at what period of antiquity the knot or cipher occurs for the first time, especially in India, are referred to Isis unveiled. 1305. Admitting for argument's sake that the ancient world was not acquainted with our modes of calculation or Arabic figures, though in reality we know it was, yet the circle and diameter idea is there to show that it was the first symbol in cosmogony. Before the trigrams of Fo Hai, Yang, the unity, and Yin, the binary, explained cunningly enough by Eliphas Levi, 1306 China had her Confucius, and her Taoists. The former circumscribes the great extreme within a circle with a horizontal line across. The latter placed 3 concentric circles beneath the great circle, while the Sung sages showed the great extreme in an upper circle, and heaven and earth in 2 lower and smaller circles. The Yangs and the Yins are a far later invention. Plato and his school never understood the deity otherwise, notwithstanding the many epithets applied by him to the God over all, pi sigma iota theta epsilon. Plato, having been initiated, could not believe in a personal God, a gigantic shadow of man. His epithets of monarch and lawgiver of the universe bear an abstract meaning well understood by every occultist, who, no less than any Christian, believes in the one law that governs the universe, and recognizes it at the same time as immutable. As Plato says, beyond all finite existences and secondary causes, all laws, ideas and principles, there is an intelligence or mind, nu omicron, the first principle of all principles, the supreme idea on which all other ideas are grounded. The ultimate substance from which all things derive their being and essence, the first and efficient cause of all the order, and harmony, and beauty and excellency, and goodness, which pervade the universe. This mind is called, by way of preeminence and excellence, the Supreme Good, 1307, the God, theta epsilon, and the God over all. These words apply, as Plato himself shows, neither to the Creator nor to the Father of our modern monotheist, but to the ideal and abstract cause. For, as he says, this theta epsilon, the God over all, is not the truth or the intelligence, but the Father of it and its primal cause. Is it Plato, the greatest pupil of the archaic sages, a sage himself, for whom there was but a single object of attainment in this life, real knowledge, who would have ever believed in a deity that curses and damns men forever? On the slightest provocation? 1308 Surely not he who considered only those to be genuine philosophers and students of truth who possessed the knowledge of the really existing in opposition to mere seeming. Of the always existing in opposition to the transitory, and of that which exists permanently in opposition to that which waxes, wanes, and is developed and destroyed alternately. 1309 Speusippus and Xenocrates followed in his footsteps. The one, the original, had no existence, in the sense applied to it by mortal men. The tau mu iota omicron nu, the honored, dwells in the center as in the circumference, but it is only the reflection of the deity, the world soul. 1310, the plane of the surface of the circle. The cross and circle are a universal conception, as old as the human mind itself. They stand foremost on the list of the long series of, so to say, international symbols, which expressed very often great scientific truths, besides their direct bearing upon psychological, and even physiological mysteries. It is no explanation to say, as does Eliphas Levi, that God, the universal love, having caused the male unit to dig an abyss in the female binary, or chaos, thereby produced the world. In addition to the grossness of the conception, it does not remove the difficulty of conceiving it without losing one's veneration for the rather too human-like ways of the deity. It is to avoid such anthropomorphic conceptions that the initiates never use the epithet, God, to designate the one and secondless principle in the universe. And that, faithful in this to the oldest traditions of the secret doctrine the world over, they deny that such imperfect and often not very clean work could ever be produced by absolute perfection. There is no need to mention here other still greater metaphysical difficulties. Between speculative atheism and idiotic anthropomorphism there must be a philosophical mean, and a reconciliation. The presence of the unseen principle throughout all nature, and the highest manifestation of it on earth, man, can alone help to solve the problem, which is that of the mathematician whose X must ever elude the grasp of our terrestrial algebra. The Hindus have tried to solve it by their avatars, the Christians think they have done so, by their one divine incarnation. Exoterically, both are wrong, esoterically both of them are very near the truth. Alone, among the apostles of the Western religion, Paul seems to have fathomed, if not actually revealed, the archaic mystery of the cross. As for the rest of those who, by unifying and individualizing the universal presence, have synthesized it into one symbol, the central point in the crucifix, they show thereby that they have never seized the true spirit of the teaching of Christ, but rather that they have degraded it in more than one way by their erroneous interpretations. They have forgotten the spirit of that universal symbol and have selfishly monopolized it, as though the boundless and the infinite could ever be limited and conditioned to one manifestation individualized in one man, or even in a nation. The four arms of the symbol, cross like the letter X, or decussated cross, and of the Hermetic cross, pointing to the four cardinal points, were well understood by the mystical minds of the Hindus, Brahmins and Buddhists. Hundreds of years before it was heard of in Europe, for that symbol was and is found all over the world. They bent the ends of the cross and made of it their svastika. Now the one of the Mongolian Buddhist. 1311. It implies that the central point is not limited to one individual, however perfect. That the principle, God, is in humanity, and humanity, as all the rest, is in it, like drops of water are in the ocean, the four ends being toward the four cardinal points, hence losing themselves in infinity. Isarim, an initiate, is said to have found at Hebron, on the dead body of Hermes, the well-known Smaragdin tablet, which, it is said, contained the essence of Hermetic wisdom. Upon it were traced, among others, the sentences: separate the earth from the fire, the subtle from the gross. Ascend, from the earth to heaven and then descend again to earth. The riddle of the cross is contained in these words, and its double mystery is solved, to the occultist. The philosophical cross, the two lines running in opposite directions, the horizontal and the perpendicular, the height and breadth, which the geometrizing deity divides at the intersecting point, and which forms the magical as well as the scientific quaternary, when it is inscribed within the perfect square, is the basis of the occultist. Within its mystical precinct lies the master key which opens the door of every science, physical as well as spiritual. It symbolizes our human existence, for the circle of life circumscribes the 4 points of the cross, which represent in succession, birth, life, death, and immortality. 1312. Attach thyself, says the alchemist, to the 4 letters of the tetragram disposed in the following manner. The letters of the ineffable name are there, although thou mayest not discern them at first. The incommunicable axiom is Kabbalistically contained therein, and this is what is called the magic arcanum by the masters. 1313. Again. The Tau, and the astronomical cross of Egypt, symbol, circle with cross within, are conspicuous in several apertures of the remains of Palenque. In one of the basso-relievos of the Palace of Palenque, on the west side, sculptured as a hieroglyphic right under the seated figure, is a Tau. The standing figure, which leans over the first one, is in the act of covering its head with the left hand with the veil of initiation, while it extends its right with the index and middle finger pointing to heaven. The position is precisely that of a Christian bishop giving his blessing, or the one in which Jesus is often represented while at the Last Supper. 1314. The Egyptian hierophant had a square headdress which he had to wear always during his functions. These square hats are worn unto this day by the Armenian priests. The perfect Tau, formed of the perpendicular, descending male ray, and the horizontal line, matter, female principle, and the mundane circle were attributes of Isis. And it was only at death that the Egyptian cross was laid on the breast of the mummy. The claim that the cross is purely a Christian symbol introduced after our era, is strange indeed, when we find Ezekiel stamping the foreheads of the men of Judah who feared the Lord 13:15 with the signum thou, as it is translated in the Vulgate. In the ancient Hebrew this sign was formed thus, symbol, cross, tilted towards the northeast, but in the original Egyptian hieroglyphics as a perfect Christian cross, orthodox cross, tat, the emblem of stability. In the Revelation, also, the Alpha and Omega, spirit and matter, the first and the last, stamps the name of his Father on the foreheads of the elect. Moses 13:16 orders his people to mark their doorposts and lintels with blood, lest the Lord God should make a mistake and smite some of his chosen people, instead of the doomed Egyptians. And this mark is a Tau. The identical Egyptian-handled cross, with the half of which talisman Horus raised the dead, as is shown on a sculptured ruin at Philae. Enough has been said in the text about the swastika and the tau. Verily may the cross be traced back into the very depths of the unfathomable archaic ages. Its mystery deepens rather than clears, as we find it on the statues of Easter Island, in Old Egypt, in Central Asia, engraved on rocks as the tau and swastika, in pre-Christian Scandinavia, everywhere. The author of the Source of Measure stands perplexed before the endless shadow it throws back into antiquity, and is unable to trace it to any particular nation or man. He shows the Targums handed down by the Hebrews, obscured by translation. In Joshua 13:17 read in Arabic, and in the Targum of Jonathan, it is said, "The king of Ai he crucified upon a tree." The Septuagint rendering is of suspension from a double word or cross. Wordsworth on Joshua. The strangest expression of this kind is in Numbers 25. 4, where, by Onkelos, it is read, "Crucify them before the Lord, Jehovah, against the sun." The word here is, to nail to, rendered properly, first, by the Vulgate, to crucify. The very construction of this sentence is mystic. 13:18. So it is, but the spirit of it has been ever misunderstood. To crucify before, not against, the sun, is a phrase used of initiation. It comes from Egypt, and primarily from India. The enigma can be unriddled only by searching for its key in the mysteries of initiation. The initiated adept, who had successfully passed through all the trials, was attached, not nailed, but simply tied on a couch in the form of a tau, in Egypt, of a swastika without the 4 additional prolongations, not, in India. Plunged in a deep sleep, the sleep of Salome, as it is called to this day among the initiates in Asia Minor, in Syria, and even Higher Egypt. He was allowed to remain in this state for 3 days and 3 nights, during which time his spiritual ego was said to confabulate with the gods, descend into Hades, Amenti, or Patala, according to the country, and do works of charity to the invisible beings, whether souls of men or elemental spirits. His body remaining all the time in a temple crypt or subterranean cave. In Egypt it was placed in the sarcophagus in the king's chamber of the pyramid of Cheops, and carried during the night of the approaching 3rd day to the entrance of a gallery, where at a certain hour the beams of the rising sun struck full on the face of the entranced candidate, who awoke to be initiated by Osiris and Thoth, the god of wisdom. Let the reader who doubts the statement consult the Hebrew originals before he denies. Let him turn to some most suggestive Egyptian bas-reliefs. One especially from the Temple of Philae, represents a scene of initiation. 2 god hierophants, one with the head of a hawk, the sun, the other ibis-headed, Mercury, Thoth, the god of wisdom and secret learning, the assessor of Osiris' son, are standing over the body of a candidate just initiated. They are in the act of pouring on his head a double stream of water, the water of life and of new birth, the streams being interlaced in the shape of a cross and full of small ancetid crosses. This is allegorical of the awakening of the candidate who is now an initiate, when the beams of the morning sun, Osiris, strike the crown of his head, his entranced body being placed on its wooden tau so as to receive the rays. Then appeared the Hierophant initiators, and the sacramental words were pronounced, ostensibly to the sun Osiris, in reality to the spirit sun within, enlightening the newly born man. Let the reader meditate on the connection of the sun with the cross from the highest antiquity, in both its generative and spiritually regenerative capacities. Let him examine the tomb of Beit-Oxley, in the reign of Ramses II, where he will find the crosses in every shape and position. As also on the throne of that sovereign, and finally on a fragment representing the adoration of Bacchanaliaire, from the hall of the ancestors of Thotmes III, now preserved in the National Library of Paris. In this extraordinary sculpture and painting one sees the disk of the sun beaming upon an ancetid cross placed upon a cross of which those of the Calvary are perfect copies. The ancient MSS mention these as the hard couches of those who were in spiritual travail, the act of giving birth to themselves. A quantity of such cruciform couches, on which the candidate, thrown into a dead trance at the end of his supreme initiation, was placed and secured, were found in the underground halls of the Egyptian temples after their destruction. The worthy and holy fathers of the Cyril and Theophilus types used them freely, believing they had been brought and concealed there by some new converts. Alone Origen, and after him Clemens Alexandrinus and other ex-initiates, knew better. But they preferred to keep silent. Again, let the reader read the Hindu fables, as the Orientalists call them, and remember the allegory of Vishvakarma, the creative power, the great architect of the world, called in the Rig Veda the all-seeing God, who sacrifices himself to himself. The spiritual egos of mortals are his own essence, one with him, therefore. Remember that he is called Devavardika, the builder of the gods, and that it is he who ties the sun, Surya, his son-in-law, on his lathe, in the exoteric allegory, but on the svastika, in esoteric tradition. For on earth he is the Hierophant initiator, and cuts away a portion of his brightness. Vishvakarma, remember again, is the son of Yogasiddha, i.e., the holy power of yoga, and the fabricator of the fiery weapon, the magic Agniastra. 1319. The narrative is given more fully elsewhere. The author of the Kabbalistic work so often quoted from, asks. The theoretical use of crucifixion then must have been somehow connected with the personification of this symbol, the structure of the Garden of Paradise symbolized by a crucified man. But how? And as showing what? The symbol was of the origin of measures, shadowing forth creative law or design. What, practically, as regards humanity, could actual crucifixion betoken? Yet, that it was held as the effigy of some mysterious working of the same system, is shown from the very fact of the use. There seems to be deep below deep as to the mysterious workings of these number values, the symbolization of the connection of 113, 355, with 20612, 6561, by a crucified man. Not only are they shown to work in the cosmos but, by sympathy, they seem to work out conditions relating to an unseen and spiritual world, and the prophets seem to have held knowledge of the connecting links. Reflection becomes more involved when it is considered that, the power of expression of the law, exactly, by numbers clearly defining a system, was not the accident of the language, but was its very essence, and of its primary organic construction. Therefore, neither the language, nor the mathematical system attaching to it, could be of man's invention, unless both were founded upon a prior language which afterwards became obsolete. 1320. The author proves these points by further elucidation, and reveals the secret meaning of more than one dead-letter narrative, by showing that probably, man, was the primordial word. The very first word possessed by the Hebrews. Whoever they were, to carry the idea, by sound, of a man. The essential of this word was 113, the numerical value of that word, from the beginning, and carried with it the elements of the cosmical system displayed. 1321. This is demonstrated by the Hindu Vitoba, a form of Vishnu, as has already been stated. The figure of Vitoba, even to the nail marks on the feet, 1322, is that of Jesus crucified, in all its details save the cross. That man was meant is proved to us further by the fact of the initiate being reborn after his crucifixion on the tree of life. This tree has now become exoterically, through its use by the Romans as an instrument of torture and the ignorance of the early Christian schemers, the tree of death. Thus, one of the 7 esoteric meanings intended by this mystery of crucifixion by the mystic inventors of the system, the original elaboration and adoption of which dates back to the very establishment of the mysteries, is discovered in the geometrical symbols containing the history of the evolution of man. The Hebrews, whose prophet Moses was so learned in the esoteric wisdom of Egypt, and who adopted their numerical system from the Phoenicians, and later from the Gentiles, from whom also they borrowed most of their Kabbalistic mysticism, most ingeniously adapted the cosmic and anthropological symbols of the heathen nations to their peculiar secret records. If Christian sacerdotalism has lost the key of this today, the early compilers of the Christian mysteries were well versed in esoteric philosophy and the Hebrew occult metrology, and used it dexterously. Thus they took the word Aish, one of the Hebrew word forms for man, and used it in conjunction with that of Shana or lunar year, so mystically connected with the name of Jehovah, the supposed father of Jesus. And embosomed the mystic idea in an astronomical value and formula. The original idea of the man crucified in space certainly belongs to the ancient Hindus. More shows this in his Hindu pantheon in the engraving that represents Vitoba. Plato adopted it in his decussated cross in space, the symbol, cross like the letter dex, the second god who impressed himself on the universe in the form of the cross. Krishna is likewise shown, crucified. 1323 Again it is repeated in the Old Testament in the queer injunction to crucify men before the Lord, the Son, which is no prophecy at all, but has a direct phallic significance. In that same most suggestive work on the Kabbalistic meanings, we read again. In symbol, the nails of the cross have for the shape of the heads thereof a solid pyramid, and a tapering square obeliskal shaft, or phallic emblem, for the nail. Taking the position of the 3 nails in the man's extremities and on the cross, they form or mark a triangle in shape, 1 nail being at each corner of the triangle. The wounds, or stigmata, in the extremities are necessarily 4, designative of the square. The 3 nails with the 3 wounds are in number 6, which denotes the 6 faces of the cube unfolded, which make the cross or man form, or 7, counting 3 horizontal and 4 vertical squares, on which the man is placed. And this in turn points to the circular measure transferred on to the edges of the cube. The 1 wound of the feet separates into 2 when the feet are separated, making 3 together for all, and 4 when separated, or 7 in all, another in most holy, with the Jews, feminine base number. 1324. Thus, while the phallic or sexual meaning of the crucifixion nails is proven by the geometrical and numerical reading, its mystical meaning is indicated by the short remarks upon it, as given above, in its connection with, and bearing upon Prometheus. He is another victim, for he is crucified on the cross of love, on the rock of human passions, a sacrifice to his devotion to the cause of the spiritual element in humanity. Now, the primordial system, the double glyph that underlies the idea of the cross, is not of human invention, for cosmic ideation and the spiritual representation of the divine ego-man are at its basis. Later, it expanded into the beautiful idea adopted by, and represented in, the mysteries, that of regenerated man, the mortal, who, by crucifying the man of flesh in his passions on the Procrustean bed of torture, became reborn as an immortal. Leaving the body, the animal man, behind him, tied on the cross of initiation like an empty chrysalis, the ego soul became as free as a butterfly. Still later, owing to the gradual loss of spirituality, the cross became in cosmogony and anthropology no higher than a phallic symbol. With the esotericists from the remotest times, the universal soul or anima mundi, the material reflection of the immaterial ideal, was the source of life of all beings and of the life principle of the 3 kingdoms. This was septenary with the Hermetic philosophers, as with all ancients. For it is represented as a 7-fold cross, whose branches are respectively, light, heat, electricity, terrestrial magnetism, astral radiation, motion, and intelligence, or what some call self-consciousness. As we have said elsewhere, long before the cross or its sign were adopted as symbols of Christianity, the sign of the cross was used as a mark of recognition among adepts and neophytes, the latter being called crests, from Christos, the man of tribulation and sorrow. Says Eliphas Levi. The sign of the cross adopted by the Christians does not belong to them exclusively. It is also Kabbalistic, and represents the opposition and quaternary equilibrium of the elements. We see by the occult verse of the Paternoster, that there were originally 2 ways of doing it, or, at least 2 very different formulas to express its meaning, one reserved for the priests and initiates, the other given to neophytes and the profane. Thus, for example, the initiate, carrying his hand to his forehead, said, "To thee," then he added, "belong," and continued, carrying his hand to the breast, "the kingdom," then to the left shoulder, "justice," to the right shoulder, and "mercy." Then he joined the 2 hands, adding, throughout the generating cycles, tibi sunt malchit eti gebura et chisit periones, an absolutely and magnificently Kabbalistic sign of the cross, which the profanations of Gnosticism made the militant and official church completely lose. 1325. The militant and official church did more, having helped herself to what had never belonged to her. She took only that which the profane had, the Kabbalistic meaning of the male and female Sephiroth. She never lost the inner and higher meaning, since she never had it, Eliphaz Levi's pandering to Rome notwithstanding. The sign of the cross adopted by the Latin Church was phallic from the beginning, while that of the Greeks was the cross of the neophytes, the Krestoi. Section 9. The Upanishads in Gnostic literature. We are reminded in King's Gnostics and their remains that the Greek language had but one word for vowel and voice. This has led the uninitiated to many erroneous interpretations. On the simple knowledge, however, of this well-known fact a comparison may be attempted, and a flood of light thrown upon several mystic meanings. Thus the words, so often used in the Upanishads and the Puranas, sound and speech, may be collated with the Gnostic vowels and the voices of the thunders and angels in Revelation. The same will be found in Pistis Sophia, and other ancient fragments and missas. This was remarked even by the matter-of-fact author of the above-mentioned work. Through Hippolytus, an early church father, we learn what Marcus, a Pythagorean rather than a Christian Gnostic, and a Kabbalist most certainly, had received in mystic revelation. It is said that Marcus had it revealed unto him that the seven heavens 13:26 sounded each one vowel, which, all combined together, formed a single doxology, the sound whereof being carried down, from these seven heavens, to earth, becomes the creator and parent of all things that be on earth. 1327. Translated from the occult phraseology into still plainer language, this would read, the sevenfold logos having differentiated into seven logoi or creative potencies, vowels, these, the second logos, or sound, created all on earth. Assuredly one who is acquainted with Gnostic literature can hardly help seeing in St. John's Apocalypse, a work of the same school of thought. For we find John saying, seven thunders uttered their voices. And, I was about to write. But, I heard a voice from heaven saying unto me, seal up those things which the seven thunders uttered, and write them not. 1328. The same injunction is given to Marcus, the same to all other semi and full initiates. The very sameness of the expressions used, and of the underlying ideas, always betrays a portion of the mysteries. We must always seek for more than one meaning in every mystery allegorically revealed, especially in those in which the number 7 and its multiplication 7 by 7, or 49, appear. Now when, in Pistis Sophia, the Rabbi Jesus is requested by his disciples to reveal to them the mysteries of the light of his Father, i.e., of the higher self enlightened by initiation and divine knowledge, Jesus answers, "Do ye seek after these mysteries? No mystery is more excellent than they, which shall bring your souls unto the light of lights, unto the place of truth and goodness, unto the place where there is neither male nor female, neither form in that place but light, everlasting, not to be uttered. Nothing therefore is more excellent than the mysteries which ye seek after, saving only the mystery of the seven vowels and their 49 powers, and their numbers thereof. And no name is more excellent than all these vowels." 1329. As says the commentary, speaking of the fires, the seven fathers and the 49 sons blaze in darkness, but they are the life and light and the continuation thereof through the great age. Now it becomes evident that, in every esoteric interpretation of exoteric beliefs expressed in allegorical forms, there is the same underlying idea, the basic number 7, the compound of 3 and 4. Preceded by the divine 3, triangle, making the perfect number 10. Also, these numbers apply equally to divisions of time, to cosmography, metaphysical and physical, as well as to man and everything else in visible nature. Thus these seven vowels with their 49 powers are identical with the 3 and the 7 fires of the Hindus and their 49 fires, identical with the numerical mysteries of the Persian Simorg. identical with those of the Jewish Kabbalists. The latter, dwarfing the numbers, their mode of blinds, made the duration of each successive renewal, or what we call in esoteric parlance round, 1,000 years only, or of the 7 renewals of the globe 7,000 years, instead of, as is more likely, 7 billion, and assigned to the total duration of the universe 49,000 years only. 1,330. Now, the Secret Doctrine furnishes a key which reveals to us on the indisputable grounds of comparative analogy that Garuda, the allegorical and monstrous half-man and half-bird, the Vahana or vehicle on which Vishnu, as Kala or time, is shown to ride, is the origin of all such allegories. He is the Indian phoenix, the emblem of cyclic and periodical time, the mammalian, Sinha, of whose representations the so-called Gnostic gems are so full. 1,331. Over the 7 rays of the lion's crown, and corresponding to their points, stand often the 7 vowels of the Greek alphabet, alpha epsilon eta iota omicron upsilon omega, testifying to the 7 heavens. 1,332. This is the solar lion and the emblem of the solar cycle, as Garuda 1333 is that of the great cycle, the Maha Kalpa, coeternal with Vishnu, and also, of course, the emblem of the sun and solar cycle. This is shown by the details of the allegory. At his birth, Garuda, on account of his dazzling splendor, is mistaken for Agni, the god of fire, and was thence called Gaganeshvara, lord of the sky. Its representation as Osiris, on the Abraxas, Gnostic, gems, and by many heads of allegorical monsters, with the head and beak of an eagle or a hawk, both solar birds, denotes Garuda's solar and cyclic character. His son is Jatayu, the cycle of 60,000 years. As well remarked by C.W. King. Whatever its primary meaning, of the gem with the solar lion and vowels, it was probably imported in its present shape from India, that true fountainhead of Gnostic iconography. 1,334. The mysteries of the 7 Gnostic vowels, uttered by the thunders of St. John, can be unriddled only by the primeval and original occultism of Aryavarta, brought into India by the primeval Brahmins, who had been initiated in Central Asia. And this is the occultism we study and try to explain, as much as is possible, in these pages. Our doctrine of 7 races, and 7 rounds of life and evolution around our terrestrial chain of spheres, may be found even in Revelation 13:35, when the 7 thunders, or sounds, or vowels, one meaning out of the 7 for each such vowel relates directly to our own earth and its 7 root races in each round, had uttered their voices, but had forbidden the seer to write them. And made him seal up those things. What did the angel, standing upon the sea and upon the earth, do? He lifted up his hand to heaven, and sware by him that liveth for ever and ever, that there should be time no longer, but in the days of the voice of the 7th angel, when he shall begin to sound, the mystery of God, of the cycle, should be finished. 1,336. This means, in theosophic phraseology, that when the 7th round is completed, then time will cease. There shall be time no longer, very naturally, since Pralaya shall set in and there will remain no one on earth to keep a division of time, during that periodical dissolution and arrest of conscious life. Dar. Keneally and others believed that the calculations of the cyclic 7 and 49 were brought by the rabbins from Chaldea. This is more than likely. But the Babylonians, who had all those cycles and taught them only at their great initiatory mysteries of astrological magic, got their wisdom and learning from India. It is not difficult, therefore, to recognize in them our own esoteric doctrine. In their secret computations, the Japanese have the same figures in their cycles. As to the Brahmins, their Puranas and Upanishads are good proof of it. The latter have passed entirely into Gnostic literature. And a Brahmin needs only to read Pistis Sophia 1337 to recognize his forefathers' property, even to the phraseology and similes used. Let us compare. In Pistis Sophia the disciples say to Jesus, Rabbi, reveal unto us the mysteries of the light, i.e., the fire of knowledge or enlightenment, forasmuch as we have heard thee saying that there is another baptism of smoke, and another baptism of the Spirit of holy light, i.e. the Spirit of fire. 1338. As John says of Jesus, I indeed baptize you with water, but he shall baptize you with the Holy Ghost and with fire. The real significance of this statement is very profound. It means that John, a non-initiated ascetic, can impart to his disciples no greater wisdom than the mysteries connected with the plane of matter, of which water is the symbol. His gnosis was that of exoteric and ritualistic dogma, of dead-letter orthodoxy. 1339 While the wisdom which Jesus, an initiate of the higher mysteries, would reveal to them, was of a higher character, for it was the fire wisdom of the true gnosis or real spiritual enlightenment. One was fire, the other the smoke. For Moses, the fire on Mount Sinai in the spiritual wisdom, for the multitudes of the people below, for the profane, Mount Sinai in, through, smoke, i.e., the exoteric husks of orthodox or sectarian ritualism. Now, having the above in view, read the dialogue between the sages Narada and Devamata in the Enoujita, 1340, an episode from the Mahabharata, the antiquity and importance of which one can learn in the Sacred Books of the East, edited by Prof. Max Muller. 1341 Narada is discoursing upon the breaths, or the life winds, as they are called in the clumsy translations of such words as prana, apana, etc., whose full esoteric meaning and application to individual functions can hardly be rendered in English. He says of this science that it is the teaching of the Veda, that the fire verily is all the deities, and knowledge of it arises among Brahmanas, being accompanied by intelligence. 1342. By fire, says the commentator, he means the self. By intelligence, the occultist says, Narada meant neither discussion nor argumentation, as Arjuna Mishra believes, but intelligence truly, or the adaptation of the fire of wisdom to exoteric ritualism for the profane. This is the chief concern of the Brahmins, who were the first to set the example to other nations who thus anthropomorphized and carnalized the grandest metaphysical truths. Narada shows this plainly and is made to say, the smoke of that fire, which is of excellent glory, appears, in the shape of darkness, verily so. Its ashes are passion, and goodness is that in connection with it, in which the offering is thrown. 1343. That is to say, that faculty in the disciple which apprehends the subtle truth, the flame, which escapes heavenward, while the objective sacrifice remains as a proof and evidence of piety only to the profane. For what else can Narada mean by the following? Those who understand the sacrifice understand the samama and the vayana as the principal offering. The prana and apana are portions of the offering, and between them is the fire. That is the excellent seat of the udana as understood by Brahmanas. As to that which is distinct from these pairs, hear me speak about that. Day and night are a pair, between them is the fire. That which exists and that which does not exist are a pair, between them is the fire. 1344. And after every such contrast Narada adds, that is the excellent seat of the udana as understood by Brahmanas. Now many people do not know the full meaning of the statement that samama and vayana, prana and apana, which are explained to be life winds, but which we say are principles and their respective faculties and senses, are offered up to udana. The soidizon principle, life wind, which is said to act at all the joints. And so the reader who is ignorant that the word fire, in these allegories means both the self and the higher divine knowledge, will understand nothing in this, and will entirely miss the point of our argument. As the translator and even the editor, the great Oxford Sanskritist, F. Max Muller, have missed the true meaning of Narada's words. Exoterically, this enumeration of life winds has, of course, the meaning, approximately, which is surmised in the footnotes. Namely, the sense appears to be this: the course of worldly life is due to the operations of the life winds which are attached to the self and lead to its manifestations as individual souls. Of these, the samama and vayana are controlled and held under check by the prana and apana. The latter two are held in check and controlled by the Udana, which thus controls all. And the control of this, which is the control of all five, leads to the Supreme Self. 1345. The above is given as an explanation of the text, which records the words of the Brahmana, who narrates how he reached the ultimate wisdom of Yogism, and in this wise reached all knowledge. Saying that he had perceived by means of the self the seed abiding in the self, 1346, where dwells the Brahma free from all, and explaining that that indestructible principle was entirely beyond the perception of senses, i.e. of the five life winds, he adds that in the midst of all these life winds, which move about in the body and swallow up one another, blazes the Vaishvanara fire sevenfold. 1347. This fire, according to Nilkantha's commentary, is identical with the I, the self, which is the goal of the ascetic, Vaishvanara being a word often used for the self. Then the Brahmana goes on to enumerate that which is meant by the word sevenfold, and says, the nose, or smell, and the tongue, taste, and the eye, and the skin, and the ear as the fifth, the mind, and the understanding. These are the 7 tongues of the blaze of Vaishvanara. 1348, those are the 7 kinds of fuel for me. 1349. These are the 7 great officiating priests. 1350. These 7 priests are accepted by Arjuna Mishra in the sense of meaning the soul distinguished as so many souls, or principles, with reference to these several powers. And, finally, the translator seems to accept the explanation, and reluctantly admits that they may mean this, though he himself takes the sense to mean the powers of hearing, etc. The physical senses, in short, which are presided over by the several deities. But whatever it may mean, whether in scientific or orthodox interpretations, this passage on page 259 explains Narada's statements on page 276, and shows them referring to exoteric and esoteric methods and contrasting them. Thus the Samama and the Vyana, though subject to the Prana and the Apana, and all the 4 to Udana in the matter of acquiring the Pranayama, of the Hatha Yogi, chiefly, or the lower form of Yoga, are yet referred to as the principal offering, for, as rightly argued by K. Trimbak Telung, their operations are more practically important for vitality, i.e. they are the grossest, and are offered in the sacrifice, in order that they may disappear, so to speak, in the quality of darkness of that fire or its smoke, mere exoteric ritualistic form. But prana and apana, though shown as subordinate, because less gross or more purified, have the fire between them, the self and the secret knowledge possessed by that self. So for the good and evil, and for that which exists and that which does not exist, all these pairs 1351 have fire between them, i.e., esoteric knowledge, the wisdom of the divine self. Let those who are satisfied with the smoke of the fire remain wherein they are, that is to say within the Egyptian darkness of theological fictions and dead-letter interpretations. The above is written only for the Western students of occultism and theosophy. The writer presumes to explain these things neither to the Hindus, who have their own gurus, nor to the Orientalists, who think they know more than all the gurus and rishis, past and present, put together. These rather lengthy quotations and examples are necessary, if only to point out to the student the works he has to study so as to derive benefit and learning from comparison. Let him read Pistis Sophia in the light of the Bhagavad Gita, the Anujata and others, and then the statement made by Jesus in the Gnostic Gospel will become clear, and the dead-letter blinds disappear at once. Read the following and compare it with the explanation from the Hindu scriptures just given. And no name is more excellent than all these, a name wherein be contained all names, and all lights, and all the 49 powers. Knowing that name, if a man quits this body of matter, 1352 no smoke, i.e., no theological delusion, 1353 no darkness, nor power, nor ruler of the sphere, no personal genius or planetary spirit called God, of fate, karma, shall be able to hold back the soul that knoweth that name. If he shall utter that name unto the fire, the darkness shall flee away. And if he shall utter that name unto All their powers, nay, even unto Barbello 1354 and the invisible God, and the three triple-powered gods, so soon as he shall have uttered that name in those places, they shall all be thrown one upon the other. So that they shall be ready to melt and perish, and shall cry aloud, O light of every light that is in the boundless lights, remember us also and purify us. 1355. It is easy to see what this light and name are, the light of initiation and the name of the fire self, which is no name, no action, but a spiritual, ever-living power, higher even than the real, invisible God, as this power is itself. But if the able and learned author of the Gnostics and their remains has not sufficiently allowed for the spirit of allegory and mysticism in the fragments translated and quoted by him, in the above-named work. From Pistis Sophia, other Orientalists have done far worse. Having neither his intuitional perception of the Indian origin of the Gnostic wisdom, still less of the meaning of their gems, most of them, beginning with Wilson and ending with the dogmatic Weber, have made most extraordinary blunders with regard to almost every symbol. Sir M. Monier Williams and others show a very decided contempt for the esoteric Buddhists, as Theosophists are now called. Yet no student of occult philosophy has ever mistaken a cycle for a living personage and vice versa, as is very often the case with our learned Orientalists. An instance or two may illustrate the statement more graphically. Let us choose the best known. In the Ramayana, Garuda is called the maternal uncle of Sagara's 60,000 sons. And Amshamat, Sagara's grandson, the nephew of the 60,000 uncles, who were reduced to ashes by the look of Kapila, the Purushottama, or infinite spirit, who caused the horse which Sagara was keeping for the Ashvamedha sacrifice to disappear. Again, Garuda's son 1356. Garuda being himself the Maha Kulpa or Great Cycle, Jatayu, the king of the feathered tribe, when on the point of being slain by Ravana who carries off Sita, says, speaking of himself, it is 60,000 years, O king, that I am born. After which, turning his back on the sun, he dies. Jatayu is, of course, the cycle of 60,000 years within the great cycle of Garuda. Hence he is represented as his son, or nephew, ad libitum, since the whole meaning rests on his being placed in the line of Garuda's descendants. Then, again, there is Dithi, the mother of the Maruts, whose descendants and progeny belonged to the posterity of Hiranyaksha, whose number was 77 crores, or 770 millions, of men, according to the Padma Purana. All such narratives are pronounced meaningless fictions and absurdities. But, truth is the daughter of time, verily, and time will show. Meanwhile, what could be easier than an attempt, at least, to verify Puranic chronology? There are many Kapilas. But the Kapila who slew King Sagara's progeny, 60,000 men strong, was undeniably Kapila, the founder of the Sankhya philosophy, since it is so stated in the Puranas. Although one of them flatly denies the imputation without explaining its esoteric meaning. It is the Bhagavata Purana 1357 which says that the report is not true that the sons of the king were scorched by the wrath of the sage. For how can the quality of darkness, the product of anger, exist in a sage whose body was goodness and who purified the world, the earth's dust, as it were, attributed to heavens? How should mental perturbation distract that sage, identified with the Supreme Spirit, who has steered here, on earth, that solid vessel of the Sankhya philosophy, with the help of which he who desires to obtain liberation crosses the dreaded ocean of existence, that path to death? 1358. The Purana is in duty bound to speak as it does. It has a dogma to promulgate and a policy to carry out, that of great secrecy with regard to mystical divine truths divulged for countless ages only at initiation. It is not in the Puranas, therefore, that we have to look for an explanation of the mystery connected with various transcendental states of being. That the story is an allegory is seen upon its very face, the 60,000 sons, brutal, vicious, and impious, are the personification of the human passions that a mere glance of the sage, the self who represents the highest state of purity that can be reached on earth, reduces to ashes. But it has also other significations, cyclic and chronological meanings, a method of marking the periods when certain sages flourished, found also in other Puranas. Now it is as well ascertained as any tradition can be, that it was at Hardwar, or Gangadvara, the door or gate of the Ganges, at the foot of the Himalayas, that Kapila sat in meditation for a number of years. Not far from the Sulik range, the pass of Hardwar is called to this day, Kapila's Pass, and the place also is named Kapilastan by the ascetics. It is there that the Ganges, Ganga, emerging from its mountainous gorge, begins its course over the sultry plains of India. And it is clearly ascertained by geological survey that the tradition which claims that the ocean washed the base of the Himalayas ages ago, is not entirely without foundation, for distinct traces of this still remain. The Sankhya philosophy may have been brought down and taught by the first, and written out by the last Kapila. Now Sagara is the name of the ocean, and especially of the Bay of Bengal, at the mouth of the Ganges, to this day in India. 1359 Have geologists ever calculated the number of millenniums it must have taken the sea to recede the distance it is now from Hardwar, which is at present 1,024 feet above its level? If they had, those Orientalists who show Kapila flourishing from the 1st to the 9th century AD, might change their opinions, if only for one of two very good reasons. Firstly, the true number of years which have elapsed since Kapila's day is unmistakably in the Puranas, though the translators may fail to see it. And secondly, the Kapila of the Satya, and the Kapila of the Kali Yugas, may be one and the same individuality, without being the same personality. Kapila, besides being the name of a personage, of the once living sage and the author of the Sankhya philosophy, is also the generic name of the Kumaras, the celestial ascetics and virgins. Therefore the very fact of the Bhagavata Purana calling that Kapila, whom it had showed just before as a portion of Vishnu, the author of the Sankhya philosophy, ought to have warned the reader of a blind containing an esoteric meaning. Whether he was the son of Vidatha, as the Haravamsha shows him to be, or of any one else, the author of the Sankhya cannot be the same as the sage of the Satya Yuga, at the very beginning of the Manvantara, when Vishnu is shown in the form of Kapila, imparting to all creatures true wisdom. For this relates to that primordial period when the sons of God taught to the newly created men those arts and sciences, which have since been cultivated and preserved in the sanctuaries by the initiates. There are several well-known Kapilas in the Puranas. First the primeval sage, then Kapila one of the three secret Kumaras, and Kapila son of Kashyapa and Kadru, the many-headed serpent, 1360, besides Kapila the great sage and philosopher of the Kali Yuga. The latter, being an initiate, serpent of wisdom, a Naga, was purposely blended with the Kapilas of the former ages. Section X. The Cross and the Pythagorean Decad. The early Gnostics claimed that their science, the Gnosis, rested on a square, the angles of which represented respectively Sigi, silence, Bythos, depth, Nous, spiritual soul or mind, and Aletheia, truth. It is they who were the first to reveal to the world that which had remained concealed for ages. Namely, the Tao, in the shape of a Procrustean bed, and Christos as incarnating in Christos, he who became for certain purposes a willing candidate for a series of tortures, mental and physical. For them the whole of the universe, metaphysical and material, was contained within, and could be expressed and described by the digits contained in the number 10, the Pythagorean Decad. This Decad, representing the universe and its evolution out of silence and the unknown depths of the spiritual soul, or anima mundi, presented two sides or aspects to the student. It could be, and was at first, applied to the macrocosm, after which it descended to the microcosm, or man. There was, then, the purely intellectual and metaphysical, or the inner science, and the as purely materialistic or surface science, both of which could be expounded by and contained in the Decad. It could be studied, in short, both by the deductive method of Plato, and the inductive method of Aristotle. The former started from a divine comprehension, when the plurality proceeded from unity, or the digits of the Decad appeared, only to be finally reabsorbed, lost in the infinite circle. The latter depended on sensuous perception alone, when the Decad could be regarded either as the unity that multiplies, or matter which differentiates. Its study being limited to the plane surface, to the cross, or the 7 which proceeds from the 10, or the perfect number, on earth as in heaven. This dual system was brought, together with the Decad, by Pythagoras from India. That it was that of the Brahmins and Iranians, as they are called by the ancient Greek philosophers, is warranted to us by the whole range of Sanskrit literature, such as the Puranas and the laws of Manu. In these laws or ordinances of Manu, it is said that Brahma first creates the 10 lords of being, the 10 Prajapati or creative forces, which 10 produce 7 other manas, or, rather, as some MSS have it, munin, instead of manan, devotees, or holy beings, which are the 7 angels of the presence in the Western religion. This mysterious number 7, born from the upper triangle, the latter itself born from the apex thereof, or the silent depths of the unknown universal soul, Sigi and Bythos, is the 7-fold Saptaparna plant. Born and manifested on the surface of the soil of mystery, from the 3-fold root buried deep under that impenetrable soil. This idea is fully elaborated in one of the sections of Volume 1, Part 2, Section 3, Primordial Substance and Divine Thought, which the reader should notice carefully, if he would grasp the metaphysical idea involved in the above symbol. In man as in nature, according to the Cis-Himalayan esoteric philosophy, which is that of the cosmogony of the original Manu, it is the septenary division that is intended by nature herself. The 7th principle, Purusha, alone is the divine self, strictly speaking. For, as said in Manu, he, Brahma, having pervaded the subtle parts of those 6, of unmeasured brightness, 1361 created or called them forth to self-consciousness or the consciousness of that one self. Of these 6, 5 elements, or principles, or tattvas, as Medhatithi, the commentator thinks, are called the atomic destructible elements, 1362. These are described in the above-named section. 1363. We have now to speak of the mystery language, that of the prehistoric races. It is not a phonetic, but a purely pictorial and symbolical tongue. It is known at present in its fullness to the very few, having become with the masses for more than 5,000 years an absolutely dead language. Yet most of the learned Gnostics, Greeks and Jews, knew it, and used it, though very differently. A few instances may be given. On the plane above, the number is no number but a knot, a circle. On the plane below, it becomes 1, which is an odd number. Each letter of the ancient alphabets had its philosophical meaning in raison d'être. The number 1, 1, signified with the Alexandrian initiates a body erect, a living standing man, he being the only animal that has this privilege. And, by adding to the I, a head, it was transformed into a P, a symbol of paternity, of the creative potency, while R signified a moving man, one on his way. Hence Pater Zeus had nothing sexual or phallic either in its sound or the form of its letters, nor had Pi Alpha Tau Rho Delta Epsilon, according to Ragan. 1364. If we turn now to the Hebrew alphabet, we shall find that while 1 or Aleph has a bull or an ox for its symbol, 10, the perfect number, or one of the Kabbalah, is a Yod, Y, I, or J, and means, as the first letter of Jehovah, the procreative organ, and the rest. The odd numbers are divine, the even numbers are terrestrial, devilish, and unlucky. The Pythagoreans hated the binary. With them it was the origin of differentiation, hence of contrasts, discord, or matter, the beginning of evil. In the Valentinian theogony, Bythos and Sigi, depth, chaos, matter born in silence, are the primordial binary. With the early Pythagoreans, however, the duad was that imperfect state into which the first manifested being fell when it got detached from the monad. It was the point from which the two roads, the good and the evil, bifurcated. All that which was double-faced or false was called by them binary. One was alone good and harmony, because no disharmony can proceed from one alone. Hence the Latin word solus in relation to the one and only God, the unknown of Paul. Solus, however, very soon became Sol, the Son. The ternary is the first of the odd numbers, as the triangle is the first of the geometrical figures. 1365 This number is truly the number of mystery par excellence. To study it on the exoteric lines one has to read Ragan's Cours philosophique et interpretatif de initiations, on the esoteric, the Hindu symbolism of numerals, for the combinations which were applied to it are numberless. It is on the occult properties of the three equal sides of the triangle that Ragan based his studies and founded the famous Masonic Society of the Trinosophists, those who study three sciences. An improvement upon the ordinary three Masonic degrees, given to those who study nothing except eating and drinking at the meetings of their lodges. As the founder writes, the first line of the triangle offered to the apprentice for study is the mineral kingdom, symbolized by Tubalc, symbol, 3 dots in a triangle, Tubal Cain. The second side on which the companion has to meditate, is the vegetable kingdom, symbolized by Shib, symbol, 3 dots in a triangle, Shibboleth. In this kingdom begins the generation of the bodies. This is why the letter G is presented radiant before the eyes of the adept. The third side is left to the master mason, who has to complete his education by the study of the animal kingdom. It is symbolized by Mao Ben, symbol, 3 dots in a triangle, son of putrefaction, 1366. The first solid figure is the quaternary, the symbol of immortality. It is the pyramid, for the pyramid stands on a triangular base, and terminates with a point at the top, thus yielding the triad and the quaternary or the 3 and 4. The Pythagoreans taught the connection and relation between the gods and the numbers, in a science called arithmancy. The soul is a number, they said, which moves of itself and contains the number 4. And spiritual and physical man is number 3, as the ternary represented for them not only the surface but also the principle of the formation of the physical body. Thus animals were ternaries only, man alone being a septenary, when virtuous. A canary when bad, 4. Number 5 was composed of a binary and a ternary, and of these the binary threw everything in the perfect form into disorder and confusion. The perfect man, they said, was a quaternary and a ternary, or 4 material and 3 immaterial elements, and these 3 spirits or elements we likewise find in 5 when it represents the microcosm. The latter is a compound of a binary directly relating to gross matter and of 3 spirits. Since, as Ragan says, this ingenious figure is the union of 2 Greek breathings placed over vowels which have or have not to be aspirated. The first sign is called the strong or superior spiritus, the spirit of God aspired, spiratus, and breathed by man. The second sign, the lower, is the soft spiritus representing the secondary spirit. The whole embraces the whole man. It is the universal quintessence, the vital fluid or life. 1367. The more mystic meaning of the number 5 is given in an excellent article by Mr. T. Subarro, in 5 Years of Theosophy, in an article entitled The 12 Signs of the Zodiac, in which he gives some rules that may help the inquirer to ferret out the deep significance of ancient Sanskrit nomenclature in the old Aryan myths and allegories. Meanwhile, let us see what has been hitherto stated about the constellation Capricornus in theosophical publications, and what is known of it generally. Every one knows that Capricorn is the 10th sign of the zodiac, into which the sun enters at the winter solstice, about December 21st. But very few are those who know, even in India, unless they are initiated, the real mystic connection which seems to exist, as we are told, between the names Makara and Kamara. The first means some amphibious animal, flippantly called the crocodile, as some Orientalists think, and the second is the title of the great patrons of yogins, according to the Shaiva Puranas, the sons of, and even one with, Rudra, Shiva, who is a Kamara himself. It is through their connection with man that the Kamaras are likewise connected with the zodiac. Let us try to find out what the word Makara means. Says the author of The 12 Signs of the Zodiac. Makara contains within itself the clue to its correct interpretation. The letter Ma is equivalent to number 5, and Kara means hand. Now in Sanskrit Tribhujam means a triangle, Bhujam or Karam, both synonymous, being understood to mean a side. So, Makaram or Panchakaram means a pentagon. 1368. Now the five-pointed star or pentagon represents the five limbs of man. 1369. Under the old system, we are told, Makara was the eighth instead of the 10th sign. 1370. The sign in question is intended to represent the faces of the universe, and indicates that the figure of the universe is bounded by pentagons. 1371. The Sanskrit writers speak also of Ashtadisha or eight faces bounding space, referring thus to the locopolis, the 8 points of the compass, the 4 cardinal and the 4 intermediate points. From an objective point of view, the microcosm is represented by the human body. Makara may be taken to represent simultaneously both the microcosm and the macrocosm, as external objects of perception. 1372. But the true esoteric sense of the word Makara is not, in truth, crocodile at all, even when it is compared with the animal depicted on the Hindu zodiac. For it has the head and the forelegs of an antelope and the body and tail of a fish. Hence the 10th sign of the zodiac has been taken variously to mean a shark, a dolphin, etc., as it is the Vahana of Varuna, the ocean god, and is often called, for this reason, Jalarupa, or water form. The dolphin was the vehicle of Poseidon Neptune with the Greeks, and one with him, esoterically, and this dolphin is the sea dragon as much as the crocodile of the sacred Nile is the vehicle of Horus, and Horus himself. Says the mummy-form god with the crocodile's head. I am the fish and seat of the great Horus of Kemur. 1373. With the Plerôma Gnostics it is Kotzur, Neptune, who converts the dodecagonal pyramid into a sphere, and paints its gate with many colors. 1374 He has 5 androgyne ministers, he is Makara, the Leviathan. As the rising sun was considered the soul of the god sent to manifest itself to men every day, and as the crocodile rose out of the water at the first sunbeam, that animal came finally to personify a solar fire devotee in India. As it personified that fire, or the highest soul with the Egyptians. In the Puranas, the number of the Kumaras changes according to the exigencies of the allegory. For occult purposes their number is given in one place as 7, then as 4, then as 5. In the Kurm Purana it is said of them. These 5, Kumaras, O Brahman, were yogins who acquired entire exemption from passion. Their very name shows their connection with the said constellation Makara, and with some other Puranic characters connected with the zodiacal signs. This is done in order to veil what was one of the most suggestive glyphs of the primitive temples. The Kumaras are mixed up, astronomically, physiologically, and mystically in general, with a number of Puranic personages and events. Hardly hinted at in the Vishnu, they figure in various dramas and events throughout all the other Puranas and sacred literature. So that the Orientalists, having to pick up the threads of connection hither and thither, have ended by proclaiming the Kumaras due chiefly to the fancy of the Puranic writers. But we are told by the author of the 12 Signs of the Zodiac, is 5, Kara, a hand with its 5 fingers, as also a 5-sided sign or a pentagon. The Kumara, in this case an anagram for occult purposes, as yogis, are 5 in esotericism, because the last 2 names have ever been kept secret. They are the 5th order of Brahmadevas, and the 5-fold Chohans, having the soul of the 5 elements in them, water and ether predominating, and therefore their symbols were both aquatic and fiery. Wisdom lies concealed under the couch of him who rests on the golden lotus, Padma, floating on the water. In India this is Vishnu, one of whose avatars was Buddha, as claimed in days of old. The Prakritisas, the worshippers of Narayana, who, like Poseidon, moved or dwelt over not under the waters, plunged into the depths of the ocean for their devotions and remained therein 10,000 years. And the Prakritisas are 10 exoterically, but 5 esoterically. Prachatas is, in Sanskrit, the name of Varuna, the water god, Nereus, an aspect of Neptune, the Prakritisas being thus identical with the 5 ministers of the male-female Kotzur, Chi-Omega Zeta Zeta Rho or Chi-Omicron Rho Zeta Rho, or Poseidon, of the Plerôma Gnostics. These are respectively called O, AO and OUO, Wob and Omicron, Omicron Alpha, Omicron, Omicron Omega Beta, 1375 the fifth, a triple name, making 7 in all, being lost 1376, i.e., kept secret. Thus much for the aquatic symbol. The fiery, connecting them with the fiery symbol, spiritually. For purposes of identity, let us remember that as the mother of the Praketasas was Savarna, the daughter of the ocean, so was Amphitrite the mother of Neptune's mystic ministers. Now the reader is reminded that these 5 ministers are symbolized both in the dolphin, who had overcome the chaste Amphitrite's unwillingness to wed Poseidon, and in Triton their son. The latter, whose body above the waist is that of a man and below a dolphin, a fish, is, again, most mysteriously connected with Oannes, the Babylonian Dag, and further also with the Matsya, fish, avatara of Vishnu, both teaching mortals wisdom. The dolphin, as every mythologist knows, was placed, for his service, by Poseidon, among the constellations, and became with the Greeks, Capricornus, the goat, whose hind part is that of a dolphin, and is thus identical with Makara, whose head is also that of an antelope and the body and tail those of a fish. This is why the sign of the Makara was borne on the banner of Kamadeva, the Hindu god of love, identified, in the Atharva Veda, with Agni, the fire god, the son of Lakshmi, as correctly given by the Harivamsha. For Lakshmi and Venus are one, and Amphitrite is the early form of Venus. Now Kama, the Makara Ketu, is Aya, the unborn, and Atmabo, the self-existent, and Aya is the Logos in the Rig Veda, as he is shown therein to be the first manifestation of the One. For desire first arose in it, which was the primal germ of mind, that which connects entity with non-entity, or manas, the fifth, with Atma, the seventh, esoterically, say the sages. This is the first stage. The second, on the following plane of manifestation, shows Brahma, whom we select as a representative for all the other first gods of the nations, causing to issue from his body his mind-born sons, Sanandana and others, who, in the fifth, creation. And again in the ninth, for purposes of a blind, become the Kamara. Let us close by reminding the reader that goats were sacrificed to Amphitrite and the Nereids on the seashore, as goats are sacrificed to this day to Durga Kali, who is only the black side of Lakshmi, Venus. The white side of Shakti, and by suggesting what connection these animals may have with Capricornus, in which appear 28 stars in the form of a goat, which goat was transformed by the Greeks into Amalthea, Jupiter's foster mother. Pan, the god of nature, had goat's feet, and changed himself into a goat at the approach of Typhon. But this is a mystery which the writer dares not dwell upon at length, not being sure of being understood. Thus the mystical side of the interpretation must be left to the intuition of the student. Let us note one more thing in relation to the mysterious number 5. It symbolizes at one and the same time the spirit of life eternal and the spirit of life and love terrestrial, in the human compound, and it includes divine and infernal magic, and the universal and the individual quintessence of being. Thus, the 5 mystic words or vowels uttered by Brahma at creation, which forthwith became the Panchadasha, certain Vedic hymns, attributed to that god, are in their creative and magical potentiality. The white side of the black tantric 5 Makaras, or the 5 M's. Makara, the constellation, is a seemingly meaningless and absurd name. Yet, even besides its anagrammatical significance in conjunction with the term Kamara, the numerical value of its first syllable and its esoteric resolution into 5 has a very great and occult meaning in the mysteries of nature. Suffice it to say that, as the sign of Makara is connected with the birth of the spiritual microcosm, and the death or dissolution of the physical universe, its passage into the realm of the spiritual 1377 so the Dayan Chohans, called in India Kamaras, are connected with both. Moreover, in the exoteric religions, they have become the synonyms of the angels of darkness. Mara is the god of darkness, the fallen one, and death. 1378 And yet it is one of the names of Kama, the first god in the Vedas, the Logos, from whom have sprung the Kamaras, and this connects them still more with our fabulous Indian Makara, and the crocodile-headed god in Egypt. 1379 The crocodiles in the celestial Nile are 5, and the god Tum, the primordial deity, creating the heavenly bodies and living beings, calls forth these crocodiles in his 5th creation. When Osiris, the defunct sun, is buried and enters into Amenti, the sacred crocodiles plunge into the abyss of primordial waters, the great green one. When the sun of life rises, they re-emerge out of the sacred river. All this is highly symbolical, and shows how primeval esoteric truths found their expression in identical symbols. But, as Mr. T. Subaru truly declares, the veil that was dexterously thrown over certain portions of the mystery connected with these, zodiacal, signs by the ancient philosophers, will never be lifted up for the amusement or edification of the uninitiated public. 1380. Nor was number 5 less sacred with the Greeks. The 5 words of Brahma have become with the Gnostics the 5 words written upon the Akashic, shining, garment of Jesus at his glorification, the words Zama Zama Aza Rakama Ozai, Zeta Alpha Mu Alpha Zeta Alpha Mu Alpha Omega Zeta Zeta Alpha Rho Alpha Chi Alpha Mu Alpha Omega Zeta Alpha Iota. Translated by the Orientalists, the robe, the glorious robe of my strength. These words were, in their turn, the anagrammatic blind of the 5 mystic powers represented on the robe of the resurrected initiate after his last trial of 3 days trance. The 5 becoming 7 only after his death, when the adept became the full Christos, the full Krishna Vishnu, i.e., merged in nirvana. The E Delphicum, a sacred symbol, was the numeral 5, again. And how sacred it was is shown by the fact that the Corinthians, according to Plutarch, replaced the wooden numeral in the Delphic temple by a bronze one, and this one was transmuted by Livia Augusta into a facsimile in gold. 1381. It is easy to recognize in the 2 spiritus, the Greek signs, spoken of by Ragan, Atma and Buddhi, or divine spirit and its vehicle, the spiritual soul. The 6 or the scenery is dealt with later in this section, while the septenary will be fully treated in the course of this volume in the section on the mysteries of the Hebdomad. The Ogdoad or 8 symbolizes the eternal and spiral motion of cycles, the 8, infinity, and is symbolized in its turn by the caduceus. It shows the regular breathing of the cosmos presided over by the 8 great gods, the 7 from the primeval mother, the One and the Triad. Then comes the number 9, or the triple ternary. It is the number which reproduces itself incessantly under all shapes and figures in every multiplication. It is the sign of every circumference, since its value in degrees is equal to 9, i.e., to 3 plus 6 plus 0. It is a bad number under certain conditions, and very unlucky. If number 6 was the symbol of our globe ready to be animated by a divine spirit, 9 symbolized our earth informed by a bad or evil spirit. 10, or the Decad, brings all these digits back to unity, and ends the Pythagorean table. Hence this figure, symbol, circle with line through the middle, unity within 0, was the symbol of deity, of the universe, and of man. Such is the secret meaning of the strong grip of the lion's paw, of the tribe of Judah, the master mason's grip, between 2 hands, the joint number of whose fingers is 10. If we now give our attention to the Egyptian cross, or the Tau, we may discover this letter, which was so exalted by Egyptians, Greeks, and Jews, to be mysteriously connected with the Decad. The Tau is the Alpha and the Omega of secret divine wisdom, which is symbolized by the initial and the final letters of Thot, Hermes. Thot was the inventor of the Egyptian alphabet, and the letter Tau closed the alphabets of the Jews and the Samaritans, who called this character the end, or perfection, culmination, and security. Hence, Ragan tells us, the words terminus, end, and tectum, roof, are symbols of shelter and security, which is rather a prosaic definition. But such is the usual destiny of ideas and things in this world of spiritual decadence, though at the same time of physical progress. Pan was at one time absolute nature, the one and great all. But when history catches a first glimpse of him, Pan has already tumbled down into a godling of the fields, a rural god. History will not recognize him, while theology makes of him the devil. Yet his 7-piped flute, the emblem of the seven forces of nature, of the seven planets, the seven musical notes, of all the septenary harmony in short, shows well his primordial character. So with the cross. Far earlier than the Jews had devised their golden candlestick of the temple with 3 sockets on one side and 4 on the other. And made of number 7 a feminine number of generation 1382, thus introducing the phallic element into religion, the more spiritually minded nations had made of the cross, as 3 plus 4 is equal to 7, their most sacred divine symbol. In fact, circle, cross, and 7, the latter being made a base of circular measurement, are the first primordial symbols. Pythagoras, who brought his wisdom from India, left to posterity a glimpse into this truth. His school regarded number 7 as a compound of numbers 3 and 4, which they explained in a dual manner. On the plane of the noumenal world, the triangle was, as the first conception of the manifested deity, its image, Father Mother Son. And the quaternary, the perfect number, was the noumenal, ideal root of all numbers and things on the physical plane. Some students, in view of the sacredness of the tetractys and the tetragrammaton, mistake the mystic meaning of the quaternary. The latter was with the ancients only a secondary perfection, so to speak, because it related only to the manifested planes. Whereas it is the triangle, the Greek delta, which was the vehicle of the unknown deity. A good proof of it lies in the name of the deity beginning with delta. Zeus was written delta epsilon, deus, by the Boeotians, thence the deus of the Latins. This, in relation to the metaphysical conception, with regard to the meaning of the septenary in the phenomenal world, but for purposes of profane or exoteric interpretation, the symbolism changed. 3 became the ideograph of the 3 material elements, air, water, earth, and 4 became the principle of all that which is neither corporeal nor perceptible. But this has never been accepted by the real Pythagoreans. Viewed as a compound of 6 and 1, the scenery in the unity, number 7 was the invisible center, the spirit of everything, as there exists no hexagonal body without a 7th property being found as the central point in it, as, for instance, crystals and snowflakes in so-called inanimate nature. Moreover, number 7, they said, has all the perfection of the unit, the number of numbers. For as absolute unity is uncreated, and impartite, hence numberless, and no number can produce it, so is the 7. No digit contained within the Decad can beget or produce it. And it is 4 which affords an arithmetical division between unity and 7, for it surpasses the former by the same number, 3, as it is itself surpassed by the 7, since 4 is by as many numbers above 1, as 7 is above 4. 1383. With the Egyptians number 7 was the symbol of life eternal, says Ragan, and adds that this is why the Greek letter Z, which is but a double 7, is the initial letter of Zeo, I live, and of Zeus, the father of all living. Moreover, figure 6 was the symbol of the earth during the autumn and winter, sleeping months, and figure 7 during spring and summer, as the spirit of life animated her at that time, the 7th or central informing force. We find the same in the Egyptian mythos and symbol of Osiris and Isis, personifying fire and water metaphysically, and the sun and the Nile physically. The number of the solar year, 365 in days, is the numerical value of the word Nilus, Nile. This, together with the bull, with the crescent and the ancetid cross between its horns, and the earth under its astronomical symbol, are the most phallic symbols of later antiquity. The Nile was the river of time with the number of a year, or year and a day, 364 plus 1 is equal to 365. It represented the prurient water of Isis, or Mother Earth, the moon, the woman, and the cow, also the workshop of Osiris, representing the Tzad Olam of the Hebrews. The ancient name of this river was Eridanus, or the Hebrew Yarden, with the Coptic or Old Greek suffix. This was the door of the Hebrew word Jared, or source, or descent. Of the river Jordan, which had the same mythical use with the Hebrews that the Nile had with the Egyptians, 1384 it was the source of descent, and held the waters of life. 1385. It was, to put it plainly, the symbol of the personified earth, or Isis regarded as the womb of that earth. This is shown clearly enough. And Jordan, the river so sacred now to Christians, held no more sublime or poetical meaning in it than the prurient waters of the moon, Isis, or Jehovah in his female aspect. Now, as shown by the same scholar, Osiris was the sun, and the river Nile, and the year of 365 days. While Isis was the moon, the bed of that river, or Mother Earth, for the prurient energies of which water was a necessity, as also the lunar year of 354 days, the time-maker of the periods of gestation. All this then is sexual and phallic, our modern scholars seeming to find in these symbols nothing beyond a physiological or phallic meaning. Nevertheless, the three figures 365, or the number of days in a solar year, have but to be read with the Pythagorean key to find in them a highly philosophical and moral meaning. One instance will be sufficient. It can read: the earth, 3, animated by, 6, the spirit of life, 5. Simply because 3 is equivalent to the Greek gamma, which is the symbol of Gaia, the earth, while the figure 6 is the symbol of the animating or informing principle. And the 5 is the universal quintessence which spreads in every direction and forms all matter. 1386. The few instances and examples brought forward reveal only one small portion of the methods used to read the symbolical ideographs and numerals of antiquity. The system being of an extreme and complex difficulty, very few, even among the initiates, could master all the 7 keys. Is it to be wondered, then, that the metaphysical gradually dwindled down into the physical nature? That the sun, once upon a time the symbol of deity, became, as eons glided by, that of its creative ardor only, and that thence it fell into a glyph of phallic significance? But surely, it is not those whose method, like Plato's, was to proceed from universals down to particulars, who could ever have begun by symbolizing their religions by sexual emblems. It is quite true, though uttered by that incarnated paradox Eliphaz Levi, that man is God on earth, and God is man in heaven. But this could not, and never did apply to the one deity, only to the hosts of its incarnated beams, called by us Dayan Chohans, by the ancients gods, and now transformed by the Church into devils on the left, and into the Savior on the right side. But all such dogmas grew out of the one root, the root of wisdom, which grows and thrives on the Indian soil. There is not an archangel that could not be traced back to its prototype in the sacred land of Aryavarta. These prototypes are all connected with the Kumaras who appear on the scene of action by refusing, as Sanat Kumara and Sananda, to create progeny. Yet they are called the creators of thinking man. More than once they are brought into connection with Narada, another bundle of apparent incongruities, yet a wealth of philosophical tenets. Narada is the leader of the Gandharvas, the celestial singers and musicians. Esoterically, the reason for this is explained by the fact that the Gandharvas are the instructors of men in the secret sciences. It is they, who, loving the women of the earth, disclose to them the mysteries of creation. Or, as in the Veda, the heavenly Gandharv is a deity who knew and revealed the secrets of heaven and divine truths, in general. If we remember what is said of this class of angels in Enoch and in the Bible, then the allegory is plain. Their leader, Narada, while refusing to procreate, leads men to become gods. Moreover, all of these, as stated in the Vedas, are Chandajas, will-born, or incarnated, in different manvantaras, of their own will. They are shown in exoteric literature as existing age after age, some being cursed to be reborn, others incarnating as a duty. Finally, as the Sanakadikas, the 7 Kumaras who went to visit Vishnu on the White Island, Shvetadvipa, the island inhabited by the Maha-Yogins, they are connected with Shakadvipa and the Lemurians and Atlanteans of the 3rd and 4th races. In the esoteric philosophy, the Rudras, Kumaras, Adithyas, Gandharvas, Asuras, etc., are the highest Dayan Chohans or Devas as regards intellectuality. They are those who, owing to their having acquired by self-development the 5-fold nature, hence the sacredness of number 5, became independent of the pure Arupa Devas. This is a mystery very difficult to realize and understand correctly. For we see that those who were obedient to law are, equally with the rebels, doomed to be reborn in every age. Narada, the rishi, is cursed by Brahma to incessant peripateticism on earth, i.e., to be constantly reborn. He is a rebel against Brahma, and yet has no worse fate than the Jayas, the 12 great creative gods produced by Brahma as his assistants in the functions of creation. For the latter, lost in meditation, only forgot to create. And for this, they were equally cursed by Brahma to be born in every manvantara. And still they are termed, together with the rebels, Chandajas, or those born of their own will in human form. All this is very puzzling to one who is unable to read and understand the Puranas except in their dead-letter sense. 1387 Hence we find the Orientalists refusing to be puzzled, and cutting the Gordian knot of perplexity by declaring the whole scheme figments of Brahmanical fancy and love of exaggeration. But to the student of occultism, the whole is pregnant with deep philosophical meaning. We willingly leave the rind to the Western Sanskritist, but claim the essence of the fruit for ourselves. We do more, we concede that in one sense much in these so-called fables refers to astronomical allegories about constellations, asterisms, stars, and planets. Yet, while the Gandharva of the Rig Veda may there be made to personify the fire of the sun, the Gandharva Devas are entities both of a physical and psychic character, while the Apsaras, with other Rudras, are both qualities and quantities. In short, if ever unraveled, the theogony of the Vedic gods will reveal fathomless mysteries of creation and being. Truly says Parashara. These classes of 33 divinities exist age after age, and their appearance and disappearance is in the same manner as the sun sets and rises again. 1388. There was a time, when the Eastern symbol of the cross and circle, the swastika, was universally adopted. With the esoteric, and for the matter of that exoteric, Buddhist, the Chinaman and the Mongolian, it means the 10,000 truths. These truths, they say, belong to the mysteries of the unseen universe and primordial cosmogony and theogony. Since Fohat crossed the circle like two lines of flame, horizontally and vertically, the hosts of the Blessed Ones have never failed to send their representatives upon the planets they are made to watch over from the beginning. This is why the swastika is always placed, as the Ansated cross was in Egypt, on the breast of the defunct mystics. It is found on the heart of the images and statues of Buddha, in Tibet and Mongolia. It is the seal placed also on the hearts of the living initiates, burnt into the flesh forever with some. This, because they have to keep these truths inviolate and intact, in eternal silence and secrecy to the day they are perceived and read by their chosen successors, new initiates, worthy of being entrusted with the 10,000 perfections. So degraded, however, has it now become, that it is often placed on the headgear of the gods, the hideous idols of the sacrilegious bonds, the Dugpa or sorcerers, of the Tibetan borderlands, until found out by a Gelugpa, and torn off together with the head of the god, though it would be better were it that of the worshipper which was severed from his sinful body. Still, it can never lose its mysterious properties. Throw a retrospective glance, and see it used alike by the initiates and seers, as by the priests of Troy, for many specimens of it have been found by Schliemann on the site of that old city. One finds it with the old Peruvians, the Assyrians, Chaldeans, as well as on the walls of the Old World Cyclopean buildings, in the catacombs of the New World, and in those of the Old. At Rome, where, because the first Christians are supposed to have concealed themselves and their religion, it is called crux dissimulata. According to de Rossi, the swastika from an early period was a favorite form of the cross employed with an occult signification which shows the secret was not that of the Christian cross. One swastika cross in the catacombs is the sign of an inscription which reads, Zeta Omega Tau Iota Kappa Omega Zeta Omicron Tau Iota Kappa Eta. Zeta Omega Tau Iota Kappa Eta, Vitalis Vitalia, or Life of Life. 1389. But the best evidence to the antiquity of the cross is that which is brought forward by the author of the Natural Genesis himself. The value of the cross as a Christian symbol is supposed to date from the time when Jesus Christ was crucified. And yet in the Christian iconography of the catacombs no figure of a man appears upon the cross during the first 6 or 7 centuries. There are all forms of the cross except that, the alleged starting point of the new religion. That was not the initial but the final form of the crucifix. 1390 During some 6 centuries after the Christian era the foundation of the Christian religion in a crucified Redeemer is entirely absent from Christian art. The earliest known form of the human figure on the cross is the crucifix presented by Pope Gregory the Great to Queen Theodolind of Lombardy, now in the Church of St. John at Monza, whilst no image of the crucified is found in the catacombs at Rome earlier than that of San Giulio, belonging to the 7th or 8th century. There is no Christ and no crucified. The cross is the Christ even as the stauros, cross, was a type and a name of Horus the Gnostic Christ. The cross, not the crucified, is the primary symbol of the Christian Church. The cross, not the crucified, is the essential object of representation in its art, and of adoration in its religion. The germ of the whole growth and development can be traced to the cross. And that cross is pre-Christian, is pagan and heathen, in half a dozen different shapes. The cult began with the cross, and Julian was right in saying he waged a warfare with the X, which he obviously considered had been adopted by the agnostics and mytholators to convey an impossible significance. 1391 During centuries the cross stood for the Christ, and was addressed as if it were a living being. It was divinized at first and humanized at last. 1392. Few world symbols are more pregnant with real occult meaning than the swastika. It is symbolized by the figure 6. Like that figure, it points, in its concrete imagery, as does the ideograph of the number, to the zenith and the nadir, to north, south, west, and east. One finds the unit everywhere, and that unit reflected in all and every unit. It is the emblem of the activity of Fohat, of the continual revolution of the wheels, and of the 4 elements, the sacred 4, in their mystical, and not alone in their cosmical meaning. Further, its 4 arms, bent at right angles, are intimately related, as shown elsewhere, to the Pythagorean and Hermetic scales. One initiated into the mysteries of the meaning of the swastika, say the commentaries, can trace on it, with mathematical precision, the evolution of cosmos and the whole period of Sandhya. Also, the relation of the seen to the unseen, and the first procreation of man and species. To the Eastern occultist the tree of knowledge, in the paradise of man's own heart, becomes the tree of life eternal, and has not to do with man's animal senses. It is an absolute mystery that reveals itself only through the efforts of the imprisoned manas, the ego, to liberate itself from the thraldom of sensuous perception, and see in the light of the one eternal present reality. To the Western Kabbalist, and far more now to the superficial symbologist, nursed in the lethal atmosphere of materialistic science, the chief explanation of the mysteries of the cross is, its sexual element. Even the otherwise spiritualistic modern commentator discerns this feature in the cross and swastika before all others. The cross was used in Egypt as a protecting talisman and a symbol of saving power. Typhon, or Satan, is actually found chained to and bound by the cross. In the ritual, the Osirian cries, the Apophis is overthrown, their cords bind the south, north, east, and west, their cords are on him. Harayuba has knotted him. 1393 These were the cords of the 4 quarters, or the cross. Thor is said to smite the head of the serpent with his hammer, a form of swastika or 4-footed cross. In the primitive sepulchres of Egypt the model of the chamber had the form of a cross. 1394 The pagoda of Mathura, the birthplace of Krishna, was built in the form of a cross. 1395. This is perfect, and no one can discern in it that sexual worship, with which the Orientalists love to break the head of paganism. But how about the Jews, and the exoteric religions of some Hindu sects, especially the rites of the Vallabhacharyas? For, as said, Shiva worship, with its lingam and yoni, stands too high philosophically, its modern degeneration notwithstanding, to be called a simple phallic worship. But the tree or cross worship 1396 of the Jews, as denounced by their own prophets, can hardly escape the charge. The sons of the sorcerers, the seed of the adulterer, 1397 as Isaiah calls them, never lost an opportunity of enflaming themselves with idols under every green tree, 1398, which denotes no metaphysical recreation. It is from these monotheistic Jews that the Christian nations have derived their religion, their God of gods, the one living God, while despising and deriding the worship of the deity of the ancient philosophers. Let such believe in and worship the physical form of the cross, by all means. But to the follower of the true Eastern archaic wisdom, to him who worships in spirit not outside the absolute unity, that ever-pulsating great heart that beats throughout, as in, every atom of nature. Each such atom contains the germ from which he may raise the tree of knowledge, whose fruits give life eternal and not physical life alone. For him, the cross and circle, the tree or the Tao, even after every symbol relating thereto has been referred to and read, one after another, still remain a profound mystery in their past, and it is to that past alone that he directs his eager gaze. He cares little whether it be the seed from which grows the genealogical tree of being, called the universe. Nor is it the three-in-one, the triple aspect of the seed, its form, color, and substance, that interest him, but rather the force which directs its growth, the ever-mysterious, as the ever-unknown. For this vital force, that makes the seed germinate, burst open and throw out shoots, then form the trunk and branches, which, in their turn, bend down like the boughs of the Ashvatha, the holy tree of Bodhi, throw their seed out. Take root and procreate other trees, this is the only force that has reality for him, as it is the never-dying breath of life. The pagan philosopher sought for the cause, the modern is content with only the effects and seeks the former in the latter. What is beyond, he does not know, nor does the modern agnostic care. Thus rejecting the only knowledge upon which he can with full security base his science. Yet this manifested force has an answer for him who seeks to fathom it. He who sees in the cross, the decussated circle of Plato, the pagan, not the antitype of circumcision, as Christian, St. Augustine did, 1399 is forthwith regarded by the Church as a heathen, by science, as a lunatic. This, because, while refusing to worship the God of physical generation, he confesses that he can know nothing of the cause which underlies the so-called first cause, the causeless cause of this vital cause. Tacitly admitting the all-presence of the boundless circle and making of it the universal postulate upon which the whole of the manifested universe is based. The sage keeps a reverential silence concerning that upon which no mortal man should dare to speculate. The Logos of God is the revealer of man, and the Logos, the verb, of man is the revealer of God, says Eliphas Levi in one of his paradoxes. To this, the Eastern occultist would reply, on this condition, however, that man should be dumb on the cause that produced both God and its Logos. Otherwise, he becomes invariably the reviler, not the revealer, of the incognizable deity. We have now to approach a mystery, the Hebdomad in nature. Perchance, all that we may say, will be attributed to coincidence. We may be told that this number in nature is quite natural, as indeed we say it is, and has no more significance than the illusion of motion which forms the so-called strobic circles. No great importance was given to these singular illusions, when Professor Sylvanus Thompson exhibited them at the meeting of the British Association in 1877. Nevertheless, we should like to learn the scientific explanation why 7 should ever form itself as a preeminent number, 6 concentric circles around a seventh, and 7 rings within one another round a central point, etc. In this illusion, produced by a swaying saucer, or any other vessel, we give the solution refused by science in the section which follows. Section 11. The Mysteries of the Hebdomad. We must not close this part on the symbolism of archaic history, without an attempt to explain the perpetual recurrence of this truly mystic number, the Hebdomad, in every scripture known to the Orientalists. As every religion, from the oldest to the latest, reveals its presence, and explains it on its own grounds agreeably with its own special dogmas, this is no easy task. We can, therefore, do no better or more explanatory work than to give a bird's-eye view of all. The numbers, 3, 4, 7, are the sacred numbers of light, life, and union, especially in this present Manvantara, our life cycle. Of which number 7 is the special representative, or the factor number. This has now to be demonstrated. If one should ask a Brahmin learned in the Upanishads, which are so full of the secret wisdom of old, why, he, of whom 7 forefathers have drunk the juice of the moon plant, is Trisaparna, as Bhapaveda is credited with saying. 1400 and why the Samapa Pitris should be worshipped by the Brahmin Trisaparna, very few could answer the question, or, if they knew, they would still less satisfy one's curiosity. Let us, then, hold to what the old esoteric doctrine teaches. As says the commentary. When the first 7 appeared on earth, they threw the seed of everything that grows on the land into the soil. First came 3, and 4 were added to these as soon as stone was transformed into plant. Then came the second 7, who, guiding the jivas of the plants, produced the middle, intermediate, natures between plant and moving living animal. The third 7 evolved their chayas. The fifth 7 imprisoned their essence. Thus man became a saptaparna. A saptaparna. Such is the name given in occult phraseology to man. It means, as shown elsewhere, a 7-leaved plant, and the name has a great significance in the Buddhist legends. So it had, also, under disguise, in the Greek myths. The T, or tau, formed from the figure 7, and the Greek letter gamma, was, as stated in the last section, the symbol of life, and of life eternal, of earthly life, because gamma, is the symbol of the earth, Gaia, 1401. And of life eternal, because the figure 7 is the symbol of the same life linked with divine life, the double glyph expressed in geometrical figures being symbol, a triangle over a square. A triangle and a quaternary. The symbol of septenary man. Now, the number 6 has been regarded in the ancient mysteries as an emblem of physical nature. For 6 is the representation of the 6 dimensions of all bodies, the 6 directions which compose their form, namely, the 4 directions extending to the 4 cardinal points, north, south, east and west. And the 2 directions of height and thickness that answer to the zenith and the nadir. Therefore, while the scenery was applied by the sages to physical man, the septenary was for them the symbol of that man plus his immortal soul. 1402. J. M. Ragan gives a very good illustration of the hieroglyphical scenery, as he calls our double equilateral triangle. The hieroglyphical scenery is the symbol of the commingling of the philosophical 3 fires and 3 waters, whence results the procreation of the elements of all things. 1403. The same idea is found in the Indian double equilateral triangle. For, though it is called in that country the sign of Vishnu, yet in truth it is the symbol of the triad, or trimurti. For, even in the exoteric rendering, the lower triangle, symbol, triangle, with the apex downward, is the symbol of Vishnu, the god of the moist principle and water, Narayana being the moving principle in the Nara, or waters. 1404. While the triangle, with its apex upward, symbol, triangle, is Shiva, the principle of fire, symbolized by the triple flame in his hand. 1405. It is these 2 interlaced triangles, wrongly called Solomon's seal, which also form the emblem of our society, that produce the septenary in the triad at one and the same time, and are the Decad. Whatever way this, symbol, 6-point star, is examined, all the 10 numbers are contained therein. For with a point in the middle or center, symbol, 6-point star with middle dot, it is a 7-fold sign or septenary. Its triangles denote number 3, or the triad, the 2 triangles show the presence of the binary, the triangles with the central point common to both yield the quaternary, the 6 points are the scenery, and the central point, the unit. The canary being traced by combination, as a compound of 2 triangles, the even number, and of 3 sides in each triangle, the first odd number. This is the reason why Pythagoras and the ancients made the number 6 sacred to Venus, since the union of the 2 sexes, and the spadurization of matter by triads, are necessary to develop the generative force. That prolific virtue and tendency to reproduction which is inherent in all bodies. 1406. Belief in creators, or the personified powers of nature, is in truth no polytheism, but a philosophical necessity. Like all the other planets of our system, the Earth has 7 logoi, the emanating rays of the one Father ray, the protogonos, or the manifested logos, he who sacrifices his esse, or flesh. The universe, that the world may live and every creature therein have conscious being. Numbers 3 and 4 are respectively male and female, spirit and matter, and their union is the emblem of life eternal in spirit on its ascending arc, and in matter as the ever-resurrecting element, by procreation and reproduction. The spiritual male line is vertical, symbol, bar, the differentiated matter line is horizontal, the 2 forming the cross or. The 3 is invisible, the 4 is on the plane of objective perception. This is why all the matter of the universe, when analyzed to its ultimates by science, can be reduced to 4 elements only: carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen. And why the 3 primaries, the noumena of the 4, or graduated spirit or force, have remained a terra incognita, and mere speculations, mere names, to exact science. Her servants must believe in and study first the primary causes, before they can hope to fathom the nature, and acquaint themselves with the potentialities, of the effects. Thus, while the men of Western learning had, and still have, the 4, or matter, to toy with, the Eastern occultists and their disciples, the great alchemists the world over, have the whole septenate to study from. 1407 as those alchemists have it. When the 3 and the 4 kiss each other, the quaternary joins its middle nature with that of the triangle, or triad, i.e. the face of one of its plane surfaces becoming the middle face of the other, and becomes a cube, then only does it, the cube unfolded, become the vehicle and the number of life, the Father-Mother 7. Now we are taught that all these earliest forms of organic life also appear in septenary groups of numbers. From minerals or soft stones that hardened, to use the phraseology of the stanzas, followed by the hard plants that softened, which are the product of the mineral, for it is from the bosom of the stone that vegetation is born. 1408 and then to man, all the primitive models in every kingdom of nature begin by being ethereal, transparent, films. This, of course, takes place only in the first beginning of life. With the next period they consolidate, and at the 7th begin to branch off into species, all except men, the first of the mammalian animals 1409 in the 4th round. Virgil, versed as every ancient poet was, more or less, in esoteric philosophy, sang of evolution in the following strains. Principio coelum ac terras campos que licentes. Lucentemque globum luni, titaniac astra. Spiritus inta salit. Totam confusa per artis. Mens agitat molem et magno se corpore missit. In hominum pecudumque genus vitae volantum. Eque marmorio fert monstra sub aequor pontus. 1410. First came 3, or the triangle. This expression has a profound meaning in occultism, and the fact is corroborated, in mineralogy, botany, and even in geology, as has been demonstrated in the section on the chronology of the Brahmins, by the compound number 7. The 3 and the 4, being contained in it. Salt in solution proves this. For when its molecules, clustering together, begin to deposit themselves as a solid, the first shape they assume is that of triangles, of small pyramids and cones. It is the figure of fire, whence the word pyramis. While the second geometrical figure in manifested nature is a square or a cube, 4 and 6, for, as Enfield says, the particles of earth being cubical, those of fire are pyramidal, truly. The pyramidal shape is that assumed by the pines, the most primitive tree after the fern period. Thus the 2 opposites in cosmic nature, fire and water, heat and cold, begin their metrographical manifestations, one by a trimetric, the other by a hexagonal system. For the stellate crystals of snow, viewed under a microscope, are all and each of them a double or a treble 6-pointed star, with a central nucleus, like a miniature star within the larger one. Says Mr. Darwin, showing that the inhabitants of the seashore are greatly affected by the tides. The most ancient progenitors in the kingdom of the vertebrata, apparently consisted of a group of marine animals. Animals living either about the mean high water mark, or about the mean low water mark, pass through a complete cycle of tidal changes in a fortnight. Now it is a mysterious fact that in the higher and now terrestrial vertebrata, many normal and abnormal processes have 1 or more weeks, septenates, as their periods, such as gestation of mammals, the duration of fevers. 1411. The eggs of the pigeon are hatched in 2 weeks, or 14 days, those of the fowl in 3. Those of the duck in 4, those of the goose in 5, and those of the ostrich in 7.1412. This number is closely connected with the moon, whose occult influence is ever manifesting itself in septenary periods. It is the moon which is the guide of the occult side of terrestrial nature, while the sun is the regulator and factor of manifested life. This truth has ever been evident to the seers and the adepts. Jacob Boehme, by insisting on the fundamental doctrine of the 7 properties of everlasting Mother Nature, proved himself thereby a great occultist. But to return to the consideration of the septenary in ancient religious symbolism. To the metrological key of the symbolism of the Hebrews, which reveals numerically the geometrical relations of the circle, all deity, to the square, cube, triangle, and all the integral emanations of the divine area, may be added the theogonic key. This key explains that Noah, the deluge patriarch, is in one aspect the permutation of the deity, the universal creative law, for the purpose of the formation of our earth, its population, and the propagation of life on it, in general. Now bearing in mind the septenary division in divine hierarchies, as in cosmic and human constitutions, the student will readily understand that Jah Noah is at the head of, and is the synthesis of the lower cosmic quaternary. The upper sephirothal triad, of which Jehovah Bina, intelligence, is the left, female, angle, emanates the quaternary. The latter, symbolizing by itself the heavenly man, the sexless Adam Kadmon, viewed as nature in the abstract, becomes a septenate again by emanating from itself the additional 3 principles, the lower terrestrial or manifested physical nature. Matter and our earth, the 7th being Macheth, the bride of the heavenly man, thus forming, with the higher triad, or Kether, the crown, the full number of the sephirothal tree, the 10, the total in unity, or the universe. Apart from the higher triad, the lower creative sephiroth are 7. The above is not directly to our point, though it is a necessary reminder to facilitate the comprehension of what follows. The question at issue is to show that Jah Noah, or the Jehovah of the Hebrew Bible, the alleged creator of our earth, of man and all upon it, is a. The lowest septenary, the creative Elohim, in his cosmic aspect. b. The tetragrammaton or the Adam Kadmon, the heavenly man of the 4 letters, in his theogonic and Kabbalistic aspects. c. The Noah, identical with the Hindu Shishta, the human seed, left for the peopling of the earth from a previous creation, or Manvantara, as expressed in the Puranas. Or the pre-Diluvian period as rendered allegorically in the Bible, in his cosmic character. But whether a quaternary, tetragrammaton, or a triad, the biblical creative God is not the universal 10, unless blended with Ein Sof, as Brahma with Parabrahman, but a septenary, one of the many septenaries of the universal septenate. In the explanation of the question now in hand, his position and status as Noah may best be shown by placing the 3 and 4 on parallel lines with the cosmic and human principles. For the latter, the old familiar classification is made use of. As an additional demonstration of the statement, let the reader turn to Kabbalistic works. Ararat equals the Mount of Descent equals, Hor-Jared. Hatho mentions it out of composition by Arath equals. Editor of Moses Charonensis says, by this, they say, is signified the first place of descent, of the ark. Bryant's Annal, Volume 4. Pages 5, 6, 15. Under Berga, mountain, Nork says of Ararat, for, i.e. Ararat for Arath, earth, Aramaic reduplication. Here it is seen that Nork and Hatho make use of the same equivalent, in Arath, with the meaning of earth. 1413. Noah thus symbolizing both the root Manu and the seed Manu, or the power which developed the planetary chain, and our Earth, and the seed race, the fifth, which was saved while the last subraces of the fourth, Vaivasvata Manu, perished. The number 7 will be seen to recur at every step. It is Noah who, as Jehovah's permutation, represents the septenary host of the Elohim, and is thus the father or creator, the preserver, of all animal life. Hence the verses of Genesis, of every clean beast thou shalt take to thee by sevens, the male, 3, and the female, 4, of fowls also of the air by sevens, 14:14 etc., followed by all the sevening of days and the rest. b. The tetractys in relation to the heptagon. Thus number 7, as a compound of 3 and 4, is the factor element in every ancient religion, because it is the factor element in nature. Its adoption must be justified, and it must be shown to be the number par excellence, for, since the appearance of esoteric Buddhism, frequent objections have been made, and doubts expressed as to the correctness of these assertions. And here let the student be told at once, that in all such numerical divisions the one universal principle, although referred to as the one, because the only one, never enters into the calculations. It stands, in its character of the absolute, the infinite, and the universal abstraction, entirely by itself and independent of every other power whether noumenal or phenomenal. Says the author of the article, Personal and Impersonal God. This entity is neither matter nor spirit, it is neither ego nor non-ego, and it is neither object nor subject. In the language of Hindu philosophers it is the original and eternal combination of Purusha, spirit, and Prakriti, matter. As the Advaitas hold that an external object is merely the product of our mental states, Prakriti is nothing more than illusion, and Purusha is the only reality, it is the one existence which remains in the universe of ideas. This, then, is the Parabrahman of the Advaitas. Even if there were to be a personal God with anything like a material upati, physical basis of whatever form, from the standpoint of an Advaita there will be as much reason to doubt his noumenal existence as there would be in the case of any other object. In their opinion, a conscious God cannot be the origin of the universe, as his ego would be the effect of a previous cause, if the word conscious conveys but its ordinary meaning. They cannot admit that the grand total of all the states of consciousness in the universe is their deity, as these states are constantly changing, and as cosmic idealism ceases during pralaya. There is only one permanent condition in the universe, which is the state of perfect unconsciousness, Ber Chitakasham, the field of consciousness, in fact. When my readers once realize the fact that this grand universe is in reality but a huge aggregation of various states of consciousness, they will not be surprised to find that the ultimate state of unconsciousness is considered as Parabrahman by the Advaitas. 1415. Although itself entirely out of human reckoning or calculation, yet this huge aggregation of various states of consciousness is a septenate. In its totality entirely composed of septenary groups, simply because the capacity of perception exists in 7 different aspects corresponding to the 7 conditions of matter, 1416 or the 7 properties, or states of matter. And, therefore, the series from 1 to 7, begins in the esoteric calculations with the first manifested principle, which is number 1 if we commence from above, and number 7 when reckoning from below, or from the lowest principle. The tetrad is esteemed in the Kabbalah, as it was by Pythagoras, the most perfect, or rather sacred number, because it emanated from the one, the first manifested unit, or rather the 3 in 1. And the latter has ever been impersonal, sexless, incomprehensible, though within the possibility of the higher mental perceptions. The first manifestation of the eternal monad was never meant to stand as the symbol of another symbol, the unborn for the element born, or the one logos for the heavenly man. Tetragrammaton, or the tetractys of the Greeks, is the second logos, the demiurgos. The tetrad, as Thomas Taylor thinks, is, however, the animal itself of Plato who, as Syrianus justly observes, was the best of the Pythagoreans. Subsists at the extremity of the intelligible triad, as is most satisfactorily shown by Proclus in the 3rd book of his treatise on the theology of Plato. And between these two triads, the double triangle, the one intelligible, and the other intellectual, another order of gods exists, which partakes of both extremes. 1417. The Pythagorean world, according to Plutarch, 1418 consisted of a double quaternary. This statement corroborates what is said about the choice, by the exoteric theologies, of the lower tetracties. 4. The quaternary of the intellectual world, the world of Mahat, is Tagathon, Nous, Psyche, Hyle, while that of the sensible world, of matter, which is properly what Pythagoras meant by the word cosmos, is fire, air, water, and earth. The four elements are called by the name of rhizomata, the roots or principles of all mixed bodies. 1419. That is to say, the lower tetracties is the root of illusion, of the world of matter. And this is the tetragrammaton of the Jews, and the mysterious deity, over which the modern Kabbalists make such a fuss. This number, 4, forms the arithmetical mean between the monad and the heptad. And this comprehends all powers, both of the productive and produced numbers, for this, of all numbers under 10, is made of a certain number. The duad doubled makes a tetrad, and the tetrad doubled, or unfolded, makes the hebdomad, the septenary. 2 multiplied into itself produces 4, and retorted into itself makes the first cube. This first cube is a fertile number, the ground of multitude and variety, constituted of 2 and 4, depending on the monad, the seventh. Thus the two principles of temporal things, the pyramis and cube, form and matter, flow from one fountain, the tetragon, on earth, the monad, in heaven. 1420. Here Reuchlin, the great authority on the Kabbalah, shows the cube to be matter, whereas the pyramid or the triad is form. With the Hermesians the number 4 becomes the symbol of truth only when amplified into a cube, which, unfolded, makes 7, as symbolizing the male and female elements and the element of life. 1421. Some students have been puzzled to account for the vertical line, 1422, which is male, becoming, in the cross, a 4-partitioned line, for being a female number, while the horizontal, the line of matter, becomes 3-divisioned. But this is easy of explanation. Since the middle face of the cube unfolded is common to both the vertical and the horizontal bar, or double line, it becomes neutral ground, so to say, and belongs to neither. The spirit line remains triadic, and the matter line twofold, 2 being an even and therefore a female number also. Moreover, according to Theon in his Mathematica, the Pythagoreans, who gave the name of harmony to the tetracties, because it is a diatessaron in sesquitertia, were of opinion that the division of the canon of the monochord was made by the tetracties in the duad, triad, and tetrad. For it comprehends a sesquitertia, a sesquialtera, a duple, a triple, and a quadruple proportion, the section of which is 27. In the ancient musical notation, the tetrachord consisted of 3 degrees or intervals, and 4 terms of sounds called by the Greeks diatessaron, and by us a fourth. 1423. Moreover, the quaternary, though uneven, therefore a female, infernal, number, varied according to its form. This is shown by Stanley. 1424. The 4 was called by the Pythagoreans the key-keeper of nature. But in union with the 3, which made it 7, it became the most perfect and harmonious number, nature herself. The 4 was the masculine of feminine form, when forming the cross. And 7 is the master of the moon, for this planet is forced to alter her appearance every 7 days. It is on number 7 that Pythagoras composed his doctrine on the harmony and music of the spheres, calling a tone the distance of the moon from the earth, from the moon to Mercury half a tone, from thence to Venus the same. From Venus to the sun 1½ tones, from the sun to Mars a tone, from thence to Jupiter half a tone, from Jupiter to Saturn half a tone, and thence to the zodiac a tone, thus making 7 tones, the diapason harmony. 1425. All the melody of nature is in those 7 tones, and therefore is called the voice of nature. Plutarch explains 1426 that the most ancient Greeks regarded the tetrad as the root and principle of all things, since it was the number of the elements which gave birth to all visible and invisible created things. 1427. With the brothers of the Rosy Cross, the figure of the cross, or cube unfolded, formed the subject of a disquisition in one of the theosophic degrees of Puveret, and was treated according to the fundamental principles of light and darkness, or good and evil. 1428. The intelligible world proceeds out of the divine mind, or unit, after this manner. The Tetractys, reflecting upon its own essence, the first unit, productrix of all things, and on its own beginning, saith thus, once one, twice two, immediately saith a tetrad, having on its top the highest unit, and becomes a pyramis, whose base is a plain tetrad, answerable to a superficies, upon which the radiant light of the divine unity produceth the form of incorporeal fire, by reason of the descent of Juno, matter, to inferior things. Hence saith essential light, not burning but illuminating. This is the creation of the middle world, which the Hebrews call the supreme, the world of their deity. It is termed Olympus, entirely light and replete with separate forms, where is the seat of the immortal gods, Deum Domus Alta, whose top is unity, its wall trinity, and its superficies quaternity. 1429. The superficies has thus to remain a meaningless surface, if left by itself. Unity only illuminating quaternity, the famous lower four has to build for itself also a wall from trinity, if it would be manifested. Moreover, the tetragrammaton, or microprosopis, is Jehovah arrogating to himself very improperly the was, is, will be, now translated into the I am that I am, and interpreted as referring to the highest abstract deity. While esoterically and in plain truth, it means only periodically chaotic, turbulent, and eternal matter, with all its potentialities. For the tetragrammaton is one with nature, or Isis, and is the exoteric series of androgyne gods such as Osiris Isis, Jove Juno, Brahmavak, or the Kabbalistic Jehovah, all male-females. Every anthropomorphic god, in old nations, as Marcellus Fison well observed, has his name written with 4 letters. Thus with the Egyptians, he was Toit, the Arabs, Allah, the Persians, Sire, the Magi, Orsi, the Mohammedans, Abdi, the Greeks, Theos. The ancient Turks, Izar, the Latins, Deus, to which John Lorenzo Anania adds the German Gott, the Sarmatian Bull, etc. 1430. The monad being one, and an odd number, the ancients therefore said that the odd were the only perfect numbers. And, selfishly, perhaps, yet as a fact, considered them all as masculine and perfect, being applicable to the celestial gods, while even numbers, such as 2, 4, 6, and especially 8, as being female, were regarded as imperfect, and given only to the terrestrial and infernal deities. Virgil records the fact by saying, Numero Deus impar gaudet. The god is pleased with an odd number 1431. But number 7, or the heptagon, the Pythagoreans considered to be a religious and perfect number. It was called telesphoros, because by it all in the universe and mankind is led to its end, i.e., its culmination. 1432 The doctrine of the spheres ruled by the 7 sacred planets. 1433 shows, from Lemuria to Pythagoras, the 7 powers of terrestrial and sublunary nature, as well as the 7 great forces of the universe, proceeding and evolving in 7 tones, which are the 7 notes of the musical scale. The heptad, our septenary, was considered to be the number of a virgin, because it is unborn, like the Logos or the Aya of the Vedantins, without a father, or a mother, but proceeding directly from the monad, which is the origin and crown of all things. 1434. And if the heptad is made to proceed from the monad directly, then it is, as taught in the secret doctrine of the oldest schools, the perfect and sacred number of this Mahamanvantara of ours. The septenary, or heptad, was sacred indeed to several gods and goddesses, to Mars, with his 7 attendants, to Osiris, whose body was divided into 7 and twice 7 parts. To Apollo, the sun, amid his 7 planets, and playing the hymn to the 7 rayed on his 7-stringed harp, to Minerva, the fatherless and the motherless, and others. 1435. Cis-Himalayan occultism with its sevening, and because of such sevening, must be regarded as the most ancient, the original of all. It is opposed by some fragments left by Neoplatonists. And the admirers of the latter, who hardly understand what they defend, say to us, see, your forerunners believed only in triple man, composed of spirit, soul, and body. Behold, the Tarkar Raja Yoga of India limits that division to 3, we, to 4, and the Vedantins to 5, kosas. To this, we of the archaic school ask. Why then does the Greek poet say that it is not 4 but 7 who sing the praise of the spiritual sun? Pi tau mu epsilon kappa dot tau dot lambda. 7 sounding letters sing the praise of me. The immortal God, the almighty deity. Why again is the triune IAO, the mystery God, called the fourfold, and yet the triadic and tetradic symbols come under one unified name with the Christians, the Jehovah of the 7 letters? Why again in the Hebrew Sheba is the oath, the Pythagorean tetractys, identical with number 7? Or, as Mr. Gerald Massey has it, taking an oath was synonymous with to 7, and the 10 expressed by the letter Jod, was the full number of Iao Sabaoth, the 10-lettered God, point 1436. In Lucian's auction, Pythagoras asks, how do you reckon? The reply is, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then Pythagoras says, do you see? In what you conceive for there are 10, a perfect triangle and our oath, tetractys, 4, or 7 in all. 1437. Why again does Proclus say? The father of the golden verses celebrates the tetractys as the fountain of perennial nature. 1438. Simply because those Western Kabbalists who quote the exoteric proofs against us have no idea of the real esoteric meaning. All the ancient cosmologies, the oldest cosmographies of the 2 most ancient people of the 5th root race, the Hindu Aryans and the Egyptians, together with the early Chinese races. The remnants of the 4th or Atlantean race, based the whole of their mysteries on number 10. The higher triangle standing for the invisible and metaphysical world, the lower 3 and 4, or the septenae, for the physical realm. It is not the Jewish Bible that brought number 7 into prominence. Hesiod used the words, the 7th is the sacred day, before the Sabbath of Moses was ever heard of. The use of number 7 was never confined to any one nation. This is well testified by the 7 vases in the Temple of the Sun, near the ruins of Babylon in Upper Egypt, the 7 fires burning continually for ages before the altars of Mitra, the 7 holy fanes of the Arabians. The 7 peninsulas, the 7 islands, 7 seas, mountains, and rivers of India, and of the Zohar, the Jewish Sephiroth of the 7 splendors, the 7 Gothic deities, the 7 worlds of the Chaldeans and their 7 spirits. The 7 constellations mentioned by Hesiod and Homer, and all the interminable 7s which the Orientalists find in every ms they discover. 1439. What we have to say finally is this. Enough has been brought forward to show why the human principles were and are divided in the esoteric schools into 7. Make it 4 and it will either leave man minus his lower terrestrial elements, or, if viewed from a physical standpoint, make of him a soulless animal. The quaternary must be the higher or the lower, the celestial or terrestrial tetractys. To become comprehensible, according to the teachings of the ancient esoteric school, man must be regarded as a septenary. This was so well understood, that even the so-called Christian Gnostics adopted this time-honored system. 1440 This remained for a long time a secret, for though it was suspected, no misses of that time spoke of it clearly enough to satisfy the skeptic. But there comes to our rescue the literary curiosity of our age, the oldest and best preserved gospel of the Gnostics, Pistis Sophia. To make the proof absolutely complete, we shall quote from an authority, C.W. King, the only archaeologist who has had a faint glimmer of this elaborate doctrine, and the best writer of the day on the Gnostics and their gems. According to this extraordinary piece of religious literature, a true Gnostic fossil, the human entity is the septenary ray from the 1441 just as our school teaches. It is composed of 7 elements, 4 of which are borrowed from the 4 Kabbalistical manifested worlds. Thus, From Ossia it gets the nephesh, or seat of the physical appetites, vital breath, also. From Jazira, the ruach, or seat of the passions. From Bria, the neshama, or reason, and from Aziluth it obtains the chaya, or principle of spiritual life. This looks like an adaptation of the Platonic theory of the soul's obtaining its respective faculties from the planets in its downward progress through their spheres. But the Pistis Sophia, with its accustomed boldness, puts this theory into a much more poetical shape, section 282. The inner man is similarly made up of 4 constituents, but these are supplied by the rebellious eons of the spheres. Being the power, a particle of the divine light, divini particula ori, yet left in themselves, the soul, the 5th, formed out of the tears of their eyes, and the sweat of their torments, the nu tau iota mu omicron nu pi nu epsilon mu alpha tau omicron. Counterfeit of the spirit, seemingly answering to our conscience, the 6th, and lastly the mu omicron rho alpha, fate 1442, karmic ego, whose business it is to lead the man to the end appointed for him, if he hath to die by the fire. To lead him into the fire, if he hath to die by a wild beast, to lead him unto the wild beast, the 7th, 1443. See the septenary element in the Vedas. It corroborates the occult teaching concerning the 7 globes and the 7 races. We have to go to the very source of historical information, if we would bring our best evidence to testify to the facts enunciated. For, though entirely allegorical, the Rig Vedic hymns are none the less suggestive. The 7 rays of Surya, the sun, are therein made parallel to the 7 worlds, of every planetary chain, to the 7 rivers of heaven and earth, the former being the 7 creative hosts, and the latter the 7 men, or primitive human groups. The 7 ancient rishis, the progenitors of all that lives and breathes on earth, are the 7 friends of Agni, his 7 horses, or 7 heads. The human race has sprung from fire and water, it is allegorically stated. Fashioned by the fathers, or the ancestor sacrificers, from Agni. For Agni, the Ashvins, the Edifiers 1444 are all synonymous with those sacrificers, or the fathers, variously called Pitaras, or Pitris, Angiresas 1445 and Sathyas, divine sacrificers, the most occult of all. They are all called Devaputra Rishaya or the sons of God, 1446. The sacrificers, moreover, are collectively the one sacrificer, the father of the gods, Vishvakarman, who performed the great Sarvamedha ceremony, and ended by sacrificing himself. In these hymns the heavenly man is called Purusha, the man, 1447, from whom Viraj was born 1448, and from Viraj, the mortal man. It is Varuna, lowered from his sublime position to be the chief of the lords, Dhyanis or Devas, who regulates all natural phenomena, who makes a path for the sun, for him to follow. The 7 rivers of the sky, the descending creative gods, and the 7 rivers of the earth, the 7 primitive mankinds, are under his control, as will be seen. For he who breaks Varuna's laws, Vratani, or courses of natural action, active laws, is punished by Indra 1449, the Vedic powerful god, whose Vrata, or law or power, is greater than the Vratani of any other god. Thus, the Rig Veda, the oldest of all the known ancient records, may be shown to corroborate the occult teachings in almost every respect. Its hymns, which are the records written by the earliest initiates of the 5th, hour, race concerning the primordial teachings, speak of the 7 races, 2 still to come. Allegorizing them by the 7 streams, 1450, and of the 5 races, Panchakrishteya, which have already inhabited this world 1451, on the 5 regions, Panchapradesha, 1452, as also of the 3 continents that were 1453. It is only those scholars who will master the secret meaning of the Purusha Sukta, in which the intuition of the modern Orientalists has chosen to see, one of the very latest hymns of the Rig Veda, who may hope to understand how harmonious are its teachings and how corroborative of the esoteric doctrines. He must study, in all the abstruseness of their metaphysical meaning, the relations therein between the heavenly man, Purusha, sacrificed for the production of the universe and all in it. 1454 and the terrestrial mortal man 1455 before he realizes the hidden philosophy of the verse. 15. He, man, Purusha, or Vishvakarman, had 7 enclosing logs of fuel, and thrice 7 layers of fuel. When the gods performed the sacrifice, they bound the man as victim. This relates to the 3 septenary primeval races, and shows the antiquity of the Vedas, which knew of no other sacrifice, probably, in these earliest oral teachings. And also to the 7 primeval groups of mankind, as Vishvakarman represents divine humanity collectively. 1456. The same doctrine is found reflected in the other old religions. It must, have come down to us disfigured and misinterpreted, as in the case of the Parsi who read it in their Vendidad and elsewhere, though without understanding the allusions therein contained any better than do the Orientalists. Yet the doctrine is plainly mentioned in their old works. 1457. Comparing the esoteric teaching with the interpretations by Professor James Darmesteter, one may see at a glance where the mistake is made, and the cause that produced it. The passage runs thus. The Indo-Iranian Ahura, was often conceived as sevenfold, by the play of certain mythical, formulae and the strength of certain mythical, numbers. The ancestors of the Indo-Iranians had been led to speak of 7 worlds. 1458 and the supreme god was often made sevenfold, as well as the worlds over which he ruled. The 7 worlds became in Persia the 7 Karshver of the earth. The earth is divided into 7 Karshver, only one of which is known and accessible to man, the one on which we live, namely, Vanaratha. Which amounts to saying that there are 7 earths. 1459 Parsi mythology knows also of 7 heavens. Vanaratha itself is divided into 7 climes. ORM. AHR. Section 72. 1460. The same division and doctrine is to be found in the oldest and most revered of the Hindu scriptures, the Rig Veda. Mention is made therein of 6 worlds, besides our earth, the 6 Rajamsi above Prithvi, the earth, or this item, as opposed to that which is yonder, i.e., the 6 globes on the 3 other planes or worlds. 1461. The italics are ours to point out the identity of the tenets with those of the esoteric doctrine, and to accentuate the mistake that is made. The Magi or Mazdians only believed in what other people believed in, namely, in 7 worlds, or globes of our planetary chain, of which only one is accessible to man, at the present time, our Earth. And in the successive appearance and destruction of 7 continents or earths on this our globe, each continent being divided, in commemoration of the 7 globes, 1 visible, 6 invisible, into 7 islands or continents, 7 climes, etc. This was a common belief in those days when the now secret doctrine was open to all. It is this multiplicity of localities in septenary divisions, which has made the Orientalists, who have, moreover, been further led astray by the oblivion of their primitive doctrines of both the uninitiated Hindus and Parsi, feel so puzzled by this ever-recurring 7-fold number as to regard it as mythical. It is this oblivion of first principles which has led the Orientalists off the right track and made them commit the greatest blunders. The same failure is found in the definition of the gods. Those who are ignorant of the esoteric doctrine of the earliest Aryans, can never assimilate or even understand correctly the metaphysical meaning contained in these beings. Ahura Mazda, Ormazd, was the head and synthesis of the 7 Aim-Shah Spentas, or Amshaspans, and, therefore, an Aim-Shah Spenta himself. Just as Jehovah Bina Elohim was the head and synthesis of the Elohim, and no more. So Agni Vishnu Surya was the synthesis and head, or the focus whence emanated in physics and also in metaphysics, from the spiritual as well as from the physical sun, the 7 rays, the 7 fiery tongues, the 7 planets or gods. All these became supreme gods in the one God, but only after the loss of the primeval secrets, i.e., the sinking of Atlantis, or the flood, and the occupation of India by the Brahmins, who sought safety on the summits of the Himalayas, for even the high tablelands of what is now Tibet became submerged for a time. Ahura Mazda is addressed only as the most blissful spirit, creator of the corporeal world, in the Vendidad. Ahura Mazda in its literal translation means the wise Lord, Ahura, Lord, and Mazda, wise. Moreover, this name of Ahura, in Sanskrit Ajura, connects him with the Manasaputras, the sons of wisdom who informed the mindless man, and endowed him with his mind, Manas. Ahura, Ajura, may be derived from the root to be, but in its primal signification it is what the secret teaching shows it to be. When geology shall have found out how many thousands of years ago the disturbed waters of the Indian Ocean reached the highest plateaus of Central Asia, when the Caspian Sea and the Persian Gulf made one with it. Then only will they know the age of the existing Aryan Brahmanical nation, and also the time of its descent into the plains of Hindustan, which did not take place till millenniums later. Yima, the so-called first man, in the Vendidad, as much as his twin brother Yama, the son of Vaivasvata Manu, belongs to two epochs of universal history. He is the progenitor of the second human race, hence the personification of the shadows of the Pitris, and the father of the post-diluvian humanity. The Magi said, Yima, as we say, man, when speaking of mankind. The fair Yima, the first mortal who converses with Ahura Mazda, is the first man who dies or disappears, not the first who is born. The son of Vivanghat, 1462 was, like the son of Vaivasvata, the symbolical man, who stood in esotericism as the representative of the first three races and the collective progenitor thereof. Of these races the first two never died 1463 but only vanished, absorbed in their progeny, and the third knew death only towards its close, after the separation of the sexes and its fall into generation. This is plainly alluded to in Fargard 2 of the Vendidad. Yima refuses to become the bearer of the law of Ahura Mazda, saying, I was not born, I was not taught to be the preacher and the bearer of thy law. 1464. And then Ahura Mazda asks him to make his men increase and watch over his world. He refuses to become the priest of Ahura Mazda, because he is his own priest and sacrificer, but he accepts the second proposal. He is made to answer, Yes. Yes, I will nourish, and rule, and watch over thy world. There shall be, while I am king, neither cold wind nor hot wind, neither disease nor death. Then Ahura Mazda brings him a golden ring in a poniard, the emblems of sovereignty. Thus, under the sway of Yima, 300 winters passed away, and the earth was replenished with flocks and herds, with men and dogs and birds and with red blazing fires. 300 winters mean 300 periods or cycles. Replenished, mark well, that is to say, all this had been on it before, and thus is proven the knowledge of the doctrine about the successive destructions of the world and its life cycles. Once the 300 winters were over, Ahura Mazda warns Yima that the earth is becoming too full, and men have nowhere to live. Then Yima steps forward, and with the help of Spenta Armada, the female genius, or spirit of the earth, makes that earth stretch out and become larger by 1/3, after which, new flocks and herds and men appear upon it. Ahura Mazda warns him again, and Yima makes the earth by the same magic power to become larger by 2/3. 900 winters pass away, and Yima has to perform the ceremony for the third time. The whole of this is allegorical. The three processes of stretching the earth refer to the three successive continents and races issuing one after and from the other, as explained more fully elsewhere. After the third time, Ahura Mazda warns Yima in an assembly of celestial gods and excellent mortals that upon the material world the fatal winters are going to fall, and all life will perish. This is the old Mazdean symbolism for the flood, and the coming cataclysm to Atlantis, which sweeps away every race in its turn. Like Vaivasvata Manu and Noah, Yima makes a vara, an enclosure, an ark, under the god's direction, and brings thither the seed of every living creature, animals, and fires. It is of this earth or new continent that Zarathustra became the lawgiver and ruler. This was the fourth race in its beginning, after the men of the third began to die out. Till then, as said above, there had been no regular death, but only a transformation, for men had no personality as yet. They had monads, breaths, of the one breath, as impersonal as the source from which they proceeded. They had bodies, or rather shadows of bodies, which were sinless, hence karmaless. Therefore, as there was no kama loka, least of all nirvana or even devotion, for the souls of men who had no personal egos, there could be no intermediate periods between the incarnations. Like the phoenix, primordial man resurrected out of his old into a new body. Each time, and with each new generation, he became more solid, more physically perfect, agreeably with the evolutionary law, which is the law of nature. Death came with the complete physical organism, and with it, moral decay. This explanation shows one more old religion agreeing in its symbology with the universal doctrine. Elsewhere the oldest Persian traditions, the relics of Mazdaism of the still older Magians, are given, and some of them explained. Mankind did not issue from one solitary couple. Nor was there ever a first man, whether Adam or Yima, but a first mankind. It may, or may not, be mitigated polygenism. Once that both creation ex nihilo, an absurdity, and a superhuman creator or creators, a fact, are made away with by science. Polygenism presents no more difficulties or inconveniences, rather fewer from a scientific point of view, than monogenism does. In fact, it is as scientific as any other claim. For in his introduction to Knott and Gliddon's Types of Mankind, Agassiz declares his belief in an indefinite number of primordial races of men created separately. And remarks that, whilst in every zoological province animals are of different species, man, in spite of the diversity of his races, always forms one and the same human being. Occultism defines and limits the number of primordial races to 7, because of the 7 progenitors, or prajapatis, the evolvers of beings. These are neither gods, nor supernatural beings, but advanced spirits from another and lower planet, reborn on this planet, and giving birth in their turn in the present round to present humanity. This doctrine is again corroborated by one of its echoes, among the Gnostics. In their Anthropology and Genesis of Man they taught that a certain company of 7 angels formed the first men, who were no better than senseless, gigantic, shadowy forms, a mere wriggling worm. Writes Irenaeus 1465, who takes, as usual, the metaphor for reality. D. The septenary in the exoteric works. We may now examine other ancient scriptures and see whether they contain the septenary classification, and, if so, to what degree. Scattered about in thousands of other Sanskrit texts, some still unopened, others yet unknown, as well as in all the Puranas, as much as, if not much more than, even in the Jewish Bible. The numbers 7 and 49, 7 by 7, play a most prominent part. In the Puranas they are found from the 7 creations, in the first chapters, down to the 7 rays of the sun at the final pralaya, which expand into 7 suns and absorb the material of the whole universe. Thus the Matsya Purana has. For the sake of promulgating the Vedas, Vishnu, in the beginning of a kalpa, related to Manu the story of Narasimha and the events of 7 kalpas. 1466. Then again the same Purana shows that in all the Manvantaras, classes of rishis 1467 appear by 7 and 7, and having established a code of law and morality depart to felicity. 1468. The rishis, however, represent many other things besides living sages. In Dr. Muir's translation of the Atharva Veda, we read 1. Time carries us forward, a steed, with 7 rays, 1,000 eyes, undecaying, full of fecundity. On him intelligent sages mount, his wheels are all the worlds. 2. Thus time moves on 7 wheels, he has 7 naves, immortality is his axle. He is at present all these worlds. Time hastens onward the first god. 3. A full jar is contained in time. We behold him existing in many forms. He is all these worlds in the future. They call him, time in the highest heaven, 1469. Now add to this the following verse from the esoteric volumes. Space and time are one. Space and time are nameless, for they are the incognizable that, which can be sensed only through its 7 rays, which are the 7 creations, the 7 worlds, the 7 laws, etc. Remembering that the Puranas insist on the identity of Vishnu with time and space 1470 and that even the rabbinical symbol for God is makam, space, it becomes clear why, for purposes of a manifesting deity, space, matter, and spirit, the one central point became the triangle and quaternary, the perfect cube, hence 7. Even the pravaha wind, the mystic and occult force that gives the impulse to, and regulates the course of the stars and planets, is septenary. The Kurm and Linga Puranas enumerate 7 principal winds of that name, which winds are the principles of cosmic space. 1471 They are intimately connected with Dhruva 1472, now Alpha, the pole star, which is connected in its turn with the production of various phenomena through cosmic forces. Thus, from the 7 creations, 7 rishis, zones, continents, principles, etc. In the Aryan scriptures, the number has passed through Indian, Egyptian, Chaldean, Greek, Jewish, Roman, and finally Christian mystic thought, until it landed in, and remained indelibly impressed on, every exoteric theology. The 7 old books stolen out of Noah's Ark by Ham, and given to Cush, his son, and the 7 brazen columns of Ham and Chairon, are a reflection and a remembrance of the 7 primordial mysteries instituted according to the 7 secret emanations, the 7 sounds, and 7 rays, the spiritual and sidereal models of the 7,000 times 7 copies of them in later eons. The mysterious number is once more prominent in the no less mysterious Maruts. The Vayu Purana shows, and the Harivamsha corroborates, concerning the Maruts, the oldest as the most incomprehensible of all the secondary or lower gods in the Rig Veda, that they are born in every Manvantara, round 7 times 7, or 49. That, in each Manvantara, 4 times 7, or 28, obtain emancipation, but their places are filled up by persons reborn in that character. 1473. What are the Maruts in their esoteric meaning, and who those persons, reborn in that character? In the Rig and other Vedas, the Maruts are represented as the storm gods and the friends and allies of Indra. They are the sons of heaven and of earth. This led to an allegory that makes them the children of Shiva, the great patron of the yogis. The Maha-yogi, the great ascetic, in whom is centered the highest perfection of austere penance and abstract meditation, by which the most unlimited powers are attained, marvels and miracles are worked, the highest spiritual knowledge is acquired, and union with the great spirit of the universe is eventually gained. 1474. In the Rig Veda the name Shiva is unknown, but the corresponding god is called Rudra, a name used for Agni, the fire god, the Maruts being called therein his sons. In the Ramayana and the Puranas, their mother, Dithi, the sister, or complement, and a form of Aditi, anxious to obtain a son who would destroy Indra, is told by Kashyapa, the sage, that if, with thoughts wholly pious and person entirely pure, she carries the babe in her womb, for 100 years, 1475 she will have such a son. But Indra foils her in the design. With his thunderbolt he divides the embryo in her womb into 7 portions, and then divides every such portion into 7 pieces again, which become the swift-moving deities, the Maruts. 1476 These deities are only another aspect, or a development, of the Kumaras, who are patronymically Rudras, like many others. 1477. Dithi, being Aditi, unless the contrary is proven to us, Aditi, we say, or Akasha in her highest form, is the Egyptian 7-fold heaven. Every true occultist will understand what this means. Dithi, we repeat, is the 6th principle of metaphysical nature, the buddhi of Akasha. Dithi, the mother of the Maruts, is one of her terrestrial forms, made to represent, at one and the same time, the divine soul in the ascetic, and the divine aspirations of mystic humanity toward deliverance from the webs of Maya, and consequent final bliss. Indra is now degraded, because of the Kali Yuga, when such aspirations are no more general but have become abnormal through a general spread of ahamkara, the feeling of egotism, or I amness, and ignorance. But in the beginning Indra was one of the greatest gods of the Hindu pantheon, as the Rig Veda shows. Suradhipa, the chief of the gods, has fallen down from Jishnu, the leader of the celestial host, the Hindu st. Michael, to an opponent of asceticism, the enemy of every holy aspiration. He is shown married to Aindri, Indrani, the personification of Aindriyaka, the evolution of the element of senses, whom he married, because of her voluptuous attractions. After which he began sending celestial female demons to excite the passions of holy men, yogis, and to beguile them from the potent penances which he dreaded. Therefore, Indra, now characterized as the god of the firmament, the personified atmosphere, is in reality the cosmic principle Mahat, and the fifth human principle, Manas in its dual aspect, as connected with Buddhi. And as allowing itself to be dragged down by the Kama principle, the body of passions and desires. This is demonstrated by Brahma telling the conquered god that his frequent defeats were due to karma, and were a punishment for his licentiousness, and the seduction of various nymphs. It is in this latter character that he seeks, to save himself from destruction, to destroy the coming babe, destined to conquer him, the babe, of course, allegorizing the divine and steady will of the yogi. Determined to resist all such temptations, and thus destroy the passions within his earthly personality. Indra succeeds again, because flesh conquers spirit. 1478 He divides the embryo, of new divine adeptship, begotten once more by the ascetics of the Aryan fifth race, into 7 portions, a reference not alone to the 7 subraces of the new root race, in each of which there will be a Manu. 1479 but also to the 7 degrees of adeptship, and then each portion into 7 pieces, alluding to the Manurishis of each root race, and even subrace. It does not seem difficult to perceive what is meant by the Maruts obtaining, 4 times 7, emancipations in every Manvantara, and by those persons who are reborn in that character, viz. Of the Maruts in their esoteric meaning, and who fill up their places. The Maruts represent, a. the passions that storm and rage within every candidate's breast, when preparing for an ascetic life, this mystically. b. the occult potencies concealed in the manifold aspects of Akasha's lower principles, her body, or Stula Sharira, representing the terrestrial, lower atmosphere of every inhabited globe, this mystically and sidereally. c. actual conscious existences, beings of a cosmic and psychic nature. At the same time, Marut in occult parlance is one of the names given to those egos of great adepts who have passed away, and are known also as Nirmanakas. Of those egos for whom, since they are beyond illusion, there is no devotion, who, having either voluntarily renounced nirvana for the good of mankind, or who not yet having reached it, remain invisible on earth. Therefore are the Maruts 1480 shown, firstly, as the sons of Shivarudra, the patron yogi, whose third eye, mystically, must be acquired by the ascetic before he becomes an adept. Then, in their cosmic character, as the subordinates of Indra and his opponents, under various characters. The 4 times 7 emancipations have a reference to the 4 rounds, and the 4 races that preceded ours, in each of which Maruta Jivas, monads, have been reborn, and would have obtained final liberation. If only they had chosen to avail themselves of it. But instead of this, out of love for the good of mankind, which would struggle still more hopelessly in the meshes of ignorance and misery were it not for this extraneous help, they are reborn over and over again, in that character. And thus, fill up their own places. Who they are, on earth, every student of occult science knows. And he also knows that the Maruts are Rudras, among whom also the family of Tvashtri, a synonym of Vishvakarman, the great patron of the initiates, is included. This gives us an ample knowledge of their true nature. The same for the septenary division of cosmos and the human principles. The Puranas, along with other sacred texts, teem with allusions to this. First of all, the mundane egg which contained Brahma, or the universe, was externally invested with 7 natural elements, at first loosely enumerated as water, air, fire, ether, and 3 secret elements. Then the world is said to be encompassed on every side by 7 elements, also within the egg, as explained. The world is encompassed on every side, and above, and below, by the shell of the egg, of Brahma, and Ekadaha. 1481. Around the shell flows water, which is surrounded with fire, fire by air, air by ether, ether by the origin of the elements, ahamkara, the latter by universal mind, or intellect, as Wilson translates. It relates to spheres of being as much as to principles. Prithvi is not our earth but the world, the solar system, and means the broad, the wide. In the Vedas, the greatest of all authorities, though needing a key to be read correctly, 3 terrestrial and 3 celestial earths are mentioned as having been called into existence simultaneously with Bhumi, our earth. We have often been told that 6, not 7, appears to be the number of spheres, principles, etc. We answer that there are, in fact, only 6 principles in man, since his body is no principle, but the covering, the shell of a principle. So with the planetary chain. Therein, speaking esoterically, the earth, as well as the 7th, or rather 4th plane, one that stands as the 7th, if we count from the first triple kingdom of the elementals that begin its formation, may be left out of consideration. Being, to us, the only distinct body of the 7. The language of occultism is varied. But supposing that 3 earths only, instead of 7, are meant in the Vedas, what are those 3, since we still know of but 1? Evidently there must be an occult meaning in the statement under consideration. Let us see. The earth that floats on the universal ocean of space, which Brahma divides in the Puranas into 7 zones, is Prithvi, the world divided into 7 principles, a cosmic division, looking metaphysical enough, but, in reality, physical in its occult effects. Many kalpas later, our earth is mentioned, and again, in its turn, is divided into 7 zones according to the law of analogy which guided ancient philosophers. After which we find on it 7 continents, 7 isles, 7 oceans, 7 seas and rivers, 7 mountains, 7 climates, etc. 1482. Furthermore, it is not only in the Hindu scriptures and philosophy that one finds references to the 7 earths, but in the Persian, Phoenician, Chaldean, and Egyptian cosmogonies, and even in rabbinical literature. The Phoenix 1483, called by the Hebrews Wunsch, from Phenok, Enoch, the symbol of a secret cycle and initiation, and by the Turks, Kirks, lives 1,000 years, after which, kindling a flame, it is self-consumed. And then, reborn from itself, it lives another 1,000 years, up to 7 times 7, 1484 when comes the day of judgment. The 7 times 7, or 49, are a transparent allegory, and an allusion to the 49 Manus, the 7 rounds, and the 7 times 7 human cycles in each round on each globe. The Kirks and the Wunsch stand for a race cycle, and the mystical tree Ababel, the father tree, in the Quran, shoots out new branches and vegetation at every resurrection of the Kirks or Phoenix, the Day of Judgment, meaning a minor pralaya. The author of the Book of God and the Apocalypse believes that the Phoenix is, very plainly the same as the Simorg of Persian romance. And the account which is given us of this last bird yet more decisively establishes the opinion that the death and revival of the Phoenix exhibit the successive destruction and reproduction of the world, which many believe to be effected by the agency of a fiery deluge, and also a watery one in its turn. When the Simorg was asked her age, she informed Caherman that this world is very ancient, for it has been already 7 times replenished, with beings different from men, and 7 times depopulated, 1485 that the age of the human race in which we now are, is to endure 7,000 years, and that she herself had seen 12 of these revolutions, and knew not how many more she had to see. 1486. The above, however, is no new statement. From Bailey, in the last century, down to Dr. Keneally, in the present, these facts have been noticed by a number of writers. But now a connection can be established between the Persian oracle and the Nazarene prophet. Says the author of the Book of God. The Simorg is in reality the same as the winged Sing of the Hindus, and the Sphinx of the Egyptians. It is said that the former will appear at the end of the world as a monstrous lion bird. From these the rabbins have borrowed their mythos of an enormous bird, sometimes standing on the earth, sometimes walking in the ocean. While its head props the sky, and with the symbol, they have also adopted the doctrine to which it relates. They teach that there are to be 7 successive renewals of the globe, that each reproduced system will last 7,000 years, and that the total duration of the universe will be 49,000 years. This opinion, which involves the doctrine of the pre-existence of each renewed creature, they may either have learned during their Babylonian captivity, or it may have been part of the primeval religion which their priests had preserved from remote times. 1487. It shows rather that the initiated Jews borrowed, and their non-initiated successors, the Talmudists, lost, the sense, and applied the 7 rounds, and the 49 races, etc., wrongly. Not only their priests, but those of every other country. The Gnostics, whose various teachings are the many echoes of the one primitive and universal doctrine, put the same numbers, under another form, in the mouth of Jesus in the very occult Pistis Sophia. We say more, even the Christian editor or author of Revelation has preserved this tradition and speaks of the 7 races, 4 of which, with part of the 5th, are gone, and 2 have to come. It is stated as plainly as can be. Thus saith the angel. And here is the mind which hath wisdom. The 7 heads are 7 mountains, on which the woman sitteth. And there are 7 kings, 5 are fallen, and 1 is, and the other is not yet come. 1488. Who, in the least acquainted with the symbolical language of old, will fail to discern in the 5 kings that have fallen, the 4 root races that were, and part of the 5th, the one that is. And in the other, that is not yet come, the 6th and 7th coming root races, as also the sub-races of this, our present race. Another still more forcible allusion to the 7 rounds and the 49 root races in Leviticus, will be found elsewhere, Part 3.1489. 7 in astronomy, science, and magic. Again, number 7 is closely connected with the occult significance of the Pleiades, those 7 daughters of Atlas, the 6 present, the 7th hidden. In India they are connected with their nursling, the war god, Kartikeya. It was the Pleiades, in Sanskrit, Kritikas, who gave this name to the god, Kartikeya being the planet Mars, astronomically. As a god he is the son of Rudra, born without the intervention of a woman. He is a Kumara, virgin youth, again, generated in the fire from the seed of Shiva, the Holy Spirit, hence called Agni-Bhu. The late Dr. Keneally believed that, in India, Kartikeya is the secret symbol of the cycle of the Narrows, composed of 600, 666, and 777 years, according to whether solar or lunar, divine or mortal, years are counted. And that the 6 visible, or the 7 actual sisters, the Pleiades, are needed for the completion of this most secret and mysterious of all the astronomical and religious symbols. Therefore, when intended to commemorate one particular event, Kartikeya was shown, of old, as a Kumara, an ascetic, with 6 heads, 1 for each century of the Narrows. When the symbolism was needed for another event, then, in conjunction with the 7 sidereal sisters, Kartikeya is seen accompanied by Kumari or Sena, his female aspect. He is then riding on a peacock, the bird of wisdom and occult knowledge, and the Hindu phoenix, whose Greek relation with the 600 years of the Narrows is well known. A 6-rayed star, double triangle, a svastika, a 6 and occasionally 7-pointed crown, is on his brow. The peacock's tail represents the sidereal heavens, and the 12 signs of the zodiac are hidden on his body. For which he is also called Dvadashakara, the 12-handed, and Dvadashaksha, 12-eyed. It is as Shaktidhara, however, that the spearholder, and the conqueror of Tarkajit, that he is shown to be most famous. As the years of the Narrows are, in India, counted in 2 ways, either by 100 years of the gods, divine years, or 100 mortal years. We can see the tremendous difficulty the non-initiated have in arriving at a correct comprehension of this cycle, which plays such an important part in St. John's revelation. It is the truly apocalyptic cycle, because of its being of various lengths and relating to various prehistoric events, and in none of the numerous speculations about it have we found any but a few approximate truths. Against the duration claimed by the Babylonians for their divine ages, it has been urged that Suedas shows the ancients counting days for years, in their chronological computations. It is to Suedas and his authority that Dr. Sepp appeals in his ingenious plagiarism, which we have already exposed, of the Hindu figures 432. These they give in thousands and millions of years, the duration of their yugas, but Sepp dwarfed them to 4,320 lunar years 1490 before the birth of Christ, as foreordained in the sidereal, in addition to the invisible heavens. And proved, by the apparition of the Star of Bethlehem. But Suedas had no other warrant for this assertion than his own speculations, and he was not an initiate. He cites, as a proof, Vulcan, and shows him reigning 4,477 years, or 4,477 days, as he thinks, or again rendered in years, 12 years, 3 months, and 7 days. He has, however, 5 days in his original, thus committing an error even in such an easy calculation. 1491 True, there are other ancient writers guilty of like fallacious speculations. Callisthenes, for instance, who assigns to the astronomical observations of the Chaldeans only 1,903 years, whereas Epigenes recognizes 720,000 years. 1492 The whole of these hypotheses made by profane writers are due to a misunderstanding. The chronology of the Western peoples, ancient Greeks and Romans, was borrowed from India. Now, it is said in the Tamil edition of Bhagavatam that 15 solar days make a pakam. 2 pakams, or 30 days, make a month of mortals, which is only 1 day of the Pitera Devata or Pitris. Again, 2 of these months constitute a rudu, 3 rudis make an ayanam, and 2 ayanams a year of mortals, which is only a day of the gods. It is from such misunderstood teachings that some Greeks have imagined that all the initiated priests had transformed days into years. This mistake of the ancient Greek and Latin writers became pregnant with results in Europe. At the close of the past and the beginning of the present century, Bailly, Dupuy, and others, relying upon the purposely mutilated accounts of Hindu chronology, brought from India by certain unscrupulous and too zealous missionaries, built quite a fantastic theory on the subject. Because the Hindus had made of half a revolution of the moon a measure of time. And because a month composed of only 15 days, of which Quintus Curtius speaks, 1493 is found mentioned in Hindu literature, therefore, it becomes a verified fact that their year was only half a year, when it was not called a day. The Chinese, also, divided their zodiac into 24 parts, and hence their year into 24 fortnights, but such computation did not, nor does it, prevent them having an astronomical year just the same as ours. They also have a period of 60 days, the southern Indian Rudu, to this day in some provinces. Moreover, Diodorus Siculus 1494 calls 30 days an Egyptian year, or that period during which the moon performs a complete revolution. Pliny and Plutarch 1495 both speak of it, but does it stand to reason that the Egyptians, who knew astronomy as well as any other nation, made the lunar month consist of 30 days, when it is only 28 days with fractions? This lunar period had an occult meaning surely as well as had also the Ayanam and the Rudu of the Hindus. The year of 2 months' duration, and the period of 60 days also, was a universal measure of time in antiquity, as Bailly himself shows in his Traité de l'Astronomie indienne et orientale. The Chinamen, according to their own books, divided their year into 2 parts, from one equinox to the other. 1496 The Arabs anciently divided the year into 6 seasons, each composed of 2 months. In the Chinese astronomical work called Kaiuchi, it is said that 2 moons make a measure of time, and 6 measures a year, and to this day the aborigines of Kamchatka have their years of 6 months, as they had when visited by Abbe Chap. 1497 But is all this any reason for claiming that when the Hindu Puranists say a solar year, they mean 1 solar day? It was the knowledge of the natural laws which make of 7 the root nature number, so to say, in the manifested world, or at any rate in our present terrestrial life cycle, and the wonderful comprehension of its workings. that unveiled to the ancients so many of the mysteries of nature. It is these laws, again, and their processes on the sidereal, terrestrial, and moral planes, which enabled the old astronomers to calculate correctly the duration of the cycles and their respective effects on the march of events. To record beforehand, to prophesy, it is called, the influence which they would have on the course and development of the human races. The sun, moon, and planets being the never-erring time measurers, whose potency and periodicity were well known, became thus respectively the great ruler and rulers of our little system in all its 7 domains, or spheres of action. 1498. This has been so evident and remarkable, that even many of the modern men of science, materialists as well as mystics, have had their attention called to this law. Physicians and theologians, mathematicians and psychologists, have repeatedly drawn the attention of the world to this fact of periodicity in the behavior of nature. These numbers are explained in the commentaries in the following words. The circle is not the one but the all. In the higher heaven, the impenetrable Raja 1499 the circle, becomes one, because, it is, the indivisible, and there can be no tau in it. In the second, of the 3 Rajamsi, or the 3 worlds, the one becomes 2, male and female, and 3, with the sun or logos, and the sacred 4, the tetractes, or tetragrammaton. In the third, the lower world or our earth, the number becomes 4, and 3, and 2. Take the first 2, and thou wilt obtain 7, the sacred number of life. Blend, the latter, with the middle Raja, and thou wilt have 9, the sacred number of being and becoming. 1500. When the Western Orientalists have mastered the real meaning of the Rig Vedic divisions of the world, the twofold, threefold, 6, and sevenfold, and especially the ninefold division, the mystery of the cyclic divisions applied to heaven and earth, gods and men, will become clearer to them than it is now. 4. There is a harmony of numbers in all nature, in the force of gravity, in the planetary movements, in the laws of heat, light, electricity, and chemical affinity, in the forms of animals and plants, in the perceptions of the mind. The direction, indeed, of modern natural and physical science is towards a generalization which shall express the fundamental laws of all, by one simple numerical ratio. We would refer to Professor Wool's philosophy of the inductive sciences, and to Mr. Hay's researches into the laws of harmonious coloring and form. From these it appears that the number 7 is distinguished in the laws regulating the harmonious perception of forms, colors, and sounds, and probably of taste also, if we could analyze our sensations of this kind with mathematical accuracy. 1501. So much so, indeed, that more than one physician has stood aghast at the septenary periodical return of the cycles in the rise and fall of various complaints, and naturalists have felt themselves at an utter loss to explain this law. The birth, growth, maturity, vital functions, healthy revolutions of change, diseases, decay and death, of insects, reptiles, fishes, birds, mammals, and even of man, are more or less controlled by a law of completion in weeks, or 7 days. 1502. Dr. Laycock, writing on the periodicity of vital phenomena, 1503 records a most remarkable illustration and confirmation of the law in insects, 1504. To all of which Mr. Grattan Guinness remarks very pertinently, as he defends biblical chronology. And man's life is a week of decades. The days of our years are 60 years and 10. Combining the testimony of all these facts, we are bound to admit that there prevails in organic nature a law of septiform periodicity, a law of completion in weeks. 1505. Without accepting the conclusions, and especially the premises of the learned founder of the East London Institute for Home and Foreign Missions, the writer accepts and welcomes his researches in the occult chronology of the Bible. Just as, while rejecting the theories, hypotheses, and generalizations of modern science, we bow before its great achievements in the world of the physical, or in all the minor details of material nature. There is most assuredly an occult, chronological system in Hebrew scripture, the Kabbalah being its warrant, moreover there is in it a system of weeks, based on the archaic Indian system, which may still be found in the old Jyotisha. 1506 and there are in it cycles of the week of days, of the week of months, of years, of centuries, and even of millenniums, and more, of the week of years, 1507 but all this can be found in the Archaic doctrine. And if the common source of the chronology in every scripture, however veiled, is denied in the case of the Bible, then it will have to be shown how, in face of the 6 days and the 7th, a Sabbath, we can escape connecting the genetic with the Puranic cosmogonies. For the first week of creation shows the septiformity of its chronology and thus connects it with Brahma's 7 creations. The able volume from the pen of Mr. Grattan Guinness, in which he has collected in some 760 pages every proof of this septiform calculation, is good evidence. For if the biblical chronology is, as he says, regulated by the law of weeks, and if it is septenary, whatever the measures of the creation week and the length of its days may be, and if, finally, the Bible system includes weeks on a great variety of scales, then this system is shown to be identical with all the pagan systems. Moreover, the attempt to show that 4,320 years, in lunar months, elapse between the creation and the nativity, is a clear and unmistakable connection with the 4,320,000 years of the Hindu yugas. Otherwise, why make such efforts to prove that these figures, which are preeminently Chaldean and Indo-Aryan, play such a part in the New Testament? This we shall now prove still more forcibly. Let the impartial critic compare the two accounts, the Vishnu Purana and the Bible, and he will find that the 7 creations of Brahma are at the foundation of the week of creation in Genesis. The two allegories are different, but the systems are both built on the same foundation stone. The Bible can be understood only by the light of the Kabbalah. Take the Zohar, the book of concealed mystery, however now disfigured, and compare. The 7 rishis and the 14 manas, of the 7 manvantaras, issue from Brahma's head. They are his mind-born sons, and it is with them that begins the division of mankind into its races from the heavenly man, the manifested Logos, who is Brahma Prajapati. Speaking of the skull, head, of Macroprosopis, the ancient 1508, in Sanskrit Sanat is an appellation of Brahma, the Ha'idra Rabba Kadisha, or Greater Holy Assembly. Says that in every one of his hairs is a hidden fountain issuing from the concealed brain. And it shineth and goeth forth through that hair unto the hair of Microprosopis, and from it, which is the manifest quaternary, the tetragrammaton, is his brain formed. And thence that brain goeth forth into 32 paths, or the triad and the duad, or again 432. And again, 13 curls of hair exist on the one side and on the other of the skull, i.e. 6 on one and 6 on the other, the 13th being also the 14th, as it is male-female, and through them commenceth the division of the hair, the division of things, of mankind and the races. 1509. We 6 are lights which shine forth from a 7th, light, saith Rabbi Abba, thou art the 7th light, the synthesis of us all, he adds, speaking of Tetragrammaton and his 7 companions, whom he calls the eyes of Tetragrammaton. 1510. Tetragrammaton is Brahma Prajapati, who assumed 4 forms, in order to create 4 kinds of supernal creatures, i.e., made himself fourfold, or the manifest quaternary. 1511 After that, he is reborn in the 7 rishis, his Manasaputras, mind-born sons, who became later, 9, 21, and so on, and who are all said to be born from various parts of Brahma. 1512. There are 2 tetragrammatons, the Macroprosopis and the Microprosopis. The first is the absolute perfect square, or the tetractys within the circle, both abstract conceptions, and is therefore called ein, non-being, i.e. illimitable or absolute beingness. But when viewed as Microprosopis, or the heavenly man, the manifested Logos, he is the triangle in the square, the 7-fold cube, not the 4-fold, or the plane square. For it is written in the Greater Holy Assembly. And concerning this, the children of Israel wished to inquire in their hearts, know in their minds, like as it is written, Exodus 17. 7. Is the tetragrammaton in the midst of us, or the negatively existent one, 1513. Where they distinguished between microprosopus, who is called tetragrammaton, and between macroprosopus, who is called ein, the negatively existent. 1514. Therefore, tetragrammaton is the 3 made 4 and the 4 made 3, and is represented on this earth by his 7 companions, or eyes, the 7 eyes of the Lord. Microprosopus is, at best, only a secondary manifested deity. For, the Greater Holy Assembly elsewhere says, we have learned that there were 10 rabbis, companions, entered into the assembly, the sod, mysterious assembly or mystery, and that 7 came forth 1515, i.e. 10 for the unmanifested, 7 for the manifested universe. 1158, and when Rabbi Simeon revealed the arcana, there were found none present there save those 7 companions. And Rabbi Simeon called them the 7 eyes of tetragrammaton, like as it is written, Zach. 3, 9, these are the 7 eyes, or principles, of tetragrammaton, i.e. the fourfold heavenly man, or pure spirit, is resolved into septenary man, pure matter and spirit, point 1516. Thus the tetrad is microprosopus, and the latter is the male-female Chokmabina, the second and third Sephiroth. The tetragrammaton is the very essence of number 7, in its terrestrial significance. 7 stands between 4 and 9, the basis and foundation, astrally, of our physical world and man, in the kingdom of Makuth. For Christians and believers, this reference to Zechariah and especially to the Epistle of Peter, 15:17 ought to be conclusive. In the old symbolism, man, chiefly the inner spiritual man, is called a stone. Christ is the cornerstone, and Peter refers to all men as lively, living, stones. Therefore a stone with 7 eyes on it can only mean a man whose constitution, i.e., his principles, is septenary. To demonstrate more clearly the 7 in nature, it may be added that not only does the number 7 govern the periodicity of the phenomena of life, but that it is also found dominating the series of chemical elements. And equally paramount in the world of sound and in that of color as revealed to us by the spectroscope. This number is the factor, sine qua non, in the production of occult astral phenomena. It is needless to refer in detail to the number of vibrations constituting the notes of the musical scale. They are strictly analogous to the scale of chemical elements, and also to the scale of color as unfolded by the spectroscope, although in the latter case we deal with only 1 octave. While both in music and chemistry we find a series of 7 octaves represented theoretically, of which 6 are fairly complete and in ordinary use in both sciences. Thus, to quote Hellenbach, it has been established that, from the standpoint of phenomenal law, upon which all our knowledge rests, the vibrations of sound and light increase regularly, that they divide themselves into 7 columns. And that the successive numbers in each column are closely allied. I.e., that they exhibit a close relationship which not only is expressed in the figures themselves, but also is practically confirmed in chemistry as in music, in the latter of which the ear confirms the verdict of the figures. The fact that this periodicity and variety is governed by the number 7 is undeniable, and it far surpasses the limits of mere chance, and must be assumed to have an adequate cause, which cause must be discovered. Verily, then, as Rabbi Abba said, we are 6 lights which shine forth from a 7th light, thou, tetragrammaton, art the 7th light, the origin of us all. For assuredly there is no stability in those 6, save what they derive from the 7th. For all things depend from the 7th. 1518. The ancient and modern Western American Zuni Indians seem to have entertained similar views. Their present-day customs, their traditions and records, all point to the fact that, from time immemorial, their institutions, political, social and religious, were, and still are, shaped according to the septenary principle. Thus all their ancient towns and villages were built in clusters of 6, around a 7th. It is always a group of 7, or of 13, and always the 6 surround the 7th. Again, their sacerdotal hierarchy is composed of 6 priests of the house seemingly synthesized in the 7th, who is a woman, the priestess mother. Compare this with the 7 great officiating priests spoken of in the Enochiada, the name given to the 7 senses, exoterically, and to the 7 human principles, esoterically. Whence this identity of symbolism? Shall we still doubt the fact of Arjuna going over to Patala, the Anthropoids, America, and there marrying Ulupi, the daughter of the Naga, or rather Nargal, king? But to the Zunai priests. These receive, to this day, an annual tribute of corn of 7 colors. Undistinguished from other Indians during the rest of the year, on a certain day they come out, 6 priests and 1 priestess, arrayed in their priestly robes, each of a color sacred to the particular god whom the priest serves and personifies. Each of them representing one of the 7 regions, and each receiving corn of the color corresponding to that region. Thus, the white represents the east, because from the east comes the first sunlight. The yellow corresponds to the north, from the color of the flames produced by the aurora borealis, the red, the south, as from that quarter comes the heat, the blue stands for the west, the color of the Pacific Ocean, which lies to the west. Black is the color of the nether underground region, darkness. Corn with grains of all colors on one ear represents the colors of the upper region, of the firmament, with its rosy and yellow clouds, shining stars, etc. The speckled corn, each grain containing all the colors, is that of the priestess mother, woman containing in herself the seeds of all races past, present and future, Eve being the mother of all living. Apart from these was the sun, the great deity, whose priest was the spiritual head of the nation. These facts were ascertained by Mr. F. Hamilton Cushing, who, as many are aware, became a Zunai, lived with them, was initiated into their religious mysteries, and has learned more about them than any other man now living. 7 is also the great magic number. In the occult records the weapon mentioned in the Puranas and the Mahabharata, the Agniastra or fiery weapon bestowed by Orva upon his Chela Sagara, is said to be constructed of 7 elements. This weapon, supposed by some ingenious Orientalists to have been a rocket, is one of the many thorns in the side of our modern Sanskritists. Wilson exercises his penetration over it, on several pages in his Specimens of the Hindu Theatre, and finally fails to explain it. He can make nothing out of the Agniastra, for he argues, these weapons are of a very unintelligible character. Some of them are occasionally wielded as missiles. But, in general, they appear to be mystical powers exercised by the individual, such as those of paralyzing an enemy, or locking his senses fast in sleep, or bringing down storm, and rain, and fire, from heaven. 1519. They are supposed to assume celestial shapes, endowed with human faculties. The Ramayana calls them the sons of Krishashva. 1520. The Shastradevas, gods of the divine weapons, are no more Agniastras, the weapons, than the gunners of modern artillery are the cannon they direct. But this simple solution did not seem to strike the eminent Sanskritist. Nevertheless, as he himself says of the armiform progeny of Krishashva, the allegorical origin of the Agniastra weapons is, undoubtedly, the more ancient. 1521. It is the fiery javelin of Brahma. The sevenfold Agniastra, like the 7 senses and the 7 principles, symbolized by the 7 priests, are of untold antiquity. How old is the doctrine believed in by Theosophists? The following section will tell. F. The 7 souls of the Egyptologists. If one turns to those wells of information, the Natural Genesis and the lectures of Mr. Gerald Massey, the proofs of the antiquity of the doctrine under analysis become positively overwhelming. That the belief of the author differs from ours can hardly invalidate the facts. He views the symbol from a purely natural standpoint, one perhaps a trifle too materialistic, because too much that of an ardent evolutionist and follower of the modern Darwinian dogmas. Thus he shows that the student of Boehm's books finds much in them concerning these 7 fountain spirits, and primary powers, treated as 7 properties of nature in the alchemistic and astrological phase of the medieval mysteries. The followers of Boehm look on such matter as the divine revelation of his inspired seership. They know nothing of the natural genesis, the history and persistence of the wisdom 1522 of the past, or of the broken links. And are unable to recognize the physical features of the ancient seven spirits beneath their modern metaphysical or alchemist mask. A second connecting link between the theosophy of Boehme and the physical origins of Egyptian thought is extant in the fragments of Hermes Trismegistus. 1523. No matter whether these teachings are called Illuminatist, Buddhist, Kabbalist, Gnostic, Masonic, or Christian, the elemental types can only be truly known in their beginnings. 1524. When the prophets or visionary showmen of Cloudland come to us claiming original inspiration, and utter something new, we judge of its value by what it is in itself. But if we find they bring us the ancient matter which they cannot account for, and we can, it is natural that we should judge it by the primary significations rather than the latest pretensions. 1525. It is useless for us to read our later thought into the earliest types of expression, and then say the ancients meant that. 1526. Subtilized interpretations which have become doctrines and dogmas in theosophy have now to be tested by their genesis in physical phenomena, in order that we may explode their false pretensions to supernatural origin or supernatural knowledge. 1527. But the able author of the Book of the Beginnings and of the Natural Genesis does, very fortunately, for us, quite the reverse. He demonstrates most triumphantly our esoteric, Buddhist, teachings, by showing them identical with those of Egypt. Let the reader judge from his learned lecture on The Seven Souls of Man. 1528. Says the author. The first form of the mystical seven was seen to be figured in heaven by the seven large stars of the Great Bear, the constellation assigned by the Egyptians to the Mother of Time, and of the seven elemental powers. 1529. Just so, for the Hindus place their seven primitive rishis in the Great Bear, and call this constellation the abode of the Saptarshi, Riksha and Chitrashikandinas. And their adepts claim to know whether it is only an astronomical myth, or a primordial mystery having a deeper meaning than it bears on its surface. We are also told that the Egyptians divided the face of the sky by night into 7 parts. The primary heaven was sevenfold. 1530. So it was with the Aryans. One has but to read the Puranas about the beginnings of Brahma and his egg, to see this. Have the Aryans then taken the idea from the Egyptians? But, as the lecturer proceeds, the earliest forces recognized in nature were reckoned as 7 in number. These became 7 elementals, devils, or later divinities. 7 properties were assigned to nature, as matter, cohesion, flux ion, coagulation, accumulation, station, and division, and 7 elements or souls to man. 1531. All this was taught in the esoteric doctrine, but it was interpreted and its mysteries unlocked, as already stated, with 7, not 2 or, at the utmost, 3 keys. Hence the causes and their effects worked in invisible or mystic as well as in psychic nature, and were made referable to metaphysics and psychology as much as to physiology. As the author says, a principle of sevening, so to say, was introduced, and the number 7 supplied a sacred type that could be used for manifold purposes. 1532. And it was so used. 4. The 7 souls of the pharaoh are often mentioned in the Egyptian texts. 7 souls, or principles in man were identified by our British Druids. The rabbins also ran the number of souls up to 7, so, likewise, do the Karens of India. 1533. And then, the author, with several misspellings, tabulates the 2 teachings, the esoteric and the Egyptian, and shows that the latter had the same series and in the same order. Esoteric, Indian / Egyptian. 1. Rupa, body or element of form. /1. Ka, body. 2. Prana, the breath of life. /2. Ba, the soul of breath. 3. Astral body. /3. Kaba, the shade. 4. Manas, or intelligence. 1534/4. Aku, intelligence or perception. 5. Kama Rupa, or animal soul. /5. Seb, ancestral soul. 6. Buddhi, or spiritual soul. /6. Buddha, the first intellectual father. 7. Atma, pure spirit. /7. Atmo, a divine, or eternal soul. 1535. Further on, the lecturer formulates these 7 Egyptian souls as 1. The soul of blood, the formative. 2. The soul of breath, that breathes. 3. The shade or covering soul, that envelopes. 4. The soul of perception, that perceives. 5. The soul of pubescence, that procreates. 6. The intellectual soul, that reproduces intellectually. And 7. The spiritual soul, that is perpetuated permanently. From the exoteric and physiological standpoint this may be very correct, it becomes less so from the esoteric point of view. To maintain this, does not at all mean that the esoteric Buddhists resolve men into a number of elementary spirits, as Mr. G. Massey, in the same lecture, accuses them of maintaining. No esoteric Buddhist has ever been guilty of any such absurdity. Nor has it been ever imagined that these shadows become spiritual beings in another world, or 7 potential spirits or elementaries of another life. What is maintained is simply that every time the immortal ego incarnates it becomes, as a total, a compound unit of matter and spirit, which together act on 7 different planes of being and consciousness. Elsewhere, Mr. Gerald Massey adds, the 7 souls, our principles, are often mentioned in the Egyptian texts. The moon god, Tutesman, or the later sun god, expressed the 7 nature powers that were prior to himself, and were summed up in him as his 7 souls, we say, principles. The 7 stars in the hand of the Christ in Revelation, have the same significance. 1536. And a still greater one, as these stars represent also the 7 keys of the 7 churches or the Sodalian mysteries, Kabbalistically. However, we will not stop to discuss, but add that other Egyptologists have also discovered that the septenary constitution of man was a cardinal doctrine with the old Egyptians. In a series of remarkable articles in the Sphinx of Munich, Herr Franz Lambert gives incontrovertible proof of his conclusions from the Book of the Dead and other Egyptian records. For details the reader must be referred to the articles themselves. Bohm, the prince of all the medieval seers, says, we find 7 especial properties in nature whereby this only mother works all things, which he calls fire, light, sound, the upper 3, and desire, bitterness, anguish, and substantiality. Thus analyzing the lower in his own mystic way. Whatever the 6 forms are spiritually, that the 7th, the body or substantiality, is essentially. These are the 7 forms of the mother of all beings, from whence all that is in this world is generated. 1537. And again, the Creator hath, in the body of this world, generated himself as it were creaturely in his qualifying or fountain spirits, and all the stars are God's powers, and the whole body of the world consisteth in the 7 qualifying or fountain spirits. 1538. This is rendering in mystical language our theosophical doctrine. But how can we agree with Mr. Gerald Massey when he states that the 7 races of men that have been sublimated and made planetary, by esoteric Buddhism 1539 may be met with in the Bundahish as, 1. The earth men, 2. Water men, 3. Breast-eared men, 4. Breast-eyed men, 5. One-legged men, 6. Bat-winged men, 7. Men with tails. 1540. Each of these descriptions, allegorical and even perverted in their later form, is, nevertheless, an echo of the Secret Doctrine teaching. They all refer to the prehuman evolution of the watermen terrible and bad by unaided nature through millions of years, as previously described. But we deny point-blank the assertion that these were never real races, and point to the archaic stanzas for our answer. It is easy to infer and to say that our instructors have mistaken these shadows of the past, for things human and spiritual. But that, they are neither, and never were either, it is less easy to prove. The assertion must ever remain on a par with the Darwinian claim that man and the ape had a common pithecoid ancestor. What the lecturer takes for a mode of expression and nothing more, in the Egyptian ritual, we take as having quite another and an important meaning. Here is one instance. Says the ritual, the Book of the Dead. I am the mouse. I am the hawk. I am the ape. I am the crocodile whose soul comes from men. I am the soul of the gods. 1541. The last sentence but one is explained by the lecturer, who says parenthetically, that is, as a type of intelligence, and the last as meaning, the Horus, or Christ, as the outcome of all. The occult teaching answers, it means far more. It gives first of all a corroboration of the teaching that, while the human monad has passed on globe A and others, in the first round, through all the three kingdoms, the mineral, the vegetable, and the animal, in this our fourth round. Every mammal has sprung from man, if the semi-ethereal, many-shaped creature with the human monad in it, of the first two races, can be regarded as man. But it must be so called, for, in the esoteric language, it is not the form of flesh, blood, and bones, now referred to as man, which is in any way the man, but the inner divine monad with its manifold principles or aspects. The lecture referred to, however, much as it opposes esoteric Buddhism and its teachings, is an eloquent answer to those who have tried to represent the whole as a newfangled doctrine. And there are many such, in Europe, America, and even India. Yet, between the esotericism of the old Arhats, and that which has now survived in India among the few Brahmins who have seriously studied their secret philosophy, the difference does not appear so very great. It seems centered in, and limited to, the question of the order of the evolution of cosmic and other principles, more than anything else. At all events it is no greater divergence than the everlasting question of the filioque dogma, which since the 8th century has separated the Roman Catholic from the older Greek Eastern Church. Yet, whatever the differences in the forms in which the septenary dogma is presented, the substance is there. And its presence and importance in the Brahmanical system may be judged by what one of India's learned metaphysicians and Vedantic scholars says of it. The real esoteric sevenfold classification is one of the most important. If not the most important classification, which has received its arrangement from the mysterious constitution of this eternal type. I may also mention in this connection that the fourfold classification claims the same origin. The light of life, as it were, seems to be refracted by the treble-faced prism of Prakriti, having the three gunams for its three faces, and divided into 7 rays, which develop in course of time the 7 principles of this classification. The progress of development presents some points of similarity to the gradual development of the rays of the spectrum. While the fourfold classification is amply sufficient for all practical purposes, this real sevenfold classification is of great theoretical and scientific importance. It will be necessary to adopt it to explain certain classes of phenomena noticed by occultists, and it is perhaps better fitted to be the basis of a perfect system of psychology. It is not the peculiar property of the trans-Himalayan esoteric doctrine. In fact, it has a closer connection with the Brahmanical logos than with the Buddhist logos. In order to make my meaning clear, I may point out here that the logos has 7 forms. In other words, there are 7 kinds of logoi in the cosmos. Each of these has become the central figure of one of the 7 main branches of the ancient wisdom religion. This classification is not the sevenfold classification we have adopted. I make this assertion without the slightest fear of contradiction. The real classification has all the requisites of a scientific classification. It has 7 distinct principles, which correspond with 7 distinct states of prajna or consciousness. It bridges the gulf between the objective and subjective, and indicates the mysterious circuit through which ideation passes. The 7 principles are allied to 7 states of matter, and to 7 forms of force. These principles are harmoniously arranged between 2 poles, which define the limits of human consciousness. 1542. The above is perfectly correct, save, perhaps, on one point. The sevenfold classification in the esoteric system has never, to the writer's knowledge, been claimed by anyone belonging to it, as the peculiar property of the Trans-Himalayan esoteric doctrine, but only as having survived in that old school alone. It is no more the property of the than it is of the Cis-Himalayan esoteric doctrine, but is simply the common inheritance of all such schools, left to the sages of the fifth root race by the great Siddhas 1543 of the fourth. Let us remember that the Atlanteans became the terrible sorcerers, now celebrated in so many of the oldest missas of India, only toward their fall, whereby the submersion of their continent was brought on. What is claimed is simply that the wisdom imparted by the divine ones, born through the Kriyashaktic powers of the third race before its fall and separation into sexes, to the adepts of the early fourth race, has remained in all its pristine purity in a certain brotherhood. The said school or fraternity being closely connected with a certain island of an inland sea, believed in by both Hindus and Buddhists, but called mythical by geographers and Orientalists, the less one talks of it, the wiser he will be. Nor can one accept the said sevenfold classification as having a closer connection with the Brahmanical logos than with the Buddhist logos, since both are identical, whether the one logos is called Ishvara or Avalokiteshvara, Brahma or Padmapani. These are, however, very small differences, more fanciful than real, in fact. Brahmanism and Buddhism, both viewed from their orthodox aspects, are as inimical and as irreconcilable as water and oil. Each of these great bodies, however, has a vulnerable place in its constitution. While even in their esoteric interpretation both can agree but to disagree, once that their respective vulnerable points are confronted, every disagreement must fall, for the two will find themselves on common ground. The Achilles heel of orthodox Brahmanism is the Advaita philosophy, whose followers are called by the pious Buddhists in disguise. As that of orthodox Buddhism is northern mysticism, as represented by the disciples of the philosophies of the Yogacarya school of Aryasanga and the Mahayana, who are twitted in their turn by their co-religionists as Vedantins in disguise. The esoteric philosophy of both these can be but one if carefully analyzed and compared, as Gautama Buddha and Shankaracharya are most closely connected, if one believes tradition in certain esoteric teachings. Thus every difference between the two will be found one of form rather than of substance. A most mystic discourse, full of septenary symbology, may be found in the Anuggata 1544. There the Brahmana narrates the bliss of having crossed beyond the regions of illusion, in which fancies are the gadflies and mosquitoes, in which grief and joy are cold and heat, in which delusion is the blinding darkness, in which avarice is the beasts of prey and reptiles, in which desire and anger are the obstructors. The sage describes the entrance into and exit from the forest, a symbol for man's lifetime, and also that forest itself. 1545. In that forest are 7 large trees, the senses, mind and understanding, or manas and buddhi, included, 7 fruits, and 7 guests, 7 hermitages, 7 forms of concentration, and 7 forms of initiation. This is the description of the forest. That forest is filled with trees producing splendid flowers and fruits of 5 colors. The senses, says the commentator, are called trees, as being producers of the fruits, pleasures and pains. The guests are the powers of each sense personified, they receive the fruits above described. The hermitages are the trees in which the guests take shelter. The 7 forms of concentration are the exclusion from the self of the 7 functions of the 7 senses, etc., already referred to. The 7 forms of initiation refer to the initiation into the higher life, by repudiating as not one's own the actions of each member out of the group of 7.1546. The explanation is harmless, if unsatisfactory. Says the Brahmana, continuing his description. That forest is filled with trees producing flowers and fruits of 4 colors. That forest is filled with trees producing flowers and fruits of 3 colors, and mixed. That forest is filled with trees producing flowers and fruits of 2 colors, and of beautiful colors. That forest is filled with trees producing flowers and fruits of 1 color, and fragrant. That forest is filled, instead of with 7, with 2 large trees producing numerous flowers and fruits of undistinguished colors, mind and understanding, the 2 higher senses, or theosophically, manas and buddhi. There is one fire, the self, here, connected with the Brahman, 1547, and having a good mind, or true knowledge, according to Arjuna Mishra. And there is fuel here, namely, the 5 senses, or human passions. The 7 forms of emancipation from them are the 7 forms of initiation. The qualities are the fruits. There, the great sages receive hospitality. And when they have been worshipped and have disappeared, another forest shines forth, in which intelligence is the tree, and emancipation the fruit, and which possesses shade, in the form of tranquility, which depends on knowledge. Which has contentment for its water, and which has the Kshatrajna 1548 within for the sun. Now, all the above is very plain, and no theosophist, even among the least learned, can fail to understand the allegory. And yet, we see great Orientalists making a perfect mess of it in their explanations. The great sages, who receive hospitality, are explained as meaning the senses, which, having worked as unconnected with the self, are finally absorbed into it. But one fails to understand, if the senses are unconnected with the higher self, in what manner they can be absorbed into it. One would think, on the contrary, that it is just because the personal senses gravitate and strive to be connected with the impersonal self, that the latter, which is fire, burns the lower 5 and purifies thereby the higher 2. Mind and understanding, or the higher aspects of Manas 1549 and Buddhi. This is quite apparent from the text. The great sages disappear after having been worshipped. Worshipped by whom if they, the presumed senses, are unconnected with the self? By mind, of course. By Manas, in this case merged in the 6th sense, which is not, and cannot be, the Brahman, the self, or Kshatrajna, the soul's spiritual Sunday into the latter, in time, Manas itself must be absorbed. It has worshipped great sages, and given hospitality to terrestrial wisdom. But once that, another forest shone forth upon it, it is intelligence, buddhi, the 7th sense. But 6th principle, which is transformed into the tree, that tree whose fruit is emancipation, which finally destroys the very roots of the Ashvatha tree, the symbol of life and of its elusive joys and pleasures. And therefore, those who attain to that state of emancipation have, in the words of the above-cited sage, no fear afterwards. In this state, the end cannot be perceived because it extends on all sides. There always dwell 7 females there, he goes on to say, carrying out the imagery. These females, who, according to Arjuna Mishra, are the Mahat, Ahankara and 5 Tanmatras, have always their faces turned downwards, as they are obstacles in the way of spiritual ascension. In that same Brahman, the self, the 7 perfect sages, together with their chiefs, abide, and again emerge from the same. Glory, brilliance and greatness, enlightenment, victory, perfection and power, these 7 rays follow after this same sun, Kshatrajna, the higher self. Those whose wishes are reduced, the unselfish. Whose sins, passions, are burnt up by penance, merging the self in the self, 1550 devote themselves to Brahman. Those people who understand the forest of knowledge, Brahman, or the self, praise tranquility. And aspiring to that forest, they are, born so as not to lose courage. Such, indeed, is this holy forest. And understanding it, they, the sages, act, accordingly, being directed by the Kshatrajna. No translator among the Western Orientalists has yet perceived in the foregoing allegory anything higher than mysteries connected with sacrificial ritualism, penance, or ascetic ceremonies, and Hatha Yoga. But he who understands symbolical imagery, and hears the voice of self within self, will see in this something far higher than mere ritualism, however often he may err in minor details of the philosophy. And here we must be allowed a last remark. No true theosophist, from the most ignorant up to the most learned, ought to claim infallibility for anything he may say or write upon occult matters. The chief point is to admit that, in many a way, in the classification of either cosmic or human principles, in addition to mistakes in the order of evolution, and especially on metaphysical questions, those of us who pretend to teach others more ignorant than ourselves, are all liable to err. Thus mistakes have been made in Isis unveiled, in esoteric Buddhism, in man, in magic, white and black, etc., and more than one mistake is likely to be found in the present work. This cannot be helped. For a large or even a small work on such abstruse subjects to be entirely exempt from error and blunder, it would have to be written from its first to its last page by a great adept, if not by an avatara. Then only should we say, this is verily a work without sin or blemish in it. But so long as the artist is imperfect, how can his work be perfect? Endless is the search for truth. Let us love it and aspire to it for its own sake, and not for the glory or benefit a minute portion of its revelation may confer on us. For who of us can presume to have the whole truth at his fingers' ends, even upon one minor teaching of occultism? Our chief point in the present subject, however, has been to show that the septenary doctrine, or division of the constitution of man, was a very ancient one, and was not invented by us. This has been successfully done, for we are supported in this, consciously and unconsciously, by a number of ancient, medieval, and modern writers. What the former said, was well said, what the latter repeated, has generally been distorted. An instance, read the Pythagorean fragments, and study the septenary man as given by the Reverend G. Oliver, the learned Mason, in his Pythagorean triangle, who speaks as follows. The Theosophic philosophy counted 7 properties, or principles, in man, viz. 1. The divine golden man. 2. The inward holy body from fire and light, like pure silver. 3. The elemental man. 4. The mercurial, paradisiacal man. 5. The martial soul-like man. 6. The venerine, ascending to the outward desire. 7. The solar man, a witness to and an inspector of the wonders of God, the universe. They had also 7 fountain spirits or powers of nature. 1551. Compare this jumbled account and distribution of Western theosophic philosophy with the latest theosophic explanations by the Eastern school of theosophy, and then decide which is the more correct. Verily, wisdom hath builded her house. She hath hewn out her 7 pillars. 1552. As to the charge that our school has not adopted the 7-fold classification of the Brahmins, but has confused it, this is quite unjust. To begin with, the school is one thing, its exponents, to Europeans, quite another. The latter have first to learn the ABC of practical Eastern occultism, before they can be made to understand correctly the tremendously abstruse classification based on the 7 distinct states of prajna or consciousness. And, above all, to realize thoroughly what prajna is, in Eastern metaphysics. To give a Western student that classification is to try to make him suppose that he can account for the origin of consciousness, by accounting for the process by which a certain knowledge, though only one of the states of that consciousness, came to him. In other words, it is to make him account for something he knows on this plane, by something he knows nothing about on the other planes, i.e., to lead him from the spiritual and the psychological, direct to the ontological. This is why the primary, old classification was adopted by the Theosophists, of which classifications in truth there are many. To busy oneself, after such a tremendous number of independent witnesses and proofs have been brought before the public, with an additional enumeration from theological sources, would be quite useless. The 7 capital sins and 7 virtues of the Christian scheme are far less philosophical than even the 7 liberal and the 7 accursed sciences, or the 7 arts of enchantment of the Gnostics. For one of the latter is now before the public, pregnant with danger in the present as for the future. The modern name for it is hypnotism. Used as it is by scientific and ignorant materialists, in the general ignorance of the 7 principles, it will soon become Satanism in the full acceptation of the term. Part 3. Addenda. Science and the Secret Doctrine contrasted. The knowledge of this nether world. Say, friend, what is it, false or true? The false, what mortal cares to know? The true, what mortal ever knew? Section 1, Archaic, or Modern Anthropology. Whenever the question of the origin of man is offered seriously to an unbiased, honest, and earnest man of science, the answer comes invariably, we do not know. Decad with his agnostic attitude is one of such anthropologists. This does not imply that the rest of the men of science are neither fair-minded nor honest, as such a remark would be questionably discreet. But it is estimated that 75% of European scientists are evolutionists. Are these representatives of modern thought all guilty of flagrant misrepresentation of the facts? No one says this, but there are a few very exceptional cases. However, the scientists, in their anti-clerical enthusiasm and in despair of any alternative theory to Darwinism except that of special creation, are unconsciously insincere in forcing a hypothesis the elasticity of which is inadequate, and which resents the severe strain to which it is now subjected. Insincerity on the same subject is, however, patent in ecclesiastical circles. Bishop Temple has come forward as a thoroughgoing supporter of Darwinism in his Religion and Science. This clerical writer goes so far as to regard matter, after it has received its primal impress, as the unaided evolver of all cosmic phenomena. This view only differs from that of Haeckel, in postulating a hypothetical deity at the back of beyond, a deity which stands entirely aloof from the interplay of forces. Such a metaphysical entity is no more the theological God than is that of Kant. Bishop Temple's truce with materialistic science is, in our opinion, impolitic, apart from the fact that it involves a total rejection of the biblical cosmogony. In the presence of this display of flunkeyism before the materialism of our learned age, we occultists can but smile. But how about loyalty to the Master such theological truants profess to serve, Christ, and Christendom at large? However, we have no desire, for the present, to throw down the gauntlet to the clergy, our business being now with materialistic science alone. The latter, in the person of its best representatives, answers to our question, we do not know. Yet the majority of them act as though omniscience were their heirloom, and they knew all things. For, indeed, this negative reply has not prevented the majority of scientists from speculating on the question, each seeking to have his own special theory accepted to the exclusion of all others. Thus, from Maillet in 1748, down to Haeckel in 1870, theories on the origin of the human race have differed as much as the personalities of their inventors themselves. Buffon, Bory de St. Vincent, Lamarck, E. Jeffries T. Hilaire, Gaudry, Naudin, Wallace, Darwin, Owen, Haeckel, Philippi, Voigt, Huxley, Agassiz, etc., each has evolved a more or less scientific hypothesis of Genesis. Decad arranges these theories in two principal groups, one based on a rapid, and the other on a very gradual transmutation. The former favoring a new type, man, produced by a being entirely different, the latter teaching the evolution of man by progressive differentiations. Strangely enough, it is from the most scientific of these authorities that has emanated the most unscientific of all the theories upon the subject of the origin of man. This is now so evident, that the hour is rapidly approaching when the current teaching about the descent of man from an ape-like mammal will be regarded with less respect than the formation of Adam out of clay, and of Eve out of Adam's rib. 4. It is evident, especially after the most fundamental principles of Darwinism, that an organized being cannot be a descendant of another whose development is in an inverse order to its own. Consequently, in accordance with these principles, man cannot be considered as the descendant of any simian type whatever. 1553. Lucy's argument versus the ape theory, based on the different flexures of the bones constituting the axis of the skull in the cases of man and the anthropoids, is fairly discussed by Schmidt. He admits that the ape as he grows becomes more bestial, man more human, and seems, indeed, to hesitate a moment before he passes on. This flexure of the cranial axis may, therefore, still be emphasized as a human character, in contradistinction to the apes. The peculiar characteristic of an order can scarcely be elicited from it, and especially as to the doctrine of descent, this circumstance seems in no way decisive. 1554. The writer is evidently not a little disquieted by his own argument. He assures us that it upsets any possibility of the present apes having been the progenitors of mankind. But does it not also negative the bare possibility of the man and the anthropoid having had a common, though, so far, an absolutely theoretical, ancestor? Even natural selection itself is with every day more threatened. The deserters from the Darwinian camp are many, and those who were at one time its most ardent disciples are, owing to new discoveries, slowly but steadily preparing to turn over a new leaf. In the Journal of the Royal Microscopical Society for October, 1886, we may read as follows. Physiological selection. Mr. G.J. Romanes finds certain difficulties in regarding natural selection as a theory for the origin of species, as it is rather a theory of the origin of adaptive structures. He proposes to replace it by what he calls physiological selection, or segregation of the fit. His view is based on the extreme sensitiveness of the reproductive system to small changes in the conditions of life, and he thinks that variations in the direction of greater or less sterility must frequently occur in wild species. If the variation be such that the reproductive system, while showing some degree of sterility with the parent form, continues to be fertile within the limits of the varietal form, the variation would neither be swamped by intercrossing nor die out on account of sterility. When a variation of this kind occurs, the physiological barrier must divide the species into two parts. The author, in fine, regards mutual sterility, not as one of the effects of specific differentiation, but as the cause of it. 1555. An attempt is made to show the above to be a complement of, and sequence to, the Darwinian theory. This is a clumsy attempt at best. The public will soon be asked to believe that Mr. C. Dixon's evolution without natural selection is also Darwinism, expanded, as the author certainly claims it to be. But it is like splitting the body of a man into three pieces, and then maintaining that each piece is the identical man he was before, only, expanded. Yet the author states, "Let it be clearly understood that not one single syllable in the foregoing pages has been written antagonistic to Darwin's theory of natural selection. All I have done is to explain certain phenomena. The more one studies Darwin's works, the more one is convinced of the truth of his hypothesis." 1556. And before this, he alludes to the overwhelming array of facts which Darwin gave in support of his hypothesis, and which triumphantly carried the theory of natural selection over all obstacles and objections. 1557. This does not prevent the learned author, however, from upsetting this theory as triumphantly, and from even openly calling his work evolution without natural selection, or, in so many words, with Darwin's fundamental idea knocked to atoms in it. As to natural selection itself, the utmost misconception prevails among many present-day thinkers, who tacitly accept the conclusions of Darwinism. It is, for instance, a mere device of rhetoric to credit natural selection with the power of originating species. Natural selection is no entity. It is merely a convenient phrase for describing the mode in which the survival of the fit and the elimination of the unfit among organisms are brought about by the struggle for existence. Every group of organisms tends to multiply beyond the means of subsistence. The constant battle for life, the struggle to obtain enough to eat and to escape being eaten, added to the environmental conditions, necessitates a perpetual weeding out of the unfit. The elite of any stock, thus sorted out, propagate the species and transmit their organic characteristics to their descendants. All useful variations are thus perpetuated, and a progressive improvement is effected. But natural selection, in the writer's humble opinion, selection, as a power, is in reality a pure myth, especially when it is resorted to as an explanation of the origin of species. It is merely a representative term expressive of the manner in which useful variations are stereotyped when produced. Of itself, it can produce nothing, and only operates on the rough material presented to it. The real question at issue is, what cause, combined with other secondary causes, produces the variations in the organisms themselves? Many of these secondary causes are purely physical, climatic, dietary, etc. Very well. But beyond the secondary aspects of organic evolution, a deeper principle has to be sought for. The materialists' spontaneous variations, and accidental divergencies, are self-contradictory terms in a universe of matter, force and necessity. Mere variability of type, apart from the supervisory presence of a quasi-intelligent impulse, is powerless to account for the stupendous complexities and marvels of the human body, for instance. The insufficiency of the Darwinists' mechanical theory has been exposed at length by Dr. von Hartmann among other purely negative thinkers. It is an abuse of the reader's intelligence to write, as does Haeckel, of blind indifferent cells, arranging themselves into organs. The esoteric solution of the origin of animal species is given elsewhere. Those purely secondary causes of differentiation, grouped under the head of sexual selection, natural selection, climate, isolation, etc., mislead the Western evolutionist and offer no real explanation whatever of the whence of the ancestral types, which served as the starting point for physical development. The truth is that the differentiating causes known to modern science only come into operation after the physicalization of the primeval animal root types out of the astral. Darwinism only meets evolution at its midway point, that is to say, when astral evolution has given place to the play of the ordinary physical forces with which our present senses acquaint us. But even here the Darwinian theory, even with the expansions recently attempted, is inadequate to meet the facts of the case. The cause underlying physiological variation in species, one to which all other laws are subordinate and secondary, is a subconscious intelligence pervading matter, ultimately traceable to a reflection of the divine and Enoïchion-Henoch wisdom. 1558. A not altogether dissimilar conclusion has been arrived at by so well-known a thinker as Ed. Von Hartmann, who, despairing of the efficacy of unaided natural selection, regards evolution as being intelligently guided by the unconscious, the cosmic logos of occultism. But the latter acts only mediately through Fohat, or Enoïchion-Henoch energy, and not quite in the direct manner which the great pessimist describes. It is this divergence among men of science, their mutual, and often their self-contradictions, that gives the writer of the present volumes the courage to bring to light other and older teachings, if only as hypotheses for future scientific appreciation. So evident, even to the humble recorder of this archaic teaching, though not in any way very learned in modern sciences, are the scientific fallacies and gaps, that she has determined to touch upon all these, in order to place the two teachings on parallel lines. For occultism, it is a question of self-defense, and nothing more. So far, the secret doctrine has concerned itself with metaphysics, pure and simple. It has now landed on earth, and finds itself within the domain of physical science and practical anthropology, or those branches of study which materialistic naturalists claim as their rightful domain, coolly asserting, furthermore, that the higher and more perfect the working of the soul, the more amenable it is to the analysis and explanations of the zoologist and the physiologist alone. 1559. This stupendous pretension comes from one, who, to prove his Pythagorean descent, has not hesitated to include the Lemurity among the ancestors of man. These have been promoted by him to the rank of prosimii, indeciduate mammals, to which he very incorrectly contributes a decidua and a discoidal placenta. 1560. For this Haeckel was taken severely to task by the cataphages, and criticized by his own brother materialists and agnostics, Virchow and Du Bois-Reymond, as great, if not greater authorities than himself. 1561. Such opposition notwithstanding, Haeckel's wild theories are, to this day, still called by some scientific and logical. The mysterious nature of consciousness, of soul, of spirit in man being now explained as a mere advance on the functions of the protoplasmic molecules of the lively protista, and the gradual evolution and growth of human mind and social instincts toward civilization having to be traced back to their origin in the civilization of ants, bees, and other creatures, the chances left for an impartial hearing of the doctrines of archaic wisdom are few indeed. The educated profane are told that the social instincts of the lower animals have, of late, been regarded for various reasons as clearly the origin of morals, even of those of man, ? And that our divine consciousness, our soul, intellect, and aspirations have worked their way up from the lower stages of the simple cell soul of the gelatinous Bathybius, 1562, and they seem to believe it. For such men, the metaphysics of occultism must produce the effect that our grandest oratorios produce on the Chinaman, sounds that jar upon their nerves. Yet, are our esoteric teachings about angels, the first three pre-animal human races, and the downfall of the fourth, on a lower level of fiction and self-delusion than the Hegelian, plastidular? Or the inorganic, molecular souls of the protista? Between the evolution of the spiritual nature of man from the above amoebian souls, and the alleged development of his physical frame from the protoplastic dweller in the ocean slime, there is an abyss which will not easily be crossed by any man in the full possession of his intellectual faculties. Physical evolution, as modern science teaches it, is a subject for open controversy. Spiritual and moral development on the same lines is the insane dream of a crass materialism. Furthermore, past as well as present daily experience teaches that no truth has ever been accepted by learned bodies unless it has dovetailed with the habitually preconceived ideas of their professors. The crown of the innovator is a crown of thorns, said Geoffrey St. Hilaire. It is only that which fits in with popular hobbies and accepted notions that as a general rule gains ground. Hence the triumph of the Hegelian ideas, notwithstanding that they are proclaimed by Fierco, Du Bois-Reymond, and others as the testimonium paupertatis of natural science. Diametrically opposed as may be the materialism of the German evolutionists to the spiritual conceptions of esoteric philosophy. Radically inconsistent as is their accepted anthropological system with the real facts of nature, the pseudo-idealistic bias now coloring English thought is almost more pernicious. The pure materialistic doctrine admits of a direct refutation and an appeal to the logic of facts. The idealism of the present day, not only contrives to absorb, on the one hand, the basic negations of atheism, but lands its votaries in a tangle of unreality, which culminates in a practical nihilism. Argument with such writers is almost out of the question. Idealists, therefore, will be still more antagonistic than even the materialists to the occult teachings now given. But as no worse fate can befall the exponents of esoteric anthropogenesis at the hands of their foes than being openly called by their old and time-honored names of lunatics and ignoramuses, the present archaic theories may be safely added to the many modern speculations, and bide their time for their full or even partial recognition. Only, as the very existence of these archaic theories will probably be denied, we have to give our best proofs and stand by them to the bitter end. In our race and generation the one temple in the universe is in rare cases, within us. But our body and mind have been too defiled by both sin and science to be outwardly anything better now than a feign of iniquity and error. And here our mutual position, that of occultism and modern science, ought to be once for all defined. We, theosophists, are willing to bow before such men of learning as the late Professor Balfour Stewart, Messrs. Crookes, Decadophages, Wallace, Agassiz, Buttelroth, and others, though, from the standpoint of the esoteric philosophy, we may not agree with all they say. But nothing will make us consent to even a show of respect for the opinions of such other men of science as Haeckel, Karl Voigt, or Ludwig Buchner, in Germany, or even Mr. Huxley and his co-thinkers in materialism in England, the colossal erudition of the first named, notwithstanding. Such men are simply the intellectual and moral murderers of future generations. Especially Haeckel, whose crass materialism often rises to the height of idiotic naivete in his reasonings. One has but to read his Pedigree of Man, and other essays, Aveling's translation, to feel a desire that, in the words of Job, his remembrance should perish from the earth, and that he shall have no name in the streets. Here the creator of the mythical Caesura deriding the idea of the origin of the human race as a supernatural, phenomenon, as one that could not result from simple mechanical causes, from physical and chemical forces, but requires the direct intervention of a creative personality. Now the central point of Darwin's teaching lies in this, that it demonstrates the simplest mechanical causes, purely physico-chemical phenomena of nature, as wholly sufficient to explain the highest and most difficult problems. Darwin puts in the place of a conscious creative force, building and arranging the organic bodies of animals and plants on a design plan, a series of natural forces working blindly, as we say, without aim, without design. In place of an arbitrary act of operation, we have a necessary law of evolution. So had Manu and Kapila, and, at the same time, guiding, conscious and intelligent powers. Darwin very wisely had put on one side the question as to the first appearance of life. But very soon that consequence, so full of meaning, so wide-reaching, was openly discussed by able and brave scientific men, such as Huxley, Carl Voigt, Ludwig Buchner. A mechanical origin of the earliest living form was held as the necessary sequence to Darwin's teaching. We are at present only concerned with a single consequence of the theory, the natural origin of the human race through almighty evolution. 1563. To this, unabashed by such a scientific farrago, occultism replies, in the course of evolution, when the physical triumphed over the spiritual and mental evolution, and nearly crushed it under its weight. The great gift of Kriya-Shakti remained the heirloom of only a few elect men in every age. Spirit strove vainly to manifest itself in its fullness in purely organic forms, as has been explained in Part 1 of this volume, and the faculty, which had been a natural attribute in the early humanity of the third race, became one of the class regarded as simply phenomenal by spiritualists and occultists, and as scientifically impossible by materialists. In our modern day, the mere assertion that there exists a power which can create human forms, ready-made sheaths within which can incarnate the conscious monads or nirmanakas of past manvantaras, is, of course, absurd, ridiculous. That which is regarded as quite natural, on the other hand, is the production of a Frankenstein's monster, plus moral consciousness, religious aspirations, genius, and a feeling of his own immortal nature within himself, by physico-chemical forces, guided by blind, almighty evolution. As to the origin of that man, not ex nihilo, cemented by a little red clay, but from a living divine entity consolidating the astral body with surrounding materials, such a conception is too absurd even to be mentioned, in the opinion of the materialists. Nevertheless, occultists and theosophists are ready to have their claims and theories compared as to their intrinsic value and probability with those of the modern evolutionists, however unscientific and superstitious these theories may at the first glance appear. Hence the esoteric teaching is absolutely opposed to the Darwinian evolution, as applied to man, and partially so with regard to other species. It would be interesting to obtain a glimpse of the mental representation of evolution in the scientific brain of a materialist. What is evolution? If asked to define the full and complete meaning of the term, neither Huxley or Haeckel will be able to do so any better than does Webster. The act of unfolding, the process of growth, development. As the evolution of a flower from a bud, or an animal from the egg. Yet the bud must be traced through its parent plant to the seed, and the egg to the animal or bird that laid it. Or at any rate to the speck of protoplasm from which it expanded and grew. And both the seed and the speck must have the latent potentialities in them for the reproduction and gradual development, the unfolding of the 1001 forms or phases of evolution, through which they must pass before the flower or the animal is fully developed. Hence, the future plan, if not a design, must be there. Moreover, that seed has to be traced, and its nature ascertained. Have the Darwinians been successful in this? Or will the monoran be cast in our teeth? But this atom of the watery abysses is not homogeneous matter, and there must be something or somebody that had molded and cast it into being. Here science is once more silent. But since there is no self-consciousness as yet in speck, seed, or germ, according to both materialists and psychologists of the modern school, occultists agreeing in this for once with their natural enemies, what is it that guides the force or forces so unerringly in this process of evolution? Blind force? As well call blind the brain which evolved and heckle his pedigree of man and other lucubrations. We can easily conceive that the said brain lacks an important center or two. For whoever knows anything of the anatomy of the human, or even of any animal, body, and is still an atheist and a materialist, must be hopelessly insane, according to Lord Herbert. Who rightly sees in the frame of man's body and the coherence of its parts, something so strange and paradoxical that he holds it to be the greatest miracle of nature. Blind forces and no design, in anything under the sun. When no sane man of science would hesitate to say that, even from the little he knows and has hitherto discovered of the forces at work in cosmos, he sees very plainly that every part, every speck and atom, are in harmony with their fellow atoms. And these with the whole, each having its distinct mission throughout the life cycle. But, fortunately, the greatest, the most eminent thinkers and scientists of the day are now beginning to rise against this pedigree, and even against Darwin's natural selection theory, though its author had never, probably, contemplated such widely stretched conclusions. The Russian scientist N.T. Danilevsky, in his remarkable work, Darwinism, a critical investigation of the theory, upset such Darwinism completely and without appeal, and so does Decad in his last work. Our readers are recommended to examine the learned paper by Dr. Bourges, a member of the Paris Anthropological Society, read by its author at a recent meeting of that society and called Evolutionary Psychology, the Evolution of Spirit, etc. In it he completely reconciles the two teachings, namely of physical and spiritual evolution. He explains the origin of the variety of organic forms, which are made to fit their environments with such evidently intelligent design, by the existence and the mutual help and interaction of two principles in manifested nature. The inner conscious principle adapting itself to physical nature and the innate potentialities of the latter. Thus the French scientist has to return to our old friend Archaeus, or the life principle, without naming it, as Dr. Richardson has done in England in his nerve force. The same idea was recently developed in Germany by Baron Hellenbach, in his remarkable work, Individuality in the Light of Biology and Modern Philosophy. We find the same conclusions arrived at in yet another excellent volume by a deep-thinking Russian, N.N. Strachov, who says in his Fundamental Conceptions of Psychology and Physiology, the most clear, as the most familiar, type of development may be found in our own mental or physical evolution, which has served others as a model to follow. If organisms are entities, then it is only just to conclude and assert that the organic life strives to beget psychic life. But it would be still more correct and in accordance with the spirit of these two categories of evolution to say, that the true cause of organic life is the tendency of spirit to manifest in substantial forms. To clothe itself in substantial reality. It is the highest form which contains the complete explanation of the lowest, never the reverse. This is admitting, as Bourges does in the memoir above mentioned, the identity of this mysterious, integrally acting and organizing principle with the self-conscious and inner subject, which we call the ego and the world at large the soul. Thus all the best scientists and thinkers are gradually approaching the occultists in their general conclusions. But such metaphysically inclined men of science are out of court and will hardly be listened to. Schiller, in his magnificent poem on the Veil of Isis, makes the mortal youth who dared to lift the impenetrable covering fall down dead, after beholding the naked truth in the face of the stern goddess. Have some of our Darwinians, so tenderly united in natural selection and affinity, also gazed at the Sadic mother bereft of her veils? One might almost suspect it after reading their theories. Their great intellects must have collapsed while gauging too closely the uncovered face of nature, leaving only the gray matter and ganglia in their brains to respond to blind, physico-chemical forces. At any rate Shakespeare's lines apply admirably to our modern evolutionist, who symbolizes that proud man, who drayest in a little brief authority, most ignorant of what he's most assured. His glassy essence, like an angry ape, plays such fantastic tricks before high heaven, as make the angels weep. 1564. These have not to do with the angels. Their only concern is with the human ancestor, the pithecoid Noah who gave birth to 3 sons, the tailed cynocephaly, the tailless ape, and the arboreal, Paleolithic man. On this point, they will not be contradicted. Every doubt expressed is immediately set down as an attempt to cripple scientific inquiry. The insuperable difficulty at the very foundation of the evolution theory, namely, that no Darwinian is able to give even an approximate definition of the period at which, and the form in which, the first man appeared, is smoothed down to a trifling impediment, which is really of no account. Every branch of knowledge is in the same predicament, we are informed. The chemist bases his most abstruse calculations simply upon a hypothesis of atoms and molecules, of which not one has ever been seen, isolated, weighed, or defined. The electrician speaks of magnetic fluids which have never tangibly revealed themselves. No definite origin can be assigned either to molecules or magnetism. Science cannot and does not pretend to any knowledge of the beginnings of law, matter, or life. 1565. And, withal, to reject a scientific hypothesis, however absurd, is to commit the one unpardonable sin. We risk it. Section 2. The ancestors mankind is offered by science. The question of questions for mankind, the problem which underlies all others, and is more deeply interesting than any other, is the ascertainment of the place which man occupies in nature, and of his relations to the universe of things. 1566. The world stands divided this day and hesitates between divine progenitors, be they Adam and Eve or the lunar Pitris, and Bathybius Haeckelii, the gelatinous hermit of the briny deep. Having explained the occult theory, it may now be compared with that of modern materialism. The reader is invited to choose between the two after having judged them on their respective merits. We may derive some consolation for the rejection of our divine ancestors, in finding that the Haeckelian speculations receive no better treatment at the hands of strictly exact science than do our own. Haeckel's phylogenesis is no less laughed at by the foes of his fantastic evolution, by other and greater scientists, than our primeval races will be. As Du Bois-Reymond puts it, we may believe him easily when he says that the ancestral trees of our race sketched in the Schöpfungsgeschichte are of about as much value as are the pedigrees of the Homeric heroes in the eyes of the historical critic. This settled, everyone will see that one hypothesis is as good as another. And as we find Haeckel himself confessing that neither geology in its history of the past nor the ancestral history of organisms will ever rise to the position of a real, exact science. 1567. A large margin is thus left to occult science to make its annotations and lodge its protests. The world is left to choose between the teachings of Paracelsus, the father of modern chemistry, and those of Haeckel, the father of the mythical caesura. We demand no more. Without presuming to take part in the quarrel of such very learned naturalists as Du Bois-Reymond and Haeckel à propos of our blood relationship to those ancestors, of ours, which have led up from the unicellular classes, vermes, acrania, pisces, amphibia, reptilia to the aves. We may put a brief question or two, for the information of our readers. Availing ourselves of the opportunity, and bearing in mind Darwin's theories of natural selection, etc. We would ask science, with regard to the origin of the human and animal species, which theory of evolution of the two herewith described is the more scientific, or the more unscientific, if so preferred. 1. Is it that of an evolution which starts from the beginning with sexual propagation? 2. Or that teaching which shows the gradual development of organs, their solidification, and the procreation of each species, at first by simple easy separation from one into two or even several individuals, then a fresh development, the first step to a species of separate distinct sexes, the hermaphrodite condition. Then again, a kind of parthenogenesis, virginal reproduction, when the egg cells are formed within the body, issuing from it in atomic emanations and becoming matured outside of it. Until, finally, after a definite separation into sexes, the human beings begin procreating through sexual connection. Of these two, the first theory, or rather, revealed fact, is enunciated by all the exoteric Bibles, except the Puranas, preeminently by the Jewish cosmogony. The second is that which is taught by the occult philosophy, as has been explained. An answer is found to our question in a volume just published by Mr. Samuel Lang, the best lay exponent of modern science. 1568. In Chapter 8 of his latest work, A Modern Zoroastrian, the author begins by twitting all ancient religions and philosophies for assuming a male and female principle for their gods. At first sight, he says, this distinction of sex appears as fundamental as that of plant and animal. The Spirit of God brooding over chaos and producing the world is only a later addition, revised according to monotheistic ideas, of the far older Chaldean legend which describes the creation of cosmos out of chaos by the cooperation of great gods. Male and female. Thus, in the Orthodox Christian creed we are taught to repeat, begotten, not made, a phrase which is absolute nonsense, or nonsense, that is, an instance of using words like counterfeit notes, which have no solid value of an idea behind them. For begotten is a very definite term, which implies the conjunction of two opposite sexes to produce a new individual. 1569. However, we may agree with the learned author as to the inadvisability of using wrong words, and the terrible anthropomorphic and phallic element in the old scriptures, especially in the Orthodox Christian Bible, nevertheless. There may be two extenuating circumstances in the case. Firstly, all these ancient philosophies and modern religions are, as has been sufficiently shown in these two volumes, an exoteric veil thrown over the face of esoteric truth, and, as the direct result of this, they are allegorical, i.e., mythological in form, but still they are immensely more philosophical in essence than any of the new scientific theories, so-called. Secondly, from the Orphic theogony down to Ezra's last remodeling of the Pentateuch, every old scripture, having in its origin borrowed its facts from the East, has been subjected to constant alterations by friend and foe. Until of the original version there has remained but the name, a dead shell from which the spirit had been gradually eliminated. This alone ought to show that no religious work now extant can be understood without the help of the archaic wisdom, the primitive foundation on which they were all built. But to return to the direct answer expected from science to our direct question. It is given by the same author, when, following his train of thought on the unscientific euhemerization of the powers of nature in ancient creeds, he pronounces a condemnatory verdict upon them in the following terms. Science, however, makes sad havoc with this impression of sexual generation being the original and only mode of reproduction, and the microscope and dissecting knife of the naturalist introduce us to new and altogether unsuspected, worlds of life. So little unsuspected, indeed, that the original asexual modes of reproduction must have been known to the ancient Hindus, at any rate, Mr. Lang's assertion to the contrary notwithstanding. In view of the statement in the Vishnu Purana, quoted by us elsewhere, that Daksha established sexual intercourse as the means of multiplication, only after a series of other modes, which are all enumerated therein. 1570 it becomes difficult to deny the fact. This assertion, moreover, is found, note well, in an exoteric work. Next, Mr. Lang goes on to tell us that by far the larger proportion of living forms, in number at any rate if not in size, have come into existence, without the aid of sexual propagation. He then instances Haeckel's monorin, multiplying by self-division. The next stage the author shows in the nucleated cell, which does exactly the same thing. The following stage is that in which the organism does not divide into two equal parts, but a small portion of it swells out. And finally parts company and starts on a separate existence, which grows to the size of the parent by its inherent faculty of manufacturing fresh protoplasm from surrounding inorganic materials. 1571. This is followed by a many-celled organism which is formed by germ buds reduced to spores, or single cells, which are emitted from the parent. We are now at the threshold of that system of sexual propagation, which has, now, become the rule in all the higher families of animals. This organism, having advantages in the struggle for life, established itself permanently. And special organs developed to meet the altered conditions. Thus at length the distinction would be firmly established of a female organ or ovary containing the egg or primitive cell from which the new being was to be developed, and a male organ supplying the fertilizing spore or cell. This is confirmed by a study of embryology, which shows that in the human and higher animal species the distinction of sex is not developed until a considerable progress has been made in the growth of the embryo. In the great majority of plants, and in some of the lower families of animals, the male and female organs are developed within the same being, and they are what is called hermaphrodites. Another transition form is parthenogenesis, or virginal reproduction, in which germ cells, apparently similar in all respects to egg cells, develop themselves into new individuals, without any fructifying element. 1572. Of all this we are as perfectly well aware as we are aware that the above was never applied by the very learned English popularizer of Huxley-Haeckelyan theories to the genus Homo. He limits this to specks of protoplasm, plants, bees, snails, and so on. But if he would be true to the theory of descent, he must be as true to ontogenesis, in which the fundamental biogenetic law, we are told, runs as follows. The development of the embryo, ontogeny, is a condensed and abbreviated repetition of the evolution of the race, phylogeny. This repetition is the more complete, the more the true original order of evolution, palingenesis, has been retained by continual heredity. On the other hand, this repetition is the less complete, the more by varying adaptations the later spurious development, cenogenesis, has obtained. 1573. This shows us that every living creature and thing on earth, including man, evolved from one common primal form. Physical man must have passed through the same stages of the evolutionary process in the various modes of procreation as other animals have done, he must have divided himself. Then, hermaphrodite, have given birth parthenogenetically, on the immaculate principle, to his young ones. The next stage would be the oviparous, at first, without any fructifying element, then, with the help of the fertilitary spore. And only after the final and definite evolution of both sexes, would he become a distinct male and female, when reproduction through sexual union would grow into universal law. So far, all this is scientifically proven. There remains but one thing to be ascertained, viz., the plain and comprehensively described processes of such antisexual reproduction. This is done in the occult books, a slight outline of which has been attempted by the writer in part 1 of this volume. Either this, or man is a distinct being. Occult philosophy may call him that, because of his distinctly dual nature. Science cannot do so, once that it rejects every interference save mechanical laws, and admits of no principle outside matter. The former, archaic science, allows the human physical frame to have passed through every form, from the lowest to the very highest, its present one, or from the simple to the complex, to use the accepted terms. But it claims that in this cycle, the fourth, the frame having already existed among the types and models of nature from the preceding rounds, it was quite ready for man from the beginning of this round. 1574 The monad had but to step into the astral body of the progenitors, in order that the work of physical consolidation should begin around the shadowy prototype point 1575. What would science say to this? It would answer, of course, that as man appeared on earth as the latest of the mammalians, he had no need, any more than these mammals, to pass through the primitive stages of procreation as above described. His mode of procreation was already established on earth when he appeared. In this case, we may reply, since to this day not the remotest sign of a link between man and the animal has yet been found, then, if the occult doctrine is to be repudiated, he must have sprung miraculously in nature. Like a fully armed Minerva from Jupiter's brain. And in such case the Bible is right, along with other national revelations. Hence the scientific scorn, so freely lavished by the author of a modern Zoroastrian upon ancient philosophies and exoteric creeds, becomes premature and uncalled for. Nor would the sudden discovery of a missing link like fossil mend matters at all. For neither one such solitary specimen or the scientific inductions therefrom, could ensure its being the long sought-for relic, i.e. that of an undeveloped, still a one-speaking, man. Something more would be required as a final proof. Besides this, even Genesis takes up man, her atom of dust, only where the secret doctrine leaves her, sons of God and wisdom, and picks up the physical man of the third race. Eve is not begotten, but is extracted out of Adam in the manner of amoeba A, contracting in the middle and splitting into amoeba B, by division. 1576. Nor has human speech developed from the various animal sounds. Haeckel's theory that speech arose gradually from a few simple, crude animal sounds, as such, speech still remains amongst a few races of lowest rank, 1577 is altogether unsound, as argued by Professor Max Muller, among others. He contends that no plausible explanation has yet been given as to how the roots of language came into existence. A human brain is necessary for human speech. And figures relating to the size of the respective brains of man and ape show how deep is the gulf which separates the two. Voigt says that the brain of the largest ape, the gorilla, measures no more than 30-51 cubic inches. While the average brains of the flat-headed Australian natives, the lowest now of the human races, amount to 99-35 cubic inches. Figures are awkward witnesses and cannot lie. Therefore, as truly observed by Dr. F. Pfaff, whose premises are as sound and correct as his biblical conclusions are silly. The brain of the apes most like man does not amount to quite a third of the brain of the lowest races of men, it is not half the size of the brain of a newborn child. 1578. From the foregoing it is thus very easy to perceive that in order to prove the Huxley-Haeckel'ian theories of the descent of man, it is not one, but a great number of missing links, a true ladder of progressive evolutionary steps, that would have to be first found and then presented by science to thinking and reasoning humanity, before it would abandon belief in gods and the immortal soul for the worship of quadrumanic ancestors. Mere myths are now greeted as axiomatic truths. Even Alfred Russel Wallace maintains with Haeckel that primitive man was a speechless ape creature. To this Prof. Joly answers: man never was, in my opinion, this Pithecanthropus allalis whose portrait Haeckel has drawn as if he had seen and known him, whose singular and completely hypothetical genealogy he has even given. From the mere mass of living protoplasm to the man endowed with speech and a civilization analogous to that of the Australians and Papuans. 1579. Haeckel, among other things, often comes into direct conflict with the science of languages. In the course of his attack on evolutionism 1580 Professor Max Muller stigmatized the Darwinian theory as vulnerable at the beginning and at the end. The fact is, that only the partial truth of many of the secondary laws of Darwinism is beyond question. M. Decad is evidently accepting natural selection, the struggle for existence, and transformation within species, as proven not once and forever, but only pro tempore. But it may not be amiss, perhaps, to condense the linguistic case against the ape ancestor theory. Languages have their phases of growth, etc., like all else in nature. It is almost certain that the great linguistic families pass through three stages. 1. All words are roots and are merely placed in juxtaposition, radical languages. 2. One root defines the other, and becomes merely a determinative element, agglutinative. 3. The determinative element, the determinating meaning of which has long lapsed, unites into a whole with the formative element, inflected. The problem then is, whence these roots? Professor Max Muller argues that the existence of these ready-made materials of speech is a proof that man cannot be the crown of a long organic series. This potentiality of forming roots is the great crux which materialists almost invariably avoid. Von Hartmann explains it as a manifestation of the unconscious, and admits its cogency versus mechanical atheism. Hartmann is a fair representative of the metaphysician and idealist of the present age. The argument has never been met by the non-pantheistic evolutionists. To say with Schmidt, forsooth we are to halt before the origin of language. is an avowal of dogmatism and of speedy defeat. 1581. We respect those men of science who, wise in their generation, say, the prehistoric past being utterly beyond our powers of direct observation, we are too honest, too devoted to the truth, or what we regard as truth, to speculate upon the unknown, giving out our unproven theories along with facts absolutely established in modern science. The borderland of metaphysical knowledge is, therefore, best left to time, which is the best test as to truth. 1582. This is a wise and an honest sentence in the mouth of a materialist. But when a Haeckel, after just saying that historical events of past time, having occurred many millions of years ago, 1583, are forever removed from direct observation, and that neither geology nor phylogeny 1584 can or will rise to the position of a real, exact science, then insists on the development of all organisms, from the lowest vertebrate to the highest. From Amphioxus to man, we ask for a weightier proof than he can give. Mere empirical sources of knowledge, so extolled by the author of Anthropology, when he has to be satisfied with the qualification for his own views, are not competent to settle problems lying beyond their domain. Nor is it the province of exact science to place any reliance on them. 1585. If empirical, and Haeckel himself declares so repeatedly, then they are no better, nor any more reliable, in the sight of exact research, when extended into the remote past, than are our occult teachings of the East. Both having to be placed on the same level. Nor are his phylogenetic and palingenetic speculations treated any more favorably by the real scientists, than are our cyclic repetitions of the evolution of the great in the minor races, and the original order of evolution. For the province of exact, real science, materialistic though it be, is to carefully avoid anything like guesswork, speculation which cannot be verified, in short, all suppressio veri and all suggestio falsi. The business of the men of exact science is to observe, each in his chosen department, the phenomena of nature. To record, tabulate, compare and classify the facts, down to the smallest minutiae which are presented to the observation of the senses with the help of all the exquisite mechanism that modern invention supplies. Not by the aid of metaphysical flights of fancy. All that he has a legitimate right to do, is to correct by the assistance of physical instruments the defects or illusions of his own coarser vision, auditory powers, and other senses. He has no right to trespass on the grounds of metaphysics and psychology. His duty is to verify and to rectify all the facts that fall under his direct observation. To profit by the experiences and mistakes of the past in endeavoring to trace the working of a certain concatenation of cause and effect, which, but only by its constant and unvarying repetition, may be called a law. This it is which a man of science is expected to do, if he would become a teacher of men and remain true to his original program of natural or physical sciences. Any side path from this royal road becomes speculation. Instead of keeping to this, what does many a so-called man of science do in these days? He rushes into the domain of pure metaphysics, while deriding them. He delights in rash conclusions and calls them a deductive law from the inductive law of a theory based upon and drawn out of the depths of his own consciousness, that consciousness being perverted by, and honeycombed with, one-sided materialism. He attempts to explain the origin of things, which are yet embosomed only in his own conceptions. He attacks spiritual beliefs and religious traditions millenniums old, and denounces everything, save his own hobbies, as superstition. He suggests theories of the universe, a cosmogony developed by blind, mechanical forces of nature alone. Far more miraculous and impossible than even one based upon the assumption of fiat lux ex nihilo, and tries to astonish the world by his wild theory. And this theory, being known to emanate from a scientific brain, is taken, on blind faith, as very scientific and as the outcome of science. Are these the opponents occultism should dread? Most decidedly not. For such theories are treated no better by real science than are our own by empirical science. Haeckel, hurt in his vanity by Du Bois-Reymond, is never tired of publicly complaining of the latter's onslaught on his fantastic theory of descent. Rhapsodizing on the exceedingly rich storehouse of empirical evidence, he calls those recognized physiologists who oppose every speculation of his drawn from the said storehouse, ignorant men, and declares, if many men, and among them even some scientists of repute, hold that the whole of phylogeny is a castle in the air, and genealogical trees, from monkeys, are empty plays of fantasy, they only in speaking thus demonstrate their ignorance of that wealth of empirical sources of knowledge to which reference has already been made. 1586. We open Webster's dictionary and read the definitions of the word empirical. Depending upon experience or observation alone, without due regard to modern science and theory. This applies to the occultists, spiritualists, mystics, etc. Again, an empiric, one who confines himself to applying the results of his own observations only, which is Haeckel's case, one wanting science, an ignorant and unlicensed practitioner, a quack, a charlatan. No occultist or magician has ever been treated to any worse epithets. Yet the occultist remains on his own metaphysical grounds, and does not endeavor to rank his knowledge, the fruits of his personal observation and experience, among the exact sciences of modern learning. He keeps within his legitimate sphere, where he is master. But what is one to think of a rank materialist, whose duty is clearly traced before him, who uses such an expression as this? The origin of man from other mammals, and most directly from the catarrhine ape, is a deductive law. That follows necessarily from the inductive law of the theory of descent. 1587. A theory is simply a hypothesis, a speculation, and not a law. To say otherwise is one of the many liberties taken nowadays by scientists. They enunciate an absurdity, and then hide it behind the shield of science. A deduction from theoretical speculation is nothing more than a speculation on a speculation. Sir William Hamilton has already shown that the word theory is now used in a very loose and improper sense. That it is convertible into hypothesis, and hypothesis is commonly used as another term for conjecture, whereas the terms theory and theoretical are properly used in opposition to the terms practice and practical. But modern science puts an extinguisher on the latter statement, and mocks at the idea. Materialistic philosophers and idealists of Europe and America may be agreed with the evolutionists as to the physical origin of man, yet it will never become a general truth with the true metaphysician. And the latter defies the materialists to make good their arbitrary assumptions. That the ape theory theme 1588 of Voigt and Darwin, on which the Huxley-Haeckellians have of late composed such extraordinary variations, is far less scientific, because clashing with the fundamental laws of that theme itself, than ours can ever be shown to be, is very easy of demonstration. Let the reader only turn to the excellent work on human species by the great French naturalist Decad, and our statement will at once be verified. Moreover, between the esoteric teaching concerning the origin of man and Darwin's speculations, no man, unless he is a rank materialist, will hesitate. This is the description given by Mr. Darwin of the early progenitors of man. They must have been once covered with hair, both sexes having beards, their ears were probably pointed and capable of movement, and their bodies were provided with a tail, having the proper muscles. Their limbs and bodies were also acted on by many muscles which now only occasionally reappear, but are normally present in the quadrumana. The foot was then prehensile, judging from the condition of the great toe in the fetus. And our progenitors, no doubt, were arboreal in their habits, and frequented some warm forest-clad land. The males had great canine teeth, which served them as formidable weapons. 1589. Darwin connects man with the type of the tailed catarrhines, and consequently removes him a stage backward in the scale of evolution. The English naturalist is not satisfied to take his stand upon the ground of his own doctrines, and, like Haeckel, on this point places himself in direct variance with one of the fundamental laws which constitute the principal charm of Darwinism. And then the learned French naturalist proceeds to show how this fundamental law is broken. He says, in fact, in the theory of Darwin, transmutations do not take place either by chance or in every direction. They are ruled by certain laws which are due to the organization itself. If an organism is once modified in a given direction, it can undergo secondary or tertiary transmutations, but will still preserve the impress of the original. It is the law of permanent characterization, which alone permits Darwin to explain the filiation of groups, their characteristics, and their numerous relations. It is by virtue of this law that all the descendants of the first mollusk have been mollusks, all the descendants of the first vertebrate have been vertebrates. It is clear that this constitutes one of the foundations of the doctrine. It follows that two beings belonging to two distinct types can be referred to a common ancestor, but the one cannot be the descendant of the other. Now man and apes present a very striking contrast in respect to type. Their organs correspond almost exactly term for term, but these organs are arranged after a very different plan. In man they are so arranged that he is essentially a walker, while in apes they necessitate his being a climber. There is here an anatomical and mechanical distinction. A glance at the page where Huxley has figured side by side a human skeleton and the skeletons of the most highly developed apes is a sufficiently convincing proof. The consequence of these facts, from the point of view of the logical application of the law of permanent characterizations, is that man cannot be descended from an ancestor who is already characterized as an ape. Any more than a catarrhine tailless ape can be descended from a tailed catarrhine. A walking animal cannot be descended from a climbing one. This was clearly understood by VIII. In placing man among the primates, he declares without hesitation that the lowest class of apes have passed the landmark, the common ancestor, from which the different types of this family have originated and diverged. This ancestor of the apes, occult science sees in the lowest human group during the Atlantean period, as shown before. We must, then, place the origin of man beyond the last ape, corroborating our doctrine, if we wish to adhere to one of the laws most emphatically necessary to the Darwinian theory. We then come to the prosimii of Haeckel, the loris, Indres, etc. But these animals also are climbers. We must go further, therefore, in search of our first direct ancestor. But the genealogy by Haeckel brings us from the latter to the marsupials. From men to the kangaroo the distance is certainly great. Now neither living nor extinct fauna show the intermediate types which ought to serve as landmarks. This difficulty causes but slight embarrassment to Darwin. 1590 we know that he considers the want of information upon similar questions as a proof in his favor. Haeckel doubtless is as little embarrassed. He admits the existence of an absolutely theoretical pithecoid man. Thus, since it has been proved that, according to Darwinism itself, the origin of man must be placed beyond the 18th stage, and since it becomes, in consequence, necessary to fill up the gap between marsupials and man, will Haeckel admit the existence of 4 unknown intermediate groups instead of 1? Will he complete his genealogy in this manner? It is not for me to answer point 1591. But see Haeckel's famous genealogy, in the pedigree of man, called by him the ancestral series of man. In the second division, 18th stage, he describes prosimii, allied to the loris, stenops, and machis, lemur, without marsupial bones and cloaca, with placenta. 1592. And now turn to the cataphages the human species, 1593 and see his proofs, based on the latest discoveries, to show that the prosimii of Haeckel have no decidua and a diffuse placenta. They cannot be the ancestors of the apes even, let alone man, according to a fundamental law of Darwin himself, as the great French naturalist shows. But this does not dismay the animal theorists, in the least, for self-contradiction and paradoxes are the very soul of modern Darwinism. Witness, Mr. Huxley. Having himself shown, with regard to fossil man and the missing link, that neither in quaternary ages nor at the present time does any intermediary being fill the gap which separates man from the troglodyte. And that to deny the existence of this gap would be as reprehensible as absurd. The great man of science denies his own words in Act II by supporting with all the weight of his scientific authority that most absurd of all theories, the descent of man from an ape. Says Decad. This genealogy is wrong throughout, and is founded on a material error. Indeed, Haeckel bases his descent of man on the 17th and 18th stages, the Marsupialia and Prosimii, genus Haeckelii. Applying the latter term to the Lemuridae, hence making of them animals with a placenta, he commits a zoological blunder. For after having himself divided mammals according to their anatomical differences into two groups, the Indeciduata, which have no decidua, or special membrane uniting the placentae, and the Deciduata, those who possess it, he includes the Prosimii in the latter group. Now we have shown elsewhere what other men of science had to say to this. As Decad says, the anatomical investigations of Milne Edwards and Grandidier upon the animals, place it beyond all doubt that the Prosimii of Haeckel have no decidua and a diffuse placenta. They are Indeciduata. Far from any possibility of their being the ancestors of the apes, according to the principles laid down by Haeckel himself, they cannot even be regarded as the ancestors of the zoonoplacental mammals, and ought to be connected with the Pachydermata, the Edentata, and the Cetacea. 1594. And yet Haeckel's inventions pass with some as exact science. The above mistake, if indeed it be one, is not even hinted at in Haeckel's Pedigree of Man, translated by Aveling. If the excuse may stand good that at the time the famous genealogies were made, the embryogenesis of the Prosimii was not known, it is familiar now. We shall see whether the next edition of Aveling's translation will have this important error rectified, or if the 17th and 18th stages will remain as they are to blind the profane, as one of the real intermediate links. But, as the French naturalist observes, their Darwin's and Haeckel's process is always the same, considering the unknown as a proof in favor of their theory. It comes to this: grant to man an immortal spirit and soul. Endow the whole animate and inanimate creation with the monadic principle gradually evolving from latent and passive into active and positive polarity, and Haeckel will not have a leg to stand upon, whatever his admirers may say. But there are important divergencies even between Darwin and Haeckel. While the former makes us proceed from the tailed catarrhine, Haeckel traces our hypothetical ancestor to the tailless ape, though, at the same time, he places him in a hypothetical stage immediately preceding this, Menocerca with tails, 19th stage. Nevertheless, we have one thing in common with the Darwinian school, that is the law of gradual and extremely slow evolution, embracing many million years. The chief quarrel, it appears, is with regard to the nature of the primitive ancestor. We shall be told that the Dayan Chohan, or the progenitor of Manu, is a hypothetical being unknown on the physical plane. We reply that it was believed in by the whole of antiquity, and is by 9/10 of the present humanity. Whereas not only is the pithecoid man, or ape man, a purely hypothetical creature of Haeckel's creation, unknown and untraceable on this earth, but further its genealogy, as invented by him, clashes with scientific facts and all the known data of modern discovery in zoology. It is simply absurd, even as a fiction. As Decad demonstrates in a few words, Haeckel admits the existence of an absolutely theoretical pithecoid man, 100 times more difficult to accept than any Deva ancestor. And it is not the only instance in which he proceeds in a similar manner in order to complete his genealogical table. In fact, he very naively admits his inventions himself. Does he not confess the non-existence of his caesura, 14th stage, a creature entirely unknown to science, by confessing over his own signature that the proof of its existence arises from the necessity of an intermediate type between the 13th and the 14th stages? If so, we might maintain with as much scientific right, that the proof of the existence of our three ethereal races, and of the three-eyed men of the third and fourth root races, arises also from the necessity of an intermediate type, between the animal and the gods. What reason would the Haeckelians have to protest in this special case? Of course there is a ready answer, because we do not grant the presence of the monadic essence. The manifestation of the logos as individual consciousness in the animal and human creation is not accepted by exact science, nor does it cover the whole ground, of course. But the failures of science and its arbitrary assumptions are far greater on the whole than any extravagant esoteric doctrine can ever furnish. 1595 Even thinkers of the school of von Hartmann have become tainted with the general epidemic. They accept the Darwinian anthropology, more or less, though they also postulate the individual ego as a manifestation of the unconscious, the Western presentation of the logos or primeval divine thought. They say the evolution of the physical man is from the animal, but that mind in its various phases is altogether a thing apart from material facts, though organism, as a eupody, is necessary for its manifestation. Plastidular souls, and conscious nerve cells. But one can never see the end of such wonders with Haeckel and his school, whom the occultists and theosophists have every right to consider as materialistic tramps trespassing on private metaphysical grounds. Not satisfied with the paternity of Bathybius, Haeckelii, plastidular souls, and atom souls, 1596 are now invented, on the basis of purely blind mechanical forces of matter. We are informed that the study of the evolution of soul life shows us that this has worked its way up from the lower stages of the simple cell soul, through an astonishing series of gradual stages in evolution, up to the soul of man. 1597. Astonishing, truly, based as this wild speculation is on the consciousness of the nerve cells. For as he tells us, little as we are in a position, at the present time, to explain fully the nature of consciousness, 1598, yet the comparative and genetic observation of it clearly shows that it is only a higher and more complex function of the nerve cells. 1599. Mr. Herbert Spencer's Song on Consciousness is sung, it seems, and may henceforth be safely stored up in the lumber room of obsolete speculations. Where, however, do Haeckel's complex functions of his scientific nerve cells land him? Once more right into the occult and mystic teachings of the Kabbalah about the descent of souls as conscious and unconscious atoms, among the Pythagorean monad and the monads of Leibniz, and the gods, monads, and atoms of our esoteric teaching. 1600 into the dead letter of occult teachings, left to the amateur Kabbalists and professors of ceremonial magic. For this is what he says, in explaining his newly coined terminology. Plastidal souls. The plastidules or protoplasmic molecules, the smallest, homogeneous parts of the protoplasm are, on our plastid theory, to be regarded as the active factors of all life functions. The plastidular soul differs from the inorganic molecular soul in that it possesses memory. 1601. This he develops in his mirific lecture on the perigenesis of plastidule, or the wave motions of living particles. It is an improvement on Darwin's theory of pangenesis, and a further approach, a cautious move, towards magic. The former is a conjecture that some of the actual identical atoms which formed part of ancestral bodies are thus transmitted through their descendants for generation after generation. So that we are literally, flesh of the primeval creature who has developed into man. Explains the author of a modern Zoroastrian. 1602. The latter, occultism, teaches that, the life atoms of our, prana, life principle, are never entirely lost when a man dies. That the atoms best impregnated with the life principle, an independent, eternal, conscious factor, are partially transmitted from father to son by heredity, and are partially drawn once more together and become the animating principle of the new body in every new incarnation of the monads. Because, as the individual soul is ever the same, so are the atoms of the lower principles, the body, its astral, or life double, etc., drawn as they are by affinity in karmic law always to the same individuality in a series of various bodies. 1603. To be just and, to say the least, logical, our modern Haeckelians ought to pass a resolution that henceforth the perigenesis of the plastidule, and other similar lectures, should be bound up with those on esoteric Buddhism and the 7 principles in man. Thus the public will have a chance, at any rate, of comparing the two teachings and then of judging which is the more or the less absurd, even from the standpoint of materialistic and exact science. Now the occultists, who trace every atom in the universe, whether an aggregate or single, to one unity, the universal life. Who do not recognize that anything in nature can be inorganic. Who know of no such thing as dead matter, the occultists are consistent with their doctrine of spirit and soul when speaking of memory in every atom, of will and sensation. But what can a materialist mean by the qualification? The law of biogenesis, in the sense applied to it by the Hegelians, is the result of the ignorance on the part of the man of science of occult physics. We know and speak of life atoms and of sleeping atoms, because we regard these two forms of energy, the kinetic and the potential, as produced by one and the same force, or the one life, and regard the latter as the source and mover of all. But what is it that furnished with energy, and especially with memory, the plastidular souls, of Haeckel? The wave motion of living particles becomes comprehensible on the theory of a spiritual one life, of a universal vital principle independent of our matter, and manifesting as atomic energy only on our plane of consciousness. It is that which, individualized in the human cycle, is transmitted from father to son. Now Haeckel, modifying Darwin's theory, suggests, more plausibly, as the author of a modern Zoroastrian thinks, that not the identical atoms, but their peculiar motions and mode of aggregation have been thus transmitted, by heredity. 1604. If Haeckel, or any other scientist, knew more than any of them does know of the nature of the atom, he would not have improved the occasion in this way. For he only states, in more metaphysical language than Darwin, one and the same thing. The life principle, or life energy, which is omnipresent, eternal, indestructible, is a force and a principle as noumenon, while it is atoms, as phenomenon. It is one and the same thing, and cannot be considered as separate except in materialism. 1605. Further, Haeckel enunciates concerning the atom souls that which, at first sight, appears as occult as the monad of Leibniz. The recent contest as to the nature of atoms, which we must regard as in some form or other the ultimate factors in all physical and chemical processes, seems to be capable of easiest settlement by the conception that these very minute masses possess, as centers of force, a persistent soul. That every atom has sensation and the power of movement. 1606. He does not say a word concerning the fact that this is Leibniz's theory, and one that is preeminently occult. Nor does he understand the term soul as we do. For, with Haeckel it is simply, along with consciousness, the product of the grey matter of the brain, a thing which, as the cell soul, is as indissolubly bound up with the protoplasmic body as is the human soul with the brain and spinal cord. 1607. He rejects the conclusions of Kant, Herbert Spencer, of Du Bois-Reymond and Tyndall. The latter expresses the opinion of all the great men of science, as of the greatest thinkers of this and past ages, in saying that the passage from the physics of the brain to the corresponding facts of consciousness is unthinkable. Were our minds and senses so illuminated as to enable us to see and feel the very molecules of the brain, were we capable of following all their motions, all their groupings, electric discharges, we should be as far as ever from the solution of the problem. The chasm between the two classes of phenomena would still remain intellectually impassable. But the complex function of the nerve cells of the great German empiric, or, in other words, his consciousness, will not permit him to follow the conclusions of the greatest thinkers of our globe. He is greater than they. He asserts this, and protests against all. No one has the right to hold that in the future we shall not be able to pass beyond these limits of our knowledge that today seem impassable. 1608. And he quotes from Darwin's Introduction to the Descent of Man the following words, which he modestly applies to his scientific opponents and himself. It is always those who know little, and not those who know much, that positively affirm that this or that problem will never be solved by science. The world may rest satisfied. The day is not far off when the thrice great Haeckel will have shown, to his own satisfaction, that the consciousness of Sir Isaac Newton was, physiologically speaking, but the reflex action, or minus consciousness, caused by the perigenesis of the plastidules of our common ancestor and old friend, the Moneran Haeckelii. Though, the said Bathybius has been found out and exposed as a pretender simulating the organic substance it is not, and though among the children of men, Lot's wife alone, and even this, only after her disagreeable metamorphosis, could claim as her forefather the pinch of salt it is. All this will not dismay him in the least. He will go on asserting, as coolly as he has always done, that it was only the peculiar mode and motion of the ghost of the long-vanished atoms of our father Bathybius, which, transmitted across eons of time into the cell tissue of the grey matter of the brains of every great man, caused Sophocles and Aeschylus, and Shakespeare as well, to write their tragedies, Newton, his Principia, Humboldt, his Cosmos, etc. It also prompted Haeckel to invent Greco-Latin names 3 inches long, pretending to mean a good deal, and meaning nothing. Of course we are quite aware that the true, honest evolutionist agrees with us, and that he is the first to say that not only is the geological record imperfect, but that there are enormous gaps in the series of hitherto discovered fossils, which can never be filled. He will tell us, moreover, that no evolutionist assumes that man is descended from any existing ape or any extinct ape either, but that man and apes originated probably eons back, in some common rootstock. Still, as Decad points out, he will urge as an evidence corroborating his claim this wealth of absent proofs as well, saying that all living forms have not been preserved in the fossil series, the chances of preservation being few and far between. Even primitive man, burying or burning his dead. This is just what we ourselves claim. It is just as possible that the future may have in store for us the discovery of the giant skeleton of an Atlantean, 30 feet high, as of the fossil of a pithecoid, missing link, only the former is more probable. Section 3. The fossil relics of man and the anthropoid ape. A. Geological facts bearing on the question of their relationship. The data derived from scientific research as to primeval man and the ape lend no countenance to theories deriving the former from the latter. Where, then, must we look for primeval man? Still queries Mr. Huxley, after having vainly searched for him in the very depths of the Quaternary strata. Was the oldest Homo sapiens Pliocene or Miocene, or yet more ancient? In still older strata do the fossilized bones of an ape more anthropoid, or a man more pithecoid than any yet known, await the researches of some unborn paleontologist? Time will show. 1609. It will, undeniably, and thus vindicate the anthropology of the occultists. Meanwhile, in his eagerness to vindicate Mr. Darwin's descent of man, Mr. Boyd Dawkins believes that he has all but found the missing link, in theory. It was due to theologians more than to geologists that, till nearly 1860, man had been considered as a relic no older than the Adamic orthodox 6,000 years. As karma would have it, though, it was left to a French abbé, bourgeois, to give this easygoing theory even a worse blow than had been given to it by the discoveries of Boucher de Perthes. Everyone knows that the abbé discovered and brought to light good evidence that man was already in existence during the Miocene period, for flints of undeniably human making were excavated from Miocene strata. In the words of the author of Modern Science and Modern Thought, they must either have been chipped by man, or, as Mr. Boyd Dawkins supposes, by the Dryopithecus or some other anthropoid ape which had a dose of intelligence so much superior to the gorilla or chimpanzee, as to be able to fabricate tools. But in this case the problem would be solved and the missing link discovered, for such an ape might well have been the ancestor of Paleolithic man. 1610. Or, the descendant of Eocene man, which is a variant offered to the theory. Meanwhile, the Dryopithecus with such fine mental endowments is yet to be discovered. On the other hand, Neolithic and even Paleolithic man having become an absolute certainty, and as the same author justly observes, if 100,000 years have elapsed since the earth became sufficiently solidified to support vegetable and animal life, the tertiary period may have lasted for 5 million. Or for 10 million years, if the life-sustaining order of things has lasted, as Lyell supposes for at least 200 million years, 1611. Why should not another theory be tried? Let us carry man, as a hypothesis, to the close of Mesozoic times, admitting argumenti causa that the much more recent, higher apes then existed. This would allow ample time for man and the modern apes to have diverged from the mythical ape more anthropoid, and even for the latter to have degenerated into those that are found mimicking man in using branches of trees as clubs, and cracking coconuts with hammer and stones. 1612 Some savage tribes of hillmen in India build their abodes on trees, just as the gorillas build their dens. The question, which of the two, the beast or the man, has become the imitator of the other, is scarcely an open one, even granting Mr. Boyd Dawkins' theory. The fanciful character of this hypothesis is, however, generally admitted. It is argued that while in the Pliocene and Miocene periods there were true apes and baboons, and man was undeniably contemporaneous with the former of these times, though, as we see, orthodox anthropology still hesitates, in the teeth of facts, to place him in the era of the Dryopithecus, which latter has been considered by some anatomists as in some respects superior to the chimpanzee or the gorilla. 1613. Yet, in the Eocene there have been no other fossil primates unearthed and no pithecoid stocks found save a few extinct Lemurian forms. And we find it also hinted that the Dryopithecus may have been the missing link, though the brain of the creature no more warrants the theory than does the brain of the modern gorilla. See also Gaudry's speculations. Now we would ask who among the scientists is ready to prove that there was no man in existence in the early tertiary period? What is it that prevented his presence? Hardly 30 years ago his existence any farther back than 6,000 or 7,000 years was indignantly denied. Now he is refused admission into the Eocene age. Next century it may become a question whether man was not contemporary with the flying dragon, the pterodactyl, the plesiosaurus and iguanodon, etc. Let us listen, however, to the echo of science. Now, wherever anthropoid apes lived it is clear that, whether as a question of anatomical structure, or of climate and surroundings, man, or some creature which was the ancestor of man, might have lived also. Anatomically speaking, apes and monkeys are as much special variations of the mammalian type as man, whom they resemble bone for bone, and muscle for muscle. And the physical animal man is simply an instance of the quadrumanous type specialized for erect posture and a larger brain. 1614. If he could survive, as we know he did, the adverse conditions and extreme vicissitudes of the glacial period, there is no reason why he might not have lived in the semi-tropical climate of the Miocene period, when a genial climate extended even to Greenland and Spitsbergen. 1615. When most of the men of science who are uncompromising in their belief in the descent of man from an extinct anthropoid mammal will not accept even the bare tenability of any other theory than an ancestor common to man and the Dryopithecus, it is refreshing to find in a work of real scientific value such a margin for compromise. Indeed, it is as wide as it can be made under the circumstances, i.e., without immediate danger of getting knocked off one's feet by the tidal wave of science adulation. Believing that the difficulty of accounting for the development of intellect and morality by evolution is not so great as that presented by the difference as to physical structure 1616 between man and the highest animal. The same author says. But it is not so easy to see how this difference of physical structure arose, and how a being came into existence which had such a brain and hand, and such undeveloped capabilities for an almost unlimited progress. The difficulty is this: the difference in structure between the lowest existing race of man and the highest existing ape is too great to admit of the possibility of one being the direct descendant of the other. The Negro in some respects makes a slight approximation towards the simian type. His skull is narrower, his brain less capacious, his muzzle more projecting, his arm longer than those of the average European man. Still he is essentially a man, and separated by a wide gulf from the chimpanzee or the gorilla. Even the idiot or cretin, whose brain is no larger and intelligence no greater than that of the chimpanzee, is an arrested man, not an ape. If, therefore, the Darwinian theory holds good in the case of man and ape, we must go back to some common ancestor from whom both may have originated. But to establish this as a fact and not a theory, we require to find that ancestral form, or, at any rate, some intermediate forms tending towards it, in other words, the missing link. Now it must be admitted that, hitherto, not only have no such missing links been discovered, but the oldest known human skulls and skeletons which date from the glacial period, and are probably at least 100,000 years old, show no very decided approximation towards any such pre-human type. On the contrary, one of the oldest types, that of the men of the sepulchral cave of Cro-Magnon, 1617, is that of a fine race, tall in stature, large in brain, and on the whole superior to many of the existing races of mankind. The reply of course is that the time is insufficient, and if man and the ape had a common ancestor, that is a highly developed anthropoid ape, certainly, and man, probably, already existed in the Miocene period. Such ancestor must be sought still further back at a distance compared with which the whole Quaternary period sinks into insignificance. All this is true, and it may well make us hesitate before we admit that man is alone an exception to the general law of the universe, and is the creature of a special creation. This is the more difficult to believe, as the ape family which man so closely resembles, ? In physical structure contains numerous branches which graduate into one another, but the extremes of which differ more widely than man does from the highest of the ape series. If a special creation is required for man, must there not have been special creations for the chimpanzee, the gorilla, the orang, and for at least 100 different species of apes and monkeys which are all built on the same lines? 1618. There was a special creation for man, and a special creation for the ape, his progeny, only on other lines than ever bargained for by science. Albert Gaudry and others give some weighty reasons why man cannot be regarded as the crown of an ape stock. When one finds that not only was the primeval savage a reality in the Miocene times, but that, as de Mortillet shows, the flint relics he has left behind him were splintered by fire in that remote epoch. When we learn that the Dryopithecus, alone of the anthropoids, appears in those strata, what is the natural inference? That the Darwinians are in a quandary. The very man-like gibbon is still in the same low grade of development, as it was when it coexisted with man at the close of the glacial period. It has not appreciably altered since the Pliocene times. Now there is little to choose between the Dryopithecus and the existing anthropoids, gibbon, gorilla, etc. If, then, the Darwinian theory is all sufficient, how are we to explain the evolution of this ape into man during the first half of the Miocene? The time is far too short for such a theoretical transformation. The extreme slowness with which variation in species supervenes renders the thing inconceivable, more especially on the natural selection hypothesis. The enormous mental and structural gulf between a savage acquainted with fire and the mode of kindling it, and a brutal anthropoid, is too great to bridge even in idea, during so contracted a period. Let the evolutionists push back the process into the preceding Eocene, if they prefer to do so, let them even trace both man and Dryopithecus to a common ancestor. The unpleasant consideration has, nevertheless, to be faced that in Eocene strata the anthropoid fossils are as conspicuous by their absence, as is the fabulous Pithecanthropus of Haeckel. Is an exit out of this cul-de-sac to be found by an appeal to the unknown, and a reference, with Darwin, to the imperfection of the geological record? So be it. But the same right of appeal must then be equally accorded to the occultists, instead of remaining the monopoly of puzzled materialism. Physical man, we say, existed before the first bed of the Cretaceous rocks was deposited. In the early part of the Tertiary Age, the most brilliant civilization the world has ever known flourished at a period when the Haeckellian man-ape is conceived as roaming through primeval forests, and Mr. Grant Allen's putative ancestor as swinging himself from bough to bough with his hairy mates, the degenerated Liliths of the third race Adam. Yet there were no anthropoid apes in the brighter days of the civilization of the fourth race. But karma is a mysterious law, and no respecter of persons. The monsters bred in sin and shame by the Atlantean giants, blurred copies of their bestial sires, and hence of modern man, according to Huxley, now mislead and overwhelm with error the speculative anthropologist of European science. Where did the first men live? Some Darwinists say in Western Africa, some in Southern Asia, others again believe in an independent origin of human stocks in Asia and America from a simian ancestry. Haeckel, however, advances gaily to the charge. Starting from his prosimia, the ancestor common to all other Catarrhini including man, a link now, however, disposed of for good by recent anatomical discoveries, he endeavors to find a habitat for the primeval Pithecanthropus allelus. In all probability the transformation of animal into man, occurred in southern Asia, in which region many evidences are forthcoming that here was the original home of the different species of man. Probably southern Asia itself was not the earliest cradle of the human race, but Lemuria, a continent that lay to the south of Asia, and sank later on beneath the surface of the Indian Ocean. The period during which the evolution of the anthropoid apes into ape-like men took place was probably the last part of the Tertiary period, the Pliocene age, and perhaps the Miocene age, its forerunner. 1619. Of the above speculations, the only one of any worth is that referring to Lemuria, which was the cradle of mankind, of the physical sexual creature who materialized through long eons out of the ethereal hermaphrodites. Only, if it is proved that Easter Island is an actual relic of Lemuria, we must believe that according to Haeckel the dumb ape men, just removed from a brutal mammalian monster, built the gigantic portrait statues. 2 of which are now in the British Museum. Critics are mistaken in terming Haeckelian doctrines abominable, revolutionary, immoral. Though materialism is the legitimate outcome of the ape ancestor myth, they are simply too absurd to demand disproof. B. Western evolutionism, the comparative anatomy of man and the anthropoid in no way a confirmation of Darwinism. We are told that while every other heresy against modern science may be disregarded, this, our denial of the Darwinian theory as applied to man, will be the one unpardonable sin. The evolutionists stand firm as rock on the evidence of similarity of structure between the ape and man. The anatomical evidence, it is urged, is quite overpowering in this case. It is bone for bone, and muscle for muscle, even the brain conformation being very much the same. Well, what of that? All this was known before King Herod. And the writers of the Ramayana, the poets who sang the prowess and valor of Hanuman, the monkey god, whose feats were great and wisdom never rivaled, must have known as much about his anatomy and brain as does any Haeckel or Huxley in our modern day. Volumes upon volumes have been written upon this similarity, in antiquity as in more modern times. Therefore, there is nothing new given to the world or to philosophy in such volumes as Mavart's Man and Apes, or Messrs. Fiske and Huxley's defense of Darwinism. But what are those crucial proofs of man's descent from a pithecoid ancestor? If the Darwinian theory is not the true one, we are told, if man and ape do not descend from a common ancestor, then we must explain the reason of the similarity of structure between the two. The fact that the higher animal world, man and beast, is physically of one type or pattern. 2. The presence of rudimentary organs in man, i.e., traces of former organs now atrophied by disuse. Some of these organs, it is asserted, could not have had any scope for employment, except in a semi-animal, semi-arboreal monster. Why, again, do we find in man those rudimentary organs, as useless as its rudimentary wing is to the apteryx of Australia, the vermiform appendix of the cecum, the ear muscles, 1620 the rudimentary tail, with which children are still sometimes born, etc. Such is the war cry, and the cackle of the smaller fry among the Darwinians is louder, if possible, than even that of the scientific evolutionists themselves. Furthermore, the latter, with their great leader Mr. Huxley, and such eminent zoologists as Mr. Romanes and others, while defending the Darwinian theory, are the first to confess the almost insuperable difficulties in the way of its final demonstration. And there are as great men of science as the above named, who deny, most emphatically, the uncalled for assumption, and loudly denounce the unwarrantable exaggerations on the question of this supposed similarity. It is sufficient to glance at the works of Broca, Gratilet, Owen, Prunerbay, and finally at the last great work of Decadophages, Introduction à l'étude des races humaines, Questions Générales, to discover the fallacy of the evolutionists. We may say more. The exaggerations concerning this alleged similarity of structure between man and the anthropomorphous ape have become so glaring and absurd of late, that even Mr. Huxley has found himself forced to protest against the too sanguine expectations. It was that great anatomist personally who called the smaller fry to order, by declaring in one of his articles that the differences between the structure of the human body and that of the highest anthropomorphous pithecoid were not only far from being trifling and unimportant, but were, on the contrary, very great and suggestive. Every bone of a gorilla bears marks by which it might be distinguished from the corresponding bone of a man. 1621. Among the existing creatures there is not one single intermediate form that could fill the gap between man and the ape. To ignore that gap, he added, would be no less wrong than absurd. Finally, the absurdity of such an unnatural descent of man is so palpable in the face of all the proofs and evidence as to the skull of the pithecoid compared to that of man, that Decadophages resorted unconsciously to our esoteric theory by saying that it is rather the apes that can claim descent from man than vice versa. As proven by Gratilet. With regard to the cavities of the brain of the anthropoids, in which species that organ develops in an inverse ratio to what would be the case were the corresponding organs in man really the product of the development of the said organs in the apes, the size of the human skull and its brain, as well as the cavities, increase with the individual development of man. His intellect develops and increases with age, while his facial bones and jaws diminish and straighten, thus becoming more and more spiritualized, whereas with the ape it is the reverse. In its youth the anthropoid is far more intelligent and good-natured, while with age it becomes duller. And, as its skull recedes and seems to diminish as it grows, its facial bones and jaws develop, the brain being finally crushed, and thrown entirely back, to make with every day more room for the animal type. The organ of thought, the brain, recedes and diminishes, entirely conquered and replaced by that of the wild beast, the jaw apparatus. Thus, as wittily remarked in the French work, a gorilla could with perfect justice address an evolutionist, claiming its right of descent from him. It would say to him, we, anthropoid apes, form a retrogressive departure from the human type, and therefore our development and evolution are expressed by a transition from a human-like to an animal-like structure of organism. But in what way could you, men, descend from us? How can you form a continuation of our genus? For, to make this possible, your organization would have to differ still more than ours does from the human structure, it would have to approach still closer to that of the beast than ours does. And in such a case justice demands that you should give up to us your place in nature. You are lower than we are, once that you insist on tracing your genealogy from our kind. For the structure of our organization and its development are such that we are unable to generate forms of a higher organization than our own. This is where the occult sciences agree entirely with Decadophages. Owing to the very type of his development man cannot descend from either an ape or an ancestor common to both apes and men, but shows his origin to be from a type far superior to himself. And this type is the heavenly man, the Dayan Chohans, or the Pitris so-called, as shown in the first part of this volume. On the other hand, the pithecoids, the orangutan, the gorilla, and the chimpanzee can, and, as the occult sciences teach, do, descend from the animalized fourth human root race. Being the product of man and an extinct species of mammal, whose remote ancestors were themselves the product of Lemurian bestiality, which lived in the Miocene age. The ancestry of this semi-human monster is explained in the stanzas as originating in the sin of the mindless races of the middle third race period. When it is borne in mind that all forms which now people the earth are so many variations on basic types originally thrown off by the man of the third and fourth round. Such an evolutionist argument as that insisting on the unity of structural plan characterizing all vertebrates loses its edge. The basic types referred to were very few in number in comparison with the multitude of organisms to which they ultimately gave rise, but a general unity of type has, nevertheless, been preserved throughout the ages. The economy of nature does not sanction the coexistence of several utterly opposed ground plans of organic evolution on one planet. Once, however, that the general drift of the occult explanation is formulated, inference as to detail may well be left to the intuitive reader. Similarly with the important question of the rudimentary organs discovered by anatomists in the human organism. Doubtless this line of argument, when wielded by Darwin and Haeckel against their European adversaries, proved of great weight. Anthropologists, who ventured to dispute the derivation of man from an animal ancestry, were sorely puzzled how to deal with the presence of gill clefts, with the tail problem, and so on. Here again occultism comes to our assistance with the necessary data. The fact is that, as previously stated, the human type is the repertory of all potential organic forms, and the central point from which these latter radiate. In this postulate we find a true evolution, or unfolding, in a sense which cannot be said to belong to the mechanical theory of natural selection. Criticizing Darwin's inference from rudiments, an able writer remarks: "Why is it not just as probably a true hypothesis to suppose that man was first created with these rudimentary sketches in his organization? And that they became useful appendages in the lower animals into which man degenerated, as it is to suppose that these parts existed in full development, activity, and practical use, in the lower animals out of whom man was generated?" 1622. Read 4, into which man degenerated, the prototypes which man shed in the course of his astral developments, and an aspect of the true esoteric solution is before us. But a wider generalization is now to be formulated. So far as our present fourth round terrestrial period is concerned, the mammalian fauna are alone to be regarded as traceable to prototypes shed by man. The amphibia, birds, reptiles, fishes, etc. are the resultants of the third round, astral fossil forms stored up in the auric envelope of the Earth and projected into physical objectivity subsequent to the deposition of the first Laurentian rocks. Evolution has to deal with the progressive modifications, which paleontology shows to have affected the lower animal and vegetable kingdoms in the course of geological time. It does not, and from the nature of things cannot, touch on the subject of the pre-physical types which served as the basis for future differentiation. Tabulate the general laws controlling the development of physical organisms it certainly may, and to a certain extent it has acquitted itself ably of the task. To return to the immediate subject of discussion. The mammalia, whose first traces are discovered in the marsupials of the Triassic rocks of the secondary period, were evolved from purely astral progenitors contemporary with the second race. They are thus post-human, and, consequently, it is easy to account for the general resemblance between their embryonic stages and those of man, who necessarily embraces in himself and epitomizes in his development the features of the group he originated. This explanation disposes of a portion of the Darwinist brief. But how to account for the presence of the gill clefts in the human fetus, which represent the stage through which the bronchi of the fish are developed? 1623 for the pulsating vessel corresponding to the heart of the lower fishes, which constitutes the fetal heart. For the entire analogy presented by the segmentation of the human ovum, the formation of the blastoderm, and the appearance of the gastrula stage, with corresponding stages in lower vertebrate life and even among the sponges. For the various types of lower animal life which the form of the future child shadows forth in the cycle of its growth. How comes it to pass that stages in the life of fishes, whose ancestors swam, eons before the epoch of the first root race, in the seas of the Silurian period, as well as stages in that of the later amphibian, reptilian fauna, are mirrored in the epitomized history of human fetal development? This plausible objection is met by the reply that the third-round terrestrial animal forms were just as much referable to types thrown off by third-round man as that new importation into our planet's area, the mammalian stock, is to the fourth-round humanity of the second root race. The process of human fetal growth epitomizes not only the general characteristics of the fourth, but of the third round terrestrial life. The diapason of type is run through in brief. Occultists are thus at no loss to account for the birth of children with an actual caudal appendage, or for the fact that the tail in the human fetus is, at one period, double the length of the nascent legs. The potentiality of every organ useful to animal life is locked up in man, the microcosm of the macrocosm, and abnormal conditions may not unfrequently result in the strange phenomena which Darwinists regard as reversion to ancestral features. 1624 reversion, indeed, but scarcely in the sense contemplated by our present-day empiricists. See, Darwinism and the Antiquity of Man, the Anthropoids and their Ancestry. The public has been notified by more than one eminent modern geologist and man of science, that all estimate of geological duration is not merely imperfect, but necessarily impossible. For we are ignorant of the causes, though they must have existed, which quickened or retarded the progress of the sedimentary deposits. 1625. And now another man of science, as well known, Krall, calculating that the tertiary age began either 15 or 2.5 million years ago, the former being a more correct calculation, according to esoteric doctrine. Then the latter, there seems in this case, at least, no very great disagreement. Exact science, refusing to see in man a special creation, to a certain degree the secret sciences do the same, is at liberty to ignore the first three, or rather 2.5 races, the spiritual, the semi-astral, and the semi-human, of our teachings. But it can hardly do the same in the case of the third, at its closing period, the fourth, and the fifth races, since it already divides mankind into Paleolithic and Neolithic man. 1626 The geologists of France place man in the mid-Miocene age, Gabriel de Mortillet, and some even in the secondary period, as Decad suggests, while the English savants do not generally accept such antiquity for their species. But they may know better some day. For, as says Sir Charles Lyell, if we consider the absence or extreme scarcity of human bones and works of art in all strata, whether marine or freshwater, even in those formed in the immediate proximity of land inhabited by millions of human beings, we shall be prepared for the general dearth of human memorials in glacial formations, whether recent, Pleistocene, or of more ancient date. If there were a few wanderers over lands covered with glaciers, or over seas infested with icebergs, and if a few of them left their bones or weapons in moraines or in marine drifts, the chances, after the lapse of thousands of years, of a geologist meeting with one of them must be infinitesimally small. 1627. The men of science avoid pinning themselves down to any definite statement concerning the age of man, as indeed they are hardly able to make any, and thus leave enormous latitude to bolder speculations. Nevertheless, while the majority of the anthropologists carry back the existence of man only into the period of the post-glacial drift, or what is called the Quaternary period, those of them who, as evolutionists, trace man to a common origin with the monkey, do not show great consistency in their speculations. The Darwinian hypothesis demands, in reality, a far greater antiquity for man, than is even dimly suspected by superficial thinkers. This is proven by the greatest authorities on the question, Mr. Huxley, for instance. Those, therefore, who accept the Darwinian evolution, ipso facto hold very tenaciously to an antiquity of man so very great, indeed, that it falls not so far short of the occultist's estimate. 1628 The modest thousands of years of the Encyclopaedia Britannica and the 100,000 years, to which anthropology in general limits the age of humanity, seem quite microscopical when compared with the figures implied in Mr. Huxley's bold speculations. The former, indeed, makes of the original race of men ape-like cave-dwellers. The great English biologist, in his desire to prove man's pithecoid origin, insists that the transformation of the primordial ape into a human being must have occurred millions of years back. For in criticizing the excellent cranial capacity of the Neanderthal skull, notwithstanding his assertion that it is overlaid with pithecoid bony walls, coupled with Mr. Grant Allen's assurances that this skull Possesses large bosses on the forehead, strikingly, suggestive of those which give the gorilla its peculiarly fierce appearance. 1629. Still Mr. Huxley is forced to admit that, in the said skull, his theory is once more defeated by the completely human proportions of the accompanying limb bones, together with the fair development of the Ng's skull. In consequence of all this we are notified that these skulls clearly indicate that the first traces of the primordial stock whence man has proceeded need no longer be sought by those who entertain any form of the doctrine of progressive development in the newest tertiaries, but that they may be looked for in an epoch more distant from the age of the Elephas primigenius than that is from us. 1630. An untold antiquity for man is thus, then, the scientific sine qua non in the question of Darwinian evolution, since the oldest Paleolithic man shows as yet no appreciable differentiation from his modern descendant. It is only of late that modern science has with every year begun to widen the abyss that now separates her from ancient science, as that of Pliny and Hippocrates. None of the old writers would have derided the archaic teachings with respect to the evolution of the human races and animal species, as the present-day scientist, geologist or anthropologist, is sure to do. The pendulum of thought oscillates between extremes. Having now finally emancipated herself from the shackles of theology, science has embraced the opposite fallacy. And in the attempt to interpret nature on purely materialistic lines, she has built up that most extravagant theory of the ages, the derivation of man from a ferocious and brutal ape. So rooted has this doctrine now become, in one form and another, that the most Herculean efforts will be needed to bring about its final rejection. The Darwinian anthropology is the incubus of the ethnologist, a sturdy child of modern materialism, which has grown up and acquired increasing vigor, as the ineptitude of the theological legend of man's creation became more and more apparent. It has thriven on account of the strange delusion that, as a scientist of repute puts it, all hypotheses and theories with respect to the rise of man can be reduced to two, the evolutionist and the biblical exoteric account. There is no other hypothesis conceivable. The anthropology of the secret volumes is, however, the best possible answer to such a worthless contention. The anatomical resemblance between man and the higher ape, so frequently cited by Darwinists as pointing to some former ancestor common to both, presents an interesting problem, the proper solution of which is to be sought for in the esoteric explanation of the genesis of the pithecoid stocks. We have given it as far as it was useful, by stating that the bestiality of the primeval mindless races resulted in the production of huge man-like monsters, the offspring of human and animal parents. As time rolled on, and the still semi-astral forms consolidated into the physical, the descendants of these creatures were modified by external conditions, until the breed, dwindling in size, culminated in the lower apes of the Miocene period. With these the later Atlanteans renewed the sin of the mindless, this time with full responsibility. The resultants of their crime were the apes now known as anthropoid. It may be useful to compare this very simple theory, and we are willing to offer it merely as a hypothesis to the unbelievers, with the Darwinian scheme, so full of insurmountable obstacles, that no sooner is one of them overcome by a more or less ingenious hypothesis, than 10 worse difficulties are forthwith discovered behind the one disposed of. Section 4. Duration of the geological periods, race cycles, and the antiquity of man. Millions of years have sunk into Lethe, leaving no more recollection in the memory of the profane than the few millenniums of the orthodox Western chronology as to the origin of man and the history of the primeval races. All depends on the proofs found for the antiquity of the human race. If the still debated man of the Pliocene or even the Miocene period was the Homo primigenius, then science may be right, argumenti causa, in basing its present anthropology, as to the date and mode of origin of Homo sapiens, on the Darwinian theory. 1631 But if the skeletons of man should at any time be discovered in the Eocene strata, while no fossil ape is found there, and the existence of man is thus proved to be prior to that of the anthropoid, then Darwinians will have to exercise their ingenuity in another direction. Moreover, it is said in well-informed quarters that the 20th century will be still in its earliest teens when such undeniable proof of man's priority will be forthcoming. Even now much evidence is being brought forward to prove that the dates hitherto assigned for the foundations of cities, civilizations and various other historical events have been absurdly curtailed. This was done as a peace offering to biblical chronology. The well-known paleontologist Ed. Larté writes, "No date is to be found in Genesis, which assigns a time for the birth of primitive humanity. But chronologists have for 15 centuries endeavored to force the Bible facts into agreement with their systems. Thus, no less than 140 different opinions have been formed about the single date of creation. And between the extreme variations there is a discrepancy of 3,194 years, in the reckoning of the period between the beginning of the world and the birth of Christ. Within the last few years, archaeologists have had also to throw back by nearly 3,000 years the beginnings of Babylonian civilization. On the foundation cylinder deposited by Nabonidus, the Babylonian king, conquered by Cyrus, are found the records of the former, in which he speaks of his discovery of the foundation stone that belonged to the original temple built by Naram-Sin, son of Sargon, of Akkadian, the conqueror of Babylonia, who, says Nabonidus, lived 3,200 years before his own time. 1632. We have shown in Isis Unveiled that those who based history on the chronology of the Jews, a race which had none of its own and rejected the Western till the 12th century, would lose their way. For the Jewish account could only be followed through Kabbalistic computation, and only then with key in hand. We characterize the late George Smith's chronology of the Chaldeans and Assyrians, which he had made to fit in with that of Moses, as quite fantastic. And now, in this respect at least, later Assyriologists have corroborated our denial. For, whereas George Smith makes Sargon I, the prototype of Moses, reign in the city of Akkad about 1600 BC, probably out of a latent respect for Moses, whom the Bible makes to flourish 1571 BC. We now learn from the first of the 6 Hibbert lectures delivered by Professor A. H. Sayce, of Oxford, in 1887, that old views of the early annals of Babylonia and its religions have been much modified by recent discovery. The first Semitic empire, it is now agreed, was that of Sargon of Akkad, who established a great library, patronized literature, and extended his conquests across the sea into Cyprus. It is now known that he reigned as early as BC 3750. The Akkadian monuments found by the French at Tello must be even older, reaching back to about BC 4000. In other words, to the 4th year of the world's creation agreeably with Bible chronology, and when Adam was in his swaddling clothes. Perchance, in a few years more, the 4,000 years may be further extended. The well-known Oxford lecturer remarked in his disquisitions upon the origin and growth of religion as illustrated by the religion of the ancient Babylonians, that the difficulties of systematically tracing the origin and history of the Babylonian religion were considerable. The sources of our knowledge of the subject were almost wholly monumental, very little help being obtainable from classical or Oriental writers. Indeed, it was an undeniable fact that the Babylonian priesthood intentionally swaddled up the study of the religious texts in coils of almost insuperable difficulty. That they have confused the dates, and especially the order of events, intentionally, is undeniable, and for a very good reason. Their writings and records were all esoteric. The Babylonian priests did no more than the priests of other ancient nations. Their records were meant only for the initiates and their disciples, and it is only the latter who were furnished with the keys to the true meaning. But Professor Sayce's remarks are promising. For he explains the difficulty by saying that as the Nineveh library contained mostly copies of older Babylonian texts, and the copyists pitched upon such tablets only as were of special interest to the Assyrian conquerors, belonging to a comparatively late epoch, this added much to the greatest of all our difficulties, namely, our being so often left in the dark as to the age of our documentary evidence, and the precise worth of our materials for history. Thus one has a right to infer that some still fresher discovery may lead to a new necessity for pushing the Babylonian dates so far beyond the year 4000 BC, as to make them pre-cosmic in the judgment of every Bible worshipper. How much more would paleontology have learned had not millions of works been destroyed? We talk of the Alexandrian library, which has been thrice destroyed, namely, by Julius Caesar 48 BC, in AD 390, and lastly in the year AD 640 by the general of Caliph Omar. What is this in comparison with the works and records destroyed in the primitive Atlantean libraries, wherein records are said to have been traced on the tanned skins of gigantic antediluvian monsters? Or again in comparison with the destruction of the countless Chinese books by command of the founder of the imperial Qin dynasty, Qin Shi Huangti, in 213 BC? Surely the brick-clay tablets of the imperial Babylonian library, and the priceless treasures of the Chinese collections, could never have contained such information as one of the aforesaid Atlantean skins would have furnished to the ignorant world. But even with the extremely meager data at hand, science has been able to see the necessity of throwing back nearly every Babylonian date, and has done so quite generously. We learn from Professor Sayce that even the archaic statues at Tel Loh, in Lower Babylonia, have suddenly been assigned a date contemporary with the 4th dynasty in Egypt. 1633. Unfortunately, dynasties and pyramids share the fate of geological periods. Their dates are arbitrary, and depend on the whims of the respective men of science. Archaeologists know now, it is said, that the aforementioned statues are fashioned out of green diorite, that can only be got in the peninsula of Sinai. And they accord in the style of art, and in the standard of measurement employed, with the similar diorite statues of the pyramid builders of the 3rd and 4th Egyptian dynasties. Moreover, the only possible period for a Babylonian occupation of the Sinaitic quarries must be placed shortly after the close of the epoch at which the pyramids were built. And thus only can we understand how the name of Sinai could have been derived from that of Sin, the primitive Babylonian moon god. This is very logical, but what is the date fixed for these dynasties? Sanchuniathons and Manetho's synchronistic tables, or whatever remained of these after holy Eusebius had the handling of them, have been rejected, and still we have to remain satisfied with the 4 or 5,000 years BC. So liberally allotted to Egypt. At all events one point is gained. There is, at last, a city on the face of the earth which is allowed, at least, 6,000 years, and it is Eridu. Geology has discovered it. According to Professor Sayce again, they are now also able to obtain time for the silting up of the head of the Persian Gulf, which demands a lapse of between 5,000 and 6,000 years since the period when Eridu, now 25 miles inland, was the seaport at the mouth of the Euphrates, and the seat of Babylonian commerce with southern Arabia and India. More than all, the new chronology gives time for the long series of eclipses recorded in the great astronomical work called The Observations of Bel. And we are also enabled to understand the otherwise perplexing change in the position of the vernal equinox, which has occurred since our present zodiacal signs were named by the earliest Babylonian astronomers. When the Akkadian calendar was arranged and the Akkadian months were named, the sun at the vernal equinox was not, as now, in Pisces, or even in Aries, but in Taurus. The rate of the precession of the equinoxes being known, we learn that at the vernal equinox the sun was in Taurus from about 4,700 years BC, and we thus obtain astronomical limits of date which cannot be impugned. 1634. It may make our position plainer if we state at once that we use Sir C. Lyell's nomenclature for the ages and periods, and that when we talk of the secondary and tertiary age, of the Eocene, Miocene and Pliocene periods, this is simply to make our facts more comprehensible. Since these ages and periods have not yet been allowed fixed and determined durations, 2.5 and 15 million years being assigned at different times to one and the same age, the tertiary. And since no two geologists or naturalists seem to agree on this point, esoteric teachings may remain quite indifferent to the appearance of man in the secondary or the tertiary age. If the latter age may be allowed even so much as 15 million years duration, well and good. For the occult doctrine, jealously guarding its real and correct figures so far as concerns the first, second, and two-thirds of the third root race, gives clear information upon one point only, the age of Vivasvata Manu's humanity. 1635. Another definite statement is that during the so-called Eocene period the continent to which the fourth race belonged, and on which it lived and perished, showed the first symptoms of sinking. And that it was in the Miocene age that it was finally destroyed, save the small island mentioned by Plato. These points have now to be checked by scientific data. A. Modern scientific speculations about the ages of the globe, animal evolution, and man. May we not be permitted to throw a glance at the works of specialists? The work on world life, Comparative Geology, by Professor A. Winchell, furnishes us with curious data. Here we find an opponent of the nebular theory smiting with all the force of the hammer of his Odium Theologicum on the rather contradictory hypotheses of the great stars of science. In the matter of sidereal and cosmic phenomena based on their respective relations to terrestrial durations. The two imaginative physicists and naturalists do not fare very easily under this shower of their own speculative computations placed side by side, and cut rather a sorry figure. Thus he writes. Sir William Thomson, on the basis of the observed principles of cooling, concludes that no more than 10 million years, elsewhere he makes it 100,000. 000, can have elapsed since the temperature of the Earth was sufficiently reduced to sustain vegetable life. 1636 Helmholtz calculates that 20 million years would suffice for the original nebula to condense to the present dimensions of the Sun. Professor S. Newcomb requires only 10 millions to attain a temperature of 212 degrees FAHR. 1637 Kroll estimates 70 million years for the diffusion of the heat. 1638 Bischoff calculates that 350 million years would be required for the Earth to cool from a temperature of 2000 degrees to 200 degrees centigrade. Reid, basing his estimate on observed rates of denudation, demands 500 million years since sedimentation began in Europe. 1639 Lyell ventured a rough guess of 240 million years. Darwin thought 300 million years demanded by the organic transformations which his theory contemplates, and Huxley is disposed to demand 1,000 millions. Some biologists seem to close their eyes tight and leap at one bound into the abyss of millions of years, of which they have no more adequate estimate than of infinity. 1640. Then he proceeds to give what he takes to be more correct geological figures, a few will suffice. According to Sir William Thomson, the whole encrusted age of the world is 80 million years, and agreeably with Prof. Houghton's calculations of a minimum limit for the time since the elevation of Europe and Asia, 3 hypothetical ages for 3 possible and different modes of upheaval are given, varying from the modest figure of 640,730 years, through 4,170. 000 years to the tremendous figure of 27,491,000 years. This is enough, as one can see, to cover our claims for the 4 continents and even the figures of the Brahmins. Further calculations, the details of which the reader may find in Prof. Winchell's work 1641 bring Houghton to an approximation of the sedimentary age of the globe, 11,700,000 years. These figures are found too small by the author, who forthwith extends them to 37 million years. Again, according to Kroll, 1642 2,500,000 years, represents the time since the beginning of the Tertiary Age, in one work. And according to another modification of his view, 15 million only have elapsed since the beginning of the Eocene period 1643, this, being the first of the 3 tertiary periods. Leaves the student suspended between 2.5 and 15 millions. But if one has to hold to the former moderate figures, then the whole encrusted age of the world would be 131,600,000 years. 1644. As the last glacial period extended from 240,000 to 80,000 years ago, Prof. Kroll's view, therefore, man must have appeared on Earth from 100,000 to 120,000 years ago. But, as says Prof. Winchell with reference to the antiquity of the Mediterranean race, It is generally believed to have made its appearance during the later decline of the continental glaciers. It does not concern, however, the antiquity of the black and brown races, since there are numerous evidences of their existence in more southern regions, in times remotely preglacial. 1645. As a specimen of geological certainty and agreement, these figures also may be added. 3 authorities, Messrs. T. Belt, FGS, Robert Hunt, FRS, and J. Krall, FRS. In estimating the time that has elapsed since the glacial epoch, give figures that vary to an almost incredible extent. Belt, 20,000 years. Hunt, 80,000 years. Krall, 240,000 years 1646. No wonder that Mr. Pengeli confesses that it is at present and perhaps always will be impossible to reduce, even approximately, geological time into years or even into millenniums. A wise word of advice from the occultists to the gentlemen geologists. They ought to imitate the cautious example of masons. As chronology, they say, cannot measure the era of the creation, therefore, their anti-ant and primitive rite uses 0,000,000,000 as the nearest approach to reality. The same uncertainty, contradictions and disagreement reign on all other subjects. The scientific authorities on the descent of man are again, for all practical purposes, a delusion and a snare. There are many anti-Darwinists in the British Association, and natural selection begins to lose ground. Though at one time the savior, which seemed to rescue the learned theorists from a final intellectual collapse into the abyss of fruitless hypothesis, it begins to be distrusted. Even Mr. Huxley is showing signs of truancy, and thinks natural selection not the sole factor. We greatly suspect that she, nature, does make considerable jumps in the way of variation now and then. And that these saltations give rise to some of the gaps which appear to exist in the series of known forms. 1647. Again, C. R. Bree, M.D., argues in this wise in considering the fatal gaps in Mr. Darwin's theory. It must be again called to mind that the intermediate forms must have been vast in numbers. Mr. St. George Mivart believes that change in evolution may occur more quickly than is generally believed, but Mr. Darwin sticks manfully to his belief, and again tells us, Natura non facit saltum 1648. Herein the occultists are at one with Mr. Darwin. Esoteric teaching fully corroborates the idea of nature's slowness and dignified progression. Planetary impulses are all periodical. Yet this Darwinian theory, correct as it is in minor particulars, agrees no more with occultism than with Mr. Wallace, who, in his contributions to the theory of natural selection, shows pretty conclusively that something more than natural selection is requisite to produce physical man. Let us, meanwhile, examine the scientific objections to this scientific theory, and see what they are. Mr. St. George Mivart is found arguing that it will be a moderate computation to allow 25 million for the deposit of the strata down to and including the Upper Silurian. If, then, the evolutionary work done during this deposition only represents 100th part of the sum total, we shall require 2,500,000. 2,500 million, years for the complete development of the whole animal kingdom to its present state. Even 1/4 of this, however, would far exceed the time which physics and astronomy seem able to allow for the completion of the process. Finally, a difficulty exists as to the reason of the absence of rich fossiliferous deposits in the oldest strata, if life was then as abundant and varied, as, on the Darwinian theory, it must have been. Mr. Darwin himself admits, the case at present must remain inexplicable, and this may be truly urged as a valid argument against the views entertained in his book. Thus, then, we find a remarkable, and on Darwinian principles all but inexplicable, absence of minutely graduated transitional forms. All the most marked groups, bats, pterodactyls, chelonians, ichthyosaurians, amura, etc., appear at once upon the scene. Even the horse, the animal whose pedigree has been probably best preserved, affords no conclusive evidence of specific origin by significant fortuitous variations. While some forms, as the labyrinthodonts and trilobites, which seem to exhibit gradual change, are shown by further investigation to do nothing of the sort. All these difficulties are avoided if we admit that new forms of animal life of all degrees of complexity appear from time to time with comparative suddenness, being evolved according to laws in part depending on surrounding conditions. In part internal, similar to the way in which crystals, and, perhaps from recent researches, the lowest forms of life, build themselves up according to the internal laws of their component substance. And in harmony and correspondence with all environing influences and conditions. 1649. The internal laws of their component substance. These are wise words, and the admission of the possibility is prudent. But how can these internal laws be ever recognized, if occult teaching be discarded? As a friend writes, while drawing our attention to the above speculations. In other words, the doctrine of planetary life impulses must be admitted. Otherwise, why are species now stereotyped, and why do even domesticated breeds of pigeons and many animals relapse into their ancestral types when left to themselves? But the teaching about planetary life impulses has to be clearly defined and as clearly understood, if present confusion is not to be made still more perplexing. All these difficulties would vanish as the shadows of night disappear before the light of the rising sun, if the following esoteric axioms were admitted. A. The existence and the enormous antiquity of our planetary chain. B. The actuality of the 7 rounds. C. The separation of human races, outside the purely anthropological division, into 7 distinct root races, of which our present European humanity is the 5th. D. The antiquity of man in this 4th round. And finally, E. That as these races evolve from ethereality to materiality, and from the latter back again into relative physical tenuity of texture, so every living, so-called, organic species of animals, with vegetation included, changes with every new root race. Were this admitted, if even only along with other, and surely, on maturer consideration, no less absurd, suppositions, if occult theories have to be considered absurd at present, then every difficulty would be made away with. Surely science ought to try and be more logical than it now is, as it can hardly maintain the theory of man's descent from an anthropoidal ancestor, and deny in the same breath any reasonable antiquity to such a man. Once Mr. Huxley talks of the vast intellectual chasm between the ape and man, and the present enormous gulf between them. 1650 and admits the necessity of extending scientific allowances for the age of man on earth for such slow and progressive development, then all those men of science who are of his way of thinking, at any rate, ought to come to at least some approximate figures, and agree upon the probable duration of those Pliocene, Miocene, and Eocene periods of which so much is said, and about which nothing definite is known, even if they dare not venture beyond. But no 2 scientists seem to agree. Every period seems to be a mystery in its duration, and a thorn in the side of the geologists. And, as just shown, they are unable to harmonize their conclusions even with regard to the comparatively recent geological formations. Thus, no reliance can be placed on their figures when they do give any, for with them it is all either millions or simply thousands of years. That which is said may be strengthened by the confessions made by themselves and the synopsis of these, to be found in that Circle of Sciences, the Encyclopaedia Britannica, which shows the mean accepted in the geological and anthropological riddles. In that work the cream of the most authoritative opinions is skimmed off and presented. Nevertheless, we find in it a refusal to assign any definite chronological date, even to such comparatively speaking late epochs as the Neolithic era, though, for a wonder, an age is established for the beginnings of certain geological periods. At any rate for some few, the duration of which could hardly be any more shortened, without an immediate conflict with facts. Thus, it is surmised in the great encyclopedia that 100 million years have passed since the solidification of our earth, when the earliest form of life appeared upon it. 1651. But it seems quite as hopeless to try to convert the modern geologists and ethnologists, as it is to make Darwinian naturalists perceive their mistakes. About the Aryan root race and its origins, science knows as little as of the men from other planets. With the exception of Flammarion, and of a few mystics among astronomers, even the habitableness of other planets is mostly denied. Yet such great adept astronomers were the scientists of the earliest races of the Aryan stock, that they seem to have known far more about the races of Mars and Venus than the modern anthropologist knows of those of the early stages of the Earth. Let us leave modern science aside for a moment and turn to ancient knowledge. As we are assured by archaic scientists that all such geological cataclysms, from the upheaval of oceans, deluges, and shifting of continents, down to the present year's cyclones, hurricanes, earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tidal waves, and even the extraordinary weather and seeming shifting of seasons which are perplexing all European and American meteorologists, are due to, and depend on the moon and planets. That even modest and neglected constellations have the greatest influence on the meteorological and cosmical changes, over, and within our Earth. Let us give one moment's attention to our sidereal despots, the rulers of our globe and men. Modern science denies any such influence, archaic science affirms it. We will see what both say with regard to this question. B. On chains of planets and their plurality. Did the ancients know of worlds besides their own? What are the data of the occultists in affirming that every globe is a septenary chain of worlds, of which only one member is visible, and that these are, were, or will be, man-bearing, just as is every visible star or planet? What do they mean by a moral and physical influence exerted on our globe by the sidereal worlds? Such are the questions often put to us, and they have to be considered from every aspect. To the first of the two queries the answer is, we believe it because the first law in nature is uniformity in diversity, and the second is analogy. As above, so below. The time is gone by forever when our pious ancestors believed that our earth was in the center of the universe. And the Church and her arrogant servants could insist that the supposition that any other planet could be inhabited should be regarded as blasphemy. Adam and Eve, the serpent and original sin, followed by atonement through blood, have been too long in the way of progress, and universal truth has thus been sacrificed to the insane conceit of us little men. Now what are the proofs thereof? Beyond inferential evidence and logical reasoning, there are none for the profane. To the occultists, who believe in the knowledge acquired by countless generations of seers and initiates, the data offered in the secret books are all sufficient. The general public needs other proofs, however. There are some Kabbalists, and even some Eastern occultists, failing to find uniform evidence upon this point in all the mystic works of the nations, hesitate to accept the teaching. Even such uniform evidence will be forthcoming presently. Meanwhile, we may approach the subject from its general aspect, and see whether belief in it is so very absurd, as some scientists along with other Nicodemuses would have it. Unconsciously, perhaps, in thinking of a plurality of inhabited worlds, we imagine them to be like the globe we inhabit, and to be peopled by beings more or less resembling ourselves. And in so doing we are only following a natural instinct. Indeed, so long as the inquiry is confined to the life history of this globe, we can speculate on the question with some profit, and ask ourselves, with some hope of at least asking an intelligible question. What were the worlds spoken of in all the ancient scriptures of humanity? But how do we know, a. what kind of beings inhabit the globes in general? And, b. whether those who rule planets superior to our own do not exercise the same influence on our Earth consciously, that we may exercise unconsciously, say on the small planets, planetoids or asteroids, in the long run. By our cutting the Earth in pieces, opening canals, and thereby entirely changing our climates. Of course, like Caesar's wife, the planetoids, cannot be affected by our suspicion. They are too far, etc. Believing in esoteric astronomy, however, we are not so sure of that. But when, extending our speculations beyond our planetary chain, we try to cross the limits of the solar system, then indeed we act as do presumptuous fools. For, while accepting the old Hermetic axiom, as above, so below, as we may well believe that nature on earth displays the most careful economy, utilizing every vile and waste thing in her marvelous transformations, and withal never repeating herself, so we may justly conclude that there is no other globe in all her infinite systems so closely resembling this earth, that the ordinary powers of man's thought should be able to imagine and reproduce its semblance and containment. 1652. And indeed we find in the romances as in all the so-called scientific fictions and spiritistic revelations, from moon, stars, and planets, merely fresh combinations or modifications of the men and things, the passions and forms of life, with which we are familiar, though even on the other planets of our own system nature and life are entirely different from those prevailing on our own. Swedenborg was preeminent in inculcating such an erroneous belief. But even more, the ordinary man has no experience of any state of consciousness other than that to which the physical senses link him. Men dream. They sleep the profound sleep which is too deep for its dreams to impress the physical brain, and in these states there must still be consciousness. How, then, while these mysteries remain unexplored, can we hope to speculate with profit on the nature of globes which, in the economy of nature, must needs belong to states of consciousness other and quite different from any which man experiences here? And this is true to the letter. For even great adepts, those initiated of course, trained seers though they be, can only claim thorough acquaintance with the nature and appearance of planets and their inhabitants belonging to our solar system. They know that almost all the planetary worlds are inhabited, but, even in spirit, they can have access only to those of our system. And they are also aware how difficult it is, even for them, to put themselves into full rapport even with the planes of consciousness within our system, differing as they do from the states of consciousness possible on this globe. Such, for instance, as those which exist on the chain of spheres on the three planes beyond that of our earth. Such knowledge and intercourse are possible to them because they have learned how to penetrate to planes of consciousness which are closed to the perceptions of ordinary men. But were they to communicate their knowledge, the world would be no wiser, because men lack that experience of other forms of perception which alone could enable them to grasp what they might be told. Still the fact remains that most of the planets, like the stars beyond our system, are inhabited, a fact which has been admitted by the men of science themselves. Laplace and Herschel believed it, though they wisely abstained from imprudent speculation, and the same conclusion has been worked out and supported with an array of scientific considerations by C. Flammarion, the well-known French astronomer. The arguments he brings forward are strictly scientific, and are such as appeal even to a materialistic mind, which would remain unmoved by such thoughts as those of Sir David Brewster, the famous physicist, who writes, "Those barren spirits, or base souls, as the poet calls them, who might be led to believe that the earth is the only inhabited body in the universe, would have no difficulty in conceiving the earth also to have been destitute of inhabitants. What is more, if such minds were acquainted with the deductions of geology, they would admit that it was uninhabited for myriads of years." And here we come to the impossible conclusion that during these myriads of years there was not a single intelligent creature in the vast domains of the universal King. And that before the Proterozoic formations there existed neither plant nor animal in all the infinity of space. 1653. Flammarion shows, in addition, that all the conditions of life, even as we know it, are present on some at least of the planets, and points to the fact that these conditions must be much more favorable on them than they are on our earth. Thus scientific reasoning, as well as observed facts, concurs with the statements of the seer, and the innate voice in man's own heart in declaring that life, intelligent, conscious life, must exist on other worlds than ours. But this is the limit beyond which the ordinary faculties of man cannot carry him. Many are the romances and tales, some purely fanciful, others bristling with scientific knowledge, which have attempted to imagine and describe life on other globes. But one and all they give but some distorted copy of the drama of life around us. It is either, with Voltaire, the men of our own race under a microscope, or, with de Bergerac, a graceful play of fancy and satire. But we always find that at bottom the new world is but the one we ourselves live in. So strong is this tendency that even great natural, though non-initiated, seers, fall victims to it when untrained. Witness Swedenborg, who goes so far as to dress the inhabitants of Mercury, whom he meets with in the spirit world, in clothes such as are worn in Europe. Commenting on this tendency, Flammarion says, "It seems as if in the eyes of those authors who have written on this subject, the earth were the type of the universe, and the man of earth, the type of the inhabitants of the heavens. It is, on the contrary, much more probable, that, since the nature of other planets is essentially varied, and the surroundings and conditions of existence essentially different, while the forces which preside over the creation of beings and the substances which enter into their mutual constitution are essentially distinct, it would follow that our mode of existence cannot be regarded as in any way applicable to other globes. Those who have written on this subject have allowed themselves to be dominated by terrestrial ideas, and have therefore fallen into error." 1654. But Flammarion himself falls into the very error which he here condemns. For he tacitly takes the conditions of life on Earth as the standard by which to determine the degree to which other planets are adapted for habitation by other humanities. Let us, however, leave these profitless and empty speculations, which, though they seem to fill our hearts with a glow of enthusiasm and to enlarge our mental and spiritual grasp, do but in reality cause a factitious stimulation, and blind us more and more to our ignorance not only of the world we inhabit, but even of the infinitude contained within ourselves. When, therefore, we find other worlds spoken of in the Bibles of humanity, we may safely conclude that they not only refer to other states of our planetary chain and Earth, but also to other inhabited globes, stars and planets. Withal, that no speculations were ever made about the latter. The whole of antiquity believed in the universality of life. But no really initiated seer of any civilized nation has ever taught that life on other stars could be judged by the standard of terrestrial life. What is generally meant by earths and worlds relates, a, to the rebirths of our globe after each manvantara and a long period of obscuration, and b, to the periodical and entire changes of the earth's surface, when continents disappear to make room for oceans, and oceans and seas are violently displaced and sent rolling to the poles, to cede their emplacements to new continents. We may begin with the Bible, the youngest of the world scriptures. In Ecclesiastes, we read these words of the king initiate. "One generation passeth away and another generation cometh, but the earth abideth for ever. The thing that hath been, it is that which shall be, and that which is done, is that which shall be done, and there is no new thing under the sun." 1655. Under these words it is not easy to see the reference to the successive cataclysms by which the races of mankind are swept away, or, going further back, to the various transitions of the globe during the process of its formation. But if we are told that this refers only to our world as we now see it, then we shall refer the reader to the New Testament, where St. Paul speaks of the Son, the manifested power, whom God hath appointed heir of all things, by whom also he made the worlds, plural, 1656. This power is Chokmah, the wisdom and the word. We shall probably be told that by the term worlds, the stars, heavenly bodies, etc., were meant. But apart from the fact that stars were not known as worlds to the ignorant editors of the epistles, even if they must have been thus known to Paul, who was an initiate, master builder, we can quote on this point an eminent theologian, Cardinal Wiseman. In his work, I. 309, treating of the indefinite period of the 6 days, or shall we say, too definite period of the 6 days, of creation and the 6,000 years, he confesses that we are in total darkness as to the meaning of this statement of St. Paul, unless we are permitted to suppose that allusion is made in it to the period which elapsed between the first and second verses of chapter 1 of Genesis, and thus to those primitive revolutions, i.e., the destructions and the reproductions of the world, indicated in chapter 1 of Ecclesiastes, or, to accept, with so many others, and in its literal sense, the passage in chapter 1 of Hebrews, that speaks of the creation of worlds, in the plural. It is very singular, he adds, that all the cosmogonies should agree to suggest the same idea, and preserve the tradition of a first series of revolutions, owing to which the world was destroyed and again renewed. Had the cardinal studied the Zohar, his doubts would have been changed into certainties. Thus saith the Idra Sutta. There were old worlds which perished as soon as they came into existence. Worlds with and without form called scintillas, for they were like the sparks under the smith's hammer, flying in all directions. Some were the primordial worlds which could not continue long, because the aged, his name be sanctified, had not as yet assumed his form. 1657 The workman was not yet the heavenly man. 1658. Again in the Midrash, written long before the Kabbalah of Simeon ben Iochai, Rabbi Abahu explains. The Holy One, blessed be his name, has successively formed and destroyed sundry worlds before this one. 1659. Now this refers both to the first races, the kings of Edom, and to the worlds destroyed. 1660. Destroyed means here what we call obscuration. This becomes evident when we read the explanation given further on. Still, when it is said that they, the worlds, perished, it is only meant thereby that they, their humanities, lacked the true form, till the human, our, form came into being, in which all things are comprised and which contains all forms. It does not mean death, but only denotes a sinking down from their status, that of worlds in activity. 1661. When, therefore, we read of the destruction of the worlds, the word has many meanings, which are very clear in several of the commentaries on the Zohar and in Kabbalistic treatises. As said elsewhere, it means not only the destruction of many worlds which have ended their life career, but also that of the several continents which have disappeared, as also their decline and geographical change of place. The mysterious kings of Edom are sometimes referred to as the worlds that had been destroyed, but it is a cloak. The kings who reigned in Edom before there reigned a king in Israel, or the Edomite kings, could never symbolize the prior worlds, but only the attempts at men, on this globe, the pre-Adamite races, of which the Zohar speaks, and which we explain as the first root race. For as, speaking of the 6 earths, the 6 limbs of Microprosopis, it is said that the 7th, our earth, came not into the computation when the 6 were created, the 6 spheres above our globe in the terrestrial chain. So the first 7 kings of Edom are left out of calculation in Genesis. By the law of analogy and permutation, in the Chaldean book of Numbers, as also in the books of knowledge and of wisdom, the 7 primordial worlds mean also that the 7 primordial races, subraces of the first root race of the shadows. And, again, the kings of Edom are the sons of Esau, the father of the Edomites. 1662 i.e., Esau represents in the Bible the race which stands between the 4th and the 5th, the Atlantean and the Aryan. 2 nations are in thy womb, said the Lord to Rebekah, and Esau was red and hairy. From verse 24 to 34, chapter 25 of Genesis contains the allegorical history of the birth of the 5th race. Says the Sifrit Senialtha. And the kings of ancient days died and their chiefs, crowns, were found no more. And the Zohar states, the head of a nation that has not been formed at the beginning in the likeness of the white head, its people is not from this form. Before it, the white head, the 5th race or ancient of the ancients, arranged itself in its own, or present, form. All worlds have been destroyed, therefore it is written, and Bela, the son of Beer, reigned in Edom. Gen. 36. Here the worlds stand for races. And he, such or another king of Edom, died, and another reigned in his stead. No Kabbalist who has hitherto treated of the symbolism and allegory hidden under these kings of Edom seems to have perceived more than one aspect of them. They are neither the worlds that were destroyed, nor the kings that died, alone, but both, and much more, to treat of which there is no space at present. Therefore, leaving the mystic parables of the Zohar, we will return to the hard facts of materialistic science. First, however, citing a few from the long list of great thinkers who have believed in the plurality of inhabited worlds in general, and in worlds that preceded our own. These are, the great mathematicians Leibniz and Bernoulli, Sir Isaac Newton himself, as may be read in his Optics, Buffon, the naturalist, Condillac, the skeptic, Bailly, Lavater, Bernardin d'Esti, Pierre, and, as a contrast to the two last named, suspected at least of mysticism, Diderot and most of the writers of the Encyclopedia. Following these come Kant, the founder of modern philosophy, the poet-philosophers, Goethe, Krauss, Schelling. And many astronomers, from Bode, Ferguson and Herschel, to Lalande and Laplace, with their many disciples in more recent years. A brilliant list of honored names indeed. But the facts of physical astronomy speak even more strongly than these names in favor of the presence of life, of even organized life, on other planets. Thus in 4 meteorites which fell respectively at Alais in France, in the Cape of Good Hope, in Hungary, and again in France, on analysis, there was found graphite. A form of carbon known to be invariably associated with organic life on this earth of ours. And that the presence of this carbon is not due to any action occurring within our atmosphere is shown by the fact that carbon has been found in the very center of a meteorite. While in one which fell at Argueil, in the south of France, in 1857, there was found water and turf, the latter being always formed by the decomposition of vegetable substances. And further, examining the astronomical conditions of the other planets, it is easy to show that several are far better adapted for the development of life and intelligence, even under the conditions with which men are acquainted, than is our Earth. For instance, on the planet Jupiter the seasons, instead of varying between wide limits as do ours, change by almost imperceptible degrees, and last 12 times as long as ours. Owing to the inclination of its axis, the seasons on Jupiter are due almost entirely to the eccentricity of its orbit, and hence change slowly and regularly. We shall be told, that no life is possible on Jupiter, as it is in an incandescent state. But not all astronomers agree with this. For instance, what we state is declared by M. Flammarion, and he ought to know. On the other hand, Venus would be less adapted for human life such as exists on Earth, since its seasons are more extreme and its changes of temperature more sudden. Though it is curious that the duration of the day is nearly the same on the 4 inner planets, Mercury, Venus, the Earth and Mars. On Mercury, the Sun's heat and light are 7 times what they are on the Earth, and astronomy teaches that it is enveloped in a very dense atmosphere. And as we see that life appears more active on Earth in proportion to the light and heat of the Sun, it would seem more than probable that its intensity is far, far greater on Mercury than here. Venus, like Mercury, has a very dense atmosphere, as also has Mars, and the snows which cover their poles, the clouds which hide their surface, the geographical configuration of their seas and continents, the variations of seasons and climates, are all closely analogous, at least to the eye of the physical astronomer. But such facts and the considerations to which they give rise have reference only to the possibility of the existence on these planets of human life as known on Earth. That some forms of life such as we know are possible on these planets, has been long since abundantly demonstrated, and it seems perfectly useless to go into detailed questions of the physiology, etc. of these hypothetical inhabitants, since, after all, the reader can arrive only at an imaginary extension of his familiar surroundings. It is better to rest content with the 3 conclusions which M. Flammarion, whom we have so largely quoted, formulates as rigorous and exact deductions from the known facts and laws of science. I. The various forces which were active in the beginning of evolution gave birth to a great variety of beings on the several worlds, both in the organic and inorganic kingdoms. 2. The animated beings were constituted from the first according to forms and organisms in correlation with the physiological state of each inhabited globe. 3. The humanities of other worlds differ from us, as much in their inner organization as in their external physical type. Finally, the reader who may be disposed to question the validity of these conclusions as being opposed to the Bible, may be referred to an appendix in M. Flammarion's work dealing in detail with this question, since in a work like the present it seems unnecessary to point out the logical absurdity of those churchmen who deny the plurality of worlds on the ground of biblical authority. In this connection we may well recall those days when the burning zeal of the primitive church opposed the doctrine of the earth's rotundity, on the ground that the nations at the antipodes would be outside the pale of salvation. And again, we may remember how long it took for a nascent science to break down the idea of a solid firmament, in the grooves of which the stars moved for the special edification of terrestrial humanity. The theory of the Earth's rotation was met by a like opposition, even to the martyrdom of its discoverers, because, besides depriving our orb of its dignified central position in space, the theory produced an appalling confusion of ideas as to the ascension, the terms up and down being proved to be merely relative, thus complicating not a little the question of the precise locality of heaven. 1663. According to the best modern calculations, there are no less than 500 million stars of various magnitudes, within the range of the best telescopes. As to the distances between them, they are incalculable. Is, then, our microscopical Earth, a grain of sand on an infinite seashore, the only center of intelligent life? Our own Sun, itself 1,300,000 times larger than our planet, sinks into insignificance beside the giant Sun, Sirius, and the latter in its turn is dwarfed by other luminaries in infinite space. The self-centered conception of Jehovah as the special guardian of a small and obscure semi-nomadic tribe, is tolerable beside that which confines sentient existence to our microscopical globe. The primary reasons were without doubt, a. Astronomical ignorance on the part of the early Christians, coupled with an exaggerated appreciation of man's own importance, a crude form of selfishness. And b. The dread that, if the hypothesis of millions of other inhabited globes were accepted, the crushing rejoinder would ensue, was there then a revelation to each world? Involving the idea of the Son of God eternally going the rounds, as it were. Happily it is now unnecessary to waste time and energy in proving the possibility of the existence of such worlds. All intelligent persons admit it. That which now remains to be demonstrated is, that if it is once proven that there are inhabited worlds besides our own, with humanities entirely different from each other as from our own, as maintained in the occult sciences, then the evolution of the preceding races is half proved. For where is that physicist or geologist who is prepared to maintain that the Earth has not changed scores of times, in the millions of years which have elapsed in the course of its existence? And that changing its skin, as it is called in occultism, the Earth has not had each time her special humanities adapted to such atmospheric and climatic conditions as were entailed by such change? And if so, why should not our preceding four and entirely different mankinds have existed and thrived before our Adamic fifth root race? Before closing our debate, however, we have to examine the so-called organic evolution more closely. Let us search well and see whether it is quite impossible to make our occult data and chronology agree, up to a certain point, with those of science. See Supplementary Remarks on Esoteric Geological Chronology. It seems possible to calculate the approximate duration at any rate of the geological periods from the combined data of science and occultism now before us. Geology is, of course, able to determine one thing with almost certainty, the thickness of the several deposits. Now, it also stands to reason that the time required for the deposition of any stratum on a sea bottom must bear a strict proportion to the thickness of the mass thus formed. Doubtless the rate of the erosion of land, and of the sorting out of matter onto ocean beds, has varied from age to age, and cataclysmic changes of various kinds have broken the uniformity of ordinary geological processes. Provided, then, that we have some definite numerical basis on which to work, our task is rendered less difficult than it might at first sight appear. Making due allowance for variations in the rate of deposit, Professor Lefebvre gives us the relative figures which sum up geological time. He does not attempt to calculate the lapse of years since the first bed of the Laurentian rocks was deposited, but postulating that time as x, he presents us with the relative proportions in which the various periods stand to it. Let us premise our estimate by stating that, roughly speaking, the primordial rocks are 70,000 feet, the primary 42,000 feet, the secondary 15,000 feet, the tertiary 5,000 feet, and the quaternary some 500 feet in thickness. Dividing into 100 parts the time, whatever its actual length, that has passed since the dawn of life on this earth, lower Laurentian strata. We shall be led to attribute to the primordial age more than half of the whole duration, say 53. 5, to the primary 32.2, to the secondary 11.5, to the tertiary 2.3, to the quaternary 0.5 or 0.5%. 1664. Now, as it is certain, on occult data, that the time which has elapsed since the first sedimentary deposits is 320 million years, we are able to construct the following table. Rough approximations of length of geological periods in years. Primordial, Laurentian, Cambrian, Silurian 171,200,000. Primary, Devonian, Coal, Permian 103,040,000. Secondary, Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous 36,800,000. Tertiary, Eocene, Miocene, Pliocene 7,360,000. Quaternary, 1,600,000. 1665. Such estimates harmonize with the statements of esoteric ethnology in almost every particular. The tertiary Atlantean part cycle, from the apex of glory of that race in the early Eocene to the great mid-Miocene cataclysm, would appear to have lasted some 3.5 to 4 million years. If the duration of the quaternary is not, as seems likely, rather overestimated, the sinking of Ruta and Daitya would be post-tertiary. It is probable that the results here given allow somewhat too long a period to both the tertiary and quaternary, as the third race goes very far back into the secondary age. Nevertheless, the figures are most suggestive. But the argument from geological evidence being in favor of only 100 million years, let us compare our claims and teachings with those of exact science. Mr. Edward Claude, 1666, in referring to M. de Mortillett's work Matériaux pour l'histoire de l'homme, which places man in the mid-Miocene period 1667, remarks that it would be in defiance of all that the doctrine of evolution teaches, and moreover win no support from believers in special creation and the fixity of species, to seek for so highly specialized a mammalian as man at an early stage in the life history of the globe. To this, one could answer, a. The doctrine of evolution, as inaugurated by Darwin and developed by later evolutionists, is not only the reverse of infallible, but it is repudiated by several great men of science, e.g. the Decad in France, Dr. Weissmann, an ex-evolutionist in Germany, and many others, the ranks of the anti-Darwinists growing stronger with every year. 1668 and, b. Truth to be worthy of its name, and remain truth and fact, hardly needs to beg for support from any class or sect. For were it to win support from believers in special creation, it would never gain the favor of the evolutionists, and vice versa. Truth must rest upon its own firm foundation of facts, and take its chance of recognition, when every prejudice in the way is disposed of. Though the question has been already fully considered in its main aspect, it is, nevertheless, advisable to combat every so-called scientific objection as we go along, when making what are regarded as heretical and anti-scientific statements. Let us briefly glance at the divergencies between orthodox and esoteric science, on the question of the age of the globe and of man. With the two respective synchronistic tables before him, the reader will be enabled to see at a glance the importance of these divergencies, and to perceive, at the same time, that it is not impossible, nay, it is most likely, that further discoveries in geology and the finding of fossil remains of man will force science to confess that it is esoteric philosophy which is right after all. Or, at any rate, nearer to the truth. Parallelism of life. Scientific hypotheses. Science divides the period of the globe's history, since the beginning of life on Earth, or the Azoic Age, into 5 main divisions or periods, according to Haeckel. 1669. Esoteric theory, leaving the classification of the geological periods to Western science, esoteric philosophy divides only the life periods on the globe. In the present Manvantara, the actual period is separated into 7 kalpas and 7 great human races. Its first kalpa, answering to the primordial epoch, is the age of the primeval. Scientific, primordial epoch, Laurentian, Cambrian, Silurian. The primordial epoch, science tells us, is by no means devoid of vegetable and animal life. In the Laurentian deposits are found specimens of the Eazun canadense, a chambered shell. In the Silurian are discovered seaweeds, algae, mollusks, crustacea, and lower marine organisms, also the first trace of fishes. The primordial epoch shows algae, mollusks, crustacea, polyps, and marine organisms, etc. Science teaches, therefore, that marine life was present from the very beginnings of time, leaving us, however, to speculate for ourselves as to how life appeared on Earth. If it rejects the biblical creation, as we do, why does it not give us another, approximately plausible hypothesis? Esoteric, primeval, 1670, devas or divine men, the creators and progenitors. 1671. The esoteric philosophy agrees with the statement made by science, see preceding, demurring, however, to one particular. The 300 million years of vegetable life, see, Brahmanical chronology, preceded the divine men, or progenitors. Also, no teaching denies that there were traces of life within the earth, besides the Eazun canadense, in the primordial epoch. Only, whereas the said vegetation belonged to this round, the zoological relics now found in the Laurentian, Cambrian, and Silurian systems, so called, are the relics of the third round. At first astral like the rest, they consolidated and materialized pari passu with the new vegetation. Scientific, primary, Devonian, 1672 coal, Permian. Fern forests, sigillaria, coniferae, fishes, first trace of reptiles. Thus saith modern science. Esoteric, primary, divine progenitors, secondary groups, and the 2.5 races. The esoteric doctrine repeats that which was said above. These are all relics of the preceding round. 1673. Once, however, the prototypes are projected out of the astral envelope of the earth, an indefinite amount of modification ensues. Scientific, secondary, Triassic, Jurassic, Cretaceous. This is the age of reptiles, of the gigantic megalosauri, ichthyosauri, plesiosauri, etc. Science denies the presence of man in this period. But it has still to explain how men came to know of these monsters and describe them before the age of Cuvier. The old annals of China, India, Egypt, and even of Judea are full of them, as demonstrated elsewhere. In this period also appear the first marsupial mammals 1674, insectivorous, carnivorous, phytophagous, and, as Professor Owen thinks, a herbivorous hoofed mammal. Science does not admit the appearance of man before the close of the Tertiary period. 1675. Why? Because man has to be shown younger than the higher mammals. But esoteric philosophy teaches us the reverse. And as science is quite unable to come to anything like an approximate conclusion as to the age of man, or even as to the geological periods, the occult teaching is, therefore, more logical and reasonable, even if accepted only as a hypothesis. Esoteric, secondary, according to every calculation the third race had already made its appearance, as during the Triassic there were already a few mammals, and it must have separated before their appearance. This, then, is the age of the third race, in which the origins of the early fourth may be perhaps also discoverable. We are, however, here left entirely to conjecture, as no definite data are yet given out by the initiates. The analogy is but a poor one, still it may be argued that, as the early mammalia and premammalia are shown in their evolution merging from one kind into a higher one anatomically, so are the human races in their procreative processes. A parallel might certainly be found between the monotremata, Didelphia, or Marsupialia, and the placental mammals, divided in their turn into 3 orders 1676 like the first, second, and third root races of men. 1677 But this would require more space than can be now allotted to the subject. Scientific, Tertiary 1678, Eocene, Miocene, Pliocene. No man is yet allowed to have lived during this period. Says Mr. E. Claude, in knowledge, although the placental mammals and the order of primates to which man is related, appear in tertiary times, and the climate, tropical in the Eocene age, warm in the Miocene, and temperate in the Pliocene, was favorable to his presence, the proofs of his existence in Europe before the close of the tertiary epoch are not generally accepted here. Esoteric, tertiary, the third race has now almost utterly disappeared, carried away by the fearful geological cataclysms of the secondary age, leaving behind it but a few hybrid races. The fourth, born millions of years before 1679 the said cataclysm took place, perished during the Miocene period 1680 when the fifth, our Aryan race, had had 1,000,000 years of independent existence. 1681 How much older it is from its origin, who knows? As the historical period began with the Indian Aryans, with their Vedas for their multitudes 1682 and far earlier in the esoteric records, it is useless to establish here any parallels. Geology has now divided the periods and placed man in the quaternary. Scientific, quaternary, Paleolithic man, Neolithic man, historical period. Esoteric, quaternary, if the quaternary period is allowed 1,500,000 years, then only does our fifth race belong to it. Yet, mirabile dictu, while the non-cannibal Paleolithic man, who must have certainly antedated cannibal Neolithic man by hundreds of thousands of years 1683 is shown to be a remarkable artist, Neolithic man is made out to be almost an abject savage. His lake dwellings notwithstanding. 1684 For see what a learned geologist, Mr. Charles Gould, tells the reader in his Mythical Monsters. Paleolithic men were unacquainted with pottery and the art of weaving, and apparently had no domesticated animals or system of cultivation. But the Neolithic lake dwellers of Switzerland had looms, pottery, cereals, sheep, horses, etc. Implements of horn, bone, and wood were in common use among both races, but those of the older are frequently distinguished by their being sculptured with great ability, or ornamented with lifelike engravings of the various animals living at the period. Whereas there appears to have been a marked absence of any similar artistic ability 1685 on the part of Neolithic man. 1686. Let us give the reasons for this. 1. The oldest fossil man, the primitive cavemen of the old Paleolithic period, and of the pre-glacial period, of whatever length, and however far back, is always the same genus man. And there are no fossil remains proving for him what the Hipparion and Anchitherium have proved for the genus horse, that is, gradual progressive specialization from a simple ancestral type to more complex existing forms. 1687. 2. As to the so-called Paleolithic hatchets. When placed side by side with the rudest forms of stone hatchets actually used by the Australian and other savages, it is difficult to detect any difference. 1688. This goes to prove that there have been savages at all times, and the inference would be that there might have been civilized people in those days as well, cultured nations contemporary with those rude savages. We see such a thing in Egypt 7,000 years ago. 3. An obstacle which is the direct consequence of the two preceding, man, if no older than the Paleolithic period, could not possibly have had the actual time necessary for his transformation from the missing link into what he is known to have been even during that remote geological time, i.e., even a finer specimen of manhood than many of the now existing races. The above lends itself naturally to the following syllogism. 1. The primitive man, known to science, was, in some respects, even a finer man of his genus than he is now. 2. The earliest monkey known, the lemur, was less anthropoid than the modern pithecoid species. 3. Conclusion. Even though a missing link were found, the balance of evidence would remain more in favor of the ape being a degenerated man, made dumb by some fortuitous circumstances. 1689 than in favor of the descent of man from a pithecoid ancestor. The theory cuts both ways. On the other hand, if the existence of Atlantis be accepted, and the statement be believed that in the Eocene age, even in its very first part, the great cycle of the fourth race men, the Atlanteans, had already reached its highest point. 1690. Then some of the present difficulties of science might easily be made to disappear. The rude workmanship of the Paleolithic tools proves nothing against the idea that, side by side with their makers, there lived nations highly civilized. We are told that only a very small portion of the Earth's surface has been explored, and of this a very small portion consists of ancient land surfaces or fresh water formations, where alone we can expect to meet with traces of the higher forms of animal life. And even these have been so imperfectly explored, that where we now meet with thousands and tens of thousands of undoubted human remains lying almost under our feet. It is only within the last 30 years that their existence has even been suspected. 1691. It is very suggestive also that along with the rude hatchets of the lowest savage, explorers meet with specimens of workmanship of such artistic merit as could hardly be found, or expected, in a modern peasant belonging to any European country, unless in exceptional cases. The portrait of the reindeer feeding, from the Thangen Grotto in Switzerland, and those of the man running, with two horses' heads sketched close to him, a work of the reindeer period, i.e., at least 50,000 years ago, are pronounced by Mr. Lang to be not only exceedingly well done, but the former, the reindeer feeding, is described as one that would do credit to any modern animal painter, by no means exaggerated praise, as anyone may see by glancing at the sketch given below from Mr. Gould's work. Now, since we have our greatest painters of Europe side by side with the modern Eskimo, who also have a tendency, like their Paleolithic ancestors of the reindeer period, the rude and savage human species, to be constantly drawing with the point of their knives sketches of animals, scenes of the chase, etc. Why could not the same have happened in those days? Compared with the specimens of Egyptian drawing and sketching, 7,000 years ago, the earliest portraits of men, horses' heads, and reindeer, made 50,000 years ago, are certainly superior. Nevertheless, the Egyptians of those periods are known to have been a highly civilized nation, whereas the Paleolithic men are called savages of the lower type. This is a small matter seemingly, yet it is extremely suggestive as showing how every new geological discovery is made to fit in with current theories, instead of fitting the theories to include the discovery. Yes, Mr. Huxley is right in saying, time will show. It will, and it must vindicate occultism. Meanwhile, the most uncompromising materialists are driven by necessity into the most occult-like admissions. Strange to say, it is the most materialistic, those of the German school, who, with regard to physical development, come the nearest to the teachings of the occultists. Thus, Professor Baumgartner believes that the germs for the higher animals could only be the eggs of the lower animals. Besides the advance of the vegetable and animal world in development, there occurred in that period the formation of new original germs, which formed the basis of new metamorphoses, etc. The first men who proceeded from the germs of animals beneath them, lived first in a larva state. Just so, in a larva state, we say too, only from no animal germ, and that larva was the soulless astral form of the pre-physical races. And we believe, as the German professor does, with several other men of science in Europe now, that the human races have not descended from one pair, but appeared immediately in numerous races. 1692. Therefore, when we read Force and Matter, and find that emperor of materialists, Buchner, repeating after Manu and Hermes, that imperceptibly the plant glides into the animal into the man 1693. We need only add, and man into a spirit, to complete the Kabbalistic axiom. The more so, since we read the following admission. Evolved by spontaneous generation, that whole rich and multiform organic world, has developed itself progressively, in the course of endless periods of time, by the aid of natural phenomena. 1694. The whole difference lies in this, modern science places her materialistic theory of primordial germs on Earth, and the last germ of life on this globe, of man, and everything else, between two voids. Whence the first germ, if both spontaneous generation and the interference of external forces, are absolutely rejected now. Germs of organic life, we are told, by Sir William Thomson, came to our Earth in some meteor. This helps in no way, and only shifts the difficulty from this Earth to the supposed meteor. These are our agreements and disagreements with science. About the endless periods, we are, of course, at one even with materialistic speculation. For we believe in evolution, though on different lines. Professor Huxley very wisely says, if any form of the doctrine of progressive development is correct, we must extend by long epochs the most liberal estimate that has yet been made of the antiquity of man. 1695. But when we are told that this man is a product of the natural forces inherent in matter, force, according to modern views, being but a quality of matter, a mode of motion, etc. And when we find Sir William Thomson repeating in 1885 what was asserted by Buchner in his school 30 years ago, we fear all our reverence for real science is vanishing into thin air. One can hardly help thinking that materialism is, in certain cases, a disease. For when men of science, in the face of magnetic phenomena and the attraction of iron particles through insulating substances, like glass, maintain that the said attraction is due to molecular motion, or to the rotation of the molecules of the magnet, then, whether the teaching comes from a credulous theosophist innocent of any notion of physics, or from an eminent man of science, it is equally ridiculous. The individual who asserts such a theory in the teeth of fact, is only one more proof that, when people have not a niche in their minds into which to shoot facts, so much the worse for the facts. At present the dispute between the spontaneous generationists and their opponents is at rest, having ended in the provisional victory of the latter. But even they are forced to admit, as Buchner did, and Messrs. Tyndall and Huxley still do, that spontaneous generation must have occurred once, under special thermal conditions. Virchow refuses even to argue the question, it must have taken place some time in the history of our planet. And there's an end of it. This seems to look more natural than Sir William Thomson's hypothesis just quoted, that the germs of organic life fell on our Earth in some meteor. Or the other scientific hypothesis coupled with the recently adopted belief that there exists no vital principle whatever, but only vital phenomena, which can all be traced to the molecular forces of the original protoplasm. But this does not help science to solve the still greater problem, the origin and the descent of man, for here is a still worse plaint and lamentation. While we can trace the skeletons of Eocene mammals through several directions of specialization in succeeding tertiary times, man presents the phenomenon of an unspecialized skeleton which cannot fairly be connected with any of these lines. 1696. The secret could be soon told, not only from the esoteric but even from the standpoint of every religion the world over, without mentioning the occultists. The specialized skeleton is sought for in the wrong place, where it can never be found. Scientists expect to discover it in the physical remains of man, in some pithecoid, missing link, with a skull larger than that of the apes, and with a cranial capacity smaller than in man. Instead of looking for that specialization in the superphysical essence of his inner astral constitution, which can hardly be excavated from any geological strata. Such a tenacious, hopeful clinging to a self-degrading theory is the most wonderful feature of the day. Meanwhile, there are specimens of engravings made by Paleolithic savages, Paleolithic meaning the earlier Stone Age man, one supposed to have been as savage and brutal as the brutes he lived with. Leaving the modern South Sea Islander, or even any Asiatic race, aside, we defy any grown-up schoolboy, or even a European youth, one who has never studied drawing, to execute such an engraving or even a pencil sketch as good. Here we have the true artistic ricorsi, and correct lights and shadows without any plain model before the artist, who copied direct from nature, thus exhibiting a knowledge of anatomy and proportion. The artist who engraved this reindeer belonged, we are asked to believe, to the primitive, semi-animal, savages, contemporaneous with the mammoth and the woolly rhinoceros. whom some overzealous evolutionists once sought to picture to us as distinct approximations to the type of their hypothetical, pithecoid man. This engraved antler proves as eloquently as any fact can do, that the evolution of the races has ever proceeded in a series of rises and falls, that man is, perhaps, as old as incrustated earth. And, if we can call his divine ancestor, man, is far older still. Even de Mortillet himself seems to experience a vague distrust of the conclusions of modern archaeologists, when he writes, "The prehistoric is a new science, far, very far, from having said its last word." 1697. According to Lyell, one of the highest authorities on the subject, and the father of geology. The expectation of always meeting with a lower type of human skull, the older the formation in which it occurs, is based on the theory of progressive development, and it may prove to be sound. Nevertheless, we must remember that as yet we have no distinct geological evidence that the appearance of what are called the inferior races of mankind has always preceded in chronological order that of the higher races. 1698. Nor has such evidence been found to this day. Science is thus offering for sale the skin of a bear, which has hitherto never been seen by mortal eye. This concession of Lyell's reads most suggestively with the subjoined utterance of Professor Max Muller, whose attack on Darwinian anthropology from the standpoint of language has, by the way, never been satisfactorily answered. What do we know of savage tribes beyond the last chapter of their history? Compare this with the esoteric view of the Australians, Bushmen, as well as of Paleolithic European man, the Atlantean offshoots retaining a relic of a lost culture, which throve when the parent root race was in its prime. Do we ever get an insight into their antecedents? Can we ever understand what after all is everywhere the most important and the most instructive lesson to learn, how they have come to be what they are? Their language proves, indeed, that these so-called heathens, with their complicated systems of mythology, their artificial customs, their unintelligible whims and savageries, are not the creatures of today or yesterday. Unless we admit a special creation for these savages, they must be as old as the Hindus, the Greeks and Romans, far older. They may have passed through ever so many vicissitudes, and what we consider as primitive, may be, for all we know, a relapse into savagery or a corruption of something that was more rational and intelligible in former stages. 1699. Professor George Rawlinson, M.A., remarks, "The primeval savage is a familiar term in modern literature, but there is no evidence that the primeval savage ever existed. Rather all the evidence looks the other way." 1700. In his Origin of Nations, he rightly adds, "The mythical traditions of almost all nations place at the beginning of human history a time of happiness and perfection, golden age, which has no features of savagery or barbarism, but many of civilization and refinement." 1701. How is the modern evolutionist to meet this consensus of evidence? We repeat the question asked in Isis Unveiled. Does the finding of the remains in the cave of Devon prove that there were no contemporary races then who were highly civilized? When the present population of the earth has disappeared, and some archaeologist belonging to the coming race of the distant future shall excavate the domestic implements of one of our Indian or Andaman Island tribes, will he be justified in concluding that mankind in the 19th century was just emerging from the Stone Age? 1702. Another strange inconsistency in scientific theories is that Neolithic man is shown as being far more of a primitive savage than Paleolithic. Either Lubbock's prehistoric man, or Evans' ancient stone implements must be at fault, or both. For this is what we learn from these works and others. 1. As we pass from Neolithic to Paleolithic man, the stone implements become rude lumbering makeshifts, instead of gracefully shaped and polished instruments. Pottery, and other useful arts disappear as we descend the scale. And yet the latter could engrave such a reindeer. 2. Paleolithic man lived in caves which he shared with hyenas and lions, 1703, whereas Neolithic man dwelt in lake villages and buildings. Everyone who has followed even superficially the geological discoveries of our day, knows that a gradual improvement in workmanship is found, from the clumsy chipping and rude chopping of the early Paleolithic hatchets, to the relatively graceful stone celts of that part of the Neolithic period immediately preceding the use of metals. But this is in Europe, only a few portions of which were barely rising from the waters in the days of the highest Atlantean civilization. There were rude savages and highly civilized people then, as there are now. If 50,000 years hence, pygmy bushmen are exhumed from some African cavern together with far earlier pygmy elephants, such as were found in the cave deposits of Malta by Milne Edwards, will that be a reason for maintaining that in our age all men and all elephants were pygmies? Or if the weapons of the Vedas of Ceylon are found, will our descendants be justified in setting us all down as Paleolithic savages? All the articles which geologists now excavate in Europe can certainly never date earlier than the close of the Eocene age, since the lands of Europe were not even above water before that period. Nor can what we have said be in the least invalidated by theorists telling us that these quaint sketches of animals and men by Paleolithic man were executed only toward the close of the reindeer period, for this explanation would be a very lame one indeed, in view of the geologist's ignorance of even the approximate duration of periods. The esoteric doctrine teaches distinctly the dogma of the risings and falls of civilization. And now we learn that it is a remarkable fact that cannibalism seems to have become more frequent as man advanced in civilization. And that while its traces are frequent in Neolithic times they become very scarce or altogether disappear in the age of the mammoth and the reindeer. 1704. Another evidence of the cyclic law and the truth of our teachings. Esoteric history teaches that idols and their worship died out with the fourth race, until the survivors of the hybrid races of the latter, Chinamen, African Negroes, etc., gradually brought the worship back. The Vedas countenance no idols, all the modern Hindu writings do. In the early Egyptian tombs, and in the remains of the prehistoric cities excavated by Dr. Schliemann, images of owl and ox-headed goddesses, and other symbolical figures or idols, are found in abundance. But when we ascend into Neolithic times, such idols are no longer found, or, if found, it is so rarely that archaeologists still dispute as to their existence. The only ones which may be said with some certainty to have been idols are one or two discovered by M. de Bray in some artificial caves of the Neolithic period, which appear to be intended for female figures of life size. 1705. And these may have been simply statues. Anyhow, all this is one among the many proofs of the cyclic rise and fall of civilization and religion. The fact that no traces of human relics or skeletons are so far found beyond post-tertiary or quaternary times, though Abbé bourgeois flints may serve as a warning 1706, seems to point to the truth of another esoteric statement, which runs thus. Seek for the remains of thy forefathers in the high places. The valleys have grown into mountains and the mountains have crumbled to the bottom of the seas. Fourth race mankind, thinned after the last cataclysm by 2/3 of its population. Instead of settling on the new continents and islands that reappeared, while their predecessors formed the floors of new oceans, deserted that which is now Europe and parts of Asia and Africa for the summits of gigantic mountains. The seas that surrounded some of the latter having since retreated and made room for the tablelands of Central Asia. The most interesting example of this progressive march is perhaps afforded by the celebrated Kent's Cavern at Torquay. In that strange recess, excavated by water out of the Devonian limestone, we find a most curious record preserved for us in the geological memoirs of the earth. Under the blocks of limestone, which heaped the floor of the cavern, were discovered, embedded in a deposit of black earth, many implements of the Neolithic period of fairly excellent workmanship, with a few fragments of pottery, possibly traceable to the era of the Roman colonization. There is no trace of Paleolithic man here. No flints or traces of the extinct animals of the Quaternary period. When, however, we penetrate still deeper through the dense layer of stalagmite beneath the black mold into the red earth, which, of course, itself once formed the pavement of the retreat, things assume a very different aspect. Not one implement fit to bear comparison with the finely chipped weapons found in the overlying stratum is to be seen. Only a host of the rude and lumbering little hatchets, with which the monstrous giants of the animal world were subdued and killed by little man, we have to think. And scrapers of the Paleolithic age, mixed up confusedly with the bones of species now either extinct or emigrated, driven away by change of climate. It is the artificer of these ugly little hatchets, you see, who sculptured the reindeer over the brook, on the antler as shown above. In all cases we meet with the same evidence that, from historic to Neolithic and from Neolithic to Paleolithic man, things slope downwards on an inclined plane from the rudiments of civilization to the most abject barbarism, in Europe again. We are made also to face the Mammoth Age, the extreme or earliest division of the Paleolithic Age, in which the great rudeness of implements reaches its maximum, and the brutal appearance of contemporary skulls, such as the Neanderthal, points to a very low type of humanity. But they may sometimes point also to something else, to a race of men quite distinct from our fifth race, humanity. As said by an anthropologist in modern thought. The theory, scientifically based or not, of Pereire may be considered to be equivalent to that which divided man in two species. Broca, Vieri, and a number of the French anthropologists have recognized that the lower race of man, comprising the Australian, Tasmanian, and Negro race, excluding the Kaffirs and the Northern Africans, should be placed apart. The fact that in this species, or rather subspecies, the third lower molars are usually larger than the second, and the squamosal and frontal bones are generally united by suture, places the Homo afrin the level of being as good a distinct species as many of the kinds of finches. I shall abstain on the present occasion from mentioning the facts of hybridity, whereon the late Professor Broca has so exhaustively commented. The history, in the past ages of the world, of this race is peculiar. It has never originated a system of architecture or a religion of its own. 1707. It is peculiar, indeed, as we have shown in the case of the Tasmanians. However it may be, fossil man in Europe can neither prove nor disprove the antiquity of man on this earth, nor the age of his earliest civilizations. It is time that the occultists should disregard any attempts to laugh at them, scorning the heavy guns of the satire of the men of science as much as the pop guns of the profane, since it is impossible, so far, to obtain either proof or disproof. While their theories can stand the test better than can the hypotheses of the scientists, at any rate. As to the proof of the antiquity which they claim for man, they have Darwin himself and Lyell with them. The latter confesses that they, the naturalists, have already obtained evidence of the existence of man at so remote a period that there has been time for many conspicuous mammalia, once his contemporaries, to die out. And this even before the era of the earliest historical records. 1708. This is a statement made by one of England's great authorities upon the question. The two sentences that follow are as suggestive, and may well be remembered by students of occultism, for with all others he says, in spite of the long lapse of prehistoric ages during which he, man, must have flourished on earth, there is no proof of any perceptible change in his bodily structure. If, therefore, he ever diverged from some unreasoning brute ancestor, we must suppose him to have existed at a far more distant epoch, possibly on some continents or islands now submerged beneath the ocean. Thus lost continents are officially suspected. That worlds, and also races, are periodically destroyed by fire, volcanoes and earthquakes, and water, in turn, and are periodically renewed, is a doctrine as old as man. Manu, Hermes, the Chaldeans, all antiquity, believed in this. Twice already has the face of the globe been changed by fire, and twice by water, since man appeared on it. As land needs rest and renovation, new forces, and a change for its soil, so does water. Thence arises a periodical redistribution of land and water, change of climates, etc. All brought on by geological revolution, and ending in a final change in the axis of the earth. Astronomers may pooh-pooh the idea of a periodical change in the behavior of the globe's axis, and smile at the conversation given in the Book of Enoch between Noah and his grandfather Enoch. The allegory is, nevertheless, a geological and an astronomical fact. There is a secular change in the inclination of the Earth's axis, and its appointed time is recorded in one of the great secret cycles. As in many other questions, science is gradually moving toward our way of thinking. Dr. Henry Woodward, FRS, FGS, writes in the Popular Science Review, "If it be necessary to call in extramundane causes to explain the great increase of ice at this glacial period, I would prefer the theory propounded by Dr. Robert Hooke in 1688. Since, by Sir Richard Phillips and others, and lastly by Mr. Thomas Belt, C.E., FGS. Namely, a slight increase in the present obliquity of the ecliptic, a proposal in perfect accord with other known astronomical facts, and the introduction of which involves no disturbance of the harmony which is essential to our cosmical condition as a unit in the great solar system." 1709. The following, quoted from a lecture by W. Pengeli, FRS, FGS, delivered in March 1885, on The Extinct Lake of Bovey Tracy, shows the hesitation, in the face of every evidence in favor of Atlantis, to accept the fact. Evergreen figs, laurels, palms, and ferns having gigantic rhizomes have their existing congeners in a subtropical climate, such, it cannot be doubted, as prevailed in Devonshire in Miocene times, and are thus calculated to suggest caution when the present climate of any district is regarded as normal. When, moreover, Miocene plants are found in Disco Island, on the west coast of Greenland, lying between 69 degrees 20 and 70 degrees 30 N. lat., when we learn that among them were two species found also at Bovey, Sequoia coutsii, Quercus lielli. When, to quote Professor here, we find that the splendid evergreen, Magnolia inglefieldi, ripened its fruits so far north as on the parallel of 70° Phil. Trans. Clicks. 457, 1869. When also the number, variety, and luxuriance of the Greenland Miocene plants are found to have been such that, had land continued so far, some of them would in all probability have flourished at the pole itself. The problem of changes of climate is brought prominently into view, but only to be dismissed apparently with the feeling that the time for its solution has not yet arrived. It seems to be admitted on all hands that the Miocene plants of Europe have their nearest and most numerous existing analogues in North America, and hence arises the question, how was the migration from one area to the other effected? Was there, as some have believed, an Atlantis, a continent, or an archipelago of large islands, occupying the area of the North Atlantic? There is perhaps nothing unphilosophical in this hypothesis. For since, as geologists state, the Alps have acquired 4,000, and even in some places more than 10,000 feet of their present altitude since the commencement of the Eocene period, Lyell's Principles, 11th edition, page 256, 1872, a post-Miocene depression might have carried the hypothetical Atlantis into almost abysmal depths. But an Atlantis is apparently unnecessary and uncalled for. According to Professor Oliver, a close and very peculiar analogy subsists between the flora of tertiary Central Europe and the recent floras of the American states and of the Japanese region. An analogy much closer and more intimate than is to be traced between the tertiary and recent floras of Europe. We find the tertiary element of the Old World to be intensified towards its extreme eastern margin, if not in numerical preponderance of genera, yet in features which especially give a character to the fossil flora. This accession of the tertiary element is rather gradual and not abruptly assumed in the Japan Islands only. Although it there attains a maximum, we may trace it from the Mediterranean, Levant, Caucasus, and Persia, then along the Himalaya and through China. We learn also that during the Tertiary epoch, counterparts of Central European Miocene genera certainly grew in Northwest America. We note further that the present Atlantic Islands flora affords no substantial evidence of a former direct communication with the mainland of the New World. The consideration of these facts lead me to the opinion that botanical evidence does not favor the hypothesis of an Atlantis. On the other hand, it strongly favors the view that at some period of the Tertiary epoch northeastern Asia was united to northwestern America, perhaps by the line where the Aleutian chain of islands now extends. Nat History Rev. 2. 164, 1862, Art, the Atlantis Hypothesis in its botanical aspect. See, however, on these points, scientific and geological proofs of the reality of several submerged continents. But nothing short of a pithecoid man will ever satisfy the luckless searchers after the thrice hypothetical missing link. Yet, if beneath the vast floors of the Atlantic, from the Tenerife Pic to Gibraltar, the ancient emplacement of the lost Atlantis, all the submarine strata were to be broken up miles deep, no such skull as would satisfy the Darwinists would be found. As Dr. C.R. Bree remarks, no missing links between man and ape having been discovered in various gravels and formations above the tertiary strata, if these forms had gone down with the continents now covered with the sea, they might still have been found in those beds of contemporary geological strata which have not gone down to the bottom of the sea. 1710. Yet they are as fatally absent from the latter as from the former. Did not preconceptions fasten vampire-like on man's mind, the author of The Antiquity of Man would have found a clue to the difficulty in that same work of his, by going 10 pages back, to p. 530, and reading over a quotation of his own from Professor G. Ralston's work. This physiologist, he says, suggests that as there is considerable plasticity in the human frame, not only in youth and during growth, but even in the adult, we ought not always to take for granted, as some advocates of the development theory seem to do, that each advance in physical power depends on an improvement in bodily structure, for why may not the soul, or the higher intellectual and moral faculties play the first instead of the second part in a progressive scheme? This hypothesis is made in relation to evolution not being entirely due to natural selection, but it applies as well to the case in hand. For we, too, claim that it is the soul, or the inner man, that descends on earth first, the psychic astral, the mold on which physical man is gradually built, his spirit, intellectual and moral faculties awakening later on as that physical stature grows and develops. Thus incorporeal spirits to smaller forms reduced their shapes immense, and became the men of the third and the fourth races. Still later, ages after, appeared the men of our fifth race, reduced from what we should call the still gigantic stature of their primeval ancestors, to about half that size at present. Man is certainly no special creation. He is the product of nature's gradual perfective work, like any other living unit on this earth. But this is only with regard to the human tabernacle. That which lives and thinks in man and survives that frame, the masterpiece of evolution, is the eternal pilgrim, the protean differentiation in space and time of the one absolute, unknowable. In his Antiquity of Man 1711 Sir Charles Lyell quotes, perhaps in rather a mocking spirit, what Hallam says in his Introduction to the Literature of Europe. If man was made in the image of God, he was also made in the image of an ape. The framework of the body of him who has weighed the stars and made the lightning his slave, approaches to that of a speechless brute who wanders in the forests of Sumatra. Thus standing on the frontier land between animal and angelic natures, what wonder that he should partake of both, 1712. An occultist would have put it otherwise. He would say that man was indeed made in the image of a type projected by his progenitor, the creating angel force, or Dayan Chohan. While the wanderer of the forest of Sumatra was made in the image of man, since the framework of the ape, we say again, is the revival, the resuscitation by abnormal means, of the actual form of the third round and of the fourth round man as well. Later on. Nothing is lost in nature, not an atom, this is at least certain on scientific data. Analogy would appear to demand that form should be equally endowed with permanency. And yet what do we find? Says Sir William Dawson, FRS. It is farther significant that Professor Huxley, in his lectures in New York, while resting his case as to the lower animals mainly on the supposed genealogy of the horse, which has often been shown to amount to no certain evidence, avoided altogether the discussion of the origin of men from the apes, now obviously complicated with so many difficulties that both Wallace and Mivart are staggered by them. Professor Thomas in his recent lectures, Nature, 1876, admits that there is no lower man known than the Australian, and that there is no known link of connection with the monkeys. And Haeckel has to admit that the penultimate link in his phylogeny, the ape-like man, is absolutely unknown, history of creation. The so-called tallies found with the bones of paleocosmic men in European caves, and illustrated in the admirable works of Christie and Lartet, show that the rudiments even of writing were already in possession of the oldest race of men known to archaeology or geology. 1713. Again, in Dr. C. R. Bree's Fallacies of Darwinism, we read, Mr. Darwin justly says that the difference physically and, more especially, mentally, between the lowest form of man and the highest anthropomorphous ape, is enormous. Therefore, the time, which in Darwinian evolution must be almost inconceivably slow, must have been enormous also during man's development from the monkey 1714. The chance, therefore, of some of these variations being found in the different gravels or freshwater formations above the tertiaries, must be very great. And yet not one single variation, not one single specimen of a being between a monkey and a man has ever been found. Neither in the gravel, not the drift clay, nor the freshwater beds and gravel and drift, nor in the tertiaries below them, has there ever been discovered the remains of any member of the missing families between the monkey and the man, as assumed to have existed by Mr. Darwin. Have they gone down with the depression of the earth's surface and are they now covered with the sea? If so, it is beyond all probability that they should not also be found in those beds of contemporary geological strata which have not gone down to the bottom of the sea. Still more improbable that some portions should not be dredged from the ocean bed like the remains of the mammoth and the rhinoceros, which are also found in freshwater beds and gravel and drift. The celebrated Neanderthal skull, about which so much has been said, belongs confessedly to this remote period, Bronze and Stone Ages, and yet presents, although it may have been the skull of an idiot, immense differences from the highest known anthropomorphous ape. 1715. Our globe being convulsed each time that it reawakens for a new period of activity. Like a field which has to be plowed and furrowed before fresh seed for its new crop is thrown into it, it does seem quite hopeless that fossils belonging to its previous rounds should be found in the beds of either its oldest or its latest geological strata. Every new Manvantara brings along with it the renovation of forms, types and species. Every type of the preceding organic forms, vegetable, animal and human, changes and is perfected in the next, even to the mineral, which has received in this round its final opacity and hardness, its softer portions form the present vegetation. The astral relics of previous vegetation and fauna were utilized in the formation of the lower animals, and in determining the structure of the primeval root types of the highest mammalia. And, finally, the form of the gigantic ape-man of the former round has been reproduced in this one by human bestiality, and transfigured into the parent form in the modern anthropoid. This doctrine, even imperfectly delineated as it is under our inefficient pen, is assuredly more logical, more consistent with facts, and far more probable, than many scientific theories. That, for instance, of the first organic germ descending on a meteor to our Earth, like Ein Sof on its vehicle, Adam Kadmon. Only, the latter descent is allegorical, as everyone knows, and the Kabbalists have never offered this figure of speech for acceptance in its dead-letter garb. But the germ in the meteor theory, as coming from such high scientific quarters, is an eligible candidate for axiomatic truth and law, a theory people are in honor bound to accept, if they would be on a right level with modern science. What the next theory necessitated by the materialistic premises will be, no one can tell. Meanwhile, the present theories, as anyone can see, clash far more discordantly among themselves than even with those of the occultists outside the sacred precincts of learning. For what is there, next in order, now that exact science has made even of the life principle an empty word, a meaningless term, and insists that life is an effect due to the molecular action of the primordial protoplasm? The new doctrine of the Darwinists may be defined and summarized in the few words, from Mr. Herbert Spencer. The hypothesis of special creations turns out to be worthless, worthless, by its derivation, worthless, in its intrinsic incoherence. Worthless, as absolutely without evidence, worthless, as not supplying an intellectual need, worthless, as not satisfying a moral want. We must, therefore, consider it as counting for nothing in opposition to any other hypothesis respecting the origin of organic beings. 1716. Section 5, Organic Evolution and Creative Centers. It is argued that universal evolution, otherwise the gradual development of species in all the kingdoms of nature, works by uniform laws. This is admitted, and the law is enforced far more strictly in esoteric than in modern science. But we are also told that it is equally a law that development works from the less to the more perfect, and from the simpler to the more complicated, by incessant changes, small in themselves, but constantly accumulating in the required direction. 1717. It is from the infinitesimally small that the comparatively gigantic species are produced. Esoteric science agrees with this, but adds that this law applies only to what is known to it as the primary creation, the evolution of worlds from primordial atoms, and the pre-primordial atom, at the first differentiation of the former. And that during the period of cyclic evolution in space and time, this law is limited and works only in the lower kingdoms. It did so work during the first geological periods, from simple to complex, on the rough material surviving from the relics of the third round, which relics are projected into objectivity when terrestrial activity recommences. No more than science, does the esoteric philosophy admit design or special creation. It rejects every claim to the miraculous, and accepts nothing outside the uniform and immutable laws of nature. But it teaches a cyclic law, a double stream of force, or spirit, and of matter, which, starting from the neutral center of being, develops by its cyclic progress and incessant transformations. The primitive germ from which all vertebrate life has developed throughout the ages, being distinct from the primitive germ from which vegetable and animal life have evolved. There are side laws whose work is determined by the conditions in which the materials to be worked upon are found by them, and of which science, physiology and anthropology especially, seems to be little aware. Its votaries speak of this primitive germ, and maintain that it is shown beyond any doubt that the design, and the designer, if there be any, in the case of man, with the wonderful structure of his limbs, and his hand especially, must be placed very much farther back, and is, in fact, involved in the primitive germ, from which all vertebrate life certainly, and probably all life, animal or vegetable, have been slowly developed. 1718. This is as true of the primitive germ as it is false that that germ is only very much farther back than man is. For it is at an immeasurable and inconceivable distance, in time, though not in space, from the origin even of our solar system. As the Hindu philosophy very justly teaches, the aniamsamaniasm can be known only through false notions. It is the many that proceed from the one, the living spiritual germs or centers of forces, each in a septenary form, which first generate, and then give the primary impulse to the law of evolution in gradual slow development. Limiting the teaching strictly to this our earth, it may be shown that, as the ethereal forms of the first men are first projected on 7 zones by 7 dienkohanic centers of force, so there are centers of creative power for every root or parent species of the host of forms of vegetable and animal life. This is, again, no special creation, nor is there any design, except in the general ground plan worked out by the universal law. But there are certainly designers, though these are neither omnipotent nor omniscient in the absolute sense of the term. They are simply builders, or masons, working under the impulse given them by the ever-to-be unknown, on our plane, master mason, the one life and law. Belonging to this sphere, they have no hand in, nor possibility of working on any other, during the present Manvantara, at any rate. That they work in cycles and on a strictly geometrical and mathematical scale of progression, is what the extinct animal species amply demonstrate, that they act by design in the details of minor lives, of side animal issues, etc., is sufficiently proved by natural history. In the creation of new species, departing sometimes very widely from the parent stock, as in the great variety of the genus Felis, like the lynx, the tiger, the cat, etc. It is the designers who direct the new evolution by adding to, or depriving the species of certain appendages, either needed or becoming useless in the new environments. Thus, when we say that nature provides for every animal and plant, whether large or small, we speak correctly. For it is these terrestrial spirits of nature, who form the aggregated nature, which, if it fails occasionally in its design, is neither to be considered blind, nor to be taxed with the failure. Since, belonging to a differentiated sum of qualities and attributes, it is in virtue of that alone conditioned and imperfect. Were there no such thing as evolutionary cycles? As an eternal spiral progress into matter with a proportionate obscuration of spirit, though the two are one, followed by an inverse ascent into spirit and the defeat of matter, active and passive by turn, how could we explain the discoveries of zoology and geology? How is it that, on the dictum of authoritative science, one can trace the animal life from the mollusk up to the great sea dragon, from the smallest landworm up again to the gigantic animals of the tertiary period? And that the latter were once crossed is shown by the fact of all those species decreasing, dwindling down and becoming dwarfed. If the seeming process of development working from the less to the more perfect, and from the simpler to the more complex, were a universal law indeed. Instead of being a very imperfect generalization of a mere secondary nature in the great cosmic process, and if there were no such cycles as those claimed, then the Mesozoic fauna and flora ought to change places with the latest Neolithic. It is the plesiosauri and the ichthyosauri that we ought to find developing from the present sea and river reptiles, instead of these giving place to their dwarfed modern analogies. It is, again, our old friend, the good-tempered elephant, that would be the fossil antediluvian ancestor, and the mammoth of the Pliocene age who would be in the menagerie. The megalonyx and the gigantic megatherium would be found instead of the lazy sloth in the forests of South America, in which the colossal ferns of the Carboniferous periods would take the place of the mosses and the present trees, dwarfs. Even the giants of California, in comparison with the Titan trees of past geological periods. Surely the organisms of the Megasthenian world of the Tertiary and the Mesozoic ages must have been more complex and perfect than those of the Microsthenian plants and animals of the present age. The Dryopithecus, for instance, is more perfect anatomically, is more fit for a greater development of brain power, than the modern gorilla or gibbon. How is all this, then? Are we to believe that the constitution of all those colossal land and sea dragons, of the gigantic flying reptiles, was not far more developed and complex than the anatomy of the lizards, turtles, crocodiles, and even of the whales, in short? Of all those animals with which we are acquainted? Let us admit, however, for argument's sake, that all those cycles, races, septenary forms of evolution, and the tutti quanti of esoteric teaching, are no better than a delusion and a snare. Let us agree with science and say that man, instead of being an imprisoned spirit, and his vehicle, the shell or body, a gradually perfected and now complete mechanism for material and terrestrial uses, as claimed by the occultists, is simply a more developed animal, whose primal form emerged from one and the same primitive germ on this earth as the flying dragon and the gnat, the whale and the amoeba, the crocodile and the frog, etc. In this case, he must have passed through the identical developments and through the same process of growth as all the other mammals. If man is an animal, and nothing more, a highly intellectual ex-brute, he should at least be allowed to have been a gigantic mammal of his kind, a meganthropus, in his day. This is exactly what esoteric science shows to have taken place in the first 3 rounds, and in this, as in most other things, it is more logical and consistent than modern science. It classifies the human body with the brute creation, and maintains it in the path of animal evolution, from first to last, while science leaves man a parentless orphan born of sires unknown, an unspecialized skeleton, truly. And this mistake is due to a stubborn rejection of the doctrine of cycles. A. The origin and evolution of the mammalia, science and esoteric phylogeny. Having dealt almost exclusively with the question of the origin of man in the foregoing criticism of Western evolutionism, it may not be amiss to define the position of the occultists with regard to the differentiation of species. The pre-human fauna and flora have been already dealt with generally in the commentary on the stanzas, and the truth of much of modern biological speculation has been admitted, e.g. The derivation of birds from reptiles, the partial truth of natural selection, and the transformation theory generally. It now remains to clear up the mystery of the origin of those first mammalian faunae which Decad so brilliantly endeavors to prove contemporary with the Homo primogeneus of the secondary age. The somewhat complicated problem relating to the origin of species, more especially of the varied groups of fossil or existing mammalian faunae, will be rendered less obscure by the aid of a diagram. It will then be apparent to what extent the factors of organic evolution, relied upon by Western biologists, 1719 are to be considered as adequate to meet the facts. The line of demarcation between ethereal-spiritual, astral and physical evolution must be drawn. Perhaps, if Darwinians deigned to consider the possibility of the second process, they would no longer have to lament the fact that we are referred entirely to conjecture and inference for the origin of the mammals. 1720. At present the admitted chasm between the systems of reproduction of the oviparous vertebrates and mammalia constitutes a hopeless crux to those thinkers who, with the evolutionists, seek to link all existing organic forms in a continuous line of descent. Let us take, for instance, the case of the ungulate mammals, since it is said that in no other division do we possess such abundant fossil material. So much progress has been made in this direction, that in some instances the intermediate links between the modern and Eocene ungulates have been unearthed. A notable example being that of the complete proof of the derivation of the present one-toed horse from the three-toed Anchitherium of the Old Tertiary. This standard of comparison between Western biology and the Eastern doctrine could not, therefore, be improved upon. The pedigree here utilized, as embodying the views of scientists in general, is that of Schmidt, based on the exhaustive researches of Rüdemeyer. Its approximate accuracy, from the standpoint of evolutionism, leaves little to be desired. At this, the midway point of evolution, science comes to a standstill. The route to which these two families lead back is unknown. 1721. Schmidt's diagram represents the realm explored by Western evolutionists, the area in which climatic influences, natural selection, and all the other physical causes of organic differentiation are present. Biology and paleontology find their province here in investigating the many physical agencies which so largely contribute, as has been shown by Darwin, Spencer and others, to the segregation of species. But even in this domain the subconscious workings of the Diancohanic wisdom are at the root of all the ceaseless striving towards perfection. Though its influence is vastly modified by those purely material causes which Decad terms the milieu, and Spencer the environment. The midway point of evolution is that stage where the astral prototypes definitely begin to pass into the physical, and thus become subject to the differentiating agencies now operative around us. Physical causation supervenes immediately on the assumption of the coats of skin, i.e., the physiological equipment in general. The forms of men and of other mammals previous to the separation of the sexes 1722 are woven out of astral matter, and possess a structure utterly unlike that of the physical organisms which eat, drink, digest, etc. The known physiological contrivances requisite for these functions were almost entirely evolved subsequently to the incipient physicalization of the 7 root types out of the astral, during the midway halt between the two planes of existence. Hardly had the ground plan of evolution been limbed out in these ancestral types, than there supervened the influence of the accessory terrestrial laws, familiar to us, resulting in the whole crop of mammalian species. Eons of slow differentiation were, however, required to effect this end. The second diagram represents the domain of the purely astral prototypes previous to their descent into gross matter. Astral matter, it must be noted, is fourth state matter, having, like our gross matter, its own protyle. There are several protiles in nature, corresponding to the various planes of matter. The two sub-physical elemental kingdoms, the plane of mind, manas, or fifth state matter, as also that of buddhi, sixth state matter, are each and all evolved from one of the 6 protiles which constitute the basis of the object universe. The 3 states so-called of our terrestrial matter, known as the solid, liquid, and gaseous, are only, in strict accuracy, substates. As to the former reality of the descent into the physical, which culminated in physiological man-animal, we have a palpable testimony in the fact of the so-called spiritualistic materializations. In all these instances a complete temporary emergence of the astral into the physical takes place. The evolution of physiological man out of the astral races of the early Lemurian age, the Jurassic age of geology, is exactly paralleled by the materialization of spirits in the séance room. In the case of Professor Crookes, Katie King, the presence of a physiological mechanism, heart, lungs, etc., was indubitably demonstrated. This, in a way, is the archetype of Goethe. Listen to his words. Thus much we should have gained. All the 9 perfect organic beings are formed according to an archetype which merely fluctuates more or less in its very persistent parts and, moreover, day by day, completes and transforms itself by means of reproduction. This is a seemingly imperfect foreshadowing of the occult fact of the differentiation of species from the primal astral root types. Whatever the whole posse comitatus of natural selection, etc., may affect, the fundamental unity of structural plan remains practically unaffected by all subsequent modifications. The unity of type, common, in a sense, to all the animal and human kingdoms, is not, as Spencer and others appear to hold, a proof of the consanguinity of all organic forms, but a witness to the essential unity of the ground plan nature has followed in fashioning her creatures. To sum up the case, we may again avail ourselves of a tabulation of the actual factors concerned in the differentiation of species. The stages of the process itself need no further comment here, for they follow the basic principles underlying organic development, and we do not need to enter on the domain of the biological specialist. Factors concerned in the origin of species, animal and vegetable. Basic astral prototypes pass into the physical, the deinchohanic impulse, constituting Lamarck's inherent and necessary law of development. It lies behind all minor agencies, variation transmitted by heredity, natural selection, sexual selection, physiological selection, isolation, correlation of growth, adaptation to environment. Intelligent as opposed to mechanical causation. b. The European Paleolithic races, whence, and how distributed. Is science opposed to those who maintain that, down to the Quaternary period, the distribution of the human races was widely different from what it is now? Is science against those who, further, maintain that the fossil men found in Europe, although they have almost reached a plane of sameness and unity which continues till this day, regarded from the fundamental physiological and anthropological aspects, still differ, sometimes greatly, from the type of the now existing populations? The late M. Littre admits this in an article published by him in the Revue des Deux Mondes, March 1, 1859, on the memoir called Antiquités celtiques et antediluviens by Boucher de Perthes, 1849. Littre therein states that, a. in these periods when the mammoths, exhumed in Picardy in company with man-made hatchets, lived in the latter region, there must have been an eternal spring reigning over all the terrestrial globe. 1723 Nature was the contrary of what it is now, and thus is left an enormous margin for the antiquity of those periods. He then adds, B. Spring, professor of the Faculty of Medicine at Liège, found in a grotto near Namur, in the mountain of Chauvox, numerous human bones, of a race quite distinct from ours. Skulls exhumed in Austria offer a great analogy with those of Negro races in Africa, according to Littre, while others, discovered on the shores of the Danube and the Rhine, resemble the skulls of the Caribs and of the ancient inhabitants of Peru and Chile. Still, the deluge, whether biblical or Atlantean, is denied. But further geological discoveries made Gaudry right conclusively. Our forefathers were positively contemporaneous with the Rhinoceros ticarinus, the hippopotamus major. And he added that the soil called diluvial in geology was formed partially at least after man's apparition on earth. Upon this, Littre pronounced himself finally. He then showed the necessity, in face of the resurrection of so many old witnesses, of rehandling all the origins, all the durations, and added that there was an age hitherto unknown to study. Either at the dawn of the actual epoch, or, as I believe, at the beginning of the epoch which preceded it. The types of the skulls found in Europe are of two kinds, as is well known, the orthognathous and the prognathous, or the Caucasian and the Negroid types, such as are now found only among the African and the lower savage tribes. Professor here, who argues that the facts of botany necessitate the hypothesis of an Atlantis, has shown that the plants of the Neolithic lake villagers are mainly of African origin. How did these plants appear in Europe if there were no former point of union between Europe and Africa? How many thousand years ago did the 17 men live whose skeletons were exhumed in the department of the Haute-Garonne, in a squatting posture near the remains of a coal fire, with some amulets and broken crockery around them? And in company with the Ursus spelaeus, the Elephas primigenius, the aurochs, regarded by Cuvier as a distinct species, the Megaceros hibernicus, all antediluvian mammals. Certainly they must have lived in a most distant epoch, but not in one which carries us further back than the Quaternary. A much greater antiquity for man has yet to be proved. Dr. James Hunt, the late president of the Anthropological Society, puts it at 9 million years. This man of science, at any rate, makes some approach to our esoteric computation, if we leave out of the computation the first two semi-human, ethereal races, and the early third race. The question, however, arises, who were these Paleolithic men of the European Quaternary epoch? Were they aboriginal, or were they the outcome of some immigration dating back into the unknown past? The latter is the only tenable hypothesis, as all scientists agree in eliminating Europe from the category of possible cradles of mankind. Whence, then, radiated the various successive streams of primitive men. The earliest Paleolithic men in Europe, about whose origin ethnology is silent, and whose very characteristics are but imperfectly known, though expatiated on as ape-like by imaginative writers such as Mr. Grant Allen, were of pure Atlantean and Africo-Atlantean stocks. 1724, it must be borne in mind that by this time the Atlantean continent itself was a dream of the past. Europe in the Quaternary epoch was very different from the Europe of today, being then only in process of formation. It was united to northern Africa, or rather to what is now northern Africa, by a neck of land running across the present Straits of Gibraltar, northern Africa thus constituting as it were an extension of the present Spain. While a broad sea filled the great basin of the Sahara. Of the vast Atlantis, the main bulk of which sank in the Miocene, there remained only Ruta and Dytia and a stray island or so. The Atlantean connections of the forefathers 1725 of the Paleolithic cavemen are evidenced by the upturning of fossil skulls in Europe. Reverting closely to the type of the West Indian Carib and ancient Peruvian, a mystery indeed for all those who refuse to sanction the hypothesis of a former Atlantic continent to bridge what is now an ocean. What are we also to make of the fact that while Decad points to that magnificent race, the tall Cro-Magnon cavemen, and to the Guanches of the Canary Islands, as representatives of one type? Virchow also allies the Basques with the latter in a similar way. Professor Retzius independently proves the relationship of the aboriginal American dolichocephalous tribes and these same Guanches. The several links in the chain of evidence are thus securely joined together. Legions of similar facts could be adduced. As to the African tribes, themselves diverging offshoots of Atlanteans modified by climate and conditions, they crossed into Europe over the peninsula which made the Mediterranean an inland sea. Fine races were many of these European cavemen, as the Cro-Magnon, for instance. But, as was to be expected, progress is almost non-existent through the whole of the vast period allotted by science to the chipped stone age. 1726 The cyclic impulse downwards weighs heavily on the stocks thus transplanted, the incubus of the Atlantean karma is upon them. Finally, Paleolithic man makes room for his successor, and disappears almost entirely from the scene. Professor André Lefebvre asks in this connection. Has the polished succeeded the chipped stone age by an imperceptible transition, or was it due to an invasion of brachycephalous Celts? But whether the deterioration produced in the populations of Lavazier was the result of violent crossings, or of a general retreat northwards in the wake of the reindeer, is of little moment to us. He continues. Meantime the bed of the ocean has been upheaved, Europe is now fully formed, her flora and fauna are fixed. With the taming of the dog begins the pastoral life. We enter on those polished stone and bronze periods, which succeed each other at irregular intervals, which even overlap one another in the midst of ethnical migrations and fusions. At once more confused and of shorter duration than less advanced and more rudimentary ages. The primitive European populations are interrupted in their special evolution, and without perishing, become absorbed in other races, engulfed, as it were, by the successive waves of migration overflowing from Africa. Possibly from a lost Atlantis. Far too late by eons of years, and from prolific Asia. On the one hand came the Iberians, on the other Pelasgians, Ligurians, Sicanians, Etruscans, all forerunners of the great Aryan invasion, fifth race, point 1727.